You and I are finally here for the highly anticipated awakening ceremony, where elite students from legendary noble families have gathered to flex their absolute power. The test? Anyone who can leave a noticeable dent in this massive, ridiculously sturdy steel wall passes the exam with flying colors. And the bigger the dent, the higher their score. It is that simple. First up, a student from a low-ranking branch family steps up to take his shot. He channels all his power into one massive blow, but his maximum effort leaves nothing more than a tiny, pathetic scratch on the steel. Next up are the actual elite geniuses of the entire continent. Armed with massive pools of mana, these prodigies give it everything they have. Yet, the results are still incredibly underwhelming. The wall barely has a dent, but the crowd is convinced that a normal student could never hope to compete with high-tier monsters like these. But then, our main character has the absolute audacity to step into an arena where he is heavily outmatched. Let me introduce you to Theo Ragnar, a bastard son of the dragon-blooded elite clan. But because of his low-born status, his pure-blooded siblings have always treated him like literal trash. To them, he is just a useless weakling. That is exactly why everyone in the crowd is fully expecting him to fail this test in the most embarrassing way. But our boy? He shows zero hesitation as he walks forward, radiating some serious main character energy. Drawing his weapon, he steps up to the wall and unleashes a slash so clean, it literally slices through the solid steel like butter. This mind-blowing show of power instantly leaves everyone in the arena completely speechless. It is an absolute flex that completely shatters every single doubt they had about him. Honestly, their shock is totally justified since our hero was not always a top-tier powerhouse. For over 1,000 years, the mighty Ragnar clan stood as the ultimate northern shield of the empire. This was all due to their special physical traits, rumored to be passed down from actual dragons. Every single child in the family was blessed with massive magic, insane stamina, and godlike sword talent. Everyone except for Theo. Lacking any natural gifts, he was branded a defect and treated like garbage by everyone in the household, including his very own swordmaster. Then came the tragic day when their palace was attacked. Theo was completely powerless to stop it. As he lay dying, he finally looked up to see their attacker, and it was Rendon. His own master had betrayed him. Rendon just laughs, mocking the kid for practicing every single morning. All that hard work and endless suffering was entirely useless. No matter how much he struggled, he was destined to fail. With a quick swing, Rendon brutally severs Theo's arm, leaving the boy screaming on the floor as blood pools around him. Rendon grabs him by the hair and lifts him up, whispering that all of this tragedy is entirely his fault. He forces the boy to watch the Rose Palace burn, telling him his family is dying solely because he is weak. Now, watch closely here. They drag his mother's lifeless body right in front of him, and Rendon coldly blames him for her death. Even broken, Theo tries to fight back. He picks up his blade and charges. But before he can even reach Rendon, another warrior impales him straight through the chest. He is blown backward and crashes hard. Rendon casually apologizes, joking that he simply got a bit carried away. As our hero lies dying, his vision begins to fade. He deeply regrets his weakness before the darkness takes him. But this is not the end. He suddenly regresses back in time, unlocking powerful hidden traits. Theo opens his eyes, only to find that traitor Rendon standing right in front of him. It seems they are in the middle of sword practice. Rendon barks at him to snap out of it, but our confused hero still has absolutely no idea what is happening. He wonders if he is seeing his life flash before his eyes, unable to believe he is staring at his master's punchable face. It honestly feels like a sick joke from the universe. Suddenly, a glowing system screen appears right before his eyes. He stares at it in shock as the tutorial quest instructs him to punch Rendon right in the face. At this point, our hero is more baffled than ever about what is actually going on. He doubts that near-death flashbacks are supposed to be like this, especially since Rendon clearly cannot see the glowing screen. But hey, Theo is definitely not complaining. He drops his wooden sword, clenches his fist, and with every ounce of his strength, socks the traitor right in the mouth. When the hit lands, there is absolutely no reaction from Rendon. The master has no idea why his weak student just did that. Meanwhile, our boy smirks, realizing just how realistic this memory feels. And trust me, you and I are about to see this get wild as Rendon snaps and knocks Theo flying. Alright, let's jump right into Theo's memories, where he is forced to relive his painful past. Meanwhile, his trash teacher sighs, claiming he gets why Theo is feeling so incredibly frustrated. With the big awakening ceremony close and zero progress made, he still won't tolerate a student talking back to him. Hearing about the ceremony stuns Theo, since that event happened a full 10 years before his death. Rendon continues mocking him for his poor attitude, then walks off, scheduling their next brutal lesson. The surrounding clan peers whisper and snicker, belittling this useless loser who dares to blame his master when he is the one with zero talent. But amidst their endless insults, Theo finally starts connecting the dots. He digs his fingers into the dirt, feeling the sharp, gritty texture beneath his nails. Staring at the bloody wound Rendon just gave him, the overwhelming realism hits him hard. This is definitely not some simple flashback. He has actually regressed 10 years into the past, returning to his 17-year-old self. Watch closely right here, because a glowing system screen suddenly pops up, congratulating him for beating the tutorial quest. His prize is the activation of the legendary Ragnar talent. When asked if he wants to accept, he instantly hits yes. Pure, brilliant energy pulses directly inside his chest as the system confirms the reward, granting him a massive, hyperspeed boost to all his base stats. Meanwhile, inside the Rose Palace, that corrupt instructor is sipping tea with Theo's mother. He bluntly tells her he has never met a child with less talent, but then he wears a fake smile, claiming that is exactly why he is here. A dedicated teacher like Rendon will do everything possible to prepare Theo for the awakening ceremony in 5 months. The beautiful lady of the Rose Palace, Cecilia Ragnar, agrees to trust Rendon completely with her beloved son. She slides over a heavy pouch of shining gold, asking him to give her boy some extra attention. The greedy scum pockets the gold and Fake reassures her. Smiling warmly, she replies that she is not worried because she has absolute faith in her precious Theo. Moments later, Rendon struts down the hallway, happily tossing the heavy bag of gold up and down. He is ecstatic to receive a massive fortune just to teach the young master absolutely nothing. Mocking both mother and son as total fools, he laughs that he is being paid to train a direct bloodline heir, while secretly collecting double pay from a shadow boss for leaking Theo's secrets and completely ruining his growth. It is the perfect, evil, double dip. Suddenly, Theo sprints past Rendon like a bullet. His corrupt mentor simply scoffs at him, muttering insultingly about how the pathetic loser is finally losing his mind. Theo is actually rushing toward his mother, calling out to her with a shaky, desperate voice. As she turns, she finds him gasping for air. Throwing his arms around her, he bursts into tears, overwhelmed with emotion just seeing her breathing. Let's pause here, because this embrace finally proves he is back 10 years in the past. A horrifying memory of Rendon forcing him to watch his mother's cold, dead body flashes in his mind. But seeing her breathing and warm right now fuels his soul. He vows to change this tragic future at all costs. If this strange system guide is real, he can use the unlocked Ragnar talent to become extremely powerful. He will build enough strength to survive the upcoming, cutthroat war for the family throne. Most of all, he wants to personally tear that trash Rendon apart. Right then, his second tutorial quest appears, ordering him to train his physical body to the absolute limit. The sky is still pitch black, long before the morning sun rises, but Theo is out there training, driven purely by his burning hatred for Rendon. He must unlock his potential immediately. In his past life, he worked for the elite spy network called Black Word, but was stuck handling paperwork due to his pathetic combat skills. He never expected that the vast, top-secret intelligence he memorized back then would become his greatest weapon now. He specifically remembers a legendary, power-boosting potion known to everyone as the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir. Its massive hidden recipe won't even be discovered until years later. He also remembers the brutal, high-tier physical training he abandoned before because he lacked talent. But with his newly awakened bloodline talent, he knows hard work will actually yield insane results. A manic smile spreads across his face as his sprinting speed increases, with the system updating his growing stats in real time. Other disciples entering the grounds stop dead, totally stunned to watch the family failure run for hours without breaking a sweat. And trust me, we are about to watch him swing his blade at a speed he could never reach before. Let's check back in with him as he trains alone in the dead of night. That's when we meet the training ground manager, Evelyn Nerveville, who is yawning and looking completely exhausted. She notes how he's been training without sleep for days, making her wonder if he's really the talentless fool everyone claims. Meanwhile, Theo is so incredibly exhausted that he feels like his body might just give out. But that rising progress bar keeps his motivation alive, even though he was completely broken from training just last night. He had hit 90%, but the moment he paused to rest, his progress instantly dropped back down to 89%. That is why he is training relentlessly, pushing his body to the limit without even caring about the speed. Hitting 98%, he accelerates, knowing he is finally on the verge of success. After this last sprint, he is wheezing and completely spent, but there is still 1% left to go. Somehow, he finds the strength to break through, his hard work finally paying off as the 3-digit number appears. The system congratulates him for clearing the tutorial quest, announcing that he has unlocked the legendary Dragon Heart as his reward. But pay attention here, because before he can read the details, he collapses from pure exhaustion. With the system hovering above and asking to claim the reward, his trembling hand barely manages to tap the yes button before everything goes black. The instant the reward registers, a blinding blue light completely wraps around him, leaving the training hall manager staring in absolute shock as he undergoes this insane evolution. Next, we find him waking up in a quiet room. The moment he opens his eyes and scans the area, Evelyn steps in, explaining that he is in the break room of Training Ground 4, lecturing him for pushing himself way too hard. Theo recognizes her instantly, which catches her off guard, prompting her to formally introduce herself as the official manager of the 4th training ground. She reveals that he passed out while practicing completely alone early this morning. So, she brought him here to recover. He thanks her, and as she hands him some water, she warns him that opening a mana hall before the official Ragnar clan ceremony is strictly outlawed. Theo is totally confused about why she is bringing this up, but nods and plays along with the rule. Then she drops the bomb, asking why he broke that very rule. He acts clueless, asking why she is interrogating him with these kinds of questions. She points out that right when he blacked out, a massive surge of mana erupted, perfectly matching the awakening of a mana hall. Giving him a terrifying glare, she demands the truth, leaving Theo genuinely confused about what she is talking about. But then, you and I watch him remember the wild stuff that happened right before he collapsed, starting with that dragon heart, and as a bonus for finishing the quest ahead of schedule, he also inherited the magical power of 10 of his past lives. Remembering this leaves him speechless, because obtaining a literal dragon heart is supposed to be absolutely impossible. See, a dragon heart is unique because a mana hall can be stored directly inside it, allowing the energy to circulate far more efficiently. But humans, unlike dragons, must keep their mana halls in the lower abdomen because a human heart would burst under that pressure. That is why every single Ragnar warrior dreams of securing a dragon heart, as it is the ultimate shortcut to insane power without relying on the abdomen. Still, humans have never managed to bypass the strict physical limitations of their own flesh and blood. Yet here is Theo, handed a legendary dragon heart as a simple quest reward, putting him in a bizarre spot. The reward is massive, but the danger is even bigger, especially since he is currently sitting right in front of Evelyn Nerville. She is a legendary high-ranking swordswoman who retired after losing her left arm, taking over as the training ground manager. Back in the day, she commanded the elite white-armored dragon cavalry, earning respect even from the demon dragon himself. Famous for her strict code, she never cared about a person's status or raw power. Dishonesty and cowardice were things she absolutely despised, even walking away from being a direct master when she found someone too stubborn. Basically, if she ever uncovers his dragon heart and hidden mana hall, his head is going to roll. But Theo just grins because he has a perfect strategy. If she cannot prove it, he is totally safe. He fires back with a smug reply, asking how she can threaten his life based on nothing but a random hunch. He demands to know if she is ready for the consequences, leaving her completely silent and unable to answer. Theo presses his advantage, coldly reminding her that he is still a rightful heir of the powerful Ragnar clan. If his family finds out she made false accusations, it'll defile their name. And trust me, you and I are staying tuned for the fallout. Alright, come along with me as she accepts the rules. While he glares, asking if she knows the deadly penalty for insulting an heir, she boldly replies with one word, execution. He is pleased she understands, warning her to watch her mouth from now on. The woman is completely stunned by his terrifying new attitude, wondering if this is even the same guy she once knew. Still, she is absolutely certain she just felt a massive wave of mana, so she decides to investigate him further, Ragnar bloodline or not. Rules are rules, and she is going to make sure he pays. But she quickly realizes he does not even possess a single mana hall. Her face instantly drops, realizing she was wrong. Theo just smirks and asks if she is satisfied now. Following the law, she drops to her knees at his feet, telling him without a single trace of hesitation to just execute her. She wants to pay for her disrespect with her life. But as she bows down, Theo reveals that a dragon heart is totally different from normal mana halls. Basically, having a dragon heart means possessing a source of power that the user can control with perfect ease, meaning he can completely hide his energy whenever he wants. Besides, the fact that a human can even hold a dragon heart won't be discovered for years. Theo knows absolutely nobody can accuse him of having one. Now watch this twist. Instead of executing her, he gently pats her back and tells her there is no need for that. He walks off, saying she was just doing her duty. He even praises her sense of justice, noting how rare it is for someone to risk their life questioning an heir. But in reality, Theo has plans for her. She is incredibly strong, and killing her is a total waste. Keeping her breathing is going to pay off big time down the road. He mentions that blocking mana halls before the ceremony is just to stop her power from overflowing. He is actually pleased that she cares about an outcast bastard of the Ragnar family like him. With those parting words, he leaves her sitting there in absolute silence. Theo struts away with pure confidence. He does not just have a dragon heart, he also brought back 10 years of massive magic power from his previous life. A few days later, we see his annoying instructor screaming at Theo again, shouting at him to swing further to the right. Theo is clearly playing weak, but hearing Randon insult him constantly is getting seriously painful to watch. Theo can easily tell that this horrible instructor is subtly, yet deliberately feeding him completely trash sword moves. Here is where you and I need to pay attention. Theo knows someone is pulling Randon's strings, likely the exact person who killed him in his past life. It is finally time to unmask the villain. A cold smirk spreads across his face as he formulates the perfect plan. While Randon keeps screaming like a maniac, Theo suddenly snaps his training stick clean in two. He boldly tells this fool that his constant yapping is over, because his lessons are absolute garbage. He openly questions how a guy with such pathetic skills ever managed to become a mid-rank swordsman. To twist the knife, Theo says he would probably lose to a basic demonic beast. Naturally, Randon takes the bait hook, line, and sinker. But as the old man fumes, Theo steps right into his face and calls his sword skills completely worthless again. It turns out Theo is intentionally trying to force Randon into quitting his job. Once Randon is backed into a corner, he will have no choice but to run to his secret boss. The scene shifts to Camellia Palace, where a man bursts into a local tavern with a massive grin. He shouts for Axion, loudly announcing to the crowd that the useless Ragnar bastard is dueling his master next week. But Axion just sits there in complete silence, not even lifting his drink off the wooden table. Meanwhile, the loudmouth keeps bragging about how Theo blames others for his lack of talent and will end up totally crippled in the duel. Suddenly, Axion smashes his heavy glass right into the loudmouth's face, knocking him out cold in a single blow. Axion is absolutely furious, snarling that he does not care if some worthless family outcast gets half crippled. And honestly, he really doesn't. After all, he is one of the 4 legendary hounds of the North, the Dark Tiger, Axion Ragnar. Beside him stands Remington Narcio, another famous northern hound, known as the Silver Lion. Then, another powerful figure enters. This is Ed Troven, the Sky Dragon of the 9 Dragons, looking highly concerned that lowering their guard might backfire. But Axion just sneers, claiming that warning only applies to people with actual talent. There is no reason to stress over Theo, who is just a brainless nobody. But Ed warns that with the Ragnar family, we both know absolutely anything is possible. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a world of pure swordplay, where Axion thinks it's hilarious that Theo is trying to mess with their master swordsman, Randon. A week later, a massive crowd gathers at Training Ground 4, and it's not just clan members. Elite powerhouses are watching too, and right in the middle of the arena, Theo is sweating under the heavy gaze of hundreds of spectators. He curses his luck, remembering how he only wanted to fire this corrupt instructor after that massive humiliation, but everything has completely spiraled out of control. Still, he isn't panicked because this showdown was inevitable, and he is absolutely fired up to get sweet revenge on Randon. His system notification pops up, confirming that his 3rd tutorial quest is to defeat Randon. We then flash back to the moment Theo confronted the instructor, mocking his trash skills and telling him to get lost. Randon tries to argue, claiming they still have plenty of time left on their contract, but Theo snaps back that since his employer is firing him directly, there is absolutely nothing left to discuss. Theo would love nothing more than to smash his fist into this trash's face, but his skills are still unproven. Meanwhile, Randon can't afford to get kicked out yet because his secret mission isn't finished, so he steps closer to convince our boy otherwise. Suddenly, a system notification flashes before Theo, warning him that he must duel and defeat Randon. This completely blindsides him. Right then, Evelyn steps into the scene, telling Theo they should settle this the Ragnar way, following the law of the strong. A sword duel will decide everything, completely bypassing any annoying trials. They should simply obey the will of the winner. Now, pay attention here because the old snake jumps on this chance, agreeing to the duel while Theo is left standing there completely dumbfounded. Evelyn keeps pushing that this is the best path, but Theo is far from convinced. He doesn't feel strong enough to crush this fraud yet, but soon, Theo is facing Randon. People in the crowd laugh and whisper, mocking Theo for being so pathetic. They sneer that he doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly, confident he'll end up crippled today because an apprentice has 0 chance against a mid-rank fighter. Randon cockily tells our hero that if he begs for forgiveness right now, he'll let it slide, saying there's no need to die over pride. But Theo has plenty of attitude and fires back, telling the old snake he's the one who should apologize. He warns the old fraud that if he wants to keep both of his arms, he better accept he is fired and crawl away quietly. Randon just grins like a maniac, confident that he holds all the cards in this fight. He plans to seize this perfect chance to straight up murder Theo, making it look like a tragic accident. You saw that smirk, right? Once the fight begins, Randon smugly tells our boy to take the first strike. Theo rushes forward with his blade high, and the crowd groans at how recklessly this fool is running, looking like he has never held a weapon before. Randon counters, unleashing several fast sword strikes, but Theo barely blocks them. The old snake unleashes a relentless barrage, cornering Theo and gloating that this pathetic display is exactly what he expected. After all, Theo isn't even a low-rank fighter. He's just a bottom-tier apprentice. The instructor is certain that even if Theo improved slightly, he's still completely outclassed. He knows that if Theo were at the level of the famous Four Hounds of the North, things might be different, but this useless failure of the Ragnar clan doesn't stand a single chance against him. We flash back to a few days earlier, with Theo asking Evelyn what on earth she was thinking when she proposed this crazy duel. She calmly replies that she was actually helping him. To get rid of Rendon, he needs a strategy, because someone powerful is backing him, meaning a basic firing would never solve the issue. Theo asks how she discovered this, and she reveals it was obvious since Rendon was teaching him such a bizarre and useless sword style. So, she had him secretly investigated. Theo is completely stunned by this. Evelyn never bothered with this spy in his past life, but now she's exposing him simply because Theo caught her eye during the Manhwa incident. She explains that every single clue she uncovered leads directly back to Kamalea Palace. While this doesn't surprise Theo, he's incredibly annoyed that he's being dragged into their miserable, greedy war for the throne. Pushing his anger aside, he admits he's surprised she managed to figure out this much on her own. He confesses that with his current abilities, he isn't ready to beat Rendon, and asks what her master plan is. Evelyn simply tells him he can absolutely win, advising him to stop underestimating his own massive potential. Back in the present, Rendon unleashes blow after blow, but trust me, you and I are about to watch Theo effortlessly block every single attack. Alright, let's jump in as Renan watches this fight, wondering how this kid became an absolute beast overnight. The tables have completely turned. Now, Rondon is struggling hard, and the entire crowd can taste his crushing defeat. Over in the spectator stands, that hooded guy Remington is practically shaking in his boots, though he is barely worth noticing anyway. Meanwhile, Evelyn is loving every single second of this absolute beatdown. And honestly, she looks incredibly proud of our boy. A flashback reveals that she personally trained him for just one single week, even though she openly admits that doing so was completely against academy rules. But since Rondon is a total garbage instructor, he did not deserve to teach anyway. This brings a huge smirk to Theo's face. He feels a rush of excitement, fully convinced that getting Evelyn in his debt was worth every bit of trouble. Still, one burning question remains. Why exactly did she go so far out of her way to help him? Theo asks if it is just payback for their last encounter. She admits that is part of it, but hints that a powerful acquaintance of hers is always on the hunt for top-tier talents. Now watch closely back in the present. The fight gets wild as Rondon grows completely desperate. He begins wondering if this kid was secretly pretending to be a useless weakling this whole time. Right mid-fight, Theo demands to know who is pulling his strings, driving the old man into a furious defensive rage over the question. But Theo drops the act, calling out his garbage lessons before asking bluntly if he is working with Kamalea Palace. The question catches the old fool completely off guard, and his shocked face tells Theo all he needs to know. With his suspicions confirmed, our hero lets his blade fly, clean severing the old man's hand. The severed hand spins through the air, leaving the entire crowd completely speechless. The fake instructor screams in pure agony, spitting curses under his breath. Theo steps forward with total confidence, feeling his massive growth. He repeats the exact words the old man told him in his past life, that his suffering was entirely his own fault for being a weak, talentless fool. With a cold slash of his blade, Theo spits those words right back, proving that Rondon is the weakling now. Since the Ragnar family respects only the strong, a pathetic weakling like him has no business being alive. With one final, merciless swing, the sword crashes down and the old man's head rolls as blood splatters across the arena. Immediately, the system screen flashes open, congratulating him for clearing Tutorial Quest 3. Since he completely dominated the fight, he has unlocked an epic bonus reward. The system asks if he wants the reward now, and honestly, you and I already know his answer. Meanwhile, the spectators are shaking in pure terror. It is crazy seeing an apprentice easily slaughter a mid-tier warrior. Yet, Theo just feels like his opponent was shockingly weak. He is actually embarrassed that this pathetic loser ever made him suffer in his past life. But things have changed. The system announces that his new reward, the observation skill, has been officially unlocked. Even better, he is gifted 1 full year of raw magic power. Right then, a man crashes down from the sky, slamming into the ground like a massive meteor. Before Theo can even blink, the smiling giant roars his name. Meet Julius Ragnar, the legendary demon dragon and commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Theo is completely frozen in absolute shock. He cannot believe his eyes, wondering how long this powerhouse has been watching the arena. The crowd completely loses their minds. No one can comprehend why the elite grand commander of the dragon cavalry is standing right here before them. This must be the high-ranking collector of talents that Evelyn warned him about earlier. We see Evelyn looking completely devastated because the commander literally shattered the expensive stone floor with his flashy entrance. But on the flip side, Julius radiates pure, beastly power, leaving Theo sweating bullets and entirely unsure of his next move. Yet, his fears vanish as the giant bursts out laughing. He honestly looks like a friendly cartoon powerhouse ready to play. He slaps our hero on the back with pats that are definitely not gentle. Grinning, he boasts about how shocked he is to discover such an insane, hidden talent. He calls the kill disrespectful, but admits Rondon deserved it. Trust me, our boy's journey is just starting. Alright, you and I are about to watch this legend laugh, slap Theo on the back, and invite him into the elite white armored dragon cavalry. Honestly, Evelyn totally saw this coming. But the crowd is completely stunned, jaws dropping as they struggle to believe the legendary Julius Ragnar just scouted an unawakened rookie to join those elite knights. And right on cue, we spot Remington in the crowd. He turns to a guy nearby, asking if anyone has ever heard of an unawakened apprentice getting scouted before the actual ceremony. The guy looks totally lost and admits he has never heard of it. And honestly, Remington already knew that. Nothing like this has ever happened in history. Meanwhile, our hero is lost in his own thoughts. Theo knows it is impossible to judge someone's true potential when their mana hall is locked. Sure, his sword skills are great, but his magical power could be zero. So no matter how famous Julius is, there is no way he can be sure of Theo's future. Yet he cannot help but wonder if the legendary demon dragon can somehow see right through him. But pay attention here. Because Theo flatly rejects that golden offer, there is zero hesitation on his face. Julius looks like he just bit directly into a sour lemon. The crowd is completely paralyzed, shocked that this kid just coldly rejected one of the most powerful men alive. A heavy silence fills the hall as they process the madness. By the end of the day, news of this insane stunt spreads like wildfire. Everyone is gossiping about how Theo, the supposed useless young master, absolutely wrecked his corrupt instructor, and then had the nerve to turn down a direct invite to the Dragon Cavalry. Some think he is being humble, while others call it pure arrogance. We then cut to Carmelia Palace, where a highly influential lady is furious that Randon was killed and their entire plan fell apart. This is the mistress of the palace, Emil Ragnar. Her associate quickly steps in to calm her down, pointing out that Randon was a weakling who was only chosen because he was expendable. She brushes it off, saying his death is not really a big deal. The man talking to her is actually her brother, Ed Trovan, the sky dragon we met at the tavern. Emil explains that the demon dragon personally approached Theo. Even worse, rumors say Evelyn herself was the one who orchestrated the whole thing. This means they can no longer interfere by forcing a new instructor onto him. And if Theo starts shining, taking control of the Rose Palace will become next to impossible. Just then, Axion strolls in, asking why they are stressing out so much. He reassures them that the clan head will never care about this trash, so their grand plan can move forward. I know what you're thinking, but Emil demands to know if he understands that Theo must stay weak to avoid angering the leader. Her son shrugs and says he already knows, confident that Theo is still as weak as ever. After all, how much could a loser like him actually change? He thinks Evelyn and Julius simply have a soft spot for underdogs, so there is no point in overreacting. But Ed Trovan is not liking his nephew's arrogance and warns him not to take this lightly. Axion just smirks, pulling out a sealed letter with a wicked grin, and says that since they are so worried, he will personally play with Theo and teach him his place. Later on, we cut to the training yard where Evelyn is praising Theo for his incredible progress. He thanks her, admitting that training under a true master like her makes a massive difference. She brings up the white-armored dragon cavalry again, genuinely curious about why he decided to turn down such a legendary offer. Theo takes a brief moment to think. Honestly, saying he didn't regret turning down that massive opportunity would be a total lie, especially since it was his dream. But he just smiles, knowing that joining now would hold him back. There is absolutely no reason to limit himself so early. Once he conquers the awakening ceremony and claims the top spot, the privileges he will get will make the dragon cavalry look like a joke. So he simply smiles, saying he prefers not to skip steps when he is still unready. He is perfectly content just preparing for the awakening with her. Evelyn laughs and warns him that the commander is going to be incredibly sour about getting rejected. Right then, Theo decides to activate his appraisal skill, revealing her insane stats. There is no doubt about it, she is an absolute powerhouse. He sees that she highly respects his character, finding a deep sense of purpose in mentoring him that she has not felt in years. Trust me, you and I can see she still misses her old squad. Let's see how insanely useful Theo's new observation skill actually is. Squinting, he notices a highly surprising note about Evelyn missing out on joining the elite white-armored dragon cavalry. Suddenly, a new guy steps up and introduces himself as Sybil Drea. He claims he is from the Southern Inspection Post and has urgent business to discuss with Theo. Theo gets a pretty intimidating vibe from him, completely unsure of what this meeting is about. So, he activates his observation skill once more and discovers that Sybil has a burning desire to spar with him. The news makes him break out in a cold sweat. Honestly, who wouldn't be terrified of fighting someone with such a scary face? Right on cue, a system notification pops up, revealing his 4th tutorial quest. His main goal is to shake off the title of Ragnar's imbecile, and he has already made 28% progress. Sybil is incredibly upfront about his intentions. He boldly declares that he wants to serve young Master Theo. He even admits that he used to be just another face in the crowd who ignored the seemingly talentless Ragnar. Back then, he truly believed the title of Ragnar's imbecile suited Theo perfectly. Theo appreciates the brutal honesty, but he can't help feeling slightly annoyed. This guy is literally insulting him right to his face without even realizing it. But Sybil had a total change of heart after discovering that the young master trained harder than anyone else every single morning. Even better, he was absolutely thrilled to see those efforts pay off during the fight against that fraud, Renan Harvey. Now watch closely, because Sybil was totally thrilled seeing that corrupt instructor's head fly. He was completely blown away by Theo's insane growth. Seeing the legendary demon dragon Julius Ragnar personally invite Theo to join the elite white-armored dragon cavalry was burned into his memory. Right then, Theo officially became his hero. He was ready to give up on his dreams after being labeled the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but everything changed when Theo appeared. Now, his only wish is to clash swords with his idol. This level of honesty catches Theo off guard. Normally, he would suspect an ulterior motive, but his observation skill confirms the guy's pure heart. Sybil genuinely respects Theo, and a simple sparring match is all he wants. Everything shows he is telling the truth. It is definitely unexpected, but Theo is secretly pleased. After defeating Renan and gaining Lord Julius's personal attention, Theo fully expected that insecure people with massive inferiority complexes would swarm to test his strength. And I know what you're thinking, but people actually wanted to loyally follow him instead. It proves that true Ragnar pride still runs deep in some people's veins. This works out beautifully since Theo will absolutely need a trustworthy inner circle moving forward. If he wants to become the head of the Ragnar clan, having strong allies is a must. Plus, he can use this spar to make progress on his quest to erase his trash reputation. It is a humiliating nickname he could never escape from in his previous life. Armed with the system's incredible benefits, he is determined to completely destroy that shameful label once and for all. Theo asks Evelyn for permission to duel, and his master happily agrees, telling him to show off what he can do. Raising his blade in a formal salute, he introduces himself as Theo Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace training for his awakening under the guidance of Master Evelyn Nareville. The one-armed swordmaster smiles with approval. Sybil awkwardly salutes back, introducing himself as an apprentice swordsman of the Southern Inspection Post. He wields the swordsmanship of the Kurai clan, specializing in the deadly quick sword. With the duel finally underway, Sybil launches himself forward. He looks like an absolute madman aiming for a fatal blow right from the start. Theo casually blocks the first heavy strike, sending bright sparks flying as their blades clash. There is no denying it. This idiot is incredibly fast. Speed is his ultimate weapon and the source of his pride. After just a single exchange, Sybil can instantly feel that the young master's power is the real deal. Meanwhile, Theo is left wondering why this guy was ever labeled an idiot. In his past life, Theo would have desperately struggled just to survive even a few strikes from him. But of course, he is no longer the weak kid he used to be. Theo steps on the gas and unleashes a heavy strike, sending Sybil flying like a ragdoll, disarming him completely. For the new Theo, this is complete child's play. Poor Sybil nearly throws up his lunch from the devastating impact to his solar plexus. He slams hard into the training ground stands, but luckily, he escapes major injuries. Struggling to stand, Sybil can't help but praise Theo's incredible sword mastery, gracefully accepting his defeat with deep respect. Trust me, you and I just watched Theo show true class by saluting his opponent. Alright, you and I are about to watch a total genius realize something huge as he stares at his blade. What if he uses his observation skill on himself? He activates it, and guess what, it actually works. His list of talents is Crazy Observation, Player, Ragnar, and several others currently locked away. He is a level 1 swordsman with balanced stats, but a massive 190 magic power points. With his stats now fully visible, everything is shown in actual numbers. Under his talent window, his abilities are on display. Looking at the locked slots, he realizes he can grind more quests to unlock at least 4 more. In any case, being able to check his own power levels whenever he wants is a massive win. Theo figured that insanely high magic stat came from his past life and the dragon heart in his chest. But his luck? A brutal negative 49 points. Could he be cursed to have such an abysmal luck stat? Perhaps all the terrible misfortune he suffered in his previous life was because of this rotten luck. He absolutely has to find a way to boost this horrible luck stat as quickly as possible. Theo was so busy evaluating his status that he completely failed to notice the crowd of young men surrounding the arena. They form a tight circle around him, watch closely. Their intentions are totally unknown. In his head, he knows that no matter how trashy his former instructor was, the guy was still a mid-ranked swordsman. But since he decapitated Randon the fraud, and won the commander's respect. Having these young warriors show up is totally natural. In a place where strength rules, Ragnar's people will only react in two ways. They either burn with jealousy toward Theo, or they look up to him with absolute, undying admiration. Looking at the crowd in the arena, Evelyn can clearly see their stance. They are definitely in the latter camp. They are blown away that the rumors about the young master are actually true. Respect and approval shine in their eyes. Every single one of them imagines taking Sybil's place in the fight, wondering if they could even block Theo's devastating strikes. This thought only fuels their burning desire to clash swords with the young master themselves. Among these young swordsmen stands Iod Nalin. Theo scans the crowd, completely satisfied with their positive reaction. He singles out Nalin, catching the young warrior off guard, and invites him forward to have a spar. Nalin salutes sharply, introducing himself as Viscount Nalin's third son, a specialist in double ascension swordsmanship. Theo salutes back, casually wishing him a good match. Skipping any further formalities, they take their stances and go at it. With every single clash, Theo's basic swordsmanship experience steadily climbs. Iod is definitely no pushover. He is fast and clever enough to sneak in a slash with no easy counter. But in that split second, the entire world slows down for Theo. He shifts his grip, blocking the attack at a perfect angle, and sending his opponent's blade flying right out of his hand. That clutch block boosts his changing heart swordsmanship proficiency, leaving Odd completely disarmed. It is an absolute defeat at the hands of the young master, and the warrior readily accepts his loss with deep respect. To Theo's utter shock, gaining Aod's approval actually boosts his luck stat. You and I both know reputation is everything, and now he has found the perfect way to fix his terrible luck. He can just keep challenging everyone until his luck completely flips. Next up is Bernat Romero, which ends up being an incredibly easy win. Securing another approval bumps his luck by one more point. Next in line is Eric Moran. He manages to put up a decent fight, but it is still a loss. Next, he wins the approval of Manfred Nonbert, keeping his momentum going. He quickly wipes the floor with Manuel Noir, while the thuggish-looking Viro Parank does not even survive a single minute. By this point, Theo is totally locked into the combat, continuing his insane winning streak against Daniel Riemann. By the time he finishes off most of the young warriors, he is still itching for more action. He calls out for the next challenger, but absolutely no one steps up. He has fought himself to near exhaustion, but when he checks his quest to escape that imbecile title, it has only gone up by 1%. Perhaps it is because these fighters have already given him their approval. He clearly needs to find stronger opponents or flex his power right in front of those who still look down on him. Suddenly, a man cuts through the crowd, calling Theo out for looking completely exhausted. Theo fires back that he will rest when he actually needs to, but right now, he can still go. Since our hero claims he is still in peak shape, this heavily armored warrior known as the Silver Lion, Remington Narcio formally requests a match, leaving everyone shocked, and trust me, you and I cannot miss what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to meet Remington, one of the legendary Four Hounds of the North. Alongside Hulkus Lanka, Ray Ragnar, and Axion Ragnar, they are absolute beasts. These four are officially recognized as the absolute strongest in this generation of the powerful Ragnar clan. Remington Narcio arrived early, eager to witness the young lord's legendary skills before the big ceremony even starts. Smiling warmly, Remington offers a respectful salute, thanking Theo for accepting his sudden challenge. Known as the Silver Lion, this prodigy possesses unmatched senses and a terrifying work ethic. But right now, he is completely caught off guard by the sudden rise of a rival like Theo. Theo returns the salute with immense pride, formally introducing himself as the 31st son of the great guardian, Kyle Ragnar. Honestly, he never expected to cross paths with a monster of Remington's caliber. Having respected him in his past life, Theo genuinely means it when he says it is a true honor to face the famous deputy head of the Narcio family. Fueled by the sheer adrenaline of constant combat, Theo is ready to unleash his true potential. Both warriors are absolutely itching for an epic showdown. Now watch closely as the Silver Lion's aura explodes to a terrifying degree. We have to wonder if Theo can actually survive this fight. They clash instantly. Steel grinds against steel as sparks illuminate the arena. This is the power of the Northern Hounds. Every single strike sends shockwaves through the entire arena. Shards of metal rain down, but Theo stays locked in, matching the confident grin on Remington's face. After taking too much damage, one of their weapons finally snaps. On the sidelines, Evelyn watches, unable to even blink. The other young swordsmen who recently lost to Theo stand there, utterly speechless. In the middle of a deathly silent arena, the sharp clang of a broken blade echoes. It is Theo's sword. With raw power, Remington cleanly slices through the weapon, stopping his blade mere inches from Theo's neck. For the stunned crowd watching, the verdict is undeniable. Young Master Theo has lost. Sybil cannot believe his idol was defeated so fast, but the brutal truth is right before him. Everyone accepts that no matter how strong Theo has become, defeating one of the four hounds was always impossible. They are the apex of this generation for a reason. Even so, Sybil insists that Theo's incredible fighting spirit alone is worthy of pure respect. But wait, here is a crazy twist. The White Lion suddenly declares he actually lost. Giving a perfect, respectful salute, he humbly thanks the young master for an incredible battle. Remington points out that Theo's sword was already heavily damaged from the start, on top of the exhaustion from fighting multiple opponents beforehand. But Theo argues that on a real battlefield, enemies will never show such mercy. He accepted defeat the second his blade shattered. Remington smiles with deep respect, and the White Lion shakes hands with the rumored imbecile. A deep, unspoken bond of mutual respect forms between this unlikely pair. Remington truly hopes they can have a rematch under perfect conditions, and Theo completely agrees. The crowd watches in disbelief as a legendary hound acknowledges the young master. He really is built differently. This legendary duel boosts his quest progress to 35%. That is a massive leap, prompting Evelyn to let out a massive sigh of relief from the sidelines. Now Theo has a clear benchmark for the power of the hounds. By farming legendary talent and secret manuals through his system quests, he has grown vastly superior compared to his past life. But clashing with the White Lion showed him what true power looks like. It is a stark reminder that he is still lacking in many ways. Though it is a pity the fight ended early due to his exhaustion, the sheer experience he gained is priceless. His luck stat shoots up by 10, and his reputation explodes. However, completing the entire quest will take time, meaning he must actively find other ways to make a name. He needs to build a massive stage to earn total approval. Suddenly, Remington reveals he did not just come for a friendly match. He actually has an incredibly important letter to deliver. It is a highly prestigious, formal invitation to the exclusive Scaled Dragon Society. The mere mention of that legendary name makes the young swordsman's blood boil. It is an elite group with an unbelievably brutal selection process. And even better, a hound like Remington is personally inviting him. Securing an invitation is a massive honor for any young genius. Humbling himself, Theo asks if a standard warrior like him is truly allowed to join. The White Lion quickly assures him he is qualified. Trust me, he is. Alright, you and I are about to see if this is a trap. Remington claims it is just a casual social club for elite peers waiting on their upcoming awakening ceremony. Theo cannot tell if Remington is secretly plotting something here, but he knows the Scaled Dragon Society revolves around his half-brother, Axion. It is basically a snake pit full of elites who despise him, but that makes it the perfect place for Theo to advance his quest while spying on Axion and the Camellia Palace. With no reason to refuse, Theo accepts the invitation and formally thanks Remington for bringing it. He promises to attend, stepping straight into the enemy den. Remington happily shakes his hand, thrilled to recruit a rising star, and tells Theo to ask him for anything. The gathering is in 2 weeks, which is all the time he has to plan his next move. Evelyn takes a drag of her cigarette, clearly worried about her student. Meanwhile, news of Theo's invitation quickly reaches the Rose Palace. Theo's mother, Cecilia, bursts into his room with a massive, excited smile. Watch closely here. Theo was going to tell her himself, but clearly he did not need to. Cecilia has already brought the palace styling team straight to his quarters. Since this is his first major invite, his mother is ecstatic. After all, this group includes Axion, the son of the cunning Amal, along with geniuses like Remington. These powerful youngsters even have the attention of the council. Cecilia knows that everything from Theo's outfit to his posture will be closely watched. She pulls out a tape measure to take his sizes. Cecilia knows his manners are flawless, but clothing and presence are a whole different game. Luckily, this is one area of high society where Cecilia can actually guide him. After all, she used to be a famous actress. She is just happy to help. But Theo knows his mother has always carried the heavy burden of raising an illegitimate child as a commoner concubine. Cecilia felt so guilty for giving her son that unfair label, even though it was not her fault. In the ruthless Ragnar clan, where raw power is everything, we can only imagine how painful it was for her raising a weak child in his past life. Cecilia might seem cheerful on the outside, but underneath, she is just a mother deeply worried about her son. Holding Theo tight, she promises she will always believe in him, no matter what he chooses to do. The warmth of her hug melts the ice in Theo's heart, and he gently wraps his arms around her. In this life, he is determined to train hard so she never has to worry again. While she celebrates his new membership, Theo is already planning to tear that entire snake pit to the ground. 2 weeks quickly pass, and the night of the banquet finally arrives. Remington personally arrives at the Rose Palace with a luxury carriage, but he is completely stunned when he lays eyes on Theo. Theo has swapped his training gear for some serious high-class fashion, courtesy of his mother and her team. He looks like a true aristocrat rather than a fighter. Remington compliments his look, which Theo laughs off. But the White Lion is not joking. He is genuinely blown away by the massive glow-up. Even Theo has to admit his body has changed dramatically. He is taller and more muscular, all from just 2 short weeks of absolute grind. During that time, Remington actually visited him daily to spar, building a pretty strong bond between them. He even gained a loyal fan club with Sybil and the rest. Evelyn ended up training a whole squad of Theo fanboys, despite only signing up to teach him. It was a wild 2 weeks, to say the least. Even now, Theo is exhausted from dealing with all those hyperactive people. But tonight, he faces his first real banquet. Remington tells him there is no reason to be anxious, but he still leaves him with a warning. He explains that his friend Axion can be incredibly devious. Apparently, Axion requested this invite to meet the rising star. In fact, this entire banquet was thrown specifically for him. Knowing all this definitely changes the game, but not in a bad way. This is actually perfect for Theo, who is practically begging to be underestimated. Inside, the Dark Tiger, Axion Ragnar, is already sipping expensive wine. Trust me, you and I are going to love watching this jerk try to make Theo his toy. Alright, you and I are kicking things off outside a massive, luxury palace for today's elite banquet. Remington and Theo step out, and our young lord immediately starts scanning his brand new surroundings. He is stepping straight into Camellia Palace, the home turf of the absolute trash who used Rhindone to suppress his growth. In his previous life, these monsters mercilessly destroyed him, his mother, and the entire Rose Palace. His dark thoughts of revenge are suddenly cut short when Remington tells him to move inside. The energetic Remington heard that Axion would personally greet them, so the guy should be waiting right at the entrance. Honestly, it is obvious why that bastard Axion invited him. He thinks since the family black sheep is making waves, he needs to personally crush Theo's rising momentum. But our young master is not walking into this viper's nest without a deadly game plan of his own. He is about to make Axion realize exactly who he is messing with. As they approach the palace gates, Theo freezes in his tracks when something strange catches the corner of his eye. High up on the top floor of Camellia Palace, the glowing blue light of a system quest is calling him. Now don't blink here, he gets so distracted by this potential quest that he misses something dropping right toward him. Remington tries to dive in and shield him, but the mysterious object explodes into a thick cloud of white powder first. Panicking, Remington yells out for Theo. Luckily, the kid is totally fine, it was just a heavy bag of flour dropped from the upper balcony. Remington is absolutely furious at this childish prank. Theo realizes that in his past life, he never would have dodged this, and the outfit his mother lovingly made would have been ruined. He briefly wondered if Remington was part of this setup, but no. The White Lion is just genuinely confused and pissed off at this sudden attack. Welcoming him with a shower of flour is the best those idiots up there could come up with. The only ones brainless enough to pull a childish stunt like this are those smug nobles snickering from the windows. Suddenly, a familiar voice cuts through the crowd, claiming this was just a harmless little greeting between good friends. Just common courtesy, right? But Remington is not buying it at all. The man is ready to tear someone apart. Axion finally reveals his punchable, smug face, smoothly claiming he was just giving his dear little brother Theo a playful welcome. Our main character instantly activates his observation skill to scan this psychopath. His stats? Madness, mental instability, and monstrous sword-fighting potential. The guy is practically drooling over finding a new toy to break. But Theo just smiles and calmly says thank you. This completely catches his psycho brother off guard. Theo keeps going, mentioning how incredibly welcoming Axion is. Now I know what you're thinking, is he actually thanking him? Yes, and it drives his psycho brother wild with excitement. To Axion, his little brother has gotten way more fun since the last time they crossed paths. Finally, they enter the grand banquet hall filled with the kingdom's rising noble elite. It is an extremely exclusive party, meaning only a privileged few were invited to drink, feast, and network with their fellow prodigies. Immediately, all eyes lock onto today's special guest. Nobody can understand why Axion would invite a useless bum. Even though Theo carries the direct bloodline of the Ragnar family, everyone still knows him as the local idiot. Having such trash join their elite dragon society is a massive insult to these snobs. Though, they have to admit, his outfit is incredibly clean. Most of them realize Axion is just playing with his new pet. Since these gossipers do not even bother lowering their voices, Remington quietly apologizes, admitting these elite gatherings are not usually this classless. But Theo does not care. He lets them talk trash as much as they want. The louder they gossip, the better. It only makes destroying them later feel that much sweeter. Plus, he can tell the blue quest marker is very close. He knows this quest could be absolutely massive, but he has no easy excuse to sneak away just yet. Suddenly, the host himself, Axion, strolls down the stairs to ask if his little brother is enjoying the party. Theo forces his emotions down, staying completely focused on the exact strategy he mapped out beforehand. Smiling, he thanks Axion again for the invite. Axion fake apologizes for the flower incident from earlier, playfully laughing that he might have gone a bit too far. He closes the gap instantly, gripping Theo's shoulders with immense strength as he pressures him to accept his fake apology right in front of the entire crowd. Remington tries to step in, but Theo stops him, stating that Axion has absolutely nothing to apologize for. He even throws Axion's own words right back at him, calling the prank a simple greeting between loving brothers. For once, the psychopath is completely speechless. Theo is just too cold to rattle, and that is where we leave it with a brotherly pat masking absolute hatred. Alright, you and I are about to watch a weak kid shock everyone. Axion never knew his little brother had this much spunk, but he was starting to really like this new side of him. The surrounding nobles watched Theo smile, seemingly just playing along with his brother's sudden whim. Calling him Axion's mere shadow, they openly mocked Theo's illegitimate birth compared to the noble Trone bloodline. Sure, they were half-brothers, but the nobles firmly believed Theo and Axion belonged on completely different levels. They both carried the Ragnar name, but Axion's maternal family, the Troven clan, ruled the East with unmatched swordsmanship, while Theo's mother was just some nobody. Theo just kept smiling as those insults washed over him, quietly using their disrespect to fuel his inner fire. One thing totally baffled the nobles. Why was Remington hanging out with this family disgrace? Soon, they turned their venom on Remington too, sneeringly calling him the bastard child of the Narcio family. The White Lion had been tense since entering the banquet, and hearing them bring up this forbidden topic almost made him snap right then and there. Theo realized that if he did not act fast, Remington was going to steal his entire spotlight. He actually wanted to stand back and listen to their insults a bit longer, but that simply was not an option anymore. Before Axion could guide him upstairs, Theo stopped. Since he just arrived, he claimed he needed to properly greet his new friends first. He walked directly over to the banquet table, where the snickering nobles were gathered. Every eye in the room locked onto the black sheep of the Ragnar family as Theo quietly picked up a wine bottle. Approaching the loudmouth trash-talking Remington's berth, Theo offered to pour him a drink. The noble just smirked, mockingly asking if he had said anything wrong. Theo instantly adjusted his grip and smashed the heavy bottle right over Blondie's head with zero hesitation. Remington and even the unhinged Axion stood frozen, completely stunned by this sudden, brutal move. Blondie clutched his head in pure agony as fresh blood stained his yellow hair, while Theo stood over him with the jagged, bloody bottle. The idiot actually tried to sit up, screaming curses at Theo for humiliating him in front of the entire crowd. But before he could unleash another wave of arrogant, noble whining, Theo delivered a brutal kick that shattered his jaw. His simple, violent plan was now officially in motion, his eyes turning cold and dangerous. He casually claimed he was just saying hello, only to get a really rude reaction in return. Nearby nobles instantly froze, utterly terrified and confused by the sudden violence. Meanwhile, Theo's secret quest progress was already ticking up, hitting 43%. Having trained with the young lord for 2 weeks, Remington knew Theo was no mindless, hot-headed thug. He realized Theo was doing this for him. Watch closely as Blondie bleeds on the floor. Theo tells everyone this is just his warm welcome. He stepped right over Blondie's arm, pinning the noble's helpless body against a platform and slowly grinding his heel down. Since he already finished saying his hellos, it was time to say goodbye. Blondie screamed in absolute terror, begging Theo to wait and stop what he was doing. With zero hesitation, Theo stomped down hard, completely shattering the bones and sending a sickening crack echoing throughout the entire hall. The loudmouth elites who were laughing moments ago were now utterly silent, paralyzed by this ruthless, stomach-churning punishment. That brutal, bone-shattering act pushed Theo's quest progress up to 58%. Blondie immediately blacked out from the sheer pain, his drool staining the pristine palace carpets. As he tossed the body aside like literal garbage, he asked the room who wanted to say hello next. And honestly, this terrifying threat bumped his quest up to 66%. Suddenly, armed knights lurking in the shadows rushed out and completely surrounded Theo on all sides. They drew their weapons, determined to neutralize him immediately as 4 sharp blades trapped Theo right in his tracks. These guards wanted immediate payback for the crime of mutilating their young master. They declared that the only fitting punishment for his crime was swift death. Theo just smiled, calmly asking who he had actually beaten up. They proudly snarled that Blondie was the 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan, young master Ian Hanavi. Their sheer confidence amused him, knowing the Hanavi were one of the 6 snow clans backing the main Ragnar family. He always knew the personal bodyguards of these arrogant young lords wouldn't just stand back and watch forever. They would naturally look down on the family failure if he tried acting tough. So Theo asked what the big deal was. Raising his voice with immense family pride, he asked if the mere dogs of a minor vassal clan truly dared to demand the execution of a Ragnar. Could they really take responsibility for threatening the bloodline of Kyle Ragnar? He was never one to tolerate disrespect. Hearing his threat, the guards felt their hands tremble on their weapons as their anger melted into primal terror of the Ragnar name. And trust me, you and I are about to see this absolute beast rewrite the rules. Stick with me here, the bone-chilling aura he's giving off is absolutely suffocating. This wasn't the useless Ragnar family reject they always used to laugh at. Come to think of it, Theo actually holds a legitimate claim to the throne as a direct Ragnar bloodline heir. Remember, the Lord of the North rules supreme, reigning directly over all 6 of the powerful snow clans. To openly mark a member of the dragon bloodline for death is sheer insanity. It is a crime so terrible that completely destroying an entire minor snow clan wouldn't even be questioned. Because Theo was treated like a useless failure for so long, most people totally forgot he even had that ultimate protection. Well, those days are officially over. The 4 knights realized their massive mistake and desperately wanted to beg for mercy. But they were too late. Theo already ordered an invisible shadow to execute them. A blinding flash of steel ripped through the air with terrifying speed. Before anyone could even blink, 4 heads went flying through the air, dark blood completely painting the palace floor. Theo stood completely still, like the eye of a hurricane, with his enemy's fresh blood raining down around him. The silent assassin he summoned landed gracefully onto the carpet. Turns out, it was his legendary master, the one and only Evelyn Naravel. As fresh blood painted the room, those prideful nobles finally realized the cold grip of death was tightening around their necks. Watch closely now, the former so-called imbecile of Ragnar is already 70% done with his master plan. Axion could only stand there helplessly, watching his grand celebration transform into Theo's personal stage of absolute power. Evelyn glanced at her student, casually asking when he first noticed her following him. To him, the answer was obvious. He wasn't entirely sure why she tagged along to the Chamalia Palace, but having her here meant he could crush these fools without holding anything back. The crowd was completely frozen in silence, waiting for Theo to make his next move. Flashback to the night before, when Commander Julius secretly visited Evelyn. He teased her about claiming she'd never take another apprentice, while secretly training Theo like crazy every single day. She was clearly used to this musclehead breaking into her room, because she barely even bothered to acknowledge his annoying teasing. Lately, bugging his old battlefield partner was basically the only thing keeping Julius happy. And yes, that absolutely included stealing her most expensive wine for himself. Julius really wanted to know what made this kid so special to her. Evelyn just sighed, knowing trying to pry that expensive bottle back was a lost cause. Her answer was simple: the boy was completely off the charts. With his extreme dedication and rare natural talent, he was easily one of the finest students she'd ever trained. Since she'd previously trained even the genius Axion, that was a massive statement, but she didn't hold back. Looking at Theo's limitless potential, she was absolutely sure he would surpass Axion. She made it clear she wasn't just exaggerating to sound impressive. Julius laughed and agreed to trust her judgment, joking that she had 2 good eyes while he only had 1. But Julius knew nobody could change that much overnight. I know what you're thinking, the kid must have been hiding his legendary power this entire time, right? But honestly, why would anyone play the fool for years just to suddenly start flexing on everyone like this? As an experienced teacher, Evelyn knew rushing usually leads to a painful fall, but she sensed something entirely different in Theo. It felt as if some invisible shadow was chasing him, driving him forward out of pure, desperate fear. That fear was why she worried about him attending the Scaled Dragon Society banquet. Julius finished his wine, agreeing that young Axion was indeed a major threat. In fact, Julius was the one who told her to secretly watch over the kid in the first place. He had a gut feeling that something massive would go down at that gathering, even if it wasn't what Evelyn expected. As a Ragnar himself, he knew firsthand that when bloodthirsty wolf cubs gather in one place, they immediately fight to establish a hierarchy. Placing a military uniform on the table, the commander urged her to recruit Theo into his elite division. He didn't just want the kid. Julius desperately needed Evelyn back in the white-armored dragon cavalry, refusing to let her go. He refused to let her retire just because she couldn't ride dragons anymore. She needed to return and take responsibility for their legacy. With that, Julius left her room, thanking her for the expensive drink. She lost a great bottle of wine, but she found a new purpose. Back in the present, Evelyn finally pieced the puzzle together. She realized Theo must have known she was tailing him all along, using her presence to set up this exact execution. Trust me, you and I know he planned this entire dragon tournament trap from the start. Alright, you and I are about to see that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. But still, when did he notice her tailing him? Truth is, Theo sensed his master discreetly following behind the second he stepped into that carriage. With his dragon heart, he can project his energy to map out everything nearby, basically giving him a 6th sense. Regardless, all that matters now is that the stage is set for his ultimate revenge. Theo turned to Evelyn and pointed out how the banquet nobles blatantly disrespected a successor candidate of the Ragnar clan. When he asked what the punishment was for such a crime, those arrogant nobles nearly fainted. They knew exactly what was coming. Evelyn, always playing strictly by the book, calmly stated that clan law allowed for their immediate execution. Theo set the trap with a smile, and Evelyn closed it. But then, acting like a generous guy, Theo claimed these offenders were just clueless kids who had not even gone through their awakening ceremony yet. So, he would be fully satisfied taking just 1 arm from each offender to forgive their sin. Now, pay attention here. Evelyn moves instantly, becoming an unstoppable slicing machine targeting these panicked, bratty nobles. The second son of the Byron clan tried dodging the blow, only to get his right arm completely severed. The eldest son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps screamed in agony as blood sprayed from his stump. The dainty arm of the Ceres Merchant Guild's fourth daughter is not spared either. The third son of the Clark clan tries to run, but escaping Evelyn is completely impossible. By the time the Howard clan's eldest daughter lost her arm, Theo's quest had hit 79% completion. One of the pathetic nobles crawled right toward Axion or Axe to his close friends, begging for help. Axe simply threw his brother's words back at them, refusing to step in since this was just a friendly greeting. The crawling noble saw a flash of steel, and his arm was sliced clean off, blood splashing dangerously close to Axion. While that noble writhed in absolute agony on the floor, Axe locked eyes with his former teacher. Evelyn nonchalantly met his gaze with a cold nod. Axe never expected to meet his old trainer during this bloody scene, but Evelyn simply saluted with her sword. If we look closer at this bloodbath, Axion realized Evelyn only targeted the exact idiots who insulted Theo's direct bloodline. Theo structured things so perfectly that even as a rival successor, Axion had absolutely no authority to stop this slaughter. It took Evelyn only minutes to cut 14 right arms under Theo's command. As for their status, they can rush to a priest to get those limbs reattached, but their future as swordsmen is completely finished. Everything played out beautifully. Meanwhile, Axion was dying to know how Theo recruited both Remington and Evelyn to his side. Theo Ragnar, the supposed idiot of the Rose Palace, had evolved into a straight-up monster. The psycho Axion was actually thrilled, desperately wanting to crush this brother beneath his boot. With his bloody business wrapped up, Theo gestured for Evelyn and Remington to make their exit. They slowly walked out as the terrified survivors stared at Theo in horror, while the two brothers locked eyes intensely. No words were needed. But just before stepping away, Theo suddenly grabbed Axion's arm. He squeezed so hard it ruined his brother's expensive suit. Letting go, Theo smirked, saying he had an absolute blast at this bloody banquet. With that, the final tutorial quest to shed his reputation as an idiot was officially cleared. Axion was absolutely fuming, desperately wanting to strike him down, but knowing it would be a massive mistake. The psycho completely snapped, trashing his own quarters and screaming Theo's name at the top of his lungs. Now that every tutorial quest was finished, absolutely nobody would dare call Theo an imbecile ever again. The tutorial might be over, but his real revenge has only just begun. His reward for shifting public perception was an experience elixir, a potion that instantly boosts your level by 5 if you are under level 30. Word of this bloodbath spread instantly to the other palaces. Everyone was shocked to hear Axion's prestigious society was literally torn apart limb from limb. Meanwhile, Theo was in a massive celebratory mood after totally flexing on those arrogant high society nobles. His crew dragged him to a local pub to celebrate his flashy, blood-soaked debut into high society. Every single follower showed up, and even the fearsome Evelyn stopped by for a few drinks. You and I can only wonder how that dragon society feels after getting wrecked by an idiot. Meanwhile, inside the Camellia Palace, Imel Ragnar is in complete shock. Theo not only cornered them into justifying his attack, but he severed their arms right in front of Axion. Axion quietly nods. You and I are stepping into a tense confrontation here, as Emil fumes with frustration, recalling how she warned her son Axion never to underestimate their target. She's incredibly disappointed they didn't just force Theo into submission, instead of giving the kid enough room to completely run wild and ruin their plans. Axion tries to defend himself, arguing that if Theo gets recognized as a true heir, conquering the Rose Palace will become impossible. But she refuses to hear his excuses, coldly ordering him to reflect on his reckless actions instead of worrying about the future. She highlights his massive blunders, which nearly derailed their entire grand scheme. Axion obeys and leaves, leaving Emil to wonder who her son took after to be so insufferably obnoxious. Ed Troyvon smoothly replies that the boy actually resembles her when she was young. With her in no mood for jokes, Ed quickly apologizes, assuring her this setback isn't actually worth losing sleep over. He explains that since the Rose Palace belongs to the clan head's personal harem, securing ownership is incredibly difficult. Even though the clan leader ignored it as a useless place where riffraff gathers, the palace still technically has his personal backing. He shares his master plan, saying all they need is a justification. And fortunately, because Theo caused massive chaos during the Scaled Dragon Society meeting, he's actively cementing himself as the face of the Rose Palace. By utilizing this incident as leverage, they can completely crush the young master using official, legal procedures. Emil is left utterly speechless by his words. She quietly realizes her deep fear of Theo growing stronger stemmed from the worry that his power and influence would expand if the clan leader paid attention to the Rose Palace. But watch how they plan to use Theo's growth against him. She realizes the Camellia Palace can systematically crush him through official clan laws, and the Rose Palace will have no choice left but to bow down before the mighty Trovan family. Convinced the scheme will succeed, she eagerly asks Ed how long it will take to prepare. Ed confidently assures her that everything is already set, promising her fantastic news by the time she wakes up tomorrow morning. He comforts Emil, telling her to take a relaxing bath and sleep well, even gifting her a rare aromatic candle imported from the southern Akron volcanic region. Emil decides to fully trust her elder brother and quietly shows her gratitude. Meanwhile, inside a local tavern, a deeply touched Remington admits he had no idea Theo cared so much about their friendship. Theo has absolutely no clue what he is talking about, finding it hilarious that his friend is acting drunk on plain orange juice. Remington continues, emotionally noting that despite facing insults himself, Theo did not hesitate for a second to stand up for his buddy. The moment Remington himself was targeted, he felt deeply ashamed of his own powerlessness. Staring at Theo, Remington feels amazed that his friend survived years of being looked down on by everyone, labeled as an untalented and utterly useless child. Yet, he never once gave up and somehow kept growing stronger. Even against opponents he had zero chance of defeating, Theo showed the sheer willpower to fight the untouchable Camellia Palace, a faction that no one else would dare defy. Remington truly believes that Theo drew his sword without a shred of hesitation solely to protect his honor. Remington's eyes begin to tear up, and yeah, you can see Theo realizing his friend has completely misread the situation. But before he can speak, Remington stands up and vows to defy his own clan just to follow Theo. The tavern patrons watching them erupt into wild cheers, praising both boys for their incredible loyalty. Theo frantically tries to explain, but Evelyn sends a telepathic message telling him to just leave it alone. She smiles, pointing out that this misunderstanding actually makes everyone want to support him. Hearing her words, Theo smiles but remains grounded, knowing his incredible strength is only because of his cheat-like status window. Looking closely at his stats, he acknowledges that all his growth comes from this system, recalling how he first assumed it was merely a fragment born from his deep regrets. But seeing how detailed and structured it is, he suspects the system is something else entirely. A vague wave of déjà vu hits him, but he quickly brushes it aside since the power is keeping him alive. Following the chaotic showdown at the Scaled Dragon Society, Theo notices his level has increased, granting him system points that can be used to manually boost his core attributes. Realizing he can shape his strength at will, he is almost terrified by the limitless future his own growing potential is going to carve out. Evelyn spots his sinister grin and grows concerned. Preparing for the inevitable retaliation from the Camellia Palace, Theo turns to Remington and asks if he'd be willing to help him with a task. His loyal friend instantly promises to do whatever he needs. And honestly, you and I can see he's totally thrilled to be called Remy. Alright, you and I are about to watch the ultimate power struggle begin as Theo hands Remy a secret token, warning him that his war for the throne against Axion starts now. Remy goes dead silent, remembering a memory from his past life. In that timeline, Remington led the Narcio clan, building an army strong enough to clash with the mighty Ragnars. Theo knows this is his golden opportunity to lock in Remy's absolute loyalty. He slides over a slip of paper, and Remington promises that, since he already pledged his oath to Theo, he will do whatever it takes to help him win. Theo nods in gratitude, but the quiet moment is shattered when someone bursts into the tavern, screaming his name. Shock fills the room as fully armed knights storm inside, declaring that under the sword of law, Theo is under arrest for assault and intimidation. Evelyn panics, calling this absolute nonsense, but Theo calmly tells her to relax and steps forward to inspect the arrest warrant himself. It is authentic, but the ink is still wet on the paper, showing him just how desperate his enemies were to rush this. Choosing not to fight back, he lets them slap on the handcuffs. As they drag him out, he smiles back at his friends, trusting them to handle things while he is gone. Remington and Evelyn can only watch in utter disbelief. Remy slowly looks down at the paper Theo handed him. Now pay attention to this reaction. When word of Theo's arrest reaches the Rose Palace, his mother, Cecilia, falls to her knees, utterly devastated to hear her son is facing the tribunal. Her worried servant rushes to help, but she insists she is fine, demanding to know exactly why they dragged her boy away. He reveals it is about the Scaled Dragon Society, and that her son is now being accused of inciting an actual rebellion. Stunned, she asks if this means they are actually putting her son on trial. The servant warns that destroying the Scaled Dragon Society means Theo cannot easily escape this. Cecilia never expected that a simple invitation would spiral into such a massive, dangerous mess, yet she firmly believes her son will find a way through this, because he is just that kind of capable kid. She prays he returns home safely. Meanwhile, inside the carriage heading to the tribunal, Theo arrives at his destination. Looking out, he realizes it has been quite a long time since he last saw this place. Having completely wiped out the Scaled Dragon Society, he knows a light slap on the wrist is out of the question. He is absolutely facing a full, serious trial. He knows that as a potential successor of Ragnar, they will ruthlessly question his actual qualifications. The knights order him out, and as he walks, you and I can see his enemies want him crushed. But he smiles because everything is going exactly as he planned. The guards announce the arrival of the prisoner, Theo, and receive immediate clearance to bring him into the main chamber. Theo quietly thinks to himself that if he is going to reveal his trump card, there is no better stage than a massive trial like this. Standing before several legendary figures of the clan, he feels a brief flash of tension seeing them all gathered in one room. There is Julius Ragnar, the terrifying leader of the white-armored dragon cavalry, and Ed Troven, one of the elite 9 dragons protecting the family. Theo admits to himself that in his past life, he would have been utterly paralyzed seeing Osa Ragnar, the fearsome sword lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, along with the powerful elder dragon head counselor, Wolfgang Ragnar. As Wolfgang glares down at him, Theo notes that it has been a very long time since they last met. He did not expect to see Wolfgang here, knowing full well how much the old man values pure bloodlines above all else. To someone like him, an illegitimate half-blood like Theo is nothing but scum, and Wolfgang does absolutely nothing to hide his disgust. The elder demands to know if Theo even comprehends that he was dragged here to answer for his extreme crimes. He barks that the Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, and the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanavi clan are all severing their ties with the main family because of Theo's reckless, stupid actions. Seething with rage, Wolfgang calls him a worthless bastard, asking if he can even comprehend the damage. He demands Theo be held fully accountable for dragging the proud Ragnar name through the mud. Surprising everyone, Theo actually agrees, admitting he was far too careless. Instead of just taking their limbs, he should have chopped off their heads. A collective gasp echoes through the room, but Theo, unfazed, reminds them that those outer clans are nothing more than their subjects. He declares the Lord granted them land and prestige, so those vassals must offer absolute loyalty and their lives to Ragnar. That is true chivalry, yet they chose to defy their rightful master. Showing deep frustration, Theo states that if he had truly realized the depth of their insolent defiance, he would have decapitated them on the spot, telling Wolfgang that they are the ones who deserve punishment to restore chivalry. He argues he simply could not stand by and watch centuries of glorious Ragnar honor get trampled into the dirt. As the room falls completely silent, trust me, you and I can't wait to see if Theo's insane gamble actually saves him from punishment. You and I are jumping right into a trial where Wolfgang suspects mockery, but Osar Ragnar actually sees his point and agrees with Theo, leaving Wolfgang totally shocked that she is siding with him. Osa explains that while the Ragnar clan is powerful, raw strength isn't true greatness, so they must still listen to their loyal vassals. Without that balance, their clan will fall, because brute force alone is never enough to rule the entire world. Wolfgang gets her point and decides to remember her words. Theo notices that the clan head's first wife, the strongest swordsman in the north, is actually backing him up instead of acting hostile. He is stunned by her defense and wonders what she is plotting. Still, Osa expects Theo to accept that his upcoming punishment is fair. When Theo asks about his sentence, Wolfgang hands down 3 months of strict probation. But then Theo demands to join the ceremony, instantly infuriating Wolfgang, who thinks this kid is just talking back. Surprisingly, Osa considers his request and officially allows Theo to take part in next year's highly anticipated awakening ceremony. To Ed, it seems set in stone that only the kids Theo injured would get to participate next year. But thanks to the demon dragon's subtle meddling, our boy walked away with a lighter sentence. Even so, Ed is thrilled with his scheme, knowing that delaying the awakening ceremony brings massive shame to the Ragnar family. And since Theo is the sole representative of the Rose Palace, him carrying this deep shame will allow the rival Camellia Palace to easily seize control. A smug smile spreads across Ed's face as his grand plan is set into motion. He is convinced our boy is helpless and must accept defeat, especially since Ed knows that if Theo dares to appeal this ruling, he will be killed. Now pay attention here, because Theo does the unthinkable and announces he wants to appeal, shocking Ed and everyone else in the room. Ed struggles to hide his grin, silently calling Theo an absolute idiot whose arrogance clearly knows no bounds. Ed is thrilled that his job just got a whole lot easier, while Julius asks if Theo truly understands what appealing means. Theo calmly confirms he does, knowing this choice cannot be solved by a simple 3-month probation. Clearly, the demon dragon pulled some strings behind the scenes, but Theo sticks to his plan, reminding them that in the proud Ragnar clan, making an appeal literally means war. Theo refuses to take even a slap on the wrist, declaring that only the strong speak the truth. He even demands to be rewarded for his actions, leaving the entire room completely speechless. Meanwhile, at a hidden northern branch of the Merchant Guild, flames consume everything as Evelyn fiercely battles the last survivor. Remington realizes this was indeed their secret hideout, exactly as Theo predicted. After tearing the place apart, Remy and Evelyn find something critical. Back at the trial, Ed's eyes gleam with delight, sensing that the Camellia Palace has this victory locked down. Let's pause for a second here. Wolfgang confronts Theo, demanding to know why he would turn a simple 3-month probation into a full-scale war. He calls it pure arrogance, asking if Theo is seriously confident enough to face the combined might of 15 clans alone. Theo notes this is the only way, especially since the power gap is so massive. He points out that proxy battles are a perfectly normal route. Our main character knows that filing an appeal means settling the score on the battlefield. But if an outright war is impossible to win due to a staggering difference in power, each side can nominate a single representative to decide the outcome in a one-on-one sword duel. That is how a proxy battle works, meaning Theo will have to stand up for himself. Since the plaintiff will almost certainly choose the powerhouse Axion as their champion, Julius realizes that if things proceed like this, Theo is guaranteed to suffer a brutal defeat. He wonders if Theo even has a backup plan, warning him that if he expects some legendary ally to step up and fight for him, he is sorely mistaken. Theo calmly requests to schedule the proxy battle for next week, strictly following clan rules. Ed believes he has Theo all figured out, assuming the kid wants Julius or Evelyn to champion him. But since no one will agree to support him, he will be forced to fight this battle personally. So, Ed plans to unleash Axion as his champion, eager to put Theo in his place once and for all. Just as Ed prepares to announce his fighter, a sudden voice echoes through the hall, leaving everyone completely speechless. A powerful figure steps inside, praising Theo's clever tactics while noting just how much the boy has grown since they last met. It is the clan head himself, Kyle Ragnar. The moment he steps into the trial room, everyone instantly bows in deep respect. And Theo also drops to his knees to greet the living incarnation of the great dragon god. Suddenly, the glowing system window blares to life, ordering him to conquer Camellia Palace, and trust me, you and I cannot miss the dark secrets he is about to uncover next. Stick with me, we are diving into his first post-tutorial quest, and he is wondering if it is connected to that blue light. With everything going on, our main character totally forgot about it until now. Suddenly remembering that something was definitely there, he cuts his thoughts short. No more distractions. It is time to lock in and face his father. Having the king show up is a massive wildcard that could ruin his entire plan, so he must handle this first. Theo asks why his father came. Kyle tells him to rise, explaining he knows about the trial and realizes his son wants a proxy war to clear his name. Theo nods in agreement, and his father responds by saying he knows his son cannot fight this battle alone, then demands to know who Theo is choosing to represent him in the arena. Recognizing this as a direct test from his father, Theo confidently declares that nobody can stand in his place. Because of that, he is naturally planning to step up and represent himself in this high-stakes appeal. His father predicts certain defeat, but Theo fires back that he shouldn't judge before even seeing him try. Our main character is fully locked in, determined to face his struggles and never bend the knee. Hearing this bold claim, the king erupts with laughter and asks the trial members if they just heard his son. He is highly impressed that Theo refuses to back down, noting that this pride is exactly what defines a Ragnar. Now, pay attention, the king actually praises this incredibly bold attitude. Theo feels relieved and starts to smirk, realizing everything is falling right into place. The proxy battle is just bait. Since he will not actually be fighting, he enjoys talking big without holding back. He relies on the secret mission he gave to Remy and Evelyn. Once they secure proof of Camellia Palace committing high treason, his absolute victory is guaranteed without him ever stepping onto the battlefield. The king decides to offer his son a deal. As the Lord of Ragnar, Kyle wants to test Theo with a single strike. Theo is stunned as his father tells him to completely throw out the trial. If our boy can survive just one hit, all charges are dropped. The king commands Theo to step forward, but Ed starts yelling in protest. He knows that letting the king test him directly is basically a stamp of approval, meaning that if Theo somehow survives that single blow, he will immediately gain the official, powerful backing of the clan head himself. Ed is absolutely positive our main character cannot handle that kind of raw power. But wait, what if he actually survives? Ed panics and desperately tries to ruin his standing with the king. Ed demands to know how mere vassals dare argue over the Lord's own bloodline, while still trying to push the original rules of the proxy war. But Kyle Ragnar barks at him to shut up, making it clear that any vassal who speaks out against their family will simply be executed. Silenced, Ed backs down, and Kyle turns to a giggling Julius, asking if he has something he wants to share. The demon dragon chuckles, admitting he is just surprised to see the king show genuine interest in someone again. Cutting to the chase, Kyle looks at his son and asks if he accepts the offer. Theo realizes things have taken a massive, unexpected turn, but he is not about to back down now. Smiling, he steps up. He tells the clan leader that comparing a strike from the legendary head himself to a simple proxy battle with minor vassals is totally unfair. The king asks if he is backing out, but our main character smiles, stating he only wants a fair exchange since the stakes were just raised. With a cheeky smirk, he demands that his potential reward must also be dramatically increased. Kyle asks what he wants, and Theo turns to glare directly at Ed, demanding Camellia Palace itself. Ed is completely speechless and fuming, while Wolfang calls it absolute madness to make such an outrageous demand to the clan leader. He feels he must put this arrogant brat in his place, since real deals are made between equals. Wolfang expects the king to crush the boy's arrogance, but to his utter shock, the clan leader actually agrees. Kyle reasons that if his son truly aims to succeed him, he must possess this level of fearless courage. The clan leader asks the Sky Dragon if he has any complaints, but the man quickly bows, saying everything belongs to Lord Kyle and he would never dare question his supreme judgment. Pleased, the Lord orders his men to immediately prep an arena so he can test his son personally. Theo feels a brief moment of hesitation as he steps up to face Kyle Ragnar, with the vassals gathered around to watch. And just like that, our boy turns a deadly trap into his own personal stage. Stick around for what happens next. Stick with me. Ed tries calming his nerves, telling himself that even if Theo got stronger, there is no way the boy survives a single blow from the clan leader, a feat even elite swordsmen fail to achieve. Ed expects Theo to die right here, but our main character sees through the scheme, confident his secret tutorial reward will save him. The king senses his son has changed, wondering if the boy secretly consumed a rare elixir behind their backs. Though even an elixir shouldn't cause this much growth, the king brushes it aside, completely indifferent to how Theo gained such power. Theo instantly realizes his father saw right through him. Not even the 9 dragons noticed the elixir. Yet the king calmly asks if he is ready. Theo nods confidently, prompting his father to mention that while he usually wields his massive greatsword, since the boy cannot even manipulate mana yet, he will show mercy by holding back with a rusty steel sword instead. Asking if there are any objections, Theo declines, and his father turns dead serious as they prepare to initiate the duel. Now watch closely, the leader steps forward, unleashing a crushing pressure that puts our hero on high alert. Theo feels the sheer weight of his father's raw fighting spirit bearing down on him. The master praises his endurance, genuinely surprised the boy is still standing under this weight. Theo keeps his composure, knowing his physical strength nearly tripled thanks to the tutorial reward he consumed the experience elixir. Using the elixir, he gained 5 levels, dumping every single stat point straight into strength. Overflowing with power, he tastes true freedom, breaking away from the weak to step into the realm of legends. Fully confident he can endure one hit, Theo readies himself as his father strikes, leaving the crowd breathless while Ed anticipates a bloody end. Pouring all his focus into defense, Theo's heightened senses actually allow him to track the incoming blow. A massive red beam of energy crashes down, obliterating the arena, but once the thick smoke finally clears, the leader smiles, thrilled to have finally found a worthy son, as our hero stands firm amidst the absolute shock of the crowd. You saw that, right? Theo proved his innocence through willpower. Having survived the blow, the tense trial ends, and the system announces the successful completion of Kyle Ragnar's special quest. As a reward for his incredible survival, he unlocks a pocket inventory and a mysterious blue key. Sometime later, our main character opens his eyes, wondering where he ended up. His mother, Cecilia, rejoices at his awakening, explaining that he had actually fainted while still on his feet. Clutching his hand, she weeps as she describes the absolute terror she felt when learning the clan leader had challenged her son. Deeply worried, she inspects him for injuries, promising to call a doctor instantly if anything is broken or dislocated. Theo reassures her he is fine, though the unfamiliar room confuses him. Julius enters with news by order of the clan leader. The Lady of Chamalea Palace, Axion, and the intelligence director have been evicted. Theo beams with joy upon realizing they have officially taken over Chamalea Palace. His system promptly updates, tasking him with uncovering the dark secrets hidden within these walls. Out in the palace gardens, Immel throws a massive tantrum, unable to accept that she is being forced off her own estate. Panicked servants try desperately to quiet her down, begging her to stop causing such an embarrassing scene. Watching the chaos, Ed orders Axion to eliminate Theo Ragnar. While Axion suggests waiting for the upcoming ceremony, Ed demands he cut off the boy's head immediately to end it. Axion stares into Ed's eyes, which burn with a furious desire for vengeance. Once the dust finally settles around Chamalea Palace, Theo realizes that despite his plans going completely off course, he actually walked away with a far better outcome. He secured the palace without exposing his ultimate trump card, and even gained a brand new layer of authority. Activating his new inventory, he pulls out a fresh apple. Munching on it, he marvels at the weird magic but gladly accepts the utility. Theo retrieves that mysterious blue key from his pocket space, suspecting it unlocks something massive. The moment he focuses his gaze on a nearby door, the keyhole begins glowing. Deciding to turn the key, he pushes the heavy door open, only to find a dark, endless tunnel. The system alerts him that he has discovered his first dungeon, promising double experience points as a special clearing reward. Staring at this hidden cave deep inside the palace, he treats it as a hidden quest, and trust me, we know he is not about to pass up free experience points. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character prepare for absolute madness. Knowing he shouldn't rush into this deadly dungeon, he stocks up on weapons before stepping inside. Stepping forward, he spots a massive wolf locking eyes with him. This thing is enormous, easily the size of a demonic beast. Suddenly, the beast pounces. But our boy reacts instantly, blocking the brutal attack with his shield. The raw force is heavy, but he pushes back with everything he has, refusing to lose a pure battle of strength. But the monster isn't done. Screaming in fury, it charges him again. He counters with a quick slash, but his blade barely leaves a scratch. This beast is too fast, and its hide is incredibly thick. Half-hearted attacks are not going to cut it here. Our main character realizes this is no ordinary wolf. It really is on par with a demonic beast. Defeating this thing won't be a walk in the park. Suddenly, the beast lunges, ready to tear him apart with its razor-sharp claws. In this desperate moment, he wishes he could recreate that blinding flash of light from his father's legendary single strike. Determined, he attempts to unleash that same pure white arc of energy on the wolf, but he fails to copy his father's godly move. Let's be real, mastering a move like that is never easy. After all, a single strike is just another word for absolute, certain death. But then, it clicks. The secret to copying his father's power is pouring every ounce of his strength into one single, devastating blow. He drops his shield, focusing entirely on his speed-based secret sword arts, the ones taught to him by his mentor, Evelyn. Dashing forward, he drives his blade straight into the wolf's eye, making the beast howl in agony as it stumbles back. It worked. Sensing victory within his grasp, our boy surges forward to deliver the final blow. 2 months pass. Over at the training grounds, a student observes that the crowd is getting massive, and Sybil agrees they seriously need a bigger space. Word has spread that the prestigious clan leader personally taught the young master, Theo, the legendary single strike. Now, everyone wants a piece of him. But as Sybil brags about our boy, an arrogant voice behind him calls him a pathetic lackey. Enter Henry Morris, a troublemaker from the Plum Blossom Palace. He sneers, asking when their supposedly amazing young master is going to show up, since it has already been 2 months. Morris acts all disappointed, mocking the young master for missing training. He calls our main character a coward, claiming he ran away to hide after his fake achievements got exposed. Sybil is absolutely fuming. And honestly, I know what you are thinking. This guy is begging for a beatdown as he calls the rumors a total lie. He claims our boy exaggerated everything, even suggesting that the destruction of the Sacred Dragon Society is just fake news. That is it. Sybil snaps, throwing a massive punch with every ounce of his strength. Boom! He completely wrecks the guy's face. Another jerk from the Plum Palace steps up, calling Sybil a useless dropout, but the entire crowd immediately glares him down. Sybil laughs at his ugly face, making it crystal clear that none of these losers can ever compare to their young master. Odd is genuinely shocked to hear his own friend calling someone else ugly, given his face. Sybil admits he is sick of these Plum Palace punks coming around just to stir up trouble, swearing he will never let anyone drag young Master Theo's name through the mud. Drawing their weapons, Sybil and his crew officially declare war on the Plum Palace instigators right then and there. They are fully locked in and ready to put these arrogant losers in their place. But just before the clash, a shadowy figure steps in, instantly freezing all of their weapons solid. The crowd gasps as Sybil recognizes the intruder as Ray Ragnar, one of the elite 4 hounds. Suddenly, loud laughter echoes through the yard. It is Holkus Lanka, another member of the 4 hounds. Sybil is stunned by their sudden arrival, while Holkus looks around, realizing someone is missing. Confusing the crowd, Holkus demands to know where the Luster Tiger is hiding. Getting fired up, he yells at them, asking if they are all deaf since he is looking for the master of this yard. Holkus proudly announces that he is here to challenge our main character, Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, deep inside the dungeon, Theo pushes past his absolute limits. His sword shatters to pieces, but the system flashes with a level up. Alerts flood his vision as his stats skyrocket. It turns out he has already hunted down 170 demonic beasts. Breathing heavily, our boy rests on a mountain of fallen monsters, as the screen reveals there is only one target left in the zone. Chugging a healing potion to recover his strength, Theo recalls how he narrowly escaped death multiple times during this grueling run. But those potions pulled him back from the brink every single time. Fighting was pure torture initially, but as his levels climbed, things became much smoother. He is honestly shocked by how fast time flew. He has actually been grinding inside this dark place for 2 whole months. The system alerts him that only one demonic beast remains. He spots a mysterious set of stairs, and trust me, you and I know a boss fight is waiting. Stealing his resolve, our main character steps forward, entering the 5th floor. He looks down at his shattered sword, knowing it is completely useless. Shrugging, he opens his inventory and pulls out a fresh blade. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a moment where our main character finds his last remaining sword, a birthday gift from his mother. He remembers his past life, where he constantly argued with his mother right before his awakening ceremony. Back then, he just threw the sword into a corner to gather dust. But looking at this ceremonial weapon now, he realizes it is a high-grade blade forged from white snow steel. Theo falls silent, lost in the regrets of his past. He remembers his mom bursting into his room to wish him a happy birthday, eager to shower him with gifts at midnight. But he snapped at her, yelling that he had no time to waste on presents with his crucial ceremony right around the corner. He had expected better from her, coldly saying that no fancy gear would ever change his weak bloodline. Though he had demanded she leave him alone back then, he promises himself he won't repeat those mistakes this time. Eventually, he locates the boss room, where the system warns him to stay alert because a massive demonic beast is arriving. Stepping inside, Theo finds a sleeping dragon, breathing a sigh of relief when he sees it is only a lesser drake. Still, he wonders why the quest boss is a dragon, especially since his own clan, the Ragnars, are supposedly dragon descendants. Could this be a pure coincidence? Maybe, but he needs to focus on slaying this beast since it is his only way out. The system screen flashes, showing him the quest status and the final target countdown. Pay attention here. Even his companion doubts he can actually survive against a literal dragon relative. Locking in, our main character prepares to use a single flash, a move he refined while hunting those wolves. Even if it cannot match his father's legendary dragon flash, he charges straight at the sleeping beast. He believes that by pushing his dragon heart to the absolute limit, he can land a devastating blow. He thrusts his blade directly through the monster's eye, wounding it deeply as it howls in agonizing pain. Suddenly, a massive tail whips toward him, but he easily dodges, feeling annoyed that his strike failed to pierce its brain. The furious drake roars, locking its eyes on him to tear him apart. But seeing a clear path to victory, he confidently rushes forward, fully believing he can win this. He lands several quick strikes, using standard attacks to distract the monster while searching for a fatal opening. All of a sudden, the lesser drake lets out a terrifying shriek, unleashing a wave of absolute fear that completely freezes Theo on the spot. Even though he sees the next strike coming, he cannot move to dodge and is forced to block it. Now, I know what you're thinking, but our hero isn't down yet even after hitting that wall. He knows he cannot last much longer. So he gets up to strike the incoming beast, hoping for a quick, decisive blow. Knowing a dragon's ultimate weakness is its reverse scale, he leaps onto the drake's back while dodging every incoming strike. He drives his sword deep into the reverse scale, causing a fountain of blood to spray from the beast. He repeatedly targets the weak point, but despite its agonizing screams, the monster refuses to fall, catching him completely off guard. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, Hulkus snaps at Ray, demanding that he should be the first to fight the young master. She calls him a sore loser and tells him to stay out of her way. But he argues that his loss was 3 years ago, and his daily relentless training has more than closed that gap. Ray completely ignores his excuses and insults him again, making Hulkus even more furious. He challenges her to a duel right then and there, declaring that the winner gets to fight Theo Ragnar. He swings a massive weapon at her, but she blocks the attack effortlessly, without moving an inch. Sybil and Henry watch in terror as the Hounds members clash. But as they both move in to join the fight, Remington intercepts them, telling them to back off because this training ground belongs solely to young Master Theo. He makes it absolutely clear that he will not tolerate anyone causing trouble for his master. Hulkus is thrilled to see Remington and demands to fight him too, but Remington tells him to listen carefully. Suddenly, a heavy pressure weighs down on everyone, forcing Remington to wonder where this terrifying killing intent is coming from. They all turn around to see our main character entering the training grounds. Remington is stunned by this overwhelming aura, wondering what kind of monster Theo became during his secret seclusion training. Ray and Hulkus are hyped to see Theo arrive. Trust me, you're going to love how he dominates the training ground with his new fear skill. Back inside the dungeon, right after he pierced those reverse scales, the drake finally collapsed, earning him a system notification. The moment he touched those scales, the beast went totally crazy and died. Let's dive right into this crazy moment where our main character actually thought he was dead meat, but the beast gassed out because of its weak scales. Suddenly, the system pings him with the loot he just scored a lesser drake's tooth and claw. That tooth can upgrade his weapons, while the claw is basically a cheat code to boost sharpness. Instead of getting something new, he decides to repair his current sword, since it's a precious keepsake from his mom. But the real prize? A new skill called Lesser Drake's Fear that catches him off guard. Checking the stats, he sees it paralyzes any enemy weaker than him. He's absolutely stunned to get this, since he thought only the most elite, chosen fighters could ever wield a skill like that. Honestly, he cannot wait to find a target and test this bad boy out. But as he packs up his inventory, he wonders if this will even work in Ragnar, a place already crawling with top-tier, overpowered monsters. Finally, the Chamalia Palace dungeon is cleared, and he steps outside after successfully uncovering all of its dark secrets. For beating scenario, Quest 1, the system hands over a weird reward, a nest compass. He has absolutely no idea what it does, or if it'll even help him survive the next mission. Shrugging, Theo stashes it away and heads straight to his room to crash, completely drained from the fight. But his rest gets cut short when a panicked maid runs up, saying there is a massive emergency. She gasps at his bloody wounds, but he just shrugs them off and asks what's wrong. Turns out, a massive brawl is going down over at Training Ground 4. Now pay attention here, because Theo walks into that training ground and unleashes his new fear skill, telling the crowd to get lost because he is tired. The crushing aura literally knocks everyone out. But Hulkus gets fired up by that insane bloodlust and charges straight at Theo, desperate to prove who is top dog. Hulkus swings his massive blade, but Theo blocks it effortlessly with a single strike, leaving the remaining crowd stunned. Stumbling back, Hulkus cannot believe his heaviest strike was deflected so easily. Even Theo is amazed at how strong he's gotten, but Hulkus refuses to back down. See, Hulkus is known as the weakest of the four hounds of the North, mostly because he is brainless and relies on brute force. He charges Theo again, daring him to block. He might be dumb, but his raw strength has never been beaten before. But check this out, Theo easily matches his crazy strength, and with one swift, beautifully timed counter, he completely shuts Hulkus down. That level up boost feels incredible, while Hulkus coughs up blood and collapses onto the dirt, completely out cold. Theo winces, realizing he probably should have held back a bit. Luckily, Hulkus is built like a brick wall and can actually tank that kind of damage. Theo checks and sees he only fainted. Sybil stands there shocked, while the entire crowd erupts in cheers for their young master, who just one-shotted the legendary black bear of the four hounds. Theo quickly assures them the guy is still alive. Right then, his sword suddenly shatters, which totally bums him out since his mom gave it to him. But the crowd keeps wilding out, praising him for being so incredibly strong that his own weapon broke. He is just standing there, totally confused by their logic. Watching from the side, Rai is suddenly reminded of a memory from her childhood. Years ago, Theo had found her wandering the freezing streets in thin clothes and asked what on earth she was doing out there. He wrapped his own warm scarf around her, but seeing her still shivering, he took her to his house and promised to get her home once the blizzard stopped. Thinking back on that day, she smiles softly and quietly slips away from the field. Remington is shocked to see her actually smile. Later at Camellia Palace, Theo gets super embarrassed as the maids shower him with praise for earning a badass new title, Luster Tiger. A maid tells him she's thrilled his hard work is paying off, urging him to keep this crazy momentum going until the big awakening ceremony. She's cheering him on when suddenly, his mom bursts in and starts aggressively stuffing his face with a brand new abalone dish. He tries to fight back, but she just shoves more food down his throat while he literally begs for mercy. As he chews, he remembers his rough past life and feels deeply grateful. He tells her it is delicious, but then she spots the broken sword. She gasps in horror, making Theo sweat bullets. He stammers that it broke during practice, quickly apologizing since he knows it was a precious birthday gift from her. But instead of being mad at him, his mom fumes at the merchant who swore white snow steel and ebony steel wood would never break. He asks if she means that legendary steel wood imported from the southern jungle. She nods, disappointed that such a rare material was a total scam. And that's where we leave it, trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Let's dive in if that blacksmith was telling the truth. This sword would not have shattered so easily. Theo realizes these materials are incredibly precious. He never expected something this valuable, and wonders how on earth his mother managed to get her hands on it. Furious, she decides to confront the creator for an explanation, and force them to forge a perfect, flawless weapon for her beloved son. Theo insists he is fine, and can easily just grab another blade. But she refuses, reminding him that the world is finally watching his true power, meaning he has to be extra careful now. With the awakening ceremony right around the corner, she will not let her son show up holding some cheap, shabby weapon. Theo feels incredibly touched by his mother's deep love, and Cecilia declares it is time to move out now that they are finished. Our main character is left baffled as she reveals their destination, the Basque Workshop, the absolute greatest forge in all of Winterra. This place is one of Winterra's top 3 elite workshops, boasting a massive scale that easily rivals a modern-day factory. But watch closely, the most shocking thing here is the workshop's master. Classified as a special rank threat by intelligence, she is a master craftsman blacksmith, a legendary title held by only 2 other Ragnar artisans. Theo is stunned to face the literal incarnation of capitalist greed, the demon craftsman, Kursanen. He never expected to encounter such an absolute giant, instantly wondering how his mother even knows this legendary figure. Cecilia angrily demands to know why her mother is smoking. Hearing her call, Kursanen's mother leaves our boy totally speechless. But Kursanen quickly warns Cecilia to stop, claiming they are not actually family. Ever since the day Cecilia decided to run away, Theo grew up believing his mother was a lonely orphan, making it a massive shock to discover she is the daughter of the High Elf, Kursanen. This explains his incredibly good looks. He is actually a quarter elf. Kursanen then demands to know why Cecilia suddenly decided to show up. Theo's mother tosses the blade right back, declaring it is nothing but a defective piece of trash. Kursanen is highly offended, growing furious that her own daughter would dare call her handmade masterpiece a defective sword. Wait for it, she unsheathes it, realizes it is actually broken, and is left completely speechless when Cecilia calls her out. The High Elf demands to know who used it. Cecilia proudly points to Theo as the wielder. Kursanen eyes the kid behind her, but Cecilia tells her to watch her mouth because Theo is a genius destined to rule over all of Ragnar. Theo politely introduces himself, expressing how deeply honored he is to meet the legendary master of the famous Basque workshop. Kursanen instantly remembers him, actually praising Cecilia for raising such a polite young boy. She asks if he was truly the only one wielding it, and Theo nods. Cecilia still insists the blade was defective, but Kursanen looks stunned. Realizing this is going to be a very long story, she finally invites them both inside. Walking inside, Theo asks his mother if she is really related to the legendary demon craftsman. She confirms it, making him wonder if Kursanen is her biological mother. Cecilia admits he would not know since she rarely brought it up. However, even though it was only for a short time, Kursanen raised her as a foster mother. Cecilia explains that her foster mother is obsessed with anything beautiful, whether it is music, fine jewelry, the arts, or even people. That beauty is why she was adopted. But Kursanen snaps, telling them to stop bringing up the pointless, ancient past. Cecilia calls her a liar, while her curious son asks how she ever managed to leave this incredible workshop. Kursanen reveals that Cecilia abandoned everything just to marry the powerful leader of the Ragnar clan. She never expected her daughter to run off to such a miserable house, and is shocked she has actually survived there this long. Cecilia sighs, saying she simply could not resist the raw charm of the handsome clan leader who loved her deeply. Kursanen scoffs, disappointed that despite running away, Cecilia came crawling back last year begging her to forge a custom sword for Theo. The High Elf calls her completely shameless, making Cecilia incredibly annoyed to hear such insults thrown in front of her son. As the two bicker, Theo smiles. He has never seen his mother act this way. He remembers that in his past life, he was a horribly ungrateful son, who never bothered to learn a single thing about her. He wonders if he was simply too obsessed with the clan back then, noting that Kursanen clearly cares deeply for his mother too. If so, he wonders why she never intervened in his past life. They finally arrive, and Kursanen reveals this private chamber is her personal room. Cecilia demands to know why they were brought so deep inside, insisting she make the ultimate weapon for Theo as compensation. Out of nowhere, Kursanen tells Cecilia to wait, grabs Theo, and slams the door shut, locking his mother outside. And that is where we leave it as the master locks her daughter out and prepares to reveal the truth. You and I are jumping right into her asking if he holds a dragon relic. Confused, our main character asks if she is talking about the ancient guardian dragon that protects their entire clan. He mentions hearing legends about a sacred treasure scattered across Winterra, left behind for descendants of the Ragnar clan. Insisting it is no legend, she demands to know if he truly lacks a relic. Kursanen starts tearing up in pure frustration, wondering how on earth he shattered her masterpiece, despite all the heart and soul she poured into forging it. She refuses to believe her blade could break against anything less than a relic. She asks if he even knows how precious it was. Apologizing, our boy recalls the blade taking damage while he fought a lesser drake. While he knows absolutely nothing about relics, she sighs and decides to show him directly so he can catch on faster. Presenting a heavy chest completely bound by chains, she asks if he notices anything unusual about it. Seeing a familiar blue glow, our main character immediately wonders if this is a system quest, recognizing the exact light from the palace dungeon door. Kursanen admits she cannot see a thing, but his shocked reaction proves that he definitely did. She starts dragging the heavy casket, explaining how she has tried and failed to unlock its seal countless times. Now, pay attention here. She drops the chest and brings up the primordial dragon relic. Kursanen tells him the legend of the primordial dragon, who ripped out its own fang to forge a weapon known as the monster sword, White Moonlight Blade. She promises him that if he can somehow break the seal on this casket and succeed, she will freely give him the legendary White Moonlight Blade. While our main character looks confused, she warns him that failing to open it could cost him his life. When asked if he still wants to risk it, our boy just grins with pure excitement, claiming the sword is already his. His system screen suddenly appears, revealing the next quest scenario is to be chosen by the primordial relic itself. The White Moonlight Blade belongs to the leader of Black Snow, who reigns as one of the 9 legendary black dragons. Almost nobody knows this weapon exists, because anyone who has ever seen or spoken of it has mysteriously died or vanished. Our boy suddenly remembers a mysterious figure who was shocked that Theo could even perceive him. He only saw the sword's true form by pure coincidence, leaving him wondering why the black dragon spared his life. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, is this legendary blade really sitting right here? It actually is a genuine relic. He recalls his encounter with the black dragon 4 years ago, realizing Kursanen held the blade this entire time. When she asks if he is ready to open it, our boy smiles, completely determined to claim the weapon. Declaring it is already his, he examines the sealed chest and realizes it feels dangerously similar to the Chamalea Palace. He reaches out, using his glowing blue key to unlock the casket. Kursanen watches in utter confusion as the seal breaks and a blinding, eerie light bursts out. Suddenly, panic sets in as a terrifying black fog erupts, violently pulling our boy inside. He struggles to break free but gets forcefully dragged into the abyss. Opening his eyes, he has absolutely no clue where he has landed. Theo instantly recognizes the burning ruins of the Rose Palace. He desperately wonders why he is reliving this nightmare again. Forced to watch his painful past, he realizes he had completely forgotten just how helpless he used to be. This fuels his hunger for ultimate power enough to destroy Randon and crush the Camellia Palace forever. A phantom griffin attempts to invade his mind, seizing our boy to devour him. But he snaps awake, catching it completely off guard. He realizes the beast is trying to hijack his mind, weaponizing his deepest desire for power against him. This is exactly why they call it a demonic sword. The furious griffin calls him insolent, desperately trying to break free. But the boy just smiles, confidently declaring he conquered that cheap despair a very long time ago. He mocks the beast, asking if it expected him to be tempted by trash power when he has conquered countless quests. As the griffin hesitates, our main character notices this beast looks vastly different from the monster in his memories. The beast struggles, but our boy holds tight, remembering that the original monster was at least 10 meters tall. Yet here, they stand at the exact same height. He wonders if the beast shrank because he finally sees it clearly. Shrugging it off, he declares the Moonlight Sword is officially his, throwing a devastating punch at the creature with a menacing grin. Suddenly, the terrified mythical beast tries to negotiate, and that is where we leave it, with his mother Cecilia screaming over his unconscious body. Alright, stick with me because we are jumping straight into the drama as Cecilia desperately shakes her unconscious son, sobbing as she demands answers from her mother. Kursanen stands frozen while Cecilia weeps, shouting that she never wanted any of this. She only wanted a simple sword to protect her boy. Staring down, Kursanen senses a dark, corrupt monster energy fusing directly into Theo's veins, a terrifying anomaly she has never witnessed in her life. She honestly figured he would survive the process since he already held a sacred relic. Glaring back, Cecilia warns her mother that if her son does not make it, she will never, ever forgive her. Out of nowhere, the main character grips the Moonlight Sword as a brilliant, strange glow erupts from his chest, making Cecilia panic even harder as she tries to shake him awake. At last, Theo opens his eyes, and his mother instantly pulls him into a tight, tearful embrace. As she gasps out how terrified she was, he calmly reassures her that he is totally fine, just as a system alert pops up to congratulate him on slaying the griffin and beating the quest. His legendary reward? He is now the official master of the White Moonlight Sword. He knows he only survived this ordeal, thanks to pure luck. Now pay attention to this, because the griffin was weakened from being freshly unsealed, and its mental attacks completely failed on him. Plus, the system reveals he has successfully absorbed the blade's demonic energy. As a result, his magical reserves skyrocket. His mana surges past 200 as his body begins to radiate light, and he realizes his energy is taking on a divine quality, pushing him straight to the level of a high-ranking swordsman. Still, it is a bit annoying that he has to suppress this massive power and wait until his official awakening ceremony to actually unleash it. Kursanen recovers from her shock and offers her congratulations on his success. When he asks if she will honor their deal, she proudly tells him that elves never break their word. But as the blade vibrates violently, he wonders if this stubborn weapon is still refusing to accept him as its true owner. He starts to tense up, but the master craftsman explains that any blade would act a little wild after being sealed away for 400 years. Now that it is finally free, she says, the weapon simply needs to vent all of its pent-up rage. Kursanen casually tells him to take a full-power swing at the wall to blow off some steam, but he hesitates, asking if that is really safe. She just laughs and mocks his caution, telling him his worries are utterly ridiculous because even with a legendary blade in hand, you and I both know she is completely underestimating our boy here, claiming an unawakened kid could never put a scratch on her reinforced Basque workshop. Slightly annoyed by her attitude, he decides to test it out, knowing he can easily conceal his dragon heart whenever he needs to. It is the perfect excuse to push his newly acquired legendary sword to its limits. Approaching the wall, he gathers every drop of his magical energy, quietly apologizes, and slowly unsheathes the legendary Moonlight Sword. But as he winds up for the strike, Kursanen notices something terrifying and suddenly panics. She screams for him to hold back, but it is too late as he unleashes a single flash attack, absolutely pulverizing the massive stone wall. Cecilia stands frozen in shock, while Kursanen stares at the ruin of her shop with tears of pure despair. Completely shattering her expectations, our guy literally sliced the entire building in half with a single lazy swing, without even intending to cause any damage. She sinks straight into depression, counting up the massive repair bills this kid keeps landing on her, especially after he just shattered another weapon. Even Theo realizes he went a bit too far. On top of that, he is running completely on empty because the hungry blade drained every drop of his mana for that single devastating slash. Suddenly, Kersonen dashes over so fast he cannot even track her, instantly transferring some of her own mana to stabilize him. She is genuinely shocked to realize he has absolutely zero control over his massive reserves. But staring at the massive crack splitting her 10-foot thick wall, she is certain this kid is an absolute prodigy, and she cannot help but feel proud to have such a monster for a grandson. Though you can literally see the glowing dollar signs in her eyes, proving that her greedy little brain is already cooking up a scheme to profit off his insane talent. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she declares herself his official patron, telling him to go out and show the entire world what he can do, and just like that, she is turning him into a walking, talking billboard for her business. And Theo can easily read the pure greed shining in her eyes. He bluntly tells her he can see right through her money-making scheme, and as the night grows dark, he and his mother finally prepare to leave the Basque workshop. After exchanging brief goodbyes, they head out. Looking closer, we see she is holding rare monster fangs, which Theo left behind to cover the massive wall repairs. She is thrilled to get her hands on valuable Drake loot, assuming he grabbed them alongside his relic, while feeling deeply proud of her daughter for raising such an incredibly talented young warrior. Right at that moment, a figure steps inside, addressing her by her legendary title, the Demon Craftsman. Kersonen freezes in absolute shock at the familiar voice, slowly turning around to ask why he's here, and that is where we leave things today. Let's dive back in. Robert Ragnar's mysterious crow just sits there, eyes glowing red, keeping us completely in the dark without saying a single word. 5 days pass, and the day of the awakening ceremony finally arrives. As usual, Evelyn and Theo are right in the middle of sparring, and she instantly notices that his swordplay has gotten way faster and significantly stronger. Our boy just flashes a smirk, saying he is thrilled because he never expected a top-tier talent like Evelyn to actually complement his skills. Meanwhile, the onlookers are sweating bullets, feeling like complete amateurs next to Theo. It has only been 6 months since Theo started his massive turnaround, yet he is already pushing her back. If he actually awakens his magic today, he will become an absolute monster. Wrapping up their spar, Evelyn offers some high praise, telling him he did amazing and could easily secure the valedictorian spot at the ceremony, adding that she'll be cheering for him. Theo flashes a confident smile, thanking her for believing in him so much. He promises that once he takes that top spot, he will give her a massive shout-out. Evelyn just sighs, giving him an exhausted look that says that is definitely not necessary. His training partners instantly swarm him, begging to be mentioned in his speech too. Theo feels a quiet sense of pride, jokingly thinking that popularity is such a heavy burden. I know what you are thinking. And yeah, Evelyn is completely creeped out by how cocky he is being. The scene shifts to the main headquarters where Theo arrives, confidently introducing himself to the guards as Theo Ragnar of Camellia Palace. Stepping inside, he is immediately greeted by a massive crowd of spectators. Since this ceremony is the single most important annual event for the clan, every single initiate is desperate to make their mark. For these young warriors, this is their very first shot at gaining real honor and recognition. The pressure is absolutely suffocating with the entire clan, watching, including their leader, Kyle Ragnar. Even legendary figures have gathered, like the 9 dragons and the ancient former head, Hilda Ragnar. Staring at Hilda, Theo can't believe she is actually 150 years old. Still, he is glad she showed up. Suddenly, a loud drum echoes through the hall to silence the crowd. The man responsible is Vonner Ragnar, the official judge and a powerhouse Dragon Gate swordsman. He commands absolute silence, announcing that the preliminary trials are officially underway. The test is simple. Pick up a blade and carve a mark into the heavy steel wall ahead. But there's a catch: it is forged from white snow steel, meaning normal weapons won't even leave a scratch. Now watch closely, because they need to channel magic to cut it. So the judge hands out a pill called Soma. This single pill grants a massive 10 years of raw magic power, acting as a catalyst to unlock their mana halls. The judge tells them to swallow it and focus entirely on opening the mana hall inside their dantian. Only then can they slice through that white snow steel wall, with the depth of their slash determining their final score. Vanna bellows out for the first candidates to step forward, take their pill, and prepare for the trial. First up is Theo Ragnar, and they command him to step onto the stage immediately. Our boy steps up without hesitation, recalling how in his previous life, his rival Axion secured the valedictorian spot. Grabbing his sword, he marches toward the wall, determined to completely rewrite history this time around. Right on cue, a system window appears with quest number 3. Become the valedictorian of this ceremony. Up in the stands, the ancient Hilda asks Kyle if this is the boy he talked about. Kyle nods, asking if the young prodigy has piqued her interest as well. Hilda admits she is highly curious after hearing the rumors and wants to witness his true potential firsthand. Theo stretches his shoulders to ease his nerves as the judge, Vanna, orders him to swallow the pill. Theo tosses the pill into his mouth, remembering his disastrous past life. Back then, he couldn't control the overwhelming mana, destroying his Dantian. But this time, he is in absolute control. The moment he swallows it, a tidal wave of energy erupts, leaking wildly into the surrounding area. Vanna is completely stunned to see a mere kid unleashing a mana wave this massive. He worries Theo cannot control it, because swallowing Soma requires absolute precision and extreme care. To safely settle the mana hull inside their Dantian, highly talented warriors with massive reserves must be extremely careful. And trust me, Vanna is absolutely sure Theo is finished. You and I are about to see our guy pull off something insane. Theo quickly stabilizes, realizing he possesses both a dragon heart and massive mana. It is almost kind of unfair how easy it feels this time around, compared to his brutal past life. From this moment on, he is officially allowed to wield mana, meaning he no longer needs to restrict his massive dragon heart. Taking a deep breath, he leaps into the air and unleashes everything. A massive dragon manifests from his pure mana, charging straight forward. It slams into the white wall, leaving a giant, deep crack. Vanna is left completely speechless, and he immediately announces that Theo Ragnar has passed the test. The crowd is just as stunned by this ridiculous show of force. Right then, a system notification pops up in front of Theo. His long-standing curse of bad luck has officially ended, and his legendary name is beginning to spread. A rare, genuine smile spreads across Theo's face. He has finally reached the exact same starting line as everyone else. Even better, the system alerts him that some highly powerful figures have taken notice of his display. Osa Ragnar Plunus wants him as a disciple, while Julius Ragnar is absolutely furious at how much attention he is getting. Meanwhile, Robert Ragnar is staying highly cautious, and even Hilda Ragnar is showing some serious interest in him. Now pay attention, because with all these legendary powerhouses watching him, Theo is absolutely thrilled to have grabbed Hilda's attention alongside the other massive Dragon Clan figures. After all, she possesses the legendary heart of Garuda. He cannot help but think how incredible it would be to claim that power. Next, the other contestants step up to try their luck against the white wall. One barely manages to leave a tiny scratch as thin as a hair. The guy literally cries, realizing he has an incredibly long way to go to ever reach Master Theo's level. Ray Ragnar, Hulkus Lanka, and Remington Nacrio all step up to give it their best shot. They push themselves to the absolute limit, but none of them can match the giant slice Theo left. The poor examiner is completely overwhelmed, seeing how monstrous the four hounds of the north truly are. Still, not a single one of these elites could leave a mark as deep as young Master Theo. Finally, it is Axion Ragnar's turn. As he steps forward, the anxious crowd begins whispering among themselves. Some whisper that this is now a duel between the Luster Tiger and the Dark Tiger, while others doubt if even Axion can reach Theo's peak. Hearing everyone praise Theo like this only infuriates Axion, making his blood boil with pure rage. Gripping his sword tight, he marches to the wall and downs the Soma pill, igniting his power. Pure mana crackles violently around him as a giant red dragon erupts, slashing directly at the stone. The overwhelming blast leaves Vanna completely speechless. He has never been shocked this many times in a single afternoon. The crack left behind is absolutely massive, and Vanna quickly declares that Axion Ragnar has officially passed. I know what you are thinking, are these two really neck and neck? The crowd goes wild seeing Axion's giant slash, leaving everyone on edge to see who actually wins on precision. As dusk begins to settle, Vanna announces that with this, the first phase of the awakening ceremony is officially over, and he is highly pleased by this year's incredible surge in scores. He tells the passing candidates to fully prepare for the second stage, which begins in just 4 days. Finally, the highly anticipated rankings will be revealed, including the top scorer for this initial stage of the ceremony. Everyone in the crowded stadium holds their breath as they prepare to name the official winner of the first phase. The two clear frontrunners, Axion and Theo, brace themselves, each desperately hoping to hear their name called out. In the end, Theo Ragnar clutches the victory. While he stands there completely stunned, the entire arena erupts in deafening, thunderous cheers. Vonner Ragnar proudly announces that the judges have awarded Theo a perfect 10 out of 10 for his performance. From technique and magic to power, control, and raw speed, his display was flawless. While his followers cheer wildly, most candidates simply cannot believe the Flash Tiger took the top spot over the favored Axion. As it turns out, the incredible depth of his sword mark almost matched the record held by young Master Thorol, which sends the crowd into an absolute frenzy. Thorol Ragnar is a complete mystery, being one of the 5 primary candidates who is highly speculated to succeed the entire family leadership. Second place goes to Axion Ragnar, who is clearly furious about it. He also scored a perfect 10 out of 10, but was forced into second because his sword mark was just slightly shorter than Theo's. That tiny gap makes his blood boil even hotter. Meanwhile, Remington Nacrio takes third, Ray Ragnar 4th, and Hulkus Lanka 5th. The fierce hounds of the north completely locked down the top spots. And we leave it with Theo's loyal first follower, Sybil Rhea, barely scraping into the final slot at 87th place. You and I are heading to the brutal Winter Mountains for Stage 2 of the Awakening Ceremony in 4 days. All 87 passing examinees must prepare as best as they can. With that, they are dismissed, bringing the first day of the ceremony to an unexpected end. That night, Theo's faction heads straight to the nearest tavern to celebrate their massive success. The entire tavern rumbles with cheers, celebrating the first and second place finishers. Everyone feels vindicated now that training ground number 4 has shown its true might. Drinks flow as non-stop praise and applause rain down on Sir Theo and Sir Remington. Theo warmly thanks his men for all their support, but he knows better than anyone that the trials are just beginning. His ultimate goal is for every single one of them to pass the second stage together. Pulling his buddy Remington close, he confidently announces to the crowd that they will become the valedictorian and salutatorian of their class. Evelyn is in high spirits too, genuinely believing that these two can actually pull off this impossible feat. Remington personally congratulates the young master for the incredible display of power he showed earlier. Seeing Theo's hard work finally pay off fills everyone with immense pride. But at the same time, Remington feels deeply ashamed for lagging so far behind. Theo just smiles at his friend, reassuring him that he only got a bit lucky this time around. Besides, superficial ranks and titles should never matter between true friends. Hearing those words instantly clears Remington of his useless anxiety. They clink their orange juice glasses together, promising to give it their all in the upcoming second stage. Sometime later, Theo finds himself wandering through the quiet, nearby snowy mountains. Now, pay attention here, he's finally alone, processing what taking first place in this ceremony actually means. It is an unbelievable achievement he never dared to dream of in his past life. Even if it was not a true battle to the death, he defeated Axion fair and square. He can barely believe how incredibly far he has come in such a short time. Clenching his fists with burning anticipation, Theo declares that this is only the absolute beginning of his story, and executing that traitorous fraud Randone was just a warm-up. That guy was nothing but a low-level lackey for the true mastermind. Theo's real enemies are the psychotic Axion and the devious Sky Dragon pulling the strings behind him. He is fully prepared to use absolutely every weapon in his arsenal to exact ultimate revenge down the line. For now, he has a far more pressing matter to address regarding the mysterious nest compass he won as a reward. This strange artifact is pointing straight toward the Winter Mountains, the exact venue of his next trial. In this upcoming stage, he will finally discover where the compass is trying to guide him. As he stands lost in thought, he suddenly senses a highly suspicious presence nearby. His combat instincts instantly flare up, preparing him to defend against whatever is lurking in the shadows. Someone is tailing him, and trust me, Theo absolutely despises being watched. Before the hooded spy even realizes his target vanished, he feels a freezing blade pressed hard against his neck from behind. Theo coldly demands to know exactly who this intruder is, and the guy desperately tries to convince Theo he is not Seuss. He quickly introduces himself as Gatsby Jotun from the famous Gale Sword platoon. Gatsby insists his captain sent him personally after witnessing Theo's legendary showing during the ceremony's opening test. Theo maintains a completely unreadable poker face, staring straight into the man's soul. It looks like scouting offers are rolling in much faster than expected. Gatsby explains that his captain wants Theo to take their highly exclusive admittance qualification test. This offer completely stuns him. He is deeply offended that the Gale Sword platoon expects him to take a basic test instead of handing him a direct invitation. Gatsby brags about his platoon's illustrious reputation, boasting that even securing a chance to take this test is incredibly rare. Before the scout can utter another word, a sharp, fiery voice cuts him off, calling the Gale platoon a bunch of total morons. A powerful woman carrying a massive greatsword addresses Theo as young master, instantly offering a vastly superior deal than those Gale Sword idiots. This feisty warrior is Ayan Suli, famously known as the Fire Goblin and vice commander of the legendary Black Iron Cavalry. She came out here personally to hand-deliver a direct invitation for Theo to join their elite ranks. Gatsby completely stumbles over his words the second he recognizes her. Anyone who knows the Fire Goblin's reputation knows absolutely better than to piss her off. But before she can get any closer to Theo, several scouts from competing factions burst from hiding, terrified this prime candidate will sign before they can pitch. They all charge in, shouting their ridiculous proposals over one another. The Black Sword platoon is even offering to promote him to squad leader within 3 years. The Swords of Law and the Security Bureau throw their eager hats into the ring too. Annoyed by this chaotic bidding war, the Fire Goblin completely snaps. So what do you and I make of this mess? These scouts were supposed to recruit him, but they are too busy bickering amongst themselves. So, you and I are jumping right back in as Theo watches these absolute idiots bicker on the sidelines. He honestly just wanted to slip away quietly before they could drag him into their annoying drama. But his escape is cut short. Suddenly, Beautiful pink plum petals fill the air, dancing all around them. A sultry voice instantly silences the crowd with pure presence. She knows people will call her greedy, but this newcomer simply cannot help herself. Denting her perfect reputation is a small price to pay if it means securing a once-in-a-generation talent. Enter the Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the sword dragon herself, Osa Ragnar Plunis. She has officially entered the scouting war, leaving everyone speechless. Only Ayan dares to speak up, questioning what the clan head's first wife is doing here. But Lady Osa admits she is here for the exact same reason as everyone else. She traveled all this way just to meet Theo Ragnar face to face. But while Theo deals with that ridiculous situation, Axion is venting his rage by beheading his own men. To call Axion Ragnar a sore loser is a massive understatement. Watch closely here, the guy is slaughtering his own men to avoid exploding from sheer rage. He weaves, maneuvers, and slashes through a crowd of young swordsmen, treating them like mere training dummies as he snuffs out their lives. Axion Ragnar is hungry for blood, and he is going to get it. With each slash, he pictures Theo's smug face, remembering how he left him as a bloody, armless mess at the banquet. The memory of Theo unleashing his immense dragon aura during the trial's first strike is permanently burned into Axion's twisted mind. Losing by just a tiny margin makes this defeat utterly unbearable. Now, his mind is consumed with only one goal: torturing and killing Theo. But for now, butchering his own men will do. By the end of this bloodbath, he drops his sword entirely, opting for a far more brutal, hands-on method to unleash his rage. Once his rage finally cools, the courtyard is littered with the bodies of young disciples who only wanted a simple sparring match. But when another figure enters the arena, Axion's eyes instantly lock onto them. Without even checking who the intruder is, he snatches his sword and lunges forward to kill. He hurls the sword with deadly precision right at the intruder's head. But to the legendary Sky Dragon, stopping this basic tantrum is child's play. He effortlessly catches the flying blade by its tip mid-air. Ed Trovan immediately berates his nephew for being pathetic, pointing out that killing random lackeys won't fix his loss. Seeing his uncle, Axion finally begins to cool down. The Sky Dragon warns him to clear his head and start focusing on a strategic way forward. Ed Trovan has already set his plans into motion, and Axion just needs to play his part. And trust me, this sinister duo is absolutely determined to turn the next stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo's funeral. Meanwhile, back in the snowy forest, the scouts quickly part ways for Lady Plumblossom out of sheer terror. They know any offer they make to Theo is completely worthless compared to what she can bring to the table. Before anyone can complain about how unfair this is, the space around Theo and Lady Osa is instantly cut off from reality, locking them in her personal domain. Seeing the barrier go up, Ayan realizes this isolation zone can only mean one thing. Inside that swirling sphere of energy, she intends to personally pass down her legendary teachings to the young Theo. Amazingly, the space inside this magical zone is vastly larger than it appears from the outside. Looking at the endless horizon, Theo instantly recognizes this as one of Lady Plumblossom's ultimate signature techniques. She can easily warp reality to create an isolated pocket dimension. And now, Theo is experiencing this legendary myth firsthand. As he marvels at the scene, Lady Plumblossom just chuckles softly at his shocked reaction. She knows the demon dragon will throw a massive fit when he finds out about this, but no one can stop her from giving Theo a personal gift. And that gift is something legendary. She slowly unsheathes her sword, describing the terrifying intensity of the clan head style. His sword is like a raging dragon's flame descending from heaven, incinerating absolutely everything in its path. But Lady Plumblossom's style is the exact opposite, relying instead on infinite variations and fluid grace. Theo looks around in utter amazement as the snowy forest path he just walked on transforms into a serene, blooming field of vibrant plum trees. She steps forward in a perfect rhythm, sending gentle ripples across the crystal-clear water beneath her feet. This is the true dragon form she strives for, a path defined by constant, infinite change. As the sword dragon gracefully glides forward, she swings her blade, letting countless petals fall as we wait to see the true power of her style. You and I are about to witness an absolute masterpiece, starting with this mind-blowing sword dance. Her blade cuts through falling petals, moving with an impossible, fluid grace. She slashes, stabs, and chops with a mesmerizing offbeat rhythm. As the display ends, she lowers her weapon, drawing the petals into a gorgeous spiral that rains down on the snow. Honestly, it is absolute cinema, and Theo is completely transfixed. The craziest part is that she pulled off this entire sequence in one breath. This is the Celestial Flower Rain, the legendary first full-bloom technique of the Plumblossom clan. Opening her eyes, the First Lady locks her gaze onto Theo. The young man stands frozen, his chest pounding like a heavy drum. He just witnessed pure perfection. In that single, seamless flow, he counted 120 deadly circles and variations. This completely proves the rumors. When it comes to pure swordsmanship, she is far superior to even the clan leader. If Theo can copy even a fraction of what he just saw and combine it with his single flash technique, his combat power will skyrocket. He humbly asks her if he truly deserves to receive such a priceless gift. With a soft laugh, she tells him his enjoyment is reward enough. With that, Lady Plumblossom shatters her barrier, dissolving the isolation zone. Instantly, the peaceful clearing of plum trees vanishes, and the freezing, snowy woods return. She casually drops a massive hint, telling Theo that if he wants to learn the secrets beyond the first form, he should seek her out after his upcoming awakening ceremony. The scouts are absolutely stunned by this open favoritism, but the First Lady simply wants Theo to act as a wild, fresh breeze in their stagnant family. Finished speaking, her physical form dissolves into a cascade of gorgeous plum petals and drifts away. Theo understands better than anyone that he has been given an immense favor. It would be incredibly shameless, even for him, to ignore this and offer her zero gratitude. Now, he is in a tight spot. He knows it would be way too greedy to become Lady Plumblossom's direct disciple, while also trying to join the legendary white-armored dragon cavalry. Now pay attention, because 3 days later, the second trial kicks off. 87 elite candidates have gathered at the treacherous Winter Mountains near the northern Great Wall. This brutal, unforgiving environment is the ultimate stage for their next challenge. These massive peaks stretch across an endless frozen wasteland, running from their northern homeland all the way to the terrifying Demon Sea. Here, the Ragnar clan stands as humanity's shield, waging a bloody war against the cursed, demon-infested lands beyond the Great Wall for over 1,000 years. Their life's work is holding back the Demon Sea, a nightmare realm where foul beasts roam. The second stage overseer, a high-ranking swordsman named Jackie Ragnar, warns the young contenders that they must carry this heavy burden one day. This makes the mountain the ultimate test. But as mere apprentice warriors, the candidates cannot enter the actual Demon Sea, meaning their entire testing zone is strictly restricted to the inner side of the Great Wall. Today, the rules are incredibly simple. They have 15 days to hunt down the demonic beasts roaming the mountains and take the colorful bells hanging from their necks. There are 7 distinct colors hidden out there: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, every color of the rainbow. The point values increase with each color, meaning the higher the score, the more monstrous and terrifying the beast you have to fight. Overseer Jackie specifically warns them about the violet bell monsters. Those elite abominations are far too powerful for any apprentice swordsman to survive, let alone kill. But of course, they yield massive points. The examinees are free to hunt however they want. Absolutely any strategy goes. As long as they bring back those bells, nothing else matters. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, you and I would totally play dirty here. Stealing someone else's bells is not just allowed, it is actively encouraged. The overseers are intentionally sowing seeds of chaos, which makes sense given the Ragnar clan's brutal, law of the jungle philosophy. As a final tip, Jackie explains that protective totems have been set up throughout the mountains to repel the bloodthirsty beasts. Inside these designated safe zones, vital supplies have been buried nearby, and everyone should use them to survive. Finally, Overseer Jackie yells out, officially starting the dangerous second phase of the trial. The second the signal sounds, several impatient candidates dash forward and scatter into the freezing wilderness. Since this hunt lasts 15 full days, securing rations is their top priority. They have to grab those supplies first before executing their real game plans. It has barely begun, but the giant Hulk Lanka is loving every single second. He is totally in his element. While Axion, fueled by pure vengeance, enters the mountain with a dark, malicious goal. His powerful Sky Dragon uncle warned him to stick strictly to the script. If Axion just plays his part, Theo will fall. As he rushes forward, stick with me to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to watch him miss the mysterious Ray Ragnar tailing him from behind. With everyone else already heading out, Theo makes his move toward the forest. But before he can even get started, a familiar voice calls out to him. Remy rushes over to his side, asking if Theo still remembers that they are supposed to be friends. The Silver Lion spent 3 whole days thinking about this trial, realizing he actually sees Theo as both a true friend and a worthy rival. And because of that, a new desire has taken root. He wants to completely surpass young Master Theo in raw strength. The young dragon is shocked at first, but he quickly grins with pure delight. He knows that feeling all too well. Ever since they first clashed on the training grounds, a deep, mutual respect has blossomed between them. Theo feels exactly the same way. He considers the Silver Lion a dear friend and a fierce rival. Remy lets out a massive laugh of pure relief, since he was stressing that it was just one-sided. Fueled by his new focus, Remy vows to beat Theo in Stage 2, and Theo genuinely wishes him luck. Without wasting a single second, Remy bursts forward, disappearing deep into the brutal Winter Mountain. Theo takes a moment to process this. Someone as incredible as Remington has actually made him the ultimate target. And trust me, that brings a thrill he has never felt before he is finally becoming genuinely strong. Opening his inventory, Theo locks those sentimental feelings away until after the trial is over. He pulls out the nest compass and officially begins his hunt. The needle spins, pointing him in a general direction to get things rolling. Far off on a deadly cliff face, the familiar blue glow of the system shines from a hidden cave. The magic compass guides Theo straight to the most treacherous edges of the frozen mountain. But when he reaches the spot, he is completely baffled. There is absolutely nothing here. The needle is pointing straight down into the snow. Does he seriously have to start digging to find his prize? If that is the case, he really needs a shovel, because using his legendary white moonlight blade to scoop dirt is a massive insult to the weapon. But as he figures out his next move, his senses suddenly scream danger. He slowly draws his blade from its scabbard, spinning around on a dime. His eyes lock onto an unwanted presence. If the wind is not going to blow, you make your own path. He unleashes a massive, sweeping slash, obliterating absolutely everything in its path. Forest trees are instantly mowed down, tearing up the earth. Sending a wave of pure killing intent, he demands his stalkers step out. Now, here's where things get tense. Some shady figures step out. Shocked, he noticed their perfect stealth. But the moment Theo sees their faces, his heart drops. It is not just one guy, there are three of them. In his past life, Theo knew these monsters as the notorious three scoundrels of Vuk Mountain: Hyde, Cow, and Rune. These three bastards are the absolute scum of the earth, famous for slaughtering innocent civilians and framing them as tragic accidents. They are the toxic byproduct of Ragnar's rule of the strong. Theo can never forget the horrific massacre they carried out in Vuk village. Back when he worked for Black Snow, he was forced to clean up their bloody messes. He knows the sheer horror these three will unleash on the world better than anyone else. Public records show 761 dead and another 220 missing. But the worst part? None of the bodies could be identified. That is because their sick signature move is completely crushing their victims' heads for fun. He always knew their vile nature would eventually turn them into a major problem. He planned to eliminate them eventually, but he never expected to face these experts so early in the game. Theo asks if Axion ordered this hit on him, but one of the thugs just laughs it off. He brags that kids do not order them around. The person who hired them is someone so powerful, Theo could never even imagine it, but our young dragon instantly narrows down the culprit to one man, the head counselor. The look on their faces gives it away. Theo nails the target on his very first guess. It was not that hard to figure out, especially since they keep whining about blood and legacy. With no exam proctors anywhere in sight, it is obvious the administrators are in on this scheme too. Theo is way too smart for comfort, but these killers are still fully confident they will finish the job. Their leader admits he loves crushing pretty faces, leaving you and me waiting to see if Theo survives. Alright, you and I are about to watch our main character, the Flash Tiger, refuse to let these three punks escape, shutting down their trash talk instantly. Theo instantly slashes forward, summoning the fierce image of an ancient dragon with his aura. Before these punks can even close the gap, they find themselves staring straight into the jaws of death. With flawless precision, Theo strikes 3 times in a flash, launching his brand new triple dragon claw technique at each enemy. Our young master definitely does not fear a little violence, but he refuses to be like these scumbags, executing them early as payback for crimes they would have committed years from now. He is doing the exact opposite of what they planned, leaving absolutely nothing but their heads. The raw power of this dragon claw strike is insane, completely vaporizing their bodies while leaving their heads totally untouched. Talk about an epic flex, giving these lowlifes the brutal karma they truly deserved. Even Theo is shocked by how easily they went down, but hey, they are still pretty young at this point in time. He actually learned this move from that celestial flower rain technique Lady Plumblossom showed him earlier. He spent 3 days tearing that style apart and rebuilding it, finally mastering 3 consecutive lightning-fast flashes in a row. Pay attention here, mastering those curved, circular sword slashes just opened up a whole new level of combat options for him. Of course, pulling off those shifts 120 times straight like the First Lady is still way out of reach. Theo grabs the severed heads, their shocked and painful final expressions forever frozen on their faces. He tosses the bloody evidence down the cliff for wild beasts to eat, then focuses on finding a way underground. But suddenly, he hears a soft thud just a few meters down, catching him completely off guard. Looking closer, he realizes there is actually an invisible staircase wrapping all the way down the cliffside. It is now stained in enemy blood, officially starting his secret quest to explore the hidden stairs and find the blue cave. Overjoyed, Theo leaps straight off the cliff to claim his hidden treasure. He has no idea a strange bird is watching him from the shadows. While back at the palace, officials begin posting the first few hours of exam results. Right now, Axion Ragnar dominates in first place with 41 demon bells collected, leading 20 men, while Ray Ragnar sits right behind in second. Now I know what you are thinking, how is Theo Ragnar actually doing? Well, the messenger literally had to scroll to the very last page to find him. Right now, our hero has 0 demon bells and is wandering completely solo without any backup. Honestly, He is probably just moving in secret, or waiting to ambush someone. Those theories are easy to prove with proctors, but Lady Plumblossom is clearly losing her patience here. The head counselor argues that doing well in stage 1 does not guarantee he will survive this round. He even suggests the kid is soft, especially since he is just an illegitimate child and not a pure Ragnar. The head counselor assumes his hired goons already took care of the kid, executing their mission perfectly. Suddenly, the old councilman gets a telepathic call from Ed Trovan, asking if he made any dirty moves behind the scenes. The corrupt counselor does not even bother denying the accusation. He is just annoyed he could not share the plan early. But hey, it worked out. Even the Sky Dragon is stunned by this old fool's sheer arrogance toward an illegitimate royal child. It completely infuriates Ed that some arrogant old counselor acted alone, potentially messing up his master plans. Ever since Camellia was taken, the Sky Dragon has been desperately plotting to seize control of the Rose Palace. But the primordial dragon relic is missing, and Ed strongly believes Theo holds the key to its location. The Sky Dragon can feel it in his gut that kid definitely knows where the relic is. Realizing Theo is a major threat, Ed quickly uses telepathy to order a guard to speed Axion up. Meanwhile, Lady Plumblossom easily notices the counselor and intelligence director scheming, and they are not being subtle at all. Those who support Theo might need to prepare some serious countermeasures of their own. It makes perfect sense, but Julius Ragnar strongly rejects the idea. The demon dragon truly believes that Theo would never break under a simple test like this. And that is where we leave it today. Julius is trusting his gut, but things are getting messy. Stick around for the next chapter. The First Lady pretended to know nothing, letting out a playful giggle. Back on the snowy peak, let us follow Theo to see where these stairs actually lead. Inside lay a basic cavern, but hordes of annoying skeletons guarded the edges. Worse, they constantly launch fierce mental assaults from a hidden trap buried deep within the cave. Normal fighters would suffer a complete psychological breakdown if they got trapped in there. But these cheap mental tricks are absolute child's play after surviving the White Moonlight Blade's brutal trial. More importantly, Theo tracked his compass needle, searching for any clues to assess the situation. Unleashing his senses, Theo sent the local beasts running in absolute terror. Honestly, this special divinity skill is just way too overpowered. He can map out every hidden threat around the bend. But pushing those thoughts away, Theo stepped up to face the trial first. Finally, he discovered the hatchling's den. 3 years from now, this place will look entirely different. The Black Snow Guild will eventually slay that beast and claim a priceless legendary treasure. Stepping further in, Theo silently offered his regrets to Black Snow, since he was about to steal their history-making prize. Behind the gate lies the Aeon Grimoire, an unbeatable legendary treasure. Trust me, you are going to want to see what froze Theo in his tracks. He stood before massive mountains of glittering gold, mythic weapons, and priceless gems. Valuable artifacts lay scattered everywhere. One thing was certain, this was definitely no ordinary hatchling's nest. Resting in the center of the massive chamber was a colossal sleeping beast, an ancient dragon treating a literal sea of gold as the ultimate luxury bed. Staring closer, he realized the monster was completely knocked out, utterly oblivious to any intruders in its territory. Theo was no fool. He knew that if this terrifying creature woke up, he could forget about the loot and the relics. He would be dead in a second. Could the intel from Black Snow have been a total lie? Why was a massive adult dragon sleeping here instead of a tiny hatchling? Perhaps the rumors were wrong, or maybe he just arrived 3 years too early. Either way, he had to plan his next move in this insanely tense scenario. He seriously thought about backing out empty-handed. It would suck, but he could easily return in a few years right before Black Snow made their move. But that safe option is gone now, because check this out, the dragon just woke up. Spinning around, Theo found himself locked in a deadly staring contest with one of the oldest entities alive. Then, to his absolute shock, the ancient dragon Rodebrook spoke in perfect human tongue, calling him the first selector she had seen in ages. The massive creature was actually surprisingly chill, calmly introducing herself without showing any aggression. Rodebrook explained that the Ragnar clan reveres her as their legendary guardian dragon and the true master of the Winter Mountain. Every kid in the clan grew up hearing tales of Rodebrook. Determined to show absolute respect, Theo quickly dropped to his knees to honor his ancestor. Rodebrook found it highly amusing that this tiny human dared to call her an ancestor. According to everything Theo had been taught, this guardian dragon was the legendary companion of the Ragnar founder, Sigurd, and the mother of Friedreich. The massive dragon scoffed, calling Friedreich a total bastard, who must have been spreading stupid lies. While it was true she and Sigurd were companions, she only tolerated him out of basic respect for a mortal who literally sold his soul to dragons. There was zero romance between them, considering it is physically impossible for a fragile human to mate with a dragon. I guess the warriors in this universe are not absolute monster lovers after all. This prompted Theo to ask if his family truly possessed real dragon blood, or if it was just hype to boost the clan's reputation. Rodebrook quickly clarified that the legend was actually entirely true. Thanks to the powerful soul pact between her and Sigurd, her ancient bloodline was shared. But before Theo could ask more about his ancestors, Rodbrooke abruptly cut him off, done with the idle chatter. It was finally time to begin her holy duty, as the guardian to the selectors. Upholding the sacred covenant made at the birth of the clan, she would allow any selector who managed to pass her trial the chance to ask her 3 questions. Theo finally let out a sigh of relief, thanking his lucky stars that this was not a combat trial. Since he planned to conquer the top of the clan hierarchy, mastering their hidden history was absolutely essential. He needed to milk these 3 questions for every bit of intel. Meanwhile, outside, the second stage of the ceremony was raging on. Axion was still completely dominating the scoreboard, slaughtering every beast in his path. His legendary Thousand Dragons roar skill was devastating enough to easily one-shot his foes. As the bloodied white tiger crashes down, Axion steps closer, and you and I will have to wait to see what this mysterious green bell actually does. Alright, you and I are starting with another bell, secured 57 confirmed kills, racking up points fast. But honestly, slaughtering monsters was just a side quest. Axion is practically itching to find Theo. Yet his scouts keep reporting the exact same thing: Theo is nowhere to be found. One of Axion's lackeys, Orion Gardner, smugly remarks that Theo must be terrified now that he has to face actual, lethal monsters. Orion is absolutely determined to stick to Axion's side, no matter what it takes. He deeply fears and respects this maniac's power, but he definitely crosses a line when he mentions that Theo got stronger after living like a total idiot for so long. Before he even finishes, Orion is gasping for air as Axion's hand ruthlessly crushes his windpipe in a deadly chokehold. Axion sneers that this pathetic follower clearly knows nothing about real power, simply because he has always been weak. In this clan, true strength means never having to fear a single thing. The Dark Leopard is right on the edge of a mental breakdown, making him more cruel and paranoid than ever. Orion tries to squeak out a desperate apology between his frantic gasps for oxygen. This brutal choking would have gone on, but a messenger suddenly arrives with word from the Central Intelligence Bureau Director, Ed Troven. The message is simple: he needs to hurry up and carry out their plan. Axion tosses the pathetic lackey aside like trash, ordering the messenger to tell his uncle to stop nagging him. He does not need a reminder. No one on Earth wants to slaughter that punk Theo more than his own psychotic half-brother. Now watch this while chaos brews. Theo is just chilling in the dragon's den, trying to craft the perfect question to get maximum intel. After a while, he finally settles on his first question. Rodbrooke just yawns. She is just relieved the kid finally made up his mind, since pure boredom almost put her back to sleep. His first question is straight and to the point: why is the guardian dragon still here? Rodbrooke instantly reads his strategy of using basic questions to uncover deep secrets, praising the young man. Her reason for staying is actually pretty simple. There is a terrifying monster dwelling at the world's absolute edge. Its massive body stretches across the vast seas. They call this creature the Nameless Monarch. For over 1,000 years, Rodbrooke has been waiting in her lair because she was charged with the crucial mission to protect the entire world. And let's pause here. This mountain is just an outpost. Theo falls dead silent, struggling to digest this massive bombshell. He is absolutely certain his instincts are not playing tricks on him. For a brief second, he sensed what looked like pure fear in Rodbrooke's eyes. Who would have thought an all-powerful, godlike ancient dragon was even capable of feeling terror? An entity exists out there that strikes dread into a deity who has ruled for over 10 centuries. The Nameless Monarch has to be one incredibly terrifying monster. Theo desperately wants to dig deeper into this lore, but there are far more pressing matters he must uncover first. So, for his second question, he asks about the ancient dragon relics he keeps hearing about. Rodbrooke reveals that there are exactly 3 of these relics left in the world. She does not know everything, but she can tell this young challenger is incredibly lucky. The 3 she knows of are the Camellia Palace Dungeon, the White Moonlight Blade, and as for the final one, it is way more complicated. She calls it the Relic of the Ancient Dragon, paper born when a mighty dragon's soul shattered into 31 separate pieces. These fragments were gifted to humanity, hoping they could protect themselves and fight back against the Nameless Monarch. These relics do not have one set shape. Some take the form of objects, others are experiences, and a few rare ones even manifest as strange, completely intangible phenomena. Hearing those words instantly makes the gears in Theo's head start turning. He finally realizes that he has been carrying the last relic inside him all along. Memories of everything he experienced after regressing in time flash before him. Living 20 years only to be thrown back in time on the very brink of death is the strangest phenomenon anyone could ever experience. His regression was actually the relic itself, meaning Theo is literally carrying the power of the ancient dragon. He must have been granted a piece of paper's very soul. But something does not add up. Every relic has a dragon guardian, yet there was none during his regression. Suddenly realizing the truth, Theo formulates his third and final question. He stares straight into Rodbrooke's piercing eyes, asking why he was chosen. Why would fate choose a talentless imbecile of Ragnar to fight a godlike threat like the nameless monarch? You and I are left hanging as Rodbrooke glares back, answering his final question with a query of her own. Let's dive back in as she asks why Theo thinks he's the only chosen one. That simple question hits him hard, making Theo realize he's been missing the bigger picture. Other chosen ones might exist. After all, the Sky Dragon Ed Troven, Demon Craftsman Cursonen, and even the Black Dragon itself already knew these powerful relics existed. In fact, they actively hunt them down, going out of their way to collect them, which means they were probably chosen by other fragments of Paper's soul. And if so, do they see the same system messages? Did they also regress back in time like he did? While this flood of questions brings Theo one step closer to the world's ultimate truth, it also makes everything a lot more complicated. To put it simply, some nameless monarch is lurking at the edges of the world, terrifying even ancient dragons. Plus, Theo might not be the only regressor out there. Now that Lodbrok has answered his 3 questions, his quest is officially complete, and it's time for his reward. Theo is so overwhelmed by these insane revelations that he almost forgets his original goal, Aeon's grimoire. But with his mind blown wide open, he completely changes his plans. Watch closely, because he's aiming for something far beyond any ordinary item in this massive treasure trove. As his hard-earned reward, he has the ultimate chance to claim absolutely anything from the ancient dragon's legendary vault. Lodbrok proudly brags about her stash, a massive collection of treasures gathered from every corner of the world. We're talking rare gems, powerful relics, elixirs, skill books, top-tier weapons, literally everything. She has it all. No matter what Theo chooses, it'll be a priceless fortune beyond his wildest dreams. Lodbrok tells him to choose wisely, promising she'll deliver. Hearing this, a slow, sly smile creeps onto Theo's face. When the ancient dragon tells him to name his price, Theo Ragnar boldly declares that he wants Lodbrok herself. Talk about completely unexpected. The Dragon Queen assumes his crazy demand is just a joke and laughs it off. But the games are over, and she demands this Ragnar descendant tell her his actual choice. Refusing to back down, Theo firmly tells her that he just did. The massive dragon freezes, dead silent, before asking if he's actually serious. Once he confirms it, she unleashes a terrifying, suffocating aura that makes the entire ground shake. I know what you're thinking, he messed up. Now, she unleashes her terrifying dragon fear to punish his disrespect. Slammed by the raw, crushing pressure of her legendary fear, Theo fights with everything to stand tall. Just her roar is so intense it forces blood to seep from his face. In a desperate counter, he fires back with a lesser drake's fear of his own. Naturally, against an ancient dragon, it's a completely useless attempt. Even Lodbrok thinks he's a complete fool for trying to counter a dragon's roar with a weak imitation. Standing his ground, Theo shouts back, reminding the guardian dragon that she promised he could choose any treasure in her nest. By her own rules, there was never a rule saying he couldn't choose the guardian dragon Lodbrok as his prize. He talks a big game, but even Theo knows he is taking a massive gamble here, a life or death gamble he is fully ready to take. After all, this legendary beast, Lodbrok, helped the progenitor Sigurd establish the mighty Ragnar clan. Winning her over would prove once and for all that Theo is a true, worthy warrior of the Ragnar line. To stop the dark, brutal future from ever happening, he'll gladly throw his life away for this shot. Theo demands the guardian dragon honor her word and yield herself to him. His voice cracks from the pain as he pleads for her help. In that instant, Lodbrok sees a faint shadow of the legendary Sigurd. Sensing Sigurd's lingering presence behind Theo, Lodbrok lets out a final roar and accepts, leaving Theo in total shock. Moments later, the colossal dragon morphs into a smaller human form, her piercing golden eyes staring him down. Lodbrok is genuinely impressed, meaning she's actually willing to give this kid a shot. Standing before him in her breathtaking beauty, she leaves him completely speechless for a moment. Lodbrok dryly reminds him she's over 2,000 years old, so he can stop those dirty thoughts. But addressing the guardian dragon, Theo points straight to her chest, and no, it's not the kind of thing you guys are probably thinking. He's talking about the massive hole left from a battle 50 years ago. Lodbrok lost her heart back then and has been waiting to die ever since. In fact, she only has 3 years left before she passes away. And that's where we leave things with a dying dragon who can't even leave her nest to help him. That is why she extends her offer once more, wanting to know if he is truly set on choosing her as his ultimate prize. This absolute simpleton just smiles, confirming he has not changed his mind. But honestly, you and I both know that in any other situation, wanting to claim a dragon would sound incredibly sketchy. The system immediately registers the legendary guardian dragon as his final reward. Lodbrok calls it a completely foolish decision, though she figures it is just part of being the chosen one. Suddenly, the system grants him a wild new title, the guardian dragon's significant other, and the official descendant of the clan progenitor. Promising to grow stronger and reach unimaginable heights, Theo vows that he will hunt down every single remaining relic of the primordial dragon, Fafnir. An unbreakable bond forms between them as Theo promises to find a miracle item that can serve as a replacement for Ladrock's lost heart. After all, he believes that among the treasures of the almighty primordial dragon, there must be a relic powerful enough to save her life. With a massive wave of experience points, he instantly levels up. Theo realizes he needs to work this hard if he is going to live up to his title as her significant other. You and I see where this is going, right? She smirks, telling him she expects to be well taken care of by her new partner. Yeah, this dynamic is definitely getting a little wild. Ladrock reminds him that she still cannot leave this domain. He will have to figure out a path forward on his own before she enters her deep hibernation. But first, she hands him a parting gift, which looks like an ancient grimoire. Ladrock explains that to sync his soul with hers, he must study this text and unlock a power known as the Mind Gate. She figures it should take him about 1 month to pull this off, advising him to take his time reading through it. The system alerts him to a bonus reward he has just earned, an ancient book called Aeon. Checking its stats, Theo is stunned to see it holds ancient magical principles dating all the way back to the dawn of creation. This legendary book basically holds the secrets to everything in the entire universe. Theo is hyped to get his hands on such a broken item, but that time limit is a massive issue. He asks Ladrock what she means by 1 month. The guardian dragon explains that unlocking a mind gate normally takes that long, asking if he has got some other urgent business to attend to. Theo nervously admits that he is currently in the middle of his academy's critical second-stage awakening exam. The real issue is that the test only lasts for 15 days, giving him less than half a month to get everything sorted out. Because of that, Theo wants to wait until his exams are over before starting. Looking him dead in the eye, Ladrock admits that while it is possible, she is not going to allow it. After all, she does not want him escaping so soon. She wants him to open his mind gate before the exam even finishes, and until he does, Ladrock is going to make sure he does not leave this spot. Talk about a terrifying threat. The remaining time left on his exam is just 13 days, which is roughly 300 hours. So he has to speedrun this. Let us rewind to see how we got here. 3 days before the second stage began, Axion's uncle explained the secret of how special totems create secure, anti-fiend safety zones. It turns out, there is a sinister fiend summoning marble hidden directly inside each totem. This small sphere radiates condensed monster energy, which actually repels other low-level fiends from coming anywhere near it. Crushing the orb to demonstrate, he instantly summons a massive fiend right on the spot, showing how easily these monsters can be called forth anywhere. A horde of beasts quickly surrounds the powerful warrior, proving just how dangerously useful these summoning marbles can be. Eradicating them with his raw dragon spirit, he notes that the exam is all about hunting down fiends to rack up points. Theo has no choice but to hunt them. Axion begins to understand the brilliant scope of his uncle's master plan. They will use these marbles to lure Theo straight into a deadly trap. But his uncle quickly warns him that their plot is far more complex. A simple assassination is not enough, because they still need to extract vital clues regarding the legendary relics hidden inside the Rose Palace. Blinded by absolute hatred, Axion eagerly wants to torture Theo to force the secret information out of him. However, his uncle immediately humbles him with a sharp, cold dose of reality. The power gap between him and Theo is barely there, meaning Axion is not going to get his way as easily as he foolishly thinks. Fortunately for them, Theo is a deeply compassionate person, meaning they can easily weaponize his allies. His uncle suggests targeting the academy dropouts currently gathered at the 4th training ground to do the dirty work. They will make perfect hostages, and trust me, you and I are about to see how far Theo will go to save them. Alright, you and I are watching Axion fume over this indirect test, but he still accepts anyway. Fast forward to their current plan. The Dark Leopard is reeling over how Theo shocked everyone by staying completely hidden until the final moments of the exam. After all, there are only 12 hours left before this second stage ends. The Ragnar prodigy easily grabbed first place with a staggering 860 points. Still, he thinks it is a real shame their plan failed. One lackey wonders if the corrupt council got to Theo first, which seems like the only explanation for his sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, Felix Ragnar is sitting in 7th place and shares his thoughts. But Axion immediately snaps back, telling him his theory is basically borderline brain-dead. He taunts Felix, reminding him exactly why Lady Plumblossom chose to focus on Theo instead of him. Felix is absolutely livid that Axion is acting this way when he is just trying to help catch Theo. Felix is fuming over the insult, but Axion does not give a single damn about his feelings. He just stands up, flashing a highly sinister smile. If Theo refuses to step out into the light, then Axion will gladly force him out. And pay attention here, he has got both the Scaled Dragon Society and the Plum Blossom Palace under his command. Now it is time to lead the hunt and execute the so-called failure of the 4th training ground. This maniac plans to keep slaughtering candidates until Theo finally shows up. But listening secretly from the shadows is Ray Ragnar, currently holding third place in the exam. The scene shifts to a massive frost lizard monster being cut down by fighters. They cheer after taking down a yellow bell beast, thinking they just pulled off something legendary. In reality, these guys barely have any points, and there are only 12 hours left in the exam. They are getting worried about Theo, since they packed so many supplies for him. Maybe he is busy with something bigger. At least, that is what they hope. After all, simply surviving is the bare minimum here, and rankings are not supposed to matter. Even so, they really wanted to see him dominate the rankings and become the top student again. But as they are talking, a weapon suddenly pierces straight through them. Orion Gardner just murdered Sybil in cold blood, leaving his terrified friends questioning why the Scaled Dragon Society is doing this. They are horrified to learn they are now targets just to lure Theo out. These poor guys are going to suffer literally just for existing. Meanwhile, let's check back on Lodrock's massive nest of endless gold and treasures. The Guardian Dragon is completely blown away by Theo's ability to open his mind's gate in under half a month. The system officially confirms his basic grasp of magic. Honestly, this is all thanks to the secrets he learned in his past life. The most critical factor in mastering the Amon Grimoire is simply the sheer quantity and quality of magic power. Since Theo has both Amana Hall and the Dragon Heart, these exercises are second nature to him, letting him learn twice as fast as anyone else. Thanks to this, he even unlocks a lower-ranked skill called Hatchling Synchro. This skill lets him read the residual thoughts of objects using psychokinesis. Rodbrock now believes Theo has proven worthy of being her partner. With that, he has mastered the basic fundamentals, and the rest just comes down to practice. She also notes that once he reaches a higher level, he will actually start hearing her voice directly. Ultimately, he will get the ultimate power-up, allowing him to wield Rodbrock's power and match the abilities of the clan progenitor. But first, the Guardian Dragon needs to recover, since she only has 3 years left to live. An optimistic Theo is ready to blow her mind with his results. Satisfied, she declares their primordial covenant complete. Rodbrock bids him a fond farewell, hoping they will meet again soon. Finally, we get to see our boy step back outside. It is great that he mastered the contract, but he still has 0 points and only 12 hours remaining. Even he admits he is playing life on absolute hard mode. Theo weighs his options, knowing that hunting monsters the normal way makes it physically impossible to take first place in just 12 hours. The only logical strategy left is to steal bells from the other candidates. Recalling how Axion took first place in his previous life, he assumes the same is happening now. All he needs to do is crush his Ragnar rival and seize the crown. But trust me, that is easier said than done. Behind him, someone suddenly emerges from the trees. Covered in brutal wounds, this mysterious person immediately grabs our main character's attention. It is Ray Ragnar, looking completely battered, leaving Theo to wonder what kind of top-tier monster could have done this, though he knows Ray is too skilled to be beaten by a beast. Then, Theo notices a clean sword slash across her chest, realizing a human did this to her. You and I are dropping right into the chaos as Theo demands answers, but a badly beaten Ray can only beg him to run west. She collapses into his arms before saying another word. Utilizing his new psychometry skill, Theo reads the residual memories left on her sword. Visions flash before his eyes, showing Ray secretly tracking the enemies who set out to hunt down Theo's closest allies. The defeated students from the 4th training ground were tied up and brutally tortured. Their captors debated whether to execute them or spare their lives. Orion is questioned why he brought 9 hostages when just 2 or 3 would have worked for leverage. Before the execution could begin, Ray bravely stepped out of the shadows, revealing herself to the villainous Axion. The Dark Leopard warned her that this was private business and to back off, but Ray refused to stand by and drew her blade. Axion expresses his disappointment that Theo managed to sway her, coldly preparing to eliminate her. They clashed violently in a flurry of blows, ending with Ray taking a deep, bloody cut. Past that, the memory cuts out due to his low level. Now watch closely because Theo is absolutely losing his mind here, completely furious that Axion would target his friends, while Ray can't believe he already knows the truth. He demands answers, more details, and in her half-dead state, she explains that Axion's true target has always been Theo from the start. Since our hero was nowhere to be found, the villain resorted to taking his companions hostage instead. This pushes Theo completely over the edge, making him realize the same enemies from his past life are hunting him down once again. Except this time, he has the power to crush them. He demands to know where Axion is hiding. Meanwhile, one of the henchmen informs Axion that Theo is currently on the northern cliff. This report takes him by surprise, but his lackeys are positive he met with Ray, meaning the two will likely head straight for them. Axion grins maliciously, absolutely thrilled at the chance to cut him down, though he is reminded there is no need to face Theo in a fair duel. Their primary goal, after all, is locating clues about the powerful relics. His subordinates will handle Theo instead. In the meantime, They urge Axion to trigger the summoning marbles and unleash chaos across the region. Axion loves the sound of that plan and agrees to carry it out. Back with Ray, she desperately begs Theo not to go. She warns him that even the elite exam proctors are part of this massive trap. It is simply suicide for his level. I know what you're thinking, but this isn't just an exam anymore, she warns him. It's a straight-up slaughterhouse, designed specifically to end his life. Rushing in alone is pure madness, and he should find a reliable proctor instead. But Theo knows they are completely out of time. He appreciates her warning, but his conscience will not let him abandon his friends to a brutal fate. He demands Axion's coordinates so he can move out immediately, leaving Ray utterly convinced that he has lost his mind. The danger is extreme, and going there is a certified death sentence. She begs him to play it safe, but Theo snaps, shouting that he refuses to watch his loved ones die all over again. They made a promise to survive this second stage together, no matter what. Mouthed by the harsh reality of the Ragnar clan, Ray reminds him that sacrifices are unavoidable. He fires back, pointing out her own decision to stand against Axion's cruelty because she could not bear to sit back and watch the horror unfold. The terrible situation triggers memories of his past life, where everything he ever cared about burned to the ground. All because he was powerless in a ruthless clan that only valued the absolute strongest. Theo is absolutely done with losing people and being manipulated like a toy, swearing he will not repeat the tragic failures of his past. Driven by pure rage, Theo demands Axion's coordinates. Meanwhile, the scene shifts over to Remington Narcio's perspective, who has just stumbled upon the abandoned gear left behind by Sybil and the others. Fresh blood on the snow confirms the worst. He turns to face two hostile warriors waiting in the distance. It's Hulkus Lanka, ranked 5th, standing right alongside Eric Lanka, who is ranked 4th. Finally, we see Remington Narcio trailing right behind Axion as the number 2 rank. Meanwhile, Theo is locked in combat with a massive snow fiend. He easily dodges its initial strikes before putting the beast down with a single blow, focusing entirely on saving his friends. As we watch Theo sprint toward Axion, we can only hope he finds his friends still breathing. He is fully aware that Ed is manipulating Axion, orchestrating this quiet execution to eliminate Theo without causing a scandal in the clan. Alright, let's jump right into this, because those corrupt Intelligence Bureau proctors are clearly backing Axion as prime evidence. Theo shreds the monsters using his signature triple dragon claw strike, knowing the proctors sent to assassinate him will actually keep Axion from going completely wild. But speed is key. Knowing Axion is incredibly impulsive and easy to bait, Theo lunges for an aerial strike against the beast, realizing he can easily use this hot-headed nature to his own advantage. His blade impales the monster's skull, spilling blood everywhere. Meanwhile, let's check in on Ray. She gathers her thoughts, remembering how Theo has honestly never changed since they were kids. Even though she's badly hurt, she desperately wants to help him this time. Meanwhile, the hostages are getting brutally stomped under Axion's heel, who is ready to slice them if they make a single sound. Once again, the proctors warn him not to cause unnecessary chaos. So, Axion lowers his weapon and waits impatiently. He knows 4 elite swordsmen from the proctors are already on their way to assassinate Theo. After all, his uncle thinks Axion isn't strong enough to beat Theo. That is incredibly insulting to him, since he views Theo as nothing more than a pathetic bug. And pay attention here, because the devil himself is finally showing his face. Axion spots him drenched in blood like a literal weapon of war. Theo glares back with furious determination, taking in his beaten and broken comrades. He eyes the trash who caused this mess, then locks eyes with Axion, who has been waiting for him this whole time. As his gaze lands on his dead friends, he tightly grips his weapon with pure rage. Axion draws his blade, itching for a fight, but his handlers order him to stand down again. He reluctantly sheathes his sword. To start negotiating, Axion demands Theo hand over the artifact's secrets if he ever wants to see his friends alive again. But shockingly, Theo Ragnar just asks him if he's terrified. This is a clever play from our boy, deliberately planning to weaponize Axion's pride against him. Theo smugly calls him a coward, mocking him for hiding behind underhanded tactics, just to avoid a humiliating loss. Axion's blood is boiling, but Theo keeps talking, mocking him by saying he brought these goons just to protect his own name. And as for the hostages, Theo calls it a desperate, pathetic attempt to avoid defeat, proving Axion is totally unworthy of the Four Hounds title. Axion is royally pissed now, which you and I know is exactly the plan, as he keeps baiting him, demanding a proper one-on-one duel like a true Ragnar, unless he wants to run away like a coward. That is the final straw for Axion, who completely snaps under the disrespect. Theo sets the stakes. If he loses, he surrenders the information and his life. But if he wins, he leaves with all of his companions. Driven mad with rage, the Black Leopard arrogantly warns this stupid Ragnar about who really rules the clan. He laughs mockingly before locking on with a killer glare, sneering at Theo's stupidity. The Intelligence Bureau tries to step in, fully aware that Theo is just baiting Axion. They beg him to stick to the strategy, but Axion is completely done playing nice. He accepts the challenge and steps forward to fight, walking right into Theo's trap. The watching proctors realize things are spiraling out of control. They get ready to jump in immediately if Axion looks like he is about to lose. But the savage warrior warns his men to stay back, wanting to respect the ancient honor of a Ragnar duel. He also demands they leave the hostages untouched for now. The battle finally kicks off, with Theo launching a lightning-fast opening slash that shocks his opponent. Playtime is officially over, and both master swordsmen clash with absolutely terrifying equal force. Axion spits insults, unleashing a flurry of insanely heavy strikes. To show Theo the massive gap in their power, he lets loose a devastating Heaven Dragon shout. The roaring shockwave actually makes Theo sweat. In response, he charges up a massive strike of his own, unleashing the triple Dragon Claw, shredding Axion's technique and leaving him completely stunned. Standing before him is a warrior who can counter his strongest moves. Theo throws the trash talk right back, mocking whether this guy is even worthy of lecturing him. Watching this madness unfold, Orion is sweating bullets after witnessing Theo's power. Honestly, he seriously doubted our main character's abilities at first. But now, even he is forced to respect the crazy kid's raw strength. The tables have turned, and Axion looks like he might actually lose. Worried for his own neck, Orion wonders if he should switch sides while he still can. We both know Axion massively underestimated his opponent. You and I are jumping in right as Orion decides against betraying Axion since the Intelligence Bureau is watching. Orion figures Theo is doomed anyway, so he orders his men to scatter and hunt down the remaining proctors. They definitely do not want to get caught in the crossfire. We then look into Axion's past, where he was expected to take over the clan throne very young. His mother and uncle only wanted him to succeed for their own greed, using the Ragnar name to hide his Troivan blood. Axion actually praises his opponent's impressive skills before lunging forward to strike Theo down. But Theo blocks it with a smug grin, having predicted Axion's every move from the start. Meanwhile, back at the council, the elders discuss Theo's shocking return and his clash with Axion. His allies are thrilled that he survived, while his enemies are furious that the assassins failed. Axion's scheming uncle is secretly pleased he is alive. Now pay attention, because extracting information from Theo is key to keeping their secret plans on track. The uncle is just waiting for info before sending high-ranking swordsmen to finish Theo off. Suddenly, fresh updates arrive about the intense battle between Theo and Axion, and the old man is totally terrified because this is completely against his plans. Back to the battle. Theo activates his secret footwork technique, making him incredibly fast and hard to hit. Axion swings his blade wildly with all his might, but absolutely nothing connects. Through this brief clash, Axion realizes Theo's power has grown to a terrifying level. Glares intensify. Axion claims Theo is too slow, and now that he has read his movements, he hurls his sword directly at our hero's head at full speed. This move catches Theo off guard, suddenly bringing back painful memories from his past life. In his previous life, while he was distracted, Theo was brutally impaled from the side by a flying sword. Axion sneers that even with secret footwork, Theo's path is predictable, letting him easily target his next position. Now check this out. Theo survived the attack by catching the razor-sharp blade with his bare hands. And with this move, he has finally identified the assassin from his past life. Axion was one of the traitors who caused the ultimate destruction of the Ragnar clan. Fueled by deep rage, Theo is glad to finally unmask his killer from back then. On the day he died, he was too weak to identify the monsters who destroyed the Rose Palace, forced to run blindly. But once Randon's mask was removed, the puzzle pieces finally began to fall into place. Evelyn's search linked Randon to Camellia Palace, making the rest of the puzzle obvious. The masterminds behind that ruthless attack were none other than the Troivan clan, and the only one of those bastards who could throw a sword like that was the traitor, Axion Ragnar. He was arrogant enough to throw his weapon. Before this, Theo only suspected him. But now, the truth is clear. In a fit of pure rage, Theo shatters the blade with his bare grip. Theo desperately wants to know what drove them to go to such insane lengths to kill him. Axion is absolutely speechless seeing this strength. Too bad for him, Theo is not the weakling he used to be. This time, he will protect his own life and keep his comrades safe at all costs. Theo throws the broken blade back. Axion dodges easily, mocking Theo's terrible aim and sad copycat technique. But suddenly, a terrifying wave of pure bloodlust washes over Axion from his opponent. This monstrous intent releases a massive wave of mana, making Axion realize that Theo has been hiding his true strength. Theo vanishes instantly, reappearing right beneath Axion to unleash a devastating strike. The sheer impact of this blow sends Axion flying backward. Now Axion is forced on the defense as Theo cleanly grazes his cheek with a precise strike. Smirking, Theo asks when Axion is going to stop holding back, provoking his opponent even further. But Axion catches Theo's arm and slashes his face right back, keeping them on equal footing. Theo vanishes once more, delivering a massive slash that completely knocks Axion's sword away. With Axion defenseless, trust me, you and I are about to watch Theo plunge his blade home. You and I are stepping right into a lethal strike that even Axion cannot dodge at this range. Let us shift over to Remington, who notices bloody tracks left by someone dragging an injured body along. He immediately suspects Axion, though acting this reckless makes zero sense when the guy already locked down first place. Remington's sharp mind quickly pieces together their plan to hunt down Theo during this second exam phase. Hulkus is absolutely furious that he had to resort to such cheap tactics like a total coward. But Erica is completely unfazed, claiming this dirty play is just par for the course during their awakening ceremony. Remington knows it all too well, and it is exactly why he despises the brutal Ragnar way. They blindly trust raw strength and cross boundaries, forcing a provoked Erica to warn him to watch his tongue. Remington does not care and focuses on saving his friends just like Theo would do, recruiting a fully committed Hulkus. Erica completely brushes them off and turns away, only caring about finding Theo, who is currently nowhere in sight. She has zero interest in helping weaklings, leaving her brother shocked, but Remington completely understands her curiosity regarding Theo. He advises her that offering some help right now will pay off big down the road. Now, watch closely as our trio rushes to find the hostages, hoping they can survive until help arrives. But a mysterious group of men suddenly blocks their path. Fighters from the Scale Dragon Society confront them in a clear act of betrayal, with Orion mocking the white-haired kid for joining up with these meatheads instead of Theo. Hulkus is highly offended, but Remington warns his old acquaintance to just step aside. But this guy is clearly looking for a fight and refuses to budge an inch. With no other choice left, Remington draws his sword, and the trio charges to crush the Scale Dragon Society. Meanwhile, we see the hostages, and one of them grabs the shattered blade Theo threw earlier. That sword was never meant to strike Axion. It was deliberately aimed right beside the bound hostage. This broken weapon is their golden ticket to escape, forcing the man to struggle desperately to cut his ropes. Back at the battle, an elite swordsman stepped in at the absolute last second to save Axion. Recognizing the danger, Liam Troven finally shows his face, completely ready to face severe consequences for interfering in the match. Liam breaks up the fierce clash and orders his men to look after Axion. He immediately launches a relentless assault on Theo, while nearby proctors praise the young master and return his sword. And honestly, Axion does not even look furious, just totally disappointed. Liam's heavy, relentless strikes are pushing our main character to his absolute limit, but Theo still keeps up in this deadly dance. Liam unleashes a heavy frontal thrust, but Theo parries it with ease. After this brief clash, the elite warrior is thoroughly impressed by Theo's defenses against both of them, though he still believes the kid stands zero chance against his superior skill. With no proctors around to watch this fight go down, it is the perfect chance to eliminate this prodigy. So Liam leaps up to execute a lethal aerial strike for the Troven clan. But here is a shocking twist. It is not Theo who gets run through, but Liam himself. The attacker is actually Axion, who brutally reminds his allies of his strict warning at the very start, never to interfere in his battles. The entire battlefield is left in utter shock by Axion's sudden, bloody betrayal of his own comrades. The remaining warriors confront their young master for this madness, but a raging Axion snaps back, furious that they assumed he would lose. He feels insulted as the heir, while Theo watches and realizes the guy has gone completely insane. Meanwhile, Axion finally respects the kid's incredible skill as a true Ragnar. Ever since childhood, his uncle fed him dreams of absolute glory, pushing him to seize the ultimate throne of the Ragnar clan. Axion insists that although Theo might be powerful, his own destiny is to become the ultimate warrior and rule over everyone. So there is absolutely no way he will allow himself to lose this duel. He is ready to slaughter anyone blocking his path to greatness, immediately launching a deadly horizontal sweep. But the blade misses as Theo leaps incredibly high into the air, shocking Axion with a counterattack that lands a heavy blow. Miraculously, Liam is still breathing, though severely wounded, and orders his remaining men to support Axion at all costs. They must eliminate Theo while they still have the upper hand. But the elite warriors refuse, and that is where we leave them, staring down an absolute disaster. Alright, you and I are about to watch Liam lose his mind, ordering them forward because if the young master dies, they are all dead anyway. Axion is getting absolutely dominated, totally shocked that he is being completely outclassed. In this moment, his uncle's warning flashes back. The Ragnar clan is built on unpredictable power. One move flips impossible odds. Axion remains in denial, inches away from absolute defeat. He always looked down on Theo, calling him a worm, a mere insect, and an idiot who did not know his place. But it turns out his uncle was right about the massive skill gap. Still blinded by delusions of his own power, a badly beaten Axion lashes out anyway. He charges blindly, screaming insane rants about his grand destiny and fate. But Theo does not care about any of that trash. To Theo, Axion's hollow ambitions only brought ruin to the people he cherished. Since the jerk won't surrender, Theo is going to forcefully beat him into submission. Theo channels his energy, summoning a massive, beautiful blue dragon. He unleashes his signature triple dragon claw, vowing to grow strong enough to crush any obstacle. The strike pierces straight through Axion. We see a brutal shot of his body rupturing apart. As the smoke clears, a headless corpse drops to the dirt. Watch closely. Axion's head falls from the sky and splats on the ground. Blood pools around the battlefield, but the fight is over. Standing tall and victorious after his brutal revenge is Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, Liam stands frozen, staring at his young master's headless body. A highly satisfying end for such an arrogant jerk. Terrified of what the Sky Dragon will do once he hears of this failure, Liam orders his survivors to execute Theo immediately. Snapping out of their shock, these elite Trovan protectors draw their blades and charge forward. Theo stands tall, a faint, satisfied smile on his face, even though he is in massive trouble. Even at full strength, surviving a coordinated strike from 4 elite senior proctors would be nearly impossible. Right now, it is completely hopeless. His stamina is completely gone, and his mana pool is bone dry after putting down Axion. The only thing he can do now is stall for time with the absolute last drop of his energy. By his guess, backup should arrive at any moment. The proctors close the distance, desperate to avenge their fallen young master. Fortunately, the brave Remington Narcio and the Lanka siblings rush onto the scene just in the nick of time. They surround Theo, forming a massive wall of defense to shield him from the incoming proctors. To Remington, it is only natural for allies to protect each other in their darkest hour. Theo looks at the reliable silver lion and sighs in relief. Meanwhile, Erika Lanka eyes the rising star, pleased to see he is actually quite handsome. Hulkus Lanka, on the other hand, is just thrilled to see someone strong enough to slay Axion and stand against elite swordsmen. Fired up by the rescue squad, Sibylria forces himself to stand up and prepare his sword to defend his master. Remington points his sword at the corrupt proctors, listing their heavy crimes. He will gladly pass judgment on these lowlifes for directly violating their sacred tradition. And yeah, things just got way more complicated. With so many witnesses to their crimes, the panicked proctors look to Liam Trovan for orders. Truth is, they are doomed either way. They failed to uncover a single thing about the Rose Palace artifacts. That was their main objective. They failed to kill their biggest target, Theo, and their young master died right in front of them. With all these witnesses and evidence left behind, it is basically game over. Even in this corner, the proctors still hope that Liam can somehow find a way to escape this mess. But when things get too messy, the simplest path is always the best. Just kill everyone present. Liam still has a secret weapon. They can cover up their crimes by staging a massive monster outbreak, wiping out every single candidate on the field. Framing this failed assassination as a tragic accident would completely erase any links to the Trovan family. In desperation, Liam smashes 25th grade monster marbles onto the ground. If they stage the crime scene correctly, they might actually survive this. Even facing total ruin, these corrupt proctors prioritize the family name over their own survival. But before those dangerous monster marbles can fully manifest, Liam feels a sharp, brutal pain piercing his stomach. He gets stabbed in the back for the second time tonight. This time, the executor is the White Dragon Clan's supervisor, Sulford Gardner, standing right next to fellow supervisor, Aaron Bacchus. But they are not alone. Natasha Koppel and Sally Gardner from the other palaces have arrived. Trust me, this is where the real war begins. Alright, stick with me, because that arrogant brat Liam finally got planted into the dirt. Supervisor Selford immediately ordered the remaining traitors to drop their weapons or get wiped out right there. The Trovan proctors were completely trapped, caught directly between the rising genius of the Ragnar family and those battle-hardened elite veterans. Once Theo saw that his safety was completely guaranteed, his remaining energy entirely evaporated. Catching him as he collapsed was Ray Ragnar, the very woman who warned him not to go. Before blacking out completely, he thanked her for the warning. Meanwhile, as the guards dragged the criminals away, Remington ditched his tough guy act and ran over to his friend in a total panic. Then, the Lanka siblings interrupted. Erika wanted to ensure Theo never forgot her, while Hulkas just wanted to set up another death match. Pushing past them, the other boys from Training Ground 4 rushed in to thank their young savior from the bottom of their hearts. Every single one of them was bawling their eyes out. Feeling the genuine love of his people, the young Ragnar smiled. This loyalty was the exact power he always wanted. Surprisingly, Ray was the one who understood him best. With his last bit of consciousness slipping away, Theo asked for the bells just enough to secure first place. Right after the corrupt proctors were locked up, the shocking news reached the Ragnar headquarters. Obviously, Ed Trovan refused to believe a single word. The entire round table of top-tier leaders sat in dead silence as the messenger repeated the grim report. Axion Ragnar's sudden death sent a massive shockwave straight through the room. Learning his nephew died during a rigged test he designed for another rookie's murder almost made him completely crash out. While the uncle tried desperately not to lose his mind, the official results of the second round began. Standing at the starting line, the exhausted survivors looked absolutely beaten down. Stepping up to command the room, a powerful elder praised the recruits for surviving the ordeal. Declaring the end of the exam was one of the legendary 9 dragons, the Zenith Dragon, Fao Ragnar. Every young recruit was absolutely starstruck, knowing his legendary status. This legendary elder almost never shows up to public events. Reading the official board, Fao announced that 45 out of 87 candidates had survived. That might sound low, but it's actually way higher than average. This year's talent pool is just insane. They might be the strongest class in history. Yet, even among these monsters, one genius stood far above the rest. We both know exactly who took that top spot. Everyone knew that passing this tough round meant an automatic promotion from apprentice to official entry-level warrior. They earned the right to feel proud. The passing candidates were now fully qualified to serve as prestigious Ragnar inspectors under any major faction. To build up the crowd's hype, the Zenith Dragon finally began announcing the official scores. First place, naturally, went to Theo Ragnar with an unbelievable 1,021 points. Who would have guessed that the guy with 0 points earlier would claim the crown? But honestly, after he claimed Axion's head, it all makes perfect sense. In second was Remington Narcio with 926 points, while Erica Lanky took third with 843. Ray Ragnar took fourth with 789 points, while Hulkus barely squeezed into fifth. The Elder listed results all the way to 45th place. These top candidates were guaranteed high-ranking positions, but this blooming ceremony was far from over. A secret third round awaited, reserved strictly for the absolute best of the best. Now, watch closely as they ask everyone with enough bells to step forward and proudly raise their hands for the secret trial. Only the top 4 were strong enough to qualify for this trial, which centers around a legendary breathing method. By securing enough bells, candidates get to decipher the mysterious ancient carvings. It sounds easy, but reading and actually comprehending these cryptic runes demands an insane level of talent. Anyone capable of mastering these secret insights can unlock devastating new skills for their arsenal. In his past life, Theo barely scored 1 bell and couldn't understand a single word of the message. But now, he has hatchling synchronization, a broken ability that lets him read the souls of objects. This skill literally transforms the ancient, encrypted symbols into vivid pictures and memories right inside his mind. He witnessed endless visions of legendary warriors of the past perfecting their deadly skills. This instantly granted Theo a profound, master-level understanding of the legendary technique within a few seconds. And trust me, we're in for a wild ride, because Ray and Remington weren't supposed to learn this tonight. Let's see if his choices change their progress. With the icy arena cleared, Old Man Fao called up the top 4 to show their strength. First up, Theo Ragnar stepped onto the stage. Since Axion was out of the picture, things were bound to change fast. Yet, instead of fearing the future, Theo felt completely at peace. He now possessed every tool needed to carve out a new path. As he walked to the center, brilliant sparks crackled around his feet. Those small sparks quickly turned into a roaring tempest. By sorting through countless bells, he finally awakened his true elemental attribute. To show off his mastery, he triggered the first stage, wrapping his mana in pure, roaring lightning. The next step was expression, actually manifesting that electricity. Seeing their leader looking like a literal god of lightning, the training ground rookies went wild. Any other talented candidate would stop right here and be celebrated as an absolute prodigy. But Theo Ragnar is just built different. Honestly, a word to describe his insane talent does not even exist. Fueled by the dragon heart pounding in his chest, he unleashed the third stage, demonstrating complete, absolute control. Down in the crowd, Erica Lanka was practically drooling, staring at the strongest monster of their generation, while her brother looked like a little kid watching his favorite superhero anime. Even the Zenith Dragon privately admitted he never expected this depth of mastery so quickly. You might think that this was the end. Most prodigies hit their absolute limit at control. But of course, Theo had to steal the entire spotlight for himself. After displaying flawless mastery, his crackling elemental energy surged to an even more terrifying level. The whole arena ignited in a blinding golden glare like a Super Saiyan about to power up. Snapping his eyes open, he drew his sword as wild lightning bolts danced. With a single slash, he unleashed a massive lightning storm shaped like a wind blade. He finally gained a ranged attack. The massive blast took on a life of its own, taking the shape of a roaring thunder dragon. This was expansion, the 4th of the 5 levels of mastery. This time, the other recruits were completely speechless. Their jaws literally hit the floor, and to top it off, Theo aimed his devastating new strike right at Old Man Fao. Naturally, the elder just chuckled. He was genuinely thrilled to see such a generational prodigy pull off a high-level expansion. Before the lightning beast could strike, the master calmly raised his hand, gathering simple dew drops out of empty air. Those tiny droplets compressed so tightly that they completely stopped a massive, raging thunder dragon. The Zenith Dragon was not even mad about being challenged. If anything, he was excited to find such a brilliant gem this year. Honestly, we have to wonder, is he really their peer? In a much better mood, Old Man Fao awarded Theo an extra 1,000 points for his daring display of absolute skill. Naturally, Theo had already calculated the Elder's soft spot for brilliant prodigies when he decided to pull off that risky stunt. This wild show pushed Theo up to 2,200 points, a score that seemed completely impossible for anyone else. Yet, this absolute beast easily doubled it, matching the legendary heights of the infamous Lord Thorol. With his mood boosted by Theo's sheer audacity, the Zenith Dragon invited the last 3 candidates up to the stage. Next was Remington Nario, wielding the element of water, who reached the level of control for 500 extra points. Ray Ragnar achieved the stage of expression, earning 300 points. Her icy vibe matched her affinity perfectly. Likewise, Erika Lanka also reached the expression stage to score 300 points. And just like her hot-headed attitude, she was wielding the fire attribute. The old master was incredibly pleased with this year's batch. Normally, breaking the 1,000 point mark made you the undisputed number 1. Basically, there were 4 distinct monsters here who could have easily dominated any other year on their own. But let's be real, the gap between first and second place was vast. Theo is on a whole different level. With that, everyone except the top 4 was dismissed to prepare for next week's grand nomination ceremony. The top 4 candidates stayed behind to be briefed on the next leg of their journey. Suddenly, from the peak of the frozen mountain, a suffocating wave of pure killing intent blanketed the entire area. The massive pressure was so intense that all 4 of them nearly collapsed right there on the spot. Looking serious, the Zenith Dragon declared the next trial open. Even with all of Theo's knowledge of the future, he had absolutely no record of this happening before. Making things even more confusing, he felt a deeply familiar energy radiating from the very peak of that mountain. This massive, crushing force is Lodrock's actual power. Trust me, we are about to uncover a dark secret only a select few get to experience. Alright, you and I are about to watch a tense face-to-face with the family head himself. It all comes down to the patriarch's whim. This meeting determines which candidate gets chosen to fight for the throne. Right now, all 5 frontrunners to lead the family are taking part in this final trial. Getting picked for this ultimate succession battle is proof of a candidate's sheer power. This means Kyle Ragnar is waiting at the snowy peak for the best contenders. But still, why on earth could Theo sense Ladbrok's energy coming from up there? Suddenly, a dark, terrifying thought crosses his mind. Was his own father the monster who stole the ancient dragon's heart? Old Man Fro gives the signal for the top 4 candidates to head up, conquer their fear, and face the Lord. But that is way easier said than done when they cannot even take a single step. Trying to help, Theo tells them to stop fighting the pressure with brute force, and instead match its wave with their mana. Remington is quick to understand exactly what Theo is suggesting. It sounds tough, but creating an anti-phase wave to cancel out the crushing pressure is theoretically possible. This entire test is just a simple way to weed out those who cannot control their magic power. Erika stands there, completely lost as to what these nerds are talking about. Remington happily goes off on a rant about mana's vibrational traits. Erika just stares at him like he is an alien, speaking some gibberish. Now watch closely here. They just have to release mana with properties opposite to the crushing pressure. Erika snaps at that goody-two-shoes Remington for using fancy words when the answer is actually so simple. While they are busy bickering, Theo closes his eyes, already putting the finishing touches on his countermeasure. Seconds later, a massive, dense aura flares around him, smoothly wiping out the pressure that kept him completely pinned down. When they ask how he did it so fast, he smugly replies that this is basic work for the next clan leader. The others are stunned by his sheer arrogance, but our Zenith Dragon keeps a straight face, leaving everyone else eating his dust. Theo dashes straight into the freezing forest. Old Man Fao warns the remaining candidates to hurry up, since points for this stage depend on who reaches the peak first. That warning definitely lights a fire under them. As the last contender bolts, the old Zenith Dragon looks on, deep in thought. He chuckles. In all his long years, he has never wanted to take a young kid as his disciple this badly. Meanwhile, over at Camellia Palace, a certain elf suddenly kicks the gates open with a booming laugh, searching desperately for her daughter. This master smith, Kursum, is slamming open every single door in the palace, looking for Cecilia. The maids do not even look surprised. Apparently, she has been dropping by daily ever since young Master Theo became the family's brightest star. Crashing a serious meeting, Kursum throws the door open and cheers at the sight of her daughter. For the millionth time, Cecilia begs her mother to show some manners. But Kursum does not care about manners at all. Why should she, when she is about to become filthy rich? Of course, she is already wealthy, but soon her vaults are going to overflow with endless treasure. You and I both know she is basically the elf of capitalism incarnate. Ever since Theo hit the spotlight, massive orders have been flooding her workshop. Her brand is finally exploding in popularity. Naturally, Cecilia is thrilled for her mother. Deep down, she always knew her son would do amazing things. That was all she ever wanted. Still, watching her little boy rush into danger constantly leaves her sick with worry. What if something terrible happens to him? What if the crushing pressure is too much? Standing uselessly on the sidelines makes Cecilia feel completely helpless. Unable to deal with this frustration, she decides to focus on the one thing she actually can do, which is making sure her boy has the most immaculate drip. Meanwhile, Kursum is busy rambling about her future business expansion plans. On top of weapons, her workshop is ready to jump into crafting and selling high-end accessories. The profits from that move alone could boost her revenue tenfold. Desperate to help her son in any way, Cecilia approaches her mother with a major request. She needs a custom prosthetic arm crafted for someone up on the freezing mountain peak. Up there, Kyle Ragnar is roaring with laughter after hearing about his son's bold declaration to claim the throne. He talks to a tiny blackbird, promising the little guy that he is not the kind of father to crush his child's dreams. Besides, it is completely foolish to stand in the way of youthful ambition. And as we wrap up, remember he was once just like Theo. This peak, packed with ownerless blades and a graveyard of swords, is proof of that same undying ambition. Let's dive into Kyle Ragnar's obsession with making his family prosper. To make that a reality, he will happily eliminate anyone who dares block his path. Surrounded by an endless graveyard, adding another body is nothing to him. Even the blackbird seems anxious about this year's new challengers. Kyle flat out declares that his sword has no family ties when the grand plan is at stake. Because get this, he actually knows his son is a regressor. The plot thickens indeed. And now, the moment has arrived. Father and son finally clash at the absolute summit. Seeing Theo's beaten, ragged state, Kyle's playful smirk completely vanishes. The warm, goofy father figure is officially gone. Instead, he stands like the god of death itself, surrounded by countless swords of his defeated foes. It took Theo 4 whole hours to make a 1-hour climb. That heavy, suffocating pressure is seriously slowing him down. Motioning to his son, Kyle asks him if he understands the true meaning of this graveyard. Every child in the family knows the myth of this sacred resting place. It represents the brutal reality of what it means to lead the Ragnar clan. It is a lonely throne where the leader must carry a mountain of threats with absolutely nobody to lean on. This seat belongs only to the absolute strongest. A true patriarch must look down on all mere mortals. Watch closely here when asked if he can actually take that brutal throne. Theo responds with a resounding yes. His father immediately warns him never to throw around such a heavy declaration so lightly. On his bloody climb to the peak, Kyle sent thousands of souls to the grave. Not everyone can handle that much hatred. Here, Kyle is constantly reminded of his violent past. He still hears the echo of his victims screaming for vengeance from the afterlife. Yet, Theo does not flinch. His resolve is absolute. He knows exactly what he wants. His true motivation is rooted in his past life, and a deep hunger for revenge. Taking the throne is the only way to end this clan's endless cycle of blood. Completing this mission is his ultimate priority. Obviously, he cannot say that out loud. So, like a true Ragnar, he decides to let his blade do the talking. Kyle just grins. His kid certainly knows how to handle a situation like this. But since his son drew his sword, he will be treated as an opponent, not as family. Kyle is also eager to see what his son learned from a certain someone. Theo immediately knows he means Lad Brock. Now, pay close attention, this confirms his suspicion about the dragon's heart, but reacting now is already way too late. In a literal split second, his father slices him completely in half. Before he can even process the pain, he realizes his legs are gone. Death is actively reaching out to drag him under again. Cut down like a piece of meat, his consciousness begins to fade. Kyle is nowhere to be seen. This is the terrifying power of his signature heart sword technique. Turning his back, the patriarch looks at the worried blackbird. He calmly tells the feathered beast that there is absolutely no need to worry about the young prodigy. Only a mind with unbreakable willpower can survive the mental trap of the heart sword. It is a ruthless trial for an unawakened kid. But if Theo is truly made of tougher stuff, he will find a way back. If his willpower is weak, however, he is better off dying right here as an empty, mindless shell. The family has no use for a dangerous regressor. Suddenly, Theo's spirit is cast into a dark abyss between life and death. He can feel the agonizingly familiar grip of death, slowly grinding his soul to dust. He quickly accepts his fate. After all, surviving a direct blow from a demigod is simply impossible. Looking back at his achievements in this second life, Theo tries to comfort himself that he gave it his all. He seized Camellia Palace from the Trovans, and killed Renon and Axion, the bastards who murdered him in his first life. Anything beyond that was just a bonus. Compared to his first run, He lived a much happier, though far shorter life. Maybe it is finally time to just let go and rest in peace forever. As his will crumbles and he embraces death, the final embers of his soul begin to fade away. But right before his consciousness is wiped out completely, the griffin inside his sword steps in. The massive beast tears into the void to lecture his master. If Theo is going to throw in the towel this easily, the griffin is going to be absolutely furious. Hearing that annoying, sarcastic voice mocking him, a spark suddenly ignites in Theo's dying soul. And that's where we leave it, one wake-up call to keep him from giving up. Trust me, you and I are about to see that this is not Theo Ragnar's end. As his soul rebuilds through sheer undying will, he already surrendered once in his past life. There is no way he lets his story cut short today. With his soul reconstructed, Theo pushes past his limits to forge a blade capable of slashing through the endless void. Remembering his ultimate vow, Theo knows his body, mind, and soul might shatter, but he will absolutely never yield. Deep within that empty, silent void, he swings his sword with a fierce refusal to just fade away. That single strike, his absolute purest slash yet, cuts straight through the threat of fading out of existence. The illusion of death shatters, flooding his soul with light as Theo opens his eyes back on the mountain peak. He successfully sliced through the effects of the heart's sword Jingjutsu. With the griffin inside his blade protecting him, he avoids becoming just a hollow shell without a soul. Kyle Ragnar stares him down with a cold look. The ruthless demigod sneers, giving his son a passing grade. Now, watch closely here. This was a literal do-or-die moment, and Theo survived. Soon, a full week passes after the blooming ceremony, and today is the major nomination event at clan headquarters. The Lanka siblings wait anxiously for their names. Holkus hates these massive crowds, and Erika immediately teases him for being a big, nervous baby. But can you really blame him? The commanders of every squad, the 9 dragons, the old clan leader, and the current patriarch are all watching closely. Still, Erika warns him to stop acting terrified or no squad will pick him. Plus, he failed to get elemental breathing despite gathering so many bells. Holkus is still pretty salty about that. On top of that, his sister refuses to mention what the clan head gave her at the summit. The brute grumbles that Theo would have shared the secret easily. After all, the life of Alanka is dedicated to being Ragnar's sword. Because of that, Holkus has already sworn loyalty to the absolute strongest guy in their entire class. The guy who has power, character, and massive ambition. Holkus is ready to bet his life on the young master. Even though they have never actually spoken, he figures he can join Theo's camp by simply entering the exact same faction the young master chooses. And this is only possible because, weirdly enough, the patriarch is not taking Theo into the main family manor. So yeah, I know what you are thinking. This means normal guys like Holkus can follow their idol anywhere. Cutting through the loud chatter, the ceremonial drum beats, signaling that the official nominations are finally starting. Right away, the top valedictorian, Theo Ragnar, is called up. The arena is packed with civilians and elite warriors. Every single one of them is cheering for the kid they used to mock. Theo takes it all in with a calm smile, standing before the clan leaders. Watching from the crowd, Evelyn Naravel silently cheers for him. Personally, she really wants the young man to join the white-armored dragon cavalry. Of course, she knows that is just her own selfish dream. As the class valedictorian, he proved himself in every single trial, completely outclassing everyone else in his generation. But right as he is about to choose his path, an unexpected figure stands up among the 9 dragons. Ed Trovan, the Sky Dragon and head of Central Intelligence, instantly commands the entire room without saying a word. Tension spikes. Everyone wonders if this lunatic is about to start something to avenge his fallen nephew. Naturally, that would be an incredibly brainless move given all the heavy hitters sitting right there. The host immediately steps in, firmly asking the Sky Dragon to take his seat. Theo figures the man is still grieving over Axion, but he feels safe in this crowd. Yet, to everyone's absolute shock, Ed Trovan flashes a fake smile and offers the young man the position of deputy director in Central Intelligence. He literally killed the man's nephew, and now he gets a high-ranking job offer as a reward. Becoming the top valedictorian holds massive weight here. Remember, Theo used to be at the absolute bottom of the family ladder, but now, he has finally broken his shell to take flight. News of his incredible deeds spreads like wildfire, especially how he took down Axion and matched an elite proctor. His path from the very bottom to the peak of power inspires every young apprentice in the clan. Now, as we wrap up, we see the entire clan's hatred turn into pure, undeniable admiration. Forget the useless trash of Ragnar, you and I are looking at a once-in-a-generation monster now. As he stood right there on stage, the system suddenly flared to life. He cleared the 3rd scenario quest, scoring an ether core as his reward, and Theo was genuinely shocked. It had been so long since the system spoke up that he completely forgot the quest existed. But after all the time this took to complete, this ether core had better be incredibly overpowered. Before he could even enjoy the loot, some snake offered him a deputy director seat in a massive family faction. Scanning Ed Troven with his skills, Theo realized this guy just wanted to use him as a pawn to unlock the secrets of the primordial dragon relics. He already suspected as much, but getting solid proof was great. The Sky Dragon definitely suspects that Theo is holding on to one of those ancient artifacts. Too bad for Ed. Because Theo would never bow to a Troven, his whole goal is to crush that entire family himself. The demon dragon, Julius, immediately spoke up, calling out Ed's obvious mind games. Julius outright blasted the snake for trying to scheme his way to revenge, but the Sky Dragon just laughed it off. He admitted he felt a bit of family resentment, but claimed as the central director, he only wanted the absolute best person for the job. Julius scoffed at that. Ed Troven was a slippery bastard, and even now, he only cared about his own hidden agenda. The announcer quickly stepped in to stop the fight, begging the 9 dragons to quiet down so the official ceremony could finally proceed. When asked if he had a faction in mind, Theo calmly replied that he hadn't chosen yet. Right now, watch closely here, because he is about to trigger a massive bidding war for his godlike talents. First to bite was the sword dragon, Osar Ragnar Plunus, the powerful leader of the Plum Blossom Palace. She swore to make Theo her direct disciple and junior lord. Since Lady Plum Blossom has no children of her own, joining her means a straight shot to inheriting a legendary legacy. She is practically offering to adopt Theo as her son, and the successor to her sword dragon title. Already, 2 of the 9 dragons had thrown down massive offers for a hot commodity like him. With deals this insane on the table, normal commanders and directors stood absolutely zero chance of competing. But even with this wild bidding war raging, another heavy hitter was ready to make his move. And what an entrance. A massive bird crashing from the heavens, carrying a mysterious man completely covered in bandages. Robert Ragnar, the leader of Black Snow and the legendary Black Dragon, has officially joined the fight for Theo. Everyone was totally shocked. You and I know this guy never makes public appearances. Yet he was closely watching this ceremony from the very start. Robert admitted that Kyle was right all along. The kid was seriously interesting. If Theo joins the Black Snow, the Black Dragon will instantly award him the rank of Null Snow. Since they are a secret spy agency, Black Snow agents usually hide in the shadows, with the sole exception of the Null Snow officers. They are actually allowed to live in public, earning massive fame and honor. In his past life, there were only 8 Null Snows in the faction. He worked incredibly hard to reach that rank, but it was basically out of reach. But now, they are offering it to him on a silver platter, stealing the spotlight from the Black Dragon. Old Man Fao, the Zenith Dragon, spoke up next. Theo had deeply impressed him during the 3rd stage. So, he announced that the Zenith Academy would gladly take in the absolute most promising talent this family had seen in decades. That made 4 out of the 9 legendary dragons personally pitching their offers to him. Naturally, the demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, who leads the elite white-armored dragon cavalry, was expected to make a move too. But despite the crazy bids from others, Julius stuck to his guns, refusing to give Theo any special treatment. His own soldiers were literally screaming at him that this was no time to play fair, but Evelyn expected nothing less. Honor must be earned, and that was the core code of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Julius wanted to keep things fair for every single recruit, but he proudly guaranteed that Theo would get full support to grow into a true dragoon. Honestly, Theo completely understood and respected his stance. But right as he prepared to make his choice, a sultry, seductive voice echoed directly in his mind, and his mind alone, whispering a shocking secret. The former clan head, Hilda Ragnar, suddenly asked if he was a regressor. She definitely knew the truth, and trust me, you and I are left hanging as he desperately tried to play dumb. Let's dive in as Hilda praises Theo's acting. She was curious about his previous life cycle, but hearing that word changed everything for Theo. Suddenly, he realized regression might not be a one-time deal. While his mind was totally blown, the entire arena was still waiting for his final decision. To buy some time, he asked for a moment to clear his head. Hilda just smirked at how panicked he looked, telling him there was no need to hide. After all, she was a regressor too, but the cycles she was allowed to repeat had already run out. This stunning, incredibly powerful grandmother was basically admitting she had looped through time multiple times. Honestly, that is a massive amount of crazy info to process on the spot. Maybe asking Hilda directly for the truth would be his best bet. When he questioned her about the cycles, Hilda was shocked he lacked such basic knowledge. That son of hers, Kyle, clearly had not told the poor kid a single thing. But that is no surprise since Kyle absolutely loathes regressors. Honestly, it is weirder that he let Theo live at all, family or not. Maybe that explains why Theo faced that brutal, life-or-death trial at the mountain peak. Hilda loved seeing the young boy's desperate hunger for answers. Watch closely here. If he wants to learn the deepest secrets of the Ragnar clan and this entire world, he will definitely have to seek his grandma out later to finish this talk. During the final round of the awakening ceremony, his cold father had only handed him the merciless Heart's Sword. At least now he knew to be incredibly wary of Kyle Ragnar, especially with his deep hatred for regressors. Maybe the patriarch took Ladrock's heart simply because that ancient dragon was too welcoming toward temporal regressors. A normal human taking down such a legendary beast sounds totally impossible, but his father is called a demigod for a reason. Kyle Ragnar is constantly on demon time. To finally uncover the dark secrets behind regression, he definitely needs a serious face-to-face talk with his grandmother. With that settled, Theo Ragnar finally chose his destination. Puffing out his chest, he proudly announced his major decision to the entire crowd. But hold on, we are not revealing his choice just yet. Remington Narcio, the runner-up of this group, joined the Zenith Academy to train under the Zenith Dragon. It was a perfect match since they both master water current breathing. Back in Theo's past life, Remington had simply returned to his clan to train completely alone. Eventually, he sparked a bloody, violent rebellion against the Ragnars. Facing off against the Silver Lion never ends well for anyone, but in this timeline, he chose to stay with the clan, a massive shift caused entirely by Theo's influence. For now, it is a temporary goodbye for these rivals. They are heading to different factions to grow stronger, promising to clash again in the future. Within a surprisingly short amount of time, they had become genuine brothers in arms. No surprise here, Rey Ragnar returned straight to the Daffodil Palace where her mother, the legendary Ice Dragon, rules supreme. Honestly, there is no better place for a lady like her. Of course, Sybil and the other guys from Training Ground 4 desperately wanted to follow their master, but their low grades kept them from entering his faction. Leaving his comrades behind was painful, but it was a necessary step. Theo truly looked forward to watching his talented young friends spread their wings on their own paths. Once everyone was dismissed, the Lanka siblings approached Theo. Hulkus tried to act cool, pretending it was pure coincidence they ended up joining the exact same faction as Theo. Naturally, Theo greeted them warmly and expressed his deep gratitude for their crucial help during the second stage ceremony. Erica is definitely holding that favor over his head. She absolutely loves powerful guys, and her giant brother feels the exact same way. No diddy. A strict supervisor suddenly barked at the new recruits to snap to attention. The commander was arriving, and Theo had chosen the absolute most prestigious unit in Ragnar. This was the ultimate launching pad to accelerate his career and pave his way to becoming the next clan patriarch. The legendary white-armored dragon cavalry was commanded by the ruthless demon dragon. Speaking with grandmother, Hilda would definitely have to wait for another time. Right now, it is time for the rookies to make their official declarations. Hulkus Lanka loudly declared his dream of becoming a legendary dragoon, while other recruits simply shouted out their desire for widespread fame. Erica vowed to become the strongest warrior of her entire generation, while another recruit just desperately wanted the commander to acknowledge him. That weak wish earned him some weird looks. Finally, it was our golden boy's turn to announce his future goal, steeling himself for the inevitable Great War 5 years away. He boldly swore to seize the rank of commander of this white-armored dragon cavalry within just 5 short years. Dropping a massive claim like that directly to the sitting commander takes some serious courage. Julius actually loved hearing such massive dreams, and honestly, you and I cannot wait to see if Theo pulls it off. Whatever reasons these young recruits have for joining the cavalry, you and I need to remember one thing. Every drop of blood and sweat they spill serving this unit will live on in legends. Today's grind becomes tomorrow's pride. The cavalry shield never breaks, and their swords never yield. Bound by creed, they must always have each other's backs. Waiting at the very end of this blood-soaked road is nothing but sweet, sweet glory. With those words, the demon dragon welcomes his rookies, making a massive, terrifying entrance as a show of absolute force. The commander's partner is a massive flying dragon named Gula, who stands as the ultimate symbol of their order. Following Gula's lead, the rest of the draconic pack literally blots out the sun with their wings. Riding on their backs are the elite cavalry seniors, ready to act as personal handlers for these fresh rookies today. The admittance test is officially starting, meaning these fresh recruits are heading out to claim their own dragon partners. The jaw-dropping sight of these massive dragons flying in perfect formation is absolutely breathtaking. Every child of the Ragnar clan dreams of this moment, and pay attention here, Theo's handler is none other than Evelyn. He is genuinely surprised to see her out of Training Ground 4 and back on active duty with the cavalry. Curious, he asks if she has finally returned to action, and she happily confirms she is taking up the mantle once more. Armed with a brand new prosthetic designed by the demon craftsman, Evelyn can finally return to doing what she loves most. Just a few days ago, Lady Cecilia and Kirshen paid Evelyn a surprise visit to express their deepest thanks. She was right in the middle of teaching those Training Ground boys a lesson when they arrived. As usual, Evelyn deflects the praise, giving all the credit for Theo's success to the young master's raw talent. Even so, Cecilia knows Evelyn's support played a massive role, and she is thrilled that Theo has someone so dependable in his life. Cecilia desperately wanted to show her gratitude, but Evelyn kept downplaying her worth, which Cecilia absolutely refused to accept. Kershin gently noted that lights guiding others through the dark are often completely blind to their own brilliant shine. The wise elf saw that light inside this one-armed swordswoman and wanted to help her shine across the entire world. Now, in the present, her legendary path as a premier dragoon for the cavalry has officially been reignited. Cecilia gave Theo all the credit, revealing to Evelyn that her son was the one who requested this massive favor. Because of him, Evelyn can hold the reins of her beloved dragon again, though Theo had no idea this happened behind the scenes. Even without him knowing, let's be honest, his mom is truly the absolute best. To return this life-changing favor, Evelyn Nereville pledges her loyal sword to the young master, who gladly accepts as they fly into the dangerous nest of the white-armored dragon cavalry. This dangerous nest of white dragons is absolutely not a place meant for humans to live. The name is a bit misleading, since it is mostly home to wild flying wyverns. While failing to secure a dragon partner means failing to join the cavalry, such disappointments almost never happen here. Theo isn't worried about his own performance, but he is slightly concerned for the loud, ranky siblings. Evelyn explains that choosing the perfect beast usually comes down to pure vibe and sixth sense. You just know it when you see it. Their first stop is the nesting ground of the fearsome Opterex. These massive, brown-scaled wyverns are notorious apex predators. Next up is the deadly den of the poisonous aviari. Boasting long, serpentine bodies, they spit a deadly purple poison mist and use sharp stingers as lethal weapons. Then there are the blade dragons, docile herbivores that normally prefer burrowing deep and nesting underground. They mostly rely on ambush tactics to surprise enemies. Up in the skies fly the quick-speed dragons. These beasts are small, fast, and clever, hunting in packs while breathing pure fire from their maws. The wyverns raised by the cavalry fall into these four categories, but unfortunately, Theo doesn't vibe with any of them. Recalling memories from his past life, a truly infamous wyvern suddenly comes to mind. 6 years into the Great War, a massive, mutated wyvern raided the White Dragon's nest, slaughtering hundreds of mounts raised by the white-armored dragon cavalry. Dubbed the Evil Shadow Dragon, it laid waste to 8 villages in a single day, killing dozens of legendary warriors. In a panic, the Ragnar clan quickly classified the Evil Shadow Dragon as a Class 2 calamity, a literal demonic fiend. It took the combined strength of the Demon Dragon and Sword Dragon to finally slay it. It got its name from hiding in shadows, and trust me, this is like How to Train Your Dragon, but with blood. Naturally, Theo is eager to tame that precise monster, remembering one very specific, obvious trait that defined the beast. Alright, let's join our main character as he finally spots something absolutely wild. While the rookies struggle to find their perfect partners, Commander Julius is just relaxing on the deadly cliffs with Gullah. But his peace gets cut short when the Sword Dragon invades his territory, though he does not mind. After all, he just secured the most talented rookie in the clan's history, a dragon he never expected to get, and that is exactly what brings Osa here today. She knows Commander Julius wants to turn young Theo into a core pillar of the cavalry as soon as possible. Naturally, the commander keeps his mouth shut, neither confirming nor denying her claims. Talking too much leads to a quick downfall, and the Sword Dragon can easily tell this man is playing a much bigger game than she first assumed. Even though he remains completely silent, Osa did not actually climb up these cliffs to start a fight. Instead, she has a very special offer to make, one that benefits their golden boy. Julius keeps his response short and cold. He already has Theo on his side. Switching over to the Plum Blossom Palace is out of the question, so what could she possibly be offering? Getting straight to the point, she suggests they jointly train the Rising Star, an idea that is completely unheard of. Clan factions never share resources or break traditions like this. But back to the action, as Theo and Evelyn fly closer to that cliffside corner he spotted earlier. Now watch closely here as 4 bullies gang up on a single, defenseless white wyvern. Evelyn explains that this poor beast is always targeted by his peers, and the cavalry tried everything to fix it, but nothing worked. The others constantly reject him for not being pure-blooded. The poor guy is actually half wyvern and half vapor, which are terrifying, Class 1 demonic fiends that dwell deep within the dark demon sea. How these two species could even mate is a total mystery, as such a union should have been completely impossible. Theo is completely stunned by this shocking revelation. Class 1 demonic fiends are an absolute nightmare to all of humanity. They are walking disasters that bring pure chaos. If one ever got past the Great Wall, it would destroy everything. On top of that, these vapors are horrific, ghost-type monsters that thrive in the shadows. Now it finally makes sense how the evil Shadow Dragon got those rare abilities. It must be that dark vapor blood. His birth caused a massive uproar, and despite heavy pushback, the cavalry eventually decided to keep him in the nest for close observation. But then the bullying started, with the other beasts flat out refusing to live alongside a half-blood. Locking him away is not a real solution, leaving the cavalry completely clueless on what to do next. Hearing about the pain of being rejected just for being different really hits close to home for Theo. By the way, the cavalry named him Umbra, which means shadow in the ancient tongue. Theo smiles, instantly knowing his true partner is finally right in front of him. Without even warning Evelyn, he stands up and makes his choice. Instead of waiting for a safe landing, this absolute madman just dives straight off the flying beast. With zero gear or preparation, he is just too hyped to finally meet Umbra face to face. Evelyn's heart completely stops as she watches the young master literally skydive on a wild whim under her watch. Theo is incredibly determined to give Umbra a better path in life, especially since he received a second chance himself. And I know what you're thinking. Why shouldn't this dragon get that same shot? Channeling his mana, Theo crashes down like lightning. Completely stunned, Evelyn has no time to stop the young master's reckless stunt. Plunging down toward the rocky cliff, Theo whips out several blades, hurling them forward at different speeds. His eyes glow as hatchling synchro activates, allowing him to control the flying weapons with pure psychokinesis. With this insane trick, he breaks his rapid fall, using the floating blades as footholds. It looks like he is literally running down empty air, completely defying gravity. It is one thing to learn psychokinesis, but using it like this? Absolutely genius. Evelyn is totally awestruck. The young monster's growth speed is truly hard to believe. Down on the rocks, the aggressive wyverns hiss and screech angrily, but our bullied little guy refuses to back down, snarling right back. Watching this cruelty play out, Theo remembers his own days as the useless trash of the clan, when everyone constantly mocked his weakness. Back then, he could only grit his teeth and take the abuse. But today, he is a completely different beast. Now the undisputed king of his generation, intense sparks crackle around him as his thunder dragon breathing activates. Slamming into perfect range, he finally puts those floating blades to their real use. He launches them straight at the bullies, packed with insane electricity, as he unleashes his powerful dragon mark. He could have easily ended them, but he just wanted to scare them off, and trust me, they got the message. Alright, you and I are about to watch Theo Ragnar scare those bullies off before landing to call out the cowards for hiding behind numbers. But the moment his eyes land on Umbra, his expression immediately softens. Still on guard, the injured beast growls low, ready to snap at any second. But as Theo steps closer, Umbra decides to flee, soaring off into the sky. Evelyn catches up and warns the young master to take things slow with the defensive beast. But Theo? He isn't planning on waiting around. Right now, Umbra needs someone. Why else would he cling to a nest where he is constantly pushed away by everyone else? The poor guy is lonely, and those emotional scars hurt way worse than physical cuts. With those heavy injuries, he cannot go far. Let's saddle up together and track this poor guy down right now. Sure enough, Umbra quickly drains his stamina and collapses onto a nearby rocky peak to rest. Even though his body is failing, he forces himself up the second he senses the humans approaching. Countless skilled dragoons tried to tame him but failed. He is deeply wary of humans, and those painful wounds only make him even more aggressive. So, Theo asks Evelyn to go grab some food for the injured beast. Meanwhile, he slowly approaches to connect with Umbra personally, but the creature immediately unleashes its terrifying wyvern fear in response. Theo counters instantly using Lesser Drake Fear. It is a straight clash of pure, suffocating aura trying to overpower the other. Ultimately, Theo's overwhelming presence wins out, completely suppressing and calming the stubborn beast. Umbra braces for pain, but freezes as Theo gently pours a soothing healing potion over his deep cuts. As the magical potion kicks in, Umbra feels his strength return and the burning pain fade away. With the worst injuries treated, Theo gently pats the confused hybrid. Umbra has absolutely no idea how to react. All his life, he has only known pain, rejection, and isolation. Yet here is a human, offering genuine kindness. Thanks to his dragon heart, Theo instantly senses the heavy emotion swirling inside Umbra. He feels the boiling rage towards the herd that abandoned him, mixed with a deep, tragic desire to actually belong. But strongest of all is the crushing, agonizing loneliness buried deep inside the poor beast's soul. You can feel the contradiction here. Umbra is terrified of this stranger, yet desperately craves the warmth he brings. He silently prays that this gentle warmth will last, and that this human won't abandon him. So Theo solemnly promises never to turn his back on him. To seal their new bond, he pulls out the sparkling gem from his last mission as a gift. Staring at the beautiful, shimmering jewel, the lonely wyvern is completely captivated. Of course, our Sundar wyvern tries to act tough, but he can't do much when Theo slips it around his neck. Theo smiles, promising that if they team up, they will gather a whole mountain of shiny treasures. That is an offer he absolutely cannot refuse. To make it even better, Theo promises to craft custom, gem-encrusted gear for him. It'll be incredibly flashy, though they might have to rob some poor grandma to pay for it. And yes, that grandma is his own. Far away in her workshop, Kersum gets a terrible feeling that her savings are about to vanish. Hearing these promises, Umbra roars with pure joy. Theo Ragnar has officially been recognized as the Viper Wyvern's master. This unlocks his new wyvern taming skill, which boosts his control proportional to his partner's trust. It also grants a 10% power boost to both rider and mount. A few minutes later, Evelyn returns. She drags two bulls by the horns while her mount rests, only to find the untamable beast happily cuddling with the young master. They feed the bulls to Umbra, who happily devours his hefty, delicious lunch. When a shocked Evelyn asks how he managed this, Theo simply says he healed Umbra's broken heart. With that taken care of, a simple, shiny gift sealed the deal. The former outcast now behaves like a cute puppy sharing his food. At this point, Evelyn just accepts that Theo is a natural charmer, whether dealing with people or beasts. As Umbra willingly offers his back in complete trust, Evelyn congratulates the young master for officially passing his test. But then she realizes Theo isn't just planning to sit on his new mount for show. Evelyn panics because the boy has not received a single second of flight training. Besides, flying a wyvern without reins or a saddle is just suicide. Theo simply grins and tells her he will be fine. And just like that, the partners take off. Trust me, you'll want to see where they fly next. Evelyn stays grounded as Umbra eagerly takes flight, and you and I can tell he's absolutely itching to show his master something massive. For the first time in his miserable life, Umbra looked genuinely happy, soaring through the sky with pure, childlike wonder. Theo wondered how such a pure-hearted creature could ever become the terrifying demonic fiend known as the evil shadow dragon. Swooping through the massive nest, they finally reach the edge of a giant, roaring waterfall. Umbra dives straight through the crashing water, heading right into a dark cave hidden behind the heavy flow. Theo thought he knew these freezing winter mountains inside and out. Even with his experience in the black snow, he had no idea this stunning crystal cave was hidden here. It's incredibly bright and shiny, so Umbra's obsession makes sense. But looking closer, Theo finds the dark truth of how this beast became the evil shadow dragon. He's been feeding on the rare ghost spirit flowers growing inside this cave. These dark plants usually only grow deep within the demon sea, feeding entirely on raw demonic energy. Dragon and demon energies are supposed to clash, making Umbra's survival a total miracle. But no matter what, these dangerous flowers have to be burned. Umbra hates the idea, but watch closely as Theo goes deeper into the cavern, because a terrifying new secret is about to reveal itself. A dried-up, rotting corpse is chained tightly to the stone wall. Theo estimates this man has been dead for over a decade with barely any rot. The freezing cave helped preserve him, but it's also a clear sign of someone who possessed immense magical power. In his prime, this guy must have been an incredibly powerful martial expert. Theo decides he'll have to return later to investigate. But the moment he turns his back, the corpse snaps to life with a glare of pure hatred. It suddenly shrieks the current clan head's name, Kyle. Reacting instantly to the danger, Umbra slams the shrieking corpse back against the wall, roaring defensively at the monster, showing hostility to his master. The dead body keeps screaming Kyle's name, making Theo realize that his master might be in serious danger. The monster lunges to bite Umbra's foot, but Theo reacts, throwing his own arm in the way to block those rotting teeth. The corpse clamps down hard, screaming curses at Kyle and Robert Ragnar. Theo realizes his father and the legendary Black Dragon must be connected to this mysterious chained-up dead body. Right then, Evelyn rushes in to save the day, using the ultimate blade barrage technique of the white-armored dragon cavalry. With countless rapid thrusts, she completely obliterates the monster's head, freeing Theo. He drops heavily to his knees, apologizing for his mistake, as an agonizing pain begins spreading from the bite through his entire body. That horrific bite was packed with a deadly demonic energy toxin. Without a cure, Theo faces a slow, agonizing death, prompting a panicked Evelyn to desperately lift him up toward headquarters. But Umbra blocks her path, shoving her aside. The beast repeatedly nudges Evelyn away from the young master, clearly trying to communicate something important. Sensing this, Theo asks his loyal beast if he has a solution. And yeah, I know what you are thinking. Trusting a beast? Theo grins and leaves his life in the Viper Wyvern's hands. Evelyn immediately rejects this insane plan. A rotting corpse toxin combined with raw demonic energy is a guaranteed death sentence. Theo knows that even with standard treatment, his chances of survival are less than 30%. So, he's gambling everything on Umbra. This massive beast evolved into a Class 2 demonic fiend by eating those ghost spirit flowers. He likely fought this corpse before, learning exactly how to neutralize both demonic energy and rotting poison. Just before passing out, he begs Evelyn to follow Umbra's lead. Moving quickly around the cave, the Viper Wyvern harvests a handful of ghost spirit flowers and snaps off several glowing crystals. He drops the wild materials in front of Evelyn, nudging her to blend them for her master. Gritting her teeth, she decides to trust Theo's final wish. Evelyn grabs the glowing crystals and flowers, using her powerful mana to violently grind and mix them together. It creates a glowing, dark purple liquid that she slowly pours directly into Theo's mouth. Both the loyal knight and the worried beast hold their breath, waiting for a reaction. The moment the liquid hits Theo's chest, his dragon heart thumps violently. With his heart pumping like an engine, Theo visibly begins to heal. Raw mana erupts from his body, crackling with his natural electric affinity. Slowly, that brilliant lightning begins blending with the dark corpse poison. The glowing lightning changes from bright blue to a deep, pitch black. Once fully transformed, this new black lightning surges back inside, restarting his body. A deep body purification is now underway. The legendary trait of the evil shadow dragon is finally obtained, but trust me, you and I need to see what's happening back at headquarters with Commander Julius Ragnar. The Black Snow Guild had already cross-checked the facts. Let's dive into this. The report came back 89% confirmed, and the furious demon dragon just shattered his desk. He had been riding a massive wave of success. Honestly, he should have expected some rain on his parade, but a tragedy of this scale, it was completely out of nowhere. Trainer Isvin, captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, 5th Platoon, and 15 of his men died in battle. Body cleansing purification is an ancient secret art that violently purges impurities. It refines your body for elite magic power cultivation. Usually, this extreme process requires multiple powerhouse experts channeling their raw energy for days on end. Even with all that, it only ever works on toddlers under age 5. For Theo to survive this priceless transformation, several insane coincidences had to line up. The deadly corpse toxin in his blood held massive amounts of concentrated magic, packed with demonic energy from eating ghost spirit flowers. Luckily, the antidote from Umbra acted as a stabilizer. These wild events ended up creating a perfect balance. Instead of getting overwhelmed or cured, he absorbed the shadow toxin's raw, uninterrupted power. Finally, Theo snapped awake with Evelyn and Umbra sitting right beside him. Feeling completely exhausted by the ordeal, he apologized for worrying them. The loyal knight and his new partner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Now look closely at his status screen. He just discovered he is the second coming of the evil shadow dragon. Thanks to the purification, he gained 85 bonus stat points. That is an absolute jackpot. He is now positive that the glowing cave crystals are condensed, pure energy. That purity weakened the toxic flowers, turning them into elite medicine. He is so glad he trusted Umbra with his life. A Ragnar's body is already considered absolutely peak, but now, with purification and the shadow dragon power, he is on a straight path to the absolute pinnacle of strength. But who was this corpse before turning into a vengeful wraith? Looking closer, Evelyn spotted something incredible carved on the wall. Across the stone, a detailed journal was left behind by a high martial master. It detailed his desperate struggle hiding in this cave after losing to Kyle and Robert Ragnar. He wanted to bide his time and plan his revenge before his body failed him. His body withered after Robert shattered his mana hull, and eating those ghost spirit flowers to survive only made him die faster. In the end, his mind broke before he could get revenge. He realized he was doomed to die with an eternal grudge. So, the dying man chose to leave a legacy, sealing his own corpse with his melted emerald serpent blade. Praying someone would eventually discover this cave and fulfill his ultimate wish, the master left his legacy, the Tempest God's flying sword technique. This skeleton belonged to the legendary swordsman who could command the wind itself. The tragic hero defeated by Kyle Ragnar in the Throne War 40 years ago, the Wind Baron, Hector Ragnar. His myth supposedly ended in that clash, but he actually survived, only to die lonely in this dark cave. As a fiercely loyal knight of Ragnar, Evelyn dropped to her knees in deep respect. Even though Hector lost, he was still a true Ragnar who held the right of succession in the past. You see, harming a previous successor is a capital offense, but Theo immediately dismissed her dramatic fears. She didn't slay a noble lord, just a crazed ghoul. Plus, she did it to protect the actual heir. Flexing his authority, Theo ordered her to forget everything that went down in this cavern. And if she still felt guilty, he suggested she claim the Wind Baron's secret techniques for her own. She protested, claiming she was unworthy of power that rivaled the legendary 9 dragons. Yet, Theo refused to back down, insisting she become Hector's official successor. There is absolutely nobody else more worthy of inheriting this epic legacy. Plus, it lets Hector finally rest in peace, and nobody can punish his chosen disciple for any crime. This was her path. Deeply moved by his words, Evelyn Narville, a high-ranking swordsman of Ragnar, bowed to him with pure reverence. She swore absolute, undying loyalty as his vassal and humbly begged him to accept her sacred oath. Theo grinned. She was always so traditional. To satisfy her need for a formal ceremony, he drew his sword. He gracefully knighted Evelyn, accepting her oath of loyalty, engraving it on his soul. Trust me, she is now this lord's first sword. All right, you and I are jumping right in as Theo seals a legendary pact with Umbra, locking down their master-servant contract. By sunset, most of the other rookies have finally made it back to the Dragon Cavalry headquarters. Hulkus is feeling pretty smug about beating Theo back, but he and his toad-like mount immediately freeze when they see the final rookie arrive. Theo Ragnar just dragged in the absolute wildest and most unique partner in the entire camp. The veteran riders instantly recognize Umbra, the famously rebellious beast. But seeing Theo tame the untamable, they just shrug and write it off as the work of a once-in-a-millennium genius. Poor Hulkus gets his pride absolutely crushed. Evelyn hands over the official report for the aptitude test and asks where their commander went. The other riders mention seeing their captain sprint toward his office after getting some highly urgent news. Right on cue, the demon dragon himself crashes back onto the field with a heavy and serious landing. Julius Ragnar wastes no time apologizing for dropping bad news right after their test. Now pay attention here, because this sudden deployment order to Fort Blanky has both rookies and veterans in an absolute panic. Theo is the only one who knows what's really coming. The massive Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Fort Blanky is finally kicking off. They are walking straight into a conspiracy to steal the Dragon Slayer sword, Balmung, for an upcoming coup. A scheme masterminded by the hated Sky Dragon, Ed Troven. One of the riders speaks up, demanding answers. They cannot just throw untrained rookies onto a battlefield like this. But Julius gives them the brutal, unfiltered truth. Their trainer is the captain of the 5th platoon, and his entire squad has vanished. Everyone knows Captain Isvan. As the oldest knight in the entire Dragon Cavalry, he is definitely not someone who goes down easily. This is likely another butterfly effect triggered by Theo. Black Snow estimates their chance of death at 89%. Even if they did manage to survive, they would be in no condition to fight. Therefore, all currently available troops will temporarily take the 5th platoon's name to complete this mission, with Evelyn appointed as the acting captain. They deploy in 3 days, meaning these rookies must cram a lifetime of basic training overnight. Julius refuses to believe that old Isvan was taken down so easily, but he is already craving bloody vengeance before making his dramatic exit. It all kicked off when the Black Skull Bandits abducted a representative from the Seer Merchant Guild. With the cavalry stepping in, there should have been 0 casualties, but the enemy's true objective lies elsewhere. The entire hostage situation is just a massive smokescreen to cover up the theft of the dragon-slaying sword, Balmung. And trust me, you and I both know what happens if Ed Troven gets that blade a major coup that is already playing out differently than Theo's past life. If his actions change the timeline, he has to fix this himself. The hidden quest to seize the Dragonslayer sword is officially on. 3 days of brutal, non-stop training quickly fly by. Deep within the freezing northern stronghold, a lone bandit guard on the watchtower spots a massive shadow suddenly blotting out the moon. That is when he realizes a terrifying battalion of wyverns from the Dragon Cavalry is flying straight toward them. Before he can even sound the alarm, a massive blast completely decimates the tower as Evelyn orders her troops to rain bombs on the fort. These legendary beasts look exactly like World War II bomber planes. The relentless airstrike is executed with absolute precision, tearing the fortress apart. Desperate to escape the explosive firestorm, the bandits scramble inside the castle to find cover. But they are far too late, as the dragoons dismount and immediately charge forward to slice through any survivors. Evelyn calmly directs her forces to wipe out every single bandit in sight. That is the cost of messing with the Dragon Cavalry. Meanwhile, the smuggler carrying the legendary sword is thanking his lucky stars that he escaped the fortress right before the chaos started. If he can just deliver the weapon, all that's left is to collect his massive payment, kick back, and live out the rest of his life in absolute luxury. But unfortunately for him, he was just a pawn. His endless greed ends with a swift, brutal decapitation by a hooded figure. Now that Balmung is safely out of the fort, these hooded figures can finally take over. With their main goal secured, the next phase of their dark plan begins. Rolling out long-range cannons, they are ready to shoot down the dragon riders. Meanwhile, the cavalry makes incredibly quick work of the bandits, wiping out and capturing every last lowlife in the fort. The veterans are already laughing about how easy this mission was. But Theo is deeply uneasy, suspecting a trap. There is no way the legendary 5th platoon got wiped out by simple bandits like these. Let's watch as Theo uncovers the truth by peering into this bandit's memories. Alright, you and I are diving into a crazy mystery here, because while Theo knows they stole the sword Balong, none of these bandits have actually seen it. The grunts? Sure, but even the executives are flying blind. One of the seniors asks Theo what's going on, while another tells him to chill, thinking the Flash Tiger just has some rookie jitters for his very first mission. Honestly, these veterans just want to finish up and go home. But right then, Theo gets hit with a terrible bad feeling. He suddenly bolts away, leaving the seniors totally confused, before unsheathing his blade and slashing at a random wall. Hidden right behind those heavy bricks are massive barrels of highly explosive gunpowder. The entire mission is a massive trap. Theo immediately takes charge, screaming at everyone to get out and evacuate now. Suddenly, incoming artillery shells whistle through the air. Theo screams a warning to his comrades, but the deafening blasts completely drown him out. That first devastating barrage lands a direct hit, and now, they are reloading. A group of mysterious hooded figures keeps raining cannonballs down on the explosive-filled fortress from every single angle. Their orders are simple and brutal. Wipe out the new 5th platoon. They cannot let a single soul survive this. Meanwhile, the cold-blooded mastermind behind this ambush sits alone in a dark room bathed in pale moonlight. Lady Amal Ragnar, former mistress of Camellia Palace, cradles the headless body of her insane son, Axion. She has completely lost her mind. And trust me, she wants Theo Ragnar's head at all costs, taking full advantage of this explosive chaos. Inside, the panicked bandits try to break free and escape, but Evelyn is not having it and orders her troops to execute them all. The dragoons quickly slaughter the criminals as the entire fortress burns to the ground. Even Evelyn finds it highly suspicious that the original 5th platoon fell to such weak bandits. Suddenly, another explosive shell screams right toward her. Evelyn narrowly avoids getting blasted to pieces. With a second barrage raining down, Evelyn prioritizes her troops and orders an immediate retreat. After all, the remaining bandits will be wiped out by the explosions anyway. The rookies finally reunite with Evelyn's main battalion. Now that the entire 5th platoon is back together, they have to find a way out of this burning hellhole. Theo suggests heading toward the outer walls, away from the shelling. Under this extreme life-or-death pressure, he miraculously forces open his mind gate, unlocking the absolute limits of his brain. Instantly, his cognitive processing and physical senses are pushed into overdrive. As he scans his surroundings, the entire structural blueprint of the fortress is laid bare before his eyes. He is completely dazed by the overwhelming flood of information entering his brain. Evelyn quickly snaps him back to reality and tries to pull him toward the exit, but Theo suddenly stops her in her tracks. Showing incredible resolve, Theo insists that instead of rushing toward the main gates, they need to go even deeper inside. Trusting her master completely, Evelyn orders the entire unit to follow his lead. With 21 lives on the line, you and I can see just how much pressure is on our golden boy to save them. Thanks to his boosted senses, he knows that the main exit is just a death trap of incoming artillery and a deadly ambush. It is their final trap. By combining his mind gate with the hatchling synchro, Theo can literally read the memories of the stone walls around him. The enemy thinks staying inside the burning castle means certain death, but with his map-like vision, he can find a safe path. To their left are more hidden explosives, while the right is about to get pulverized by the next bombardment. Their only escape is down the central stairway. Theo leads the charge, and everyone sprints downward like their lives depend on it. Evelyn guards the rear of the escaping line, making absolutely sure none of her soldiers get left behind in the chaos. But their hope evaporates when they run straight into a dead end. Panic sets in as everyone looks to Theo for another miracle, because turning back into the fire is completely out of the question. Worse still, the ceiling above them begins caving in. Massive boulders of debris rain down, threatening to bury the entire squad alive. Outside, the cloaked Trovan agents celebrate their massive, fiery trap. Having fired off every single cannonball they brought, they feel satisfied knowing they have avenged their fallen young master, Axion. Drawing their weapons, the agents prepare to infiltrate the ruins. Even if they have to sift through blood to piece Theo's body back together, they need proof. But you and I know that won't happen, because our squad barely cheated death. As the ceiling collapses, the floor beneath them gives way too, right after Theo makes a desperate slash at the final second. The entire group plummets into a secret subterranean cave, only to come face to face with even more hostile bandits. All right, you and I are jumping right into a wild underground escape route Theo just discovered. Peering past the enemy guards, he spots a steel-barred dungeon, and guess who is trapped inside? Captain Eisen himself. Without missing a beat, Evelyn's squad wipes out the remaining guards actually. Hulkus takes them down all by himself. Evelyn gets the full story from Captain Iv, and it is a shocker the Central Intelligence Bureau is pulling the strings. They free the battered members of the 5th platoon, but nobody is celebrating just yet. Every single one of them has been brutally mutilated, even the old captain. Evelyn knew Ed Trovan was shady, but she never imagined an inside betrayal on this massive of a scale. These traitors actually turned on their own family. That is high treason, and the penalty for that is death. Captain Iz gets their anger, but he warns the hot-headed youth to tread very carefully. Their enemies are smart and prepared. Trying to fight them head-on with so few men is basically suicide. Right now, their absolute priority is to contact the nearby Black Snow backup units. But Theo points out the harsh reality: if no help has arrived yet, the enemy has probably already wiped out those hidden agents. It looks completely hopeless, but our brilliant main character has a genius plan to exploit the enemy's own massive bombardment. They want a flawless cover-up, which means they will definitely return to verify the bodies of their targets. Now watch closely, because they'll be celebrating while searching through the bodies. The cavalry can use this arrogance against them by setting a deadly trap in the ruins above. It is their only shot at turning the tables on these monsters. The captain studies the young man and realizes Theo has already unlocked his mind gate, an incredible feat for someone so young. The old man sighs, feeling his age. He almost gave up hope over a minor setback. But thank goodness the younger generation is ready to lead the charge. With his fighting spirit fully reignited, Captain Iv stands up on his one remaining leg to rally his troops. Both the old and new members of the Dragon Cavalry stand united, ready to launch this counterattack. Just as Theo predicted, a brutal civil war is kicking off right now as Trovan agents flood the ruins looking for corpses. They have to painstakingly search through every pile of burning rubble to find the targets. Any survivors are executed without a second thought, but after scouring the area, they still cannot find the cavalry's bodies. The west sector is completely empty, and the search on the east side is turning up absolutely nothing. And the escape routes are totally clear, no signs of any dragoons slipping past their scouts. You and I both know something is wrong here, all they find are dead bandits. Realizing something is terribly wrong, the enemy commander immediately orders his men to halt their futile search. Suddenly, the hidden cavalry springs their deadly trap, and the traitorous leader barely dodges a lethal strike from Evelyn's own sword. An epic duel between these two rival leaders is finally going down. The villain tries to pull a cheap trick, but Evelyn is too elite for that nonsense, flipping out of harm's way to reset the battle. The enemy commander screams at his troops to watch out, but it is already too late. He tries to call for a new defense formation, but his men are already being slaughtered by the highly skilled dragoons. With their betrayal fully exposed, Evelyn acts as judge, jury, and executioner, sentencing them all to death. But the rebel captain refuses to go down without a fight, matching Evelyn blow for blow and even launching some dangerous counterstrikes of his own. He is desperately trying to figure out how these wyvern-riding soldiers survived that massive blast. That split second of hesitation is all the opening Evelyn needs to strike. She lunges for a lethal strike, barely missing his neck, but continues her relentless assault, cutting him down bit by painful bit. Evelyn demands that the surviving members of the Bureau lay down their weapons. Any further resistance is totally futile. The moment this trap sprung, the match was already over. Surrender now, and you live to face a proper trial. But before anyone can surrender, the enemy captain orders his men to unleash their forbidden technique. Every dragoon freezes in shock. It looks like the rebels have one final, desperate trump card to play. One of the enemy agents turns completely feral and lunges straight at Theo. Our hero instantly senses a massive, terrifying spike in the monster's physical strength. And trust me, you and I are about to see if he can survive this forbidden, life-draining technique. Alright, let's jump right into this madness. Even with Theo's insane strength, he's barely keeping up with an agent jacked up on forbidden tech. Worse yet, the rest of these bastards are swarming him, desperate to take his head. Spotting him right in the crosshairs, a wounded officer from the old 5th platoon shields him from the feral blades. Before taking his final breath, the dying man peacefully begs Theo to escape. Watching a good comrade sacrifice himself like that awakens a primal, wrathful fury deep inside of Theo. He swings his blade, unleashing his most devastating triple dragon's claw yet. Pushing his body further, the young master unlocks his mind gate. The entire world slows down, letting him pinpoint dozens of superpowered freaks. Readying an even more explosive triple dragon's claw than the last, his sword strikes out with surgical precision, completely bypassing his allies to obliterate their enemies. This incredible display of raw power shocks even the veterans. Pay attention here. When the dust clears, the stronghold ground is carved with terrifying marks of destruction. The sole traitor left is the Trovan captain. Realizing this massive thorn in his clan side has grown way too strong, the captain decides to drag Theo to hell, even if it costs him his life. Activating the forbidden reverse blood surge technique, the captain charges forward like a lethal, runaway arrow. Meanwhile, Theo's platoon seniors are just standing there uselessly fanboying over the rookie. And Theo is actually struggling to stay conscious after pushing his mind gate too far. Controlling that level of complex, destructive power is still way too hard for him to manage. Worse yet, the last crazed zealot is dropping down like a blazing meteor, burning his own life force to ashes. As a fanatic follower, he will drag Theo to hell, no matter what. Theo desperately tries to set up a defense, but his mana system is completely twisted from his previous attack. This fanatic is already showing signs of full mana detonation. He wants to blow himself up and vaporize the entire zone. But thankfully, Theo's loyal first sword steps in to save her master. For the first time, Evelyn unleashes her God of Tempest technique, blasting the suicide bomber straight into the sky with a fierce squall. With the rat trapped in midair, Evelyn leaps up, gathers the pure force of wind in her hands, and unleashes a massive maelstrom. Theo watches in absolute awe as Evelyn's wind cuts into the traitor's mana system, forcibly shutting down the suicide blast. After that, slamming the defeated Trovan captain back down to the hard dirt is effortless. With the final rat handled, you and I can practically feel the sheer exhaustion finally hitting Theo. Hulkus, Erica, and the seniors rush over, deeply grateful to the young master for saving all of their lives. As the sun rises, its bright rays light up Theo's satisfied smile. The absolute stars of this mission? Undoubtedly Theo and Evelyn. They literally carried the entire squad to victory with their unreal powers. Everyone relaxes as the mood turns bright and celebratory. The dark night is over, and a brilliant new dawn rises under an incredible next-generation leader. But deep inside the gloomy walls of the Rose Palace, Lady Amal Ragnar is throwing an absolute tantrum. Ed Trovan locks her in a brutal chokehold while spitting vicious curses in her face. Turns out she went completely rogue, making some totally unauthorized moves during that fortress operation. She actually stole the Sky Dragon seal to forge fake orders. Wiping out the white-armored dragon cavalry and the bastard son of Ragnar wasn't supposed to happen yet. Now the Trovans are in massive trouble. One lunatic just ruined decades of Ed's careful plans. Amal snarls back, screaming that she wants blood for her beloved Axion. She wants to tear that bastard Theo apart along with anyone he cares about, so her son can finally rest in peace. But Ed cannot forgive a sister who abandons her duty to the clan over the loss of a single, pathetic child. Losing his temper, he stomps on Axion's rotting, headless body. They lost the legendary Dragon Slayer sword, the most vital piece of their coup. Starting today, Amal is officially cast out of the Trovan family. Looking into her brother's cold eyes, she felt as if their terrifyingly hot-headed father was staring down at her. Before walking away, the Sky Dragon orders the servants to lock Amal away forever. Since he cannot risk any leaks, the other pests must be silenced too. Realizing she is about to be locked up and forgotten, Amal finally snaps out of it and begs for mercy. To vent his absolute rage over his carefully planned coup being ruined, Ed Trovan effortlessly slaughters every single servant present in the palace hall. Because when it comes down to it, the root cause of all his failures is one single person, Theo Ragnar. The Sky Dragon is itching to paint his hands red with the boy's internal organs. With his first mission won, let us see what incredible spoils Theo gets to uncover next. Let's jump back into the madness, where Theo grabs the legendary Dragon Slayer sword, Balong, only to find it sealed. He tries to grip the weapon, but it instantly rejects his touch. Theo is forced to drop it after receiving a massive electric shock. This legendary blade is a true Dragon Slayer, possessing traits that completely clash with Ragnar blood. Unlocking these mystic secrets is his only hope. After all, mystics are relics from the ancient mythic era. They are like fleeting mirages, almost never found. But if unlocked, the wielder gains godlike power, just like the legendary heroes of the past. We are talking about legendary weapons capable of shifting history itself. In his past life, Ed Trovan was the one who unlocked Balmong's secrets. Remembering his rival's movements, Theo has a solid theory on where the Sky Dragon actually ascended. Until he can reach that location and solve the puzzle, Balong will gather dust in his inventory. Suddenly, a knock interrupts his thoughts. It is Evelyn, delivering an urgent late-night message. The commander wants to see Theo right now, no excuses. Now, pay attention to this office scene. The tension here is absolutely suffocating. Captain Trainer Isazin is sitting opposite Julius, bringing up retirement. The veteran is ashamed, but losing his leg and his loyal wyvern, Rosinante, during their last brutal mission is more than enough reason to leave the cavalry behind. He is old, weak, and wants to spend his remaining years back home, mourning the many comrades he outlived. Julius knows he cannot change the old veteran's mind, so he reluctantly approves Captain Iv's retirement request. While sipping his tea, the old man mentions their brilliant rookie, Theo Ragnar. Revealing that the kid has already opened his mind gate, Julius is thrilled that his rising star has finally shattered the wall separating normal humans from true superhumans. He is absolutely certain Theo wasn't just born lucky with a naturally open mind gate. All signs show that Theo broke through that massive bottleneck entirely on his own, which means his power vessel is about to expand to a level nobody can even fathom. Now, I know what you're thinking. Julius is hyped to fill that vessel. With Ivan's final report over, he leaves him with some parting words. The future of the cavalry and the entire clan is now in Julius's hands. Later that night, the legendary demon dragon meets Theo at the headquarters training ground. Commander Julius praises the boy's incredible combat feats, but Theo humbly credits his victory to his comrades. The commander then asks about his progress with martial theory. Theo mistakes this for pure combat power and answers accordingly. Julius cuts him off immediately. He's not just talking about basic combat techniques. That is surface-level thinking. Martial theory is the world your sword actually paints. Faced with that, Theo has no answer. He has only been chasing the clan head's godlike sword, which he saw himself. Julius expected this reaction. Every young swordsman starts out exactly the same way. To broaden the kid's horizons, the demon dragon unsheathes his blade, to show him a whole new level of swordsmanship. With a single thought, Julius Ragnar transforms the training arena into the demon dragon's isolation zone, manifesting a terrifying, diabolical hellscape. It is nothing like the sword dragon's beautiful, elegant domain. This is the reality shaped by his martial theory. It is essentially a domain expansion. Julius explains his sword is purely demonic. Just feeling this overwhelming pressure leaves Theo completely breathless. The commander takes his stance, starting a smooth but heavy sequence of devastating sword strikes. We see colossal slashes, lethal spins, powerful thrusts, and a flurry of absolute killing blows. Theo watches in absolute awe and terror, paralyzed by the sheer weight of this power. Building maximum momentum, Julius shatters his domain, unleashing a massive crimson wave. It swallows Theo whole, leaving him entirely helpless and consumed by incomprehensible terror. Ending his demonstration, Julius lets the crimson energy slowly fade away, and asks Theo what he learned from this demonic style. The only words Theo can find to describe it are power and absolute destruction. He hit the nail right on the head. Pure force and destruction define the demonic path. It is raw and direct. Even if the blade breaks, it moves forward, desperate to tear down everything in its path. This explosive, devastating violence is the very foundation of the commander's unstoppable style. He is death incarnate. But what do you think Theo learned from the rival Plum Blossom sword? He defined it as flashy and beautiful, a satisfying answer. Let's dive right in. After all, Lady Plum Blossom's sword represents the essence of life. It mimics a seed germinating and growing into a blooming flower, the ultimate symbol of existence. Her style is slow and gentle, shifting with infinite variations. It bends, flows, and adapts to any situation. It spreads continuously until the final bloom. 2 of the 9 dragons just gave Theo completely different views on martial theory. Watching him think, Julius asked if life and death are simply opposite concepts with completely different meanings. Most people would assume that, but the commander hinted otherwise. Besides, it wouldn't be any fun if he just handed the real answer to Theo on a silver platter. Dropping his isolation barrier, he began to walk away, tossing a book back toward Theo before he left. Inside was a deep, long-standing debate between Commander Julius and Lady Osa about the true nature of the sword. It is highly unusual, but Theo has somehow become the student of both the sword dragon and the demon dragon. This legendary debate actually took place and was recorded during that fateful day in the White Dragon's nest. After writing the final word, Julius pouted, annoyed that he could not keep Theo's massive potential all to himself. Lady Plum Blossom only wants the absolute best for the kid, and the commander is not about to stand in her way. Theo Ragnar's sky-high expectations easily rival the other heirs. His raw talent is insane, and his growth rate is totally unprecedented. That means he will hit a wall faster, but pay attention, because this book will help him break it down in record time. Even so, Julius has a lingering fear that Theo might eventually turn into an enemy of their clan. Those at the peak know all too well that fast-growing prodigies like him usually meet a tragic, premature end. If history repeats, their own teachings could turn against the Ragnar family. Hearing his worries, Lady Osa became absolutely sure of one thing. Commander Julius was definitely the right person to keep the book safe and watch over young Theo. Once he was absolutely sure the boy remained untainted by greed, he could hand these secret teachings over to the young dragon. That day arrived much sooner than anyone could have anticipated. The supreme secrets of the 2 greatest swordmasters are now officially resting in Theo's hands. He wondered if he truly deserved such a priceless gift. Since Julius had already tested him and approved, he accepted the book with deep gratitude. Looking back, his insane rise was only possible because of a few key allies who pushed him to the top without asking for anything in return. From the Randon crisis until this moment, Julius always favored him. For that, he swore to pay back the debt in full one day. Actually, there is a way to repay him now. But trust me, this is going to hurt. The demon dragon is itching for action. It has been a while since he had a toy to play with. The book helps, but the real beatdown starts today. Evelyn looked away from the sidelines, feeling incredibly sorry for her young master. She made sure to lock the arena before leaving, even chaining the doors shut from the outside while whispering non-stop apologies. The brutal training went on until sunrise. When the heavy chains finally dropped and the gate opened, Evelyn saw the devastating aftermath. Her usually energetic master looked like he had just survived a full-scale war overnight. The commander definitely went way too far this time. But more importantly, Evelyn had completed her own secret mission. She secured a key prisoner in the underground dungeon. They broke and locked up the captain of the defeated Trovan squad, but he is not the type to break or talk, no matter how much torture they throw at him. So they left him to rot in the dark, while Theo plans a completely different approach. Theo whispered to Evelyn about the upcoming events. A few days later, he finally visited the training ground of Plum Blossom Palace. He politely greeted the Lady of Plum Blossoms inside. Also, Ragnar Plunus had been waiting, having received his incredibly generous gift. That Leabernt had already given the young man a massive boost. To test his progress, Lady Plum Blossom instantly summoned a training sword right into her hand. The moment she held the blade, her massive martial energy completely filled the training grounds. She wants to teach him the easily overlooked foundations of her style, the absolute root of all true swordsmanship. Once they finished, she wanted to discuss how to bloom life through the sword with the talented young man. For the second time, she formally asked Theo to be her official disciple. But before giving an answer, he had one critical question. He asked if she was speaking as the legendary Heaven Dragon Swordmaster. Lady Osa was completely taken aback. Almost nobody knows her title. Stick around. because this one disciple's secret school is about to shake up the entire clan. Join me, she is the sole heir of this secret legacy. Lady Plumblossom sensed the boy searching for her true motives. So, she laid it out plain, there are absolutely no hidden catches here. From the majestic Plumblossom style to the legendary Heaven Dragon Sword, she wants to pass her entire arsenal down to Theo. Moments later, he steps out of the training grounds, his final decision locked in. But as he walks through the gorgeous halls of the palace, some arrogant fools from the flowery faction corner him. Now, Theo never takes disrespect lying down, and his cold, blunt response instantly triggers these fragile, pathetic jerks. They assume he is just Lady Plumblossom's newest and most vulnerable student, and instantly demand he bow to them as seniors. Theo wonders what these dogs are barking at, but it's just a weak attempt to protect their fragile pride. Same old story. They are not his direct superior officers, so hierarchy means absolutely nothing here. Still, these pompous show-offs wanted to bully the clan's rising star to gain some cheap reputation, but they are massively mistaken about one crucial detail. He was offered the spot as her direct disciple, and he actually turned it down. When he was given the chance to inherit two priceless legacies, of course he felt tempted to take them. Now, pay attention here, he couldn't grasp why Lady Osa valued him so highly when he had done nothing for her. She admitted there was no hidden plot or master plan. Lady Osa simply wanted to guide him because Theo heavily reminds her of a young Kyle. He shares the exact same fierce look and attitude of Kyle's younger days, chasing after impossible dreams and high ideals without looking back. Maybe that legendary warrior is still chasing those dreams today, refusing to ever give in to despair. He fought relentlessly to conquer every brutal trial entirely on his own, through endless hardships. Yet, Kyle Ragnar never once backed down or compromised his ultimate principles. Staring at Theo, Lady Osa sees the exact same man she originally fell deeply in love with. How could she just sit back and do nothing? This stepmother's honest, heartfelt explanation really hits hard. The moment of decision has arrived. While it is an incredibly tempting offer, Theo chooses to decline. Right now, he already has plenty of mentors guiding his path, including Lady Plumblossom herself. So many people have shaped him. Let's pause for a second. The demon dragon has him under his wing, with seniors Evelyn, Selford, and Aaron guiding him daily. Even his loyal allies, Remington, Hulkus, Erica, and the boys from Training Ground 4, have forged him into the man he is today. Honestly, he would even count Axion and Ed Trovan as his teachers. Lady Osa definitely did not expect that shocking name drop. Everyone knows Theo's intense rivalry with the Trovans. But the brutal hardships those villains created forced him to grow stronger than ever. His sword technique has evolved through the actions of everyone who loved or betrayed him. Because of that, he does not feel right leading a traditional school and passing strict rules down to others. Lady Plumblossom completely understood. Theo's sword is constantly shifting, wild, and utterly impossible to tame. It was both heartwarming and disappointing to hear. But even if he cannot be her formal disciple, he gladly offers to be her son. Deeply touched by his words, Osa Ragnar Plunus retreats to relax with a quiet cup of wine after he departs. She looks happier than ever. Her loyal attendant immediately notices the massive lift in her overall mood. Fate had decreed that she would never bear a child of her own blood. Yet, out of nowhere, Theo promised to be her son. How could she not be overjoyed? Seeing her master finally at peace brings true joy to the loyal attendant's heart. Wanting to thank Theo for giving her the joy of motherhood, Lady Osa decides to write her husband, demanding to push Theo's promotion exam forward immediately. Hearing this, the attendant gently suggests taking it slow, since Theo is still a raw rookie who literally just finished his awakening ceremony. Dragging him into the spotlight so early will only paint an even larger target on his back than he already has. But that is the precise reason why Lady Osa feels the need to elevate him immediately. They must help him rise to the top, before the massive storm heading towards Ragnar completely swallows everything in its path. Deep inside the dark cavalry dungeon, the lone prisoner slowly opens his eyes as his long-awaited rescue finally makes its move. Except this rescue is a deadly assassin sent by the Trovans to tie up loose ends. The captain silently offers up his neck, fully prepared to die as one last loyal sacrifice for his family. Just as the blade is about to slice his neck, a sharp gust of sword wind violently interrupts. Evelyn crashes straight through the ceiling to stop the attacker. She has actually been waiting for this exact moment for ages. This was the trap the young master laid from the start. Against Evelyn's top-tier sword skills, an exposed killer stands absolutely zero chance. And trust me, the Trovans never saw her coming. They are about to pay a devastating price. Let us jump right into this mess. Captain Sidra cannot be caught, and things get worse if their cleanup guy falls too. The assassin desperately racked his brain for an escape route, but Evelyn was not about to let him waltz out so easily. Unleashing the secret technique of the God of Tempest, she summoned Whirling Squall to trap her desperate assailant. Locked inside these tight dungeon walls, he had absolutely zero room to dodge her incoming attack. Backed into a corner, The assassin tried to destroy the evidence by detonating his own mana hall, but Evelyn kept pressing him, refusing to let him trigger that final, desperate spell. She had already seen this exact trick before. It did not work then, and it definitely is not working today. She easily shut down the Trovan family cleanup guy. Meanwhile, hidden deep within an uncharted forest, stood a secret black site. Inside, high-level operatives gathered to discuss how Evelyn successfully captured the assassin who had infiltrated their underground dungeon. They confirmed his ties to Serpent Season, a deadly suborganization belonging to the elite Eastern family, the Trovans. Sitting at the table were Theo, Evelyn, Commander Julius, and a mysterious Black Snow agent. This whole situation finally confirmed their worst fear: there is a mole inside the cavalry. Pay attention here, because holding this meeting in such a remote spot was their only way to stop more leaks. According to intelligence, Serpent Season is holed up in an ancient castle within the Calhelm region. In exactly 3 hours, they will realize their man failed, burn all the evidence, and vanish. So they must strike fast, raid that castle, and capture everyone, squeezing them for intel and evidence. The agent delivering this report is Cleve, a high-level null operative. Theo never expected to cross paths with such an elite agent this early in his journey. But before wrapping up the briefing to launch the ambush, Commander Julius dropped a massive bombshell. This high-stakes raid will also serve as Theo Ragnar's promotion exam. Theo seriously thought he was hearing things. He did not believe he was ready for a promotion exam yet, and the commander agreed, which is why the difficulty was cranked up to an absurd degree. When you climb the ranks, the challenges are bound to get tougher. But this time, the higher-ups are using a mission that could trigger an actual civil war just for a mid-rank exam. The Demon Dragon was well aware that Theo orchestrated Evelyn's stakeout and capture operation. He had to finish what he started. Even as a clan heir, planning a secret mission without consulting his commander was a major sign of disrespect. He needs to execute this critical raid perfectly if he wants that promotion. Julius made it crystal clear: becoming a mid-rank swordsman would finally grant him the freedom of solo missions. At the rate he is growing, this kid is quickly becoming the absolute center of history. And get this to push him even further: the system triggered his 4th scenario quest to sever the dark ties of his past life. Theo is more than ready to tear off the mask and expose the rot eating away at his clan. Filled with absolute resolve, he swore to finish this mission no matter what. With that, Operation Snake Cleanup officially kicks off. Because of that suspected mole in the cavalry, the strike team was strictly limited to just 3 people: Cleve, Theo, and Evelyn. As elite swordsmen, they hold the upper hand in a direct fight against these sneaky assassins, but they are seriously outnumbered. Either way, they have to adapt and win. Over at the Serpent Season hideout, the assassins had just finished gathering all incriminating documents linking them to the Trovans. Just as they prepped their escape, a strange metallic orb rolled into the room. A thick smoke screen, the perfect signal for an ambush. Before they could even react, heads were already rolling across the floor. Cleve is an elite agent for a reason. Only a single assassin survived, left clutching a deep, bleeding wound on his neck. Cleve was not about to let wounded prey escape and quickly finished him off, successfully securing her zone. While she and Evelyn went to secure the files, Theo was tasked with clearing out the basement. He was deeply impressed witnessing such high-level combat. If their map of the layout was correct, the basement stairs had to be right around the corner, but Theo got careless. Moving too fast, his foot accidentally caught a hidden tripwire. It triggered a deadly trap, nearly taking his eyes out if not for his insane, lightning-fast reflexes. Slicing through the air, he deflected a sudden wave of hidden needles. Activating Hatchling Synchro to scan the room, a massive network of hidden traps glowed before his eyes. On top of those, he spotted a whole squad of assassins waiting to ambush him. Determined to wipe these pests out in a single move, he charged his blades with black lightning. And trust me, you and I are about to see just how lethal his upgraded Thunder Dragon mark really is. Alright, stick with me because these fools who tried to ambush him got stabbed and fried in a second. With them gone, Theo easily slipped past all the tripwires and traps. Security around here was getting insanely tight. A clear sign that something massive is hiding down in the basement. Reaching the absolute bottom of this ancient castle, the horrific stench of fresh blood and gore hit him instantly. Right there stood a lone man in red robes and a hat, preaching about some sacred prayer hour. This blood priest definitely hated having his crimson ceremony ruined. Theo instantly clocked him as a member of the Holy Demon Church. This vile cult preaches about an impending apocalypse that's going to swallow the entire world. They promise a savior will descend from the heavens, completely brainwashing the desperate masses with false promises of salvation. In just a few years, they'll ignite a massive war that collapses the entire empire. Keeping his guard up, Theo quickly unleashed Hatchling Synchro on the creepy priest. He saw a bloody aura powered by a bizarre mana flowing straight through a shattered mind gate, defying all natural laws. Now watch closely, because this corrupt energy is what they call holy grace. Since Theo is a non-believer, the priest decides he'll have the honor of becoming a bloody sacrifice for their god. He immediately charges, trying to grab Theo with his gore-covered hands. Theo managed to parry the grab, but the priest's skin was unnaturally hard, like solid iron. They traded devastating blows, but none of Theo's strikes did any damage. The pressure was insane. One bad grab and he's dead. Then, the priest literally caught his blade with his bare hand. A maximum power swing stopped effortlessly. Disarmed, Theo gets violently tossed straight into the hard stone walls. These blood priests are supposed to be the lowest rank in the demon church, yet they're this ridiculously strong. Theo is officially running out of options. Using triple dragon claw in this tight room would bury him alive, but standard mana attacks aren't doing jack. What can he do? Time slows down as he remembers his lessons with the demon dragon, an explosive, destructive power that represents death. Meanwhile, the sword dragon taught him the path of pure life. They aren't opposites. Just then, the psychotic priest charges again, ready to crush his skull and paint the floor. Theo barely manages to dodge at the very last second. Dodge after dodge, he frustrates the priest. Right in the heat of battle, he unlocks a massive breakthrough. Life and death don't actually fight each other. They are a natural cycle where death waits for life, and life blossoms from death. They seem like completely opposing forces, but they are actually part of the exact same energy. You and I both know that focusing his energy into one single flash is going to be absolutely devastating. Totally confident in his unbreakable skin, the priest proudly stands there and takes the next blow. Theo unleashes his new dragon flash technique. The priest just chuckles, unbothered by the loud hum of the blade, but his smile fades as his supposedly invincible skin is instantly shredded to bloody ribbons. The attack moves like a living beast, tearing through the priest's body from the inside out. Now it's Theo's turn to smash this pale bastard into the wall. Bleeding out, the priest calls him a cursed seed of evil who must be destroyed. But Theo doesn't give a single crap about his crazy warnings. He's here to fight. Grabbing the priest's face, he uses hatchling synchro to force his way into his memories. This is his ultimate chance to uncover the dark origin of the Holy Demon Church's bizarre powers. The world spins wildly as his mind gets sucked straight into another dimension. His soul floats through infinite space. But this feels totally different from any other memory dive he has done. Suddenly, his system begins flashing a heavily glitched, completely unreadable warning message. As if it's about to crash, the system warns him that an incredibly high-level entity is right in front of him. The system begs him to run, but where? There is absolutely nothing but pitch-black darkness. Then, a titanic voice shakes his entire soul, demanding to know what he is. As the view pulls back, that infinite darkness is revealed to be just the pupil of a mind-bogglingly massive eye. Theo just accidentally woke up, the ultimate final boss of this entire universe. And trust me, this god of the demon church now knows he exists. Alright, you and I are jumping right into a moment of absolute terror where Theo is completely frozen before a furious god demanding answers. It was as if that supreme being stared straight through his very soul, whispering his name Theo Ragnar. As it turns out, this cosmic entity had been searching for him, viewing him as a cancer to this world. Its massive, endless form wriggled and reshaped, twisting into horrifying, incomprehensible shapes that completely surrounded Theo's soul. Just as he was about to be consumed, a golden shield protected him. The legendary dragon Lodbrok suddenly tore through the god's fleshy mass to free him. Theo could only watch in awe as these two godlike entities faced off. Lodbrok playfully called him her companion, but quickly warned him that this cosmic monster was far beyond his current strength. Even if he somehow reaches Sigurd Ragnar's level, victory still is not guaranteed. Lodbrok promises to handle this monster herself, slapping his soul back into his body with her tail. Though his mind is flooded with endless questions, Theo is instantly yanked back to the blood-soaked basement. He can't stop shivering from that ancient terror. To think Lodbrok has been fighting monsters like that alone for eons is just insane. Now, pay attention here while Theo is processing this shock. The blood priest starts absolutely crashing out. The priest screams in rage, wondering why an unbeliever got graced by their god while a lifetime of devotion was completely ignored. Theo decides he's heard enough, slicing off the bald bastard's head. That creepy entity might call itself a god, but it's certainly not his. More importantly, he now knows the Holy Demon Church worships the nameless sovereign that Lodbrok had warned him about. Keeping that monster sealed was her duty, but without her dragon heart, Lodbrok only has 3 years left to live. And in 5 years, the Great War begins. The death of the guardian dragon will mark the end of everything. The Holy Demon Church rising up, spearheaded by Ed Troiven's treason. Every single piece of the puzzle is finally clicking. Theo stumbles, his mind completely fried from the experience, but thankfully Evelyn is right there to catch him. Cleve is incredibly impressed that the young master managed to slay a high-tier blood priest all by himself. Slaying a monster like that is more than enough to easily pass his promotion exam. After clearing the rest of the castle, The trio finally begins searching for any damning documents left behind. But you and I know paper trails can be dismissed. They still lack a real smoking gun to prosecute. That's when Theo pulls out a familiar box he found hidden deep in the basement. Evelyn immediately recognizes it as the very item she and Remington had to retrieve before the ceremony. Inside are the secret trade logs between the Sarah Merchants Guild and the Troivans. She is amazed by Theo's sheer genius, planning several steps ahead. Cleve reviews the ledgers and finds record of direct transactions with Ed Troivan, all stamped with official seals. This is concrete proof of the Sky Dragon's treason and ties to the cult. They finally have the evidence needed to destroy that bastard Ed. First up, they will launch a devastating raid on the Sarah Guild. It is time to crush Ed Troivan once and for all. When the demon dragon Julius hears about the Sky Dragon's treason, he is absolutely furious. Even if Ed is only a suspect for now, they need to launch an immediate, deep investigation. But once the legendary Black Dragon, Robert Ragnar, directly delivers the report to Julius, this case goes far beyond simple suspicion. With Robert's massive spy network, he must have known about this plot for years. Yet he chose to let it happen. Quickly changing the subject, the Black Dragon praises young Theo for taking down a powerful blood priest alone. Robert claims that Theo's genius belongs in the Black Snow Intelligence Division, and he should be transferred immediately. The kid has unreal deduction skills, easily piecing together a massive conspiracy using the smallest clues. In fact, his ruthless style perfectly matches a Black Snow operative. It's like he was born for it. But Julius won't let his star rookie get stolen. First, Osa tried to recruit him, and now his big brother is circling. Hearing Julius call him Big Bro brings back memories. Long ago, Kyle, Osa, Robert, and Julius were all sworn siblings. Julius knows this sly bastard is just trying to manipulate him so he can steal Theo away. Robert just laughs, insisting he is only trying to look out for his beloved younger brother. Before leaving, he casually steals the commander's expensive wine, joking that he expects better bottles to steal next time. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You won't want to miss what comes next. Let's jump right in as the Black Dragon checks if there is a mole in the cavalry. He is pretty relieved to find that this place managed to stay free of the Sky Dragon. Walking toward the door, Robert's physical body crumbles, turning to dust in the wind. He cannot wait to watch the Sarah's Guild fall. And today, of all days, this totally corrupt family is hosting a massive wedding ceremony. Every major player is gathered at the main wedding chapel. The groom, Navin, introduces himself as the second son of the powerful Baki's clan. Quadra, the greedy guildmaster of the Sarah's Guild, is the mastermind behind this marriage alliance. His fourth daughter, Lily, will bridge these two powerful factions. With this sacred bond, the Sarah's and Baki's families are officially joined by blood. Quadra can barely contain his absolute, greedy excitement. Through this marriage, he finally secures the title of an elite noble. And this is just the beginning of his master plan. He wants to make the Ragnars pay for looking down on him. A bloody, brutal vengeance is coming very soon. But while that pig Quadra is celebrating, the patriarch of the Baki's clan is absolutely seething. As one of Ragnar's prestigious 6 pillars, this entire union is deeply humiliating. Yet, they desperately need that dowry to save their family from severe financial ruin. So the bitter patriarch sent Navin, his illegitimate son. Honestly, the guy can barely hide how amused he is. He can easily tell that the elders of his clan are boiling with absolute rage. He highly doubts these greedy merchants actually plan to help them. But hey, the Sarah store is still on the line as collateral. Now pay attention here, Navin is cooking up his own dark scheme to get rich off bloodshed while watching this family burn. Using some seriously impressive acting skills, Navin vows to cherish and protect his new bride with everything he has. Surprisingly, Lily asks him to prove those words right now. Realizing she wants something, he is more than happy to listen. He is down to help as long as it doesn't cost him cash, mostly just to annoy his bald patriarch. Navin even offers to hand over his family seal. But Lily does not care about some stupid heirloom. She wants the head of Theo Ragnar, the very man who severed her arm and left her horribly scarred. Navin instantly thinks she is completely insane. She is literally asking him to murder a high-ranking heir in public. Quadra quickly steps in to shut his daughter up. But honestly, what Navin says next is way crazier. He agrees to his young bride's request. Cutting off Theo Ragnar's head sounds like the ultimate wedding gift. Now, let's pause right here outside. Citizens are looking up at a sky completely covered in terrifying wyverns. Reaching their target, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve jump from their mounts to make an absolutely epic entrance. Unlike their last stealthy mission, they are going loud today, proudly flying the grand banner of the Ragnar clan. From this moment on, they are here to deliver absolute clan justice. Cleve loudly proclaims the Sarah's Guild's crimes against their clan, presenting an official warrant to investigate them for treason. Anyone who gets in their way dies on the spot, no questions asked. She demands that the guilty surrender quietly so they can perform a thorough investigation. Quadra knows damn well he is guilty of everything, but he tries to play it tough. Cleve starts counting down, giving the criminals one last chance to step outside. But Quadra yells that a piece of paper is easily forged, and his family will not surrender to what he calls a cheap, dirty frame job by the authorities. Quadra boldly claims that his family is completely and unconditionally loyal to the Ragnars. To fight these claims, he orders his personal guards to execute the enforcers. Look at him trying to act all innocent. Trapped alongside these obvious criminals, the Bacchus patriarch desperately tries to wash his hands. Sensing danger, he tries to call off the wedding. But that greedy pig Quadra is not about to let him escape after coming this far. It is way too late for that. The enforcers already see these two families as partners in crime. Quadra argues that if the cavalry actually had real, concrete proof, they wouldn't have sent just 3 people, but a massive army that would cover the sky. Believing this, the pig wants to use the Bacchus clan's power to break through and escape. But interrupting the two family heads, Navin calmly steps right into the mix. He just sees this crazy situation as the perfect chance to deliver his wedding gift. Ignoring his angry patriarch, Navin draws his sword and charges forward, fully prepared to mess with the elite law enforcers. The exact moment he drew that blade, the Bacchus house officially became accomplices to the Sarah's Guild. And that is where we leave it. Our trio is completely surrounded by a forest of spears. Trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Alright, you and I are diving into a tense standoff where Cleve warns the terrified civilians to scatter or face execution for treason. Suddenly, Navin leaps right into the middle of the group, completely stealing the spotlight from everyone else. He mocks the people of Ragnar, muttering about how they always rush to execute folks the very first chance they get. Theo and Evelyn freeze. This guy is dangerous. With one wild, circular slash, he forces the trio to scatter and defend themselves. This is Navin's brutal greeting to the Ragnar squad, especially to young Master Theo. Our boy Theo is frozen in shock. He knows Navin Bacchus. In the future, everyone will. In the Great War, he was a force of nature, bringing chaos to Ragnar, marrying into the Sarah merchant group and fighting alongside Ed Trovin. They call him the Ghost Sword, and for some reason, he wants to take Theo's head. Ignoring the girls, the Ghost Sword locks onto the Ragnar heir. Theo's mind starts racing at lightning speed. If he plays his cards right with his past life knowledge, this fight could actually give him a massive power boost. Now watch closely here. He calls a one-on-one, telling the girls to go ahead while he solos this eccentric freak. Evelyn hates the idea, but Cleve agrees. Those corrupt crooks are probably destroying all the evidence right this second. They just have to trust Theo can survive against this total monster. Navin playfully warns the young master that he is surprisingly strong, and Theo just smiles, matching his chaotic energy. Before their blades clash again, Theo asks to ask one quick question, and Navin actually agrees. He asks if Navin is committing treason just to destroy the Bacchus family and avenge his late mother. The Ghost Sword grips his hilt. Theo just dragged up a deeply painful memory he wanted to forget forever. Now he has another reason to take Theo's head, but instead of fighting, Theo offers him a business proposal. He wants to lend a hand and jumpstart the complete downfall of the corrupt Bacchus family. The system triggers a hidden recruitment quest to win Navin over. Theo seriously needs some legendary talk jutsu right now. Navin Bacchus was a total anomaly, secretly the strongest swordsman in his entire family. Yet he received zero recognition, despite having power that could rival the legendary Thorkel Ragnar himself. Simply because he was an illegitimate child born in a brothel, his genius talent only brought his mother unbearable grief. As a young boy, Navin watched his mother take her own life, and ever since, he lived with a burning hatred for his family. And you and I know Theo is going to exploit this trauma to recruit a powerful ally. Unfortunately, Theo completely underestimated how much Navin hates talking about his mother. He barely blocks another deadly strike from the Ghost Sword, and the impact nearly blows him away. Navin sees absolutely no reason to accept a random offer from a stranger, confident that the Bacchus family is already on a downward spiral without some young punk interfering. That might be true, but standing by and doing nothing means Navin will sink right along with the family he despises. But that's a pointless worry. Navin has zero regrets and absolutely no future plans anyway. But Theo knows this guy is only acting so hopeless because of his ether fever. He has a deadly illness. His fragile body simply could not handle the massive, overwhelming weight of his own talent. While early intensive treatment can cure ether fever, Navin completely missed that critical window, meaning he is currently living on borrowed time. His trash family threw him away from day one, leaving him with only about 5 years left to live. Honestly, Navin is impressed a noble heir managed to dig up so much hidden dirt on him. Even so, Navin is not moving an inch. The end of Bacchus is near, and he is ready to drown with them. With a smug smile, Theo asks if a cure would change his mind. Shaken, Navin snapped back that there is absolutely no cure for ether fever. Technically he is right, but in Theo's past life, the cure was eventually discovered and made public. Like a sick, twisted joke, It was found only a few days after the ghost sword died. So as of right now, Theo is the only living soul who knows how to make it. With total confidence, he promises Naven they can completely wipe out his ether fever. That rotten family is going to burn to the ground anyway. But if Naven joins hands with him, he can survive to become an incredibly important hero who helped the Ragnar family change the world. Trust me, he just needs to take that leap of faith. Meanwhile, near the chapel, city guards set up roadblocks to stall Evelyn and Agent Cleve, but these weak obstacles are useless against fighters of their caliber. For them, deflecting these weak arrows is just an annoying chore. Alright, let's watch closely as they witness Theo and Naven suddenly stop fighting just to chat. But Cleve is losing her patience. She wants to end this quickly by slaughtering everyone nearby. Only her boss's order is holding her back, forcing her to evaluate Theo Ragnar's recruitment potential. The Black Dragon needs hard data on the kid's real power, as Black Snow's primary mission is evaluating the future leaders of the Ragnar clan. As a member of Black Snow, Cleve must keep that objective in mind during this operation. Before moving out, she wanted to know exactly when she could finally unleash her full strength. With the demonic cult joining the mix, she is cleared to go wild if a bishop-level enemy shows up. So Cleve plays the good soldier, begrudgingly limiting her actions while worrying this setup will drag things out. If this mission drags on, she will end up working unpaid overtime, a truly terrifying thought. Meanwhile, Naven Bacchus suddenly leaps to their side, making a worried Evelyn think Theo has fallen. But she is completely wrong. Naven and Theo are actually buddies now, after a quick mid-battle chat changed everything. Honestly, having an absolute beast like him as an ally is a massive relief. He even apologizes to the girls for his earlier rudeness, since they are fighting together now and need to trust each other. Pay attention here, Theo's hidden quest is cleared. Naven immediately proves his worth, going absolute demon mode while completely ignoring their defensive traps. He launches himself into the sky, making the naive soldiers think he is an easy target. Annoyed by their wooden defense toys, Naven slices through their heavy siege weapons like paper. Anyone foolish enough to stand near his path gets instantly torn to bloody shreds. As Naven goes on this rampage, the bald patriarch screams at him for betraying his own bloodline, but Naven just laughs at the mention of family. Just hearing that word from this old bastard makes his blood boil. So he finally does what he always wanted, slicing the patriarch in half and splitting that bald head like fresh fruit, leaving Evelyn in complete awe. The guy clearly lives up to his reputation as Thorol's equal. So Theo tells everyone to advance while Naven is causing chaos. With the path cleared, it is time to capture that corrupt pig, Quadra. And speaking of the devil, Quadra is absolutely panicking now that his defenses are totally destroyed. He is finally planning to burn all the documents that could link his guild to these crimes. His terrified assistant suggests starting by burning the papers linked to the Troven clan, but the greedy pig instantly snaps, screaming that nobody touches those files except him. The frightened assistant is just trying to be logical to avoid getting killed in the near future. But Quadra does not care about logic. If the Troven files burn, how is he going to recover all the money he invested? He is not giving up a single penny of his wealth, even with the law knocking down his front door. Now think about this, a new voice suddenly mocks Quadra's endless greed, but the pig's eyes just light up. The one man who can handle the incoming enemies has arrived just in time. Outside, our four-man squad is completely unstoppable, leaving piles of bodies everywhere. But Theo suddenly stops when he spots a crowd pouring out of the chapel. Led by a high-ranking priest from the Holy Demon cult, where hundreds of hooded zealots gather to unleash their god's twisted teachings on the world. Quadra is thanking his lucky stars they sent a bishop. Since these cultists are also linked with the Trovens, they might actually help him. The bishop agrees to throw him a bone, realizing the pig might be useful on Judgment Day. But when asked to hand over the Troven files, Quadra hesitates again, letting his greed ruin the plan. A little violence will easily correct that foolish attitude. The bishop has zero patience for this arrogant, non-believing fool, and instantly orders his men to execute Quadra. They do not need his cash anymore, but as his neck is squeezed, the pig quickly chokes out an apology. He admits he was way too disrespectful, arguing that his death will only ruin their connection with the Trovens. Quadra is definitely a greedy pig, but he sure knows how to survive. The bishop gives him one final chance to burn the evidence, warning him that their god is watching his every move. Terrified the priest might change his mind, Quadra scrambles quickly toward the basement door. And trust me, you and I are about to witness the ultimate holy war as these crazy cultists spread out to launch their attack. Alright, you and I are about to watch this sickly demonic bishop preach of a blood-soaked god as his brainwashed freaks echo every insane word. And against them? Only 4 fighters, including our main character, Theo Ragnar. Facing down an entire army of brainwashed cultists. They expected the cult to be involved, but seeing a high-ranking bishop this early on, that was a massive surprise. Looking into those lifeless eyes behind their red hoods, Theo does not hesitate for a second, instantly carving a bloody path right through the crowd. These lunatics have zero survival instinct. They are throwing away their lives just to land a single, desperate blow. Even seasoned veterans like Evelyn and Navin are visibly shaken by this terrifying stampede of madmen. Clea, though, stays on the flank, practically celebrating the fact that a bishop actually showed up. More trouble? Sure. But she gets to unleash her true power. Drawing her dual blades, she is ready to slice through these freaks. Right as Theo is getting bogged down and losing his momentum, Clea leaps into the fray with a gorgeous, bloody blade dance. No more analyzing. From here on, she is taking charge. And watch closely here, because to crush anyone opposing Ragnar, she's willing to reduce this entire city to absolute ashes. Before she goes completely wild, Theo reminds the Null Snow operative they are here for evidence first, before everything gets blown to pieces. Clea just laughs at his narrow mindset, especially now that the cult is parading around out in the open. She thinks proof doesn't matter anymore, but Theo disagrees. They need solid, undeniable evidence right now. If the cult is willing to deploy a literal bishop, then there is definitely something inside that chapel they desperately need to protect. Clea backs down, asking the young master what his plan is. First priority, breaking through this sea of red as fast as humanly possible. Theo's play is to link his lightning gate to his companion's synchro, massively boosting his range while pushing his mind gate to the limit to map out the entire area. Intrigued by his next move, Clea decides to step back and watch him work. Sensing an opening when she slows down, a blood priest lunges in for a cheap sneak attack. Clea spins around and instantly turns the loudmouth preacher into ground beef. With her covering him, Theo can rush for the evidence. With the area mapped out, our main character pinpoints the absolute best path inside. He glides straight over the endless sea of fanatics, but their sheer numbers feel completely limitless. But look closely with me, because his squad is right there, sweeping the path clean. Evelyn and Navin team up to slice open a path. But hearing Navin flatter her lord completely fires up Evelyn's competitive side. Theo doesn't slow down for a second, using psychokinesis to step on floating lightning daggers in midair. He calls it the Lightning Dragon Rapid Protection Dragon Gate. Theo figures that the task of burning the evidence was given to that high commander, Quadrieris. Sensing through the chapel walls, he easily pinpoints that greedy pig. Now, the fourth scenario quest continues. Meanwhile, back on the front lines, Evelyn and Navin are looking incredibly lethal. Arrogant as ever, the ghost sword introduces himself as Theo's new #1 blade, immediately offending Evelyn with the bold claim. He says he would only accept second place if that elite Null Snow girl was his rival. But compared to Evelyn, Navin believes he is leagues above her. To prove it, he quickly guts a few cultists sneaking up behind her. Since they are allies now, they really should not be fighting. Instead, they can decide who is the best, based on who slaughters the most cultists. Since Evelyn always follows the rules, she immediately rejects such a childish contest. But when Navin calls her a coward who is afraid of losing, she snaps, immediately stealing a kill right out of his hands. Her strike is brutal and absolute. Navin realizes he completely underestimated her. Armed with the Tempest God's legacy, Evelyn is dead set on claiming that top spot under Theo. Navin is absolutely thrilled to find a worthy rival in the middle of this bloody war zone. Inside the temple, that greedy coward is limping deeper and deeper towards the basement levels. Grabbing a torch, he breaks through several locks until he finally reaches the vault. Inside is a chest holding empire-shattering documents, but Quadrieris only sees them as a massive payday. Burning them saves his life, but his greed stops him. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you'll want to see what's next. Alright, you and I are watching this guy stress over his massive investments. Burning these documents means losing a mountain of cash. But then he remembers the bishop's terrifying warnings. Sure, that psycho is not here right now, but living beats being rich. Quadra drops the torch. Moving like a bolt of dark lightning, Theo bursts in just in time to save the evidence. The moment Quadra sees Theo Ragnar, his face goes through every emotion possible. Standing there like a grim reaper, Theo is back to take way more than before. Realizing he is completely cornered, this greedy businessman instantly drops to his knees and begs for mercy. Theo does not care about his pathetic excuses as crackling lightning energy fills the entire room. For betraying the Ragnar clan, Quadraxeras is instantly sentenced to death. With that greedy target eliminated, Theo successfully completes his fourth scenario quest, Ties of Evil from a Past Life. But looking through the records, he cannot understand why the demon cult and a bishop went to these extremes. The secret ledger he handed over to Cleve is already enough to ruin Ed Trovan, but Theo knows the cowardly Trovan clan would gladly cut ties with the Sky Dragon to save themselves. Theo wants nothing less than total destruction for these traitors. With this mountain of evidence, the entire Trovan family is going down. Now, pay attention here, because among these thousands of chaotic pages, his pure survival instinct locks onto one very specific book. The cover reads, The Rose Palace Investigation Report. Inside are handwritten notes by Ed Trovan himself, detailing secrets of the ancient primordial dragon relics. Theo discovers the Sky Dragon already grabbed 2 relics and realizes a third one is hidden inside the Rose Palace, his childhood home. Everything finally makes sense. The abuse, the framing, and his tragic death in his past life all happened for this. This report literally ordered the elimination of both Cecilia and Theo Ragnar, all over the mere rumor of a hidden relic. The young warrior's rage toward Ed Trovan reaches a boiling point. He tears the pages mentioning his mother and himself right out of the book. Theo forces himself to breathe, locking away his intense anger to focus on delivering his ultimate, satisfying revenge. But wait, this stash holds 2 items that will absolutely ruin the Trovans. They were foolish enough to store their precious stolen relics in the exact same spot. Just like that, 2 ancient primordial Dragon Cube relics are now in Theo's hands. Meanwhile, back outside, Non and Evelyn are fiercely defending their ground against the blood cult swarm. For some reason, she starts remembering 7 years ago, when she saw Navin take second place in the ceremony before completely disappearing. He is honestly just glad that anyone even remembers him. But there is no time to get sentimental. With his high kill count, he is currently winning the race to become Theo's right-hand blade. To wipe that smug look off his face, Evelyn unleashes devastating blasts from her Wind Thunder God technique. You and I both know she is not losing, using a massive blast to tie up their friendly score. Suddenly, the bishop's top assassin ambushes Navin, who barely dodges, getting crushed and stumbles backward at the last second. Gripping a massive battle axe, the fanatic refuses to let anyone ruin his deity's grand plan. Evelyn and Navin quickly make a deal. Whoever takes down this crazy boss wins their little bet. Evelyn, boosted by her special legacy, and Navin, the hidden genius, both charge in for the final strike. But before either can land a hit, Selford and his massive wyvern crash down, completely flattening their target. Trapped under the giant beast's claws, the assassin screams in pain, while Selford smugly celebrates his epic entrance. Instead of compliments, he just gets death stares from Evelyn and Navin, who are absolutely furious their kill was stolen. Right behind him is the rest of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's 5th platoon. They got word of the alliance between the cult and the Merchant Guild, launching an immediate deployment. The main plaza of the city instantly turns into a brutal war zone between dragons and fanatics. With hungry wyverns joining the fray, the cult's massive numbers mean absolutely nothing as they are ripped apart by the dozens. Meanwhile, the crazy bishop is just praying for a blood-red sky and the absolute end of the world. The madman screams his weird beliefs while Cleve rests nearby to finally catch her breath. She definitely earned a rest after going all out for once, especially since she quietly neutralized the bishop and drove the fool into absolute madness. With the cavalry here, it only takes a few hours to clean up the mess, and that is where we leave our victorious heroes. Alright, you and I are jumping right back into the aftermath, where even Evelyn is stuck doing boring refugee paperwork. The mighty dragons, who were slicing through cultists just a second ago, would honestly rather go back to war than deal with this mind-numbing desk work. It felt like absolute torture for everyone except Erika Lanka. She looks like a total wild beast, but she is surprisingly organized. And her brother, Holkaz, was actually having a blast handing out cash to citizens with property damage. Meanwhile, Evelyn was about to absolutely blow a fuse because everyone kept bothering her for help with their piles of forms. It was driving her insane, so she finally snapped, blasting her subordinates away in a giant, chaotic whirlwind. While the knight struggled with paperwork, Cleve and Theo met up to sort through the massive pile of evidence they secured. Everything was there, from traces of the stolen Ragnar relics to their actual blueprints for high treason. For his crucial role in saving the day, Cleve officially congratulated Theo on finally hitting the intermediate rank. She even hinted that he would thrive inside Black Snow, but Theo awkwardly tried to dodge her blatant attempts at recruiting him. But wait, Cleve had one more major update. The massive mission to capture the Sky Dragon was officially underway. That financial ledger they recovered was all the proof needed to greenlight the hunt. This means the elite executioners of Black Snow are already on the move, heading straight for the capital. But before they could even celebrate, a panicked messenger burst in with terrible news. Watch closely here, because the arrest team just got slaughtered. It turns out Ed Trovan was hiding his real strength all along, and now that he is cornered, the Sky Dragon is finally unleashing absolute hell. He knew showing his hand early was risky, but by leaving a mountain of bodies behind, he could deal a devastating blow to Black Snow. Ed actually congratulated Theo Ragnar for pushing him into this desperate corner. The Chamelia Palace, Axion, the Dragon Slayer Sword, and even the Sirius Guild. Every single plan Ed built was completely ruined by that idiot. Now Ed is striking a classic, crazed villain pose, his mind completely unraveling after taking loss after loss. But he is a hater through and through. He will let Theo celebrate for now, but the Trovan master plan is still active. The epic sword was lost, but Ed managed to secure a backup plan. Now he is heading to his father to unleash something that will turn the tide of war. With the entire Sirius situation finally taken care of, Theo could finally return home to Camellia Palace. The palace was absolutely packed with wealthy nobles getting custom dress fittings. Honestly, you and I would be just as shocked as Kursanen by this absolute chaos, which felt like walking straight onto a battlefield. She probably would have gotten completely lost if her daughter hadn't spotted her wandering through the sea of tailors. Cecilia eagerly explained her plans to launch a new luxury fashion brand using the finest fabrics and rare gems. She kept rambling on about the business details while her mother, Kursanen, just listened absent-mindedly. The loving elf mother was too captured by her daughter's radiant smile to actually process a single word. That pure happiness made Cecilia shine brighter than any gem in the room, but Kursanen had serious news to deliver. Dark rumors about the Rose Palace had finally reached her ears, and Cecilia's anxious mind immediately jumped to the absolute worst, fearing for her son. Seeing her daughter transform from ecstatic to a trembling, anxious wreck broke the elf mother's heart. She quickly reassured her that the news was actually fantastic. Emil, that wicked woman, was found dead along with her entire faction. Their severed heads were currently hanging on the Rose Palace walls, lifting an immense, heavy burden off Cecilia's shoulders. She felt incredibly relieved, knowing that her nightmare was finally over. She had kept a brave face, but every single day felt like walking barefoot on razor-sharp knives. She was framed, threatened, and nearly assassinated by that horrible mistress, unable to tell anyone out of fear for her young son. Now that the rotten mistress is dead, her torment has finally come to an end. While Theo was busy recovering, the global political balance shifted dramatically, paved entirely by a trail of blood and endless death. Heads rolled and fortresses were painted crimson. The Trovan family openly ignored the Draker family's official summons, refusing to answer within the deadline. This was an outright declaration of war. The Nine Dragons Council immediately gathered for an emergency meeting. They had seriously underestimated Ed Trovan's sheer cunning. The man had been plotting this massive scheme for years, and they suspected the suspicious mobilization of northern warlords was closely tied to his rebellion. Some stubborn members still refused to act, leaving us to wonder how this brewing war will end. All right, you and I are diving into a clan that thinks the northern warlords are zero threat. They care way more about filling the empty Sky Dragon seat. Even though the Patriarch is staying completely silent for now, some greedy elders are practically begging to finally settle the succession debate that has dragged on for years. Out of nowhere, the Black Dragon declared this is actually the perfect moment to decide on their next leader. An air conflict right before a massive war would be catastrophic. He wants to eliminate any risky variables, but the stubborn old heads immediately claim he is being blasphemous. Fortunately, one of the Nine Dragons stepped in to silence the chaotic room. He insists that a grand gathering of everyone involved is necessary, promising to organize it right away. He already has the perfect upcoming event in mind to test the waters, where they can witness everything and decide their next move. Meanwhile, Theo has been hiding away in Lodrock's lair, slowly recovering from the absolute beatdown his father handed him. Cut off from the entire world, he quietly sharpens his lethal blade. The brutal scars from his father's wrath are still highly visible, yet he is in peak physical condition. Every single strike is incredibly fast and laser-focused. He cleanly snuffs out a row of burning candles. Now, you and I need to pay close attention. He is physically flawless, but mentally, the same dark voices that drove his grandfather insane are invading his mind. These sinister whispers constantly urge him to slaughter everyone and seize ultimate power. The madness constantly pushes him to indulge his darkest desires, slaughtering anyone who dares cross his path. Right after that chaotic, schizophrenic workout, the guy casually flexes a physique built like an absolute god-tier dragon slayer. As he finally sheathes his weapon, a familiar voice asks if those whispers are starting to overwhelm him. The guardian dragon, Lodrock, appears, musing about the Mad Dragon Emperor's endless grudge. Knowing he can fully trust his dragon guardian, he admits the voices are getting annoying, even though it's been a long time since he inherited that broken sword. The ancient spirit's grudge relentlessly interferes with his thoughts. It is not completely unbearable yet, but since it belongs to the Mad Dragon Emperor, it's highly concerning. Still, there is a silver lining. Because of this connection, he can actually glimpse into the legendary Emperor's high realm. Lodrock completely understands his struggle. She could never forget his name even if she tried. After all, he was the only man who ever won her heart, a tale she already shared with Theo. Honestly, you and I can see why he's so confused. Why did his brutal father spare him and hand him this powerful weapon? Seeing that Theo is overthinking things again, Lodrock gently tells him to stay patient. If they rush, he will end up facing threats far beyond his current limit. Fortunately, they still have time. Thanks to the High Priest's quick treatment, his severed arm has been completely reattached with no lasting issues. To verify the healing herself, Lodrock gives him a very personal, hands-on checkup. Once she is fully satisfied with his recovery, she shoos him away for the day. She already senses that another guest is actively searching for him. Before he leaves, Lodrock warns him to stop wrecking her nest during his intense sword practices. It is always the same story. one ruins it, and she cleans. This has become their daily routine. The moment he steps back inside Kamalea Palace, he is greeted by a very familiar face. The person waiting for him is none other than his loyal supporter, Sybil Rhea. He excitedly hand-delivers a highly important message for his young lord, a special invitation. The letter formally invites Theo Ragnar to the Daffodil Palace for Lady Ray Ragnar's 18th birthday banquet. Still, Sybil warns that this whole event feels incredibly strange. Throwing a massive birthday banquet while a brutal war is literally at their doorstep seems completely crazy. Rumors suggest it will be an incredibly grand affair, but Theo sees right through it. This event has to be massive precisely because times are so unstable. Troven's shocking betrayal has thrown the family's internal power balance into complete chaos. Stealing the spotlight from Axion, the Sky Dragon's favorite, Theo successfully claimed the position of sixth successor. To make matters even worse, one of the 9 dragons completely blinded everyone with his treasonous schemes. Now, a massive power vacuum has opened. This upcoming banquet is definitely not a simple celebration of merriment. It is a political show to prove to rival powers that the Ragnar clan remains entirely unbothered. It is also a dangerous stage for the successors and their backers to size each other up. Sybil is absolutely amazed by his lord's sharp mind. He is beyond hyped to hear that his idol is about to take center stage in this crucial power struggle. If those stubborn elders want to see what he is capable of, Theo will happily put on an epic show. Meanwhile, the Daffodil Palace looks cold and breathtakingly beautiful. Inside, every powerful family is gathered, and trust me, you and I are about to watch this banquet descend into pure chaos. Alright, let's look at these snobby nobles drinking expensive wine and eating fancy food, stick with me. But the second the new heir steps inside, total silence. Every single eye locks onto the freshly minted candidate. Young Lord Theo Ragnar commands the entire room with his sleek winter gear and killer gaze. His style is absolutely immaculate. Scanning the banquet hall, he makes sure all eyes are on him. Honestly, everyone knows this birthday bash is just an excuse. These nobles only showed up to size up the next ruler. Theo wants to make an unforgettable entrance, and the man arriving right behind him is about to make that easy. Behind him, Theo hears light, highly confident footsteps approaching. A loud voice cuts through the crowd, causing a scene. Navan Bakus bows deeply, respectfully calling Theo his lord. He makes sure every elite in the room hears him. Theo instantly smiles, hyped to see his close friend. He almost did not recognize the guy. Even for his fake wedding, he kept his beard, yet now he is clean-shaven. The gossiping nobles start whispering. Everyone knows about the brutal Bacchus family purge and how this sole survivor became the new head. Despite their massive collapse, the Bacchus clan is still one of the 6 pillars. Hearing a clan head call the 6th successor his lord creates the exact chaos Theo wanted. Now pay attention to this part, because one quick entrance just changed the entire room's energy. But right as Theo is about to reveal his next move to Navan, a massive tank of a man sneaks up completely undetected. Their survival instincts flare up instantly from the terrifying threat. Quickly, the giant suppresses his aura and introduces himself with a smile. He casually reveals he is the 5th successor. For a split second, Theo is thrown off his game. This powerhouse arrived way faster than expected. Meet Thoril Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry and Theo's biggest rival. Completely towering over Theo, Thoril flashes a fake smile and offers a handshake. At long last, 2 powerhouse successors finally stand face to face. The crowd holds their collective breath. It is the reigning champion versus the newly risen star, and only one will survive. Flashing a warm smile, Thoril tells Theo to drop the act. He only came to meet the famous rookie everyone is hyping up. Laughing, he admits he is glad that childish Axion got taken out, leaving a far better candidate to receive the Patriarch's blessing. He sounds incredibly friendly, but Theo does not lower his guard. In the brutal Ragnar family, only an idiot would genuinely welcome a lethal rival with open arms. Remaining completely alert, Theo reaches out to accept the tense handshake. Theo plays along, calling it an honor to meet the legendary commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, while making sure to remind him that he is with the White Dragon Squad. Thoril is highly amused by how quickly the kid tries to draw a line between them. Tightening his grip like a vice, Thoril releases a wave of absolute, suffocating aura. He tries to humiliate the rookie by crushing him down to one knee, playing it off to the crowd as a respectful warrior greeting. Thoril tells him to relax and just call him Big Brother. This is how a true Ragnar heir asserts his absolute dominance. You and I both know our main character won't just take this lying down. Watch him push back. To Thoril's absolute shock, his little brother actually has the power to shatter his heavy aura. Standing right back up and fighting back, Theo calmly calls Thoril his brother. Meanwhile, on the other side of the banquet hall, the giant siblings finally arrive, and Hulkus is already whining about being forced into a tight, formal suit. His sister is working overtime to rebuild their tarnished family name. They are known as a bunch of wild barbarians, and he makes it impossible. As Hulkus complains, another familiar warrior enters the Grand Hall. Remington Narcio, the legendary Silver Lion, arrives to greet his old comrades. This Western handsome knight has built an incredible reputation lately. Rumor has it he is even giving the famous Ascendant Dragon a serious run for his money. As always, Remington has not changed a bit. He remains the humble knight. He traveled all the way north just to catch up with Lord Theo and ask about the elite white-armored dragon cavalry. But things get instantly awkward when the birthday girl herself overhears him. The proud Silver Lion suddenly looks like a guilty kitten, apologizing to Lady Ray. She just laughs. Lady Ray knows exactly what this entire party is actually about. Suddenly, a massive aura clash erupts right in the center of the room. Two overwhelming powers are colliding in the middle of the party. And that's where we leave it. You and I both know Theo's about to cause some absolute chaos. Alright, you and I are about to see how this absolute menace wrecks a party. To the crowd, Theo and Thorol were just sharing a polite handshake. But beneath the surface, their crushing auras clashed with terrifying force, keeping every single guest frozen at a distance. Finally, Thorol broke the grip and laughed aloud. He playfully threw up his hands, claiming his little brother was way too strong. Theo played along with the joke, saying he only won because Big Bro went easy. Thorol chuckled, warning that being too humble can feel like an insult, though his own defeat was completely real. He admitted that if they fought at the same age, it would have been an absolute slaughter. Theo knew this was massive praise, especially coming from the clan's ultimate young prodigy. Honestly, seeing such a powerful little brother made Thorol incredibly happy. He turned to the watching nobles, demanding they raise their glasses to celebrate the spectacular rising star of the Ragnar family. Once the music started playing again, Thorol quietly asked Theo if this grand debut met his expectations. Theo thanked him, but instantly realized his brother was not just powerful, he was incredibly cunning. Now, pay close attention here, this friendly attitude is just a clever show to secure his own dominance. By showing respect to a new rival, he easily wins over the entire crowd. In an instant, the pressure Theo built up against Navan was completely stolen by this masterclass performance. He effortlessly swayed everyone in the room. Thorol Ragnar looks like a massive, friendly bodybuilder, but underneath lies a ruthless genius who sees the race for the crown from every angle. After that intense mind game with his brother, Theo was swamped by classmates raising glasses and laughing into the night. Meanwhile, a crowd of wealthy noble ladies had already marked him down as their #1 target. But while the party roared downstairs, a bitter old man was absolutely seething from the balcony above. This elder dragon had planned to use the half-breed's bad manners as an excuse to exile him. If that idiot Thorol had not interfered, the old bastard could have turned this entire gala into his personal courtroom. He absolutely hated that a mere bastard was running around, ruining their sacred traditions and playing with the family's power dynamics like it was a game. Watch closely, this bored old fossil was looking for someone to crush. His toxic glare landed on Captain Evelyn Naravel, who was happily drinking and enjoying the evening with her friends. To his arrogant mind, he was the sole judge of who belonged in this grand palace. Tonight, Evelyn had traded her heavy steel armor for a breathtaking dress that turned every head in the room, drawing endless praise from her loyal squad. After all, they had never seen their legendary commander dressed so beautifully. Totally unused to compliments, she desperately wanted to run back to her safe, cold metal armor. Tonight was meant to be her one chance to finally relax, but instead, a cruel hand splashed a cup of red wine directly over her head, ruining her gorgeous dress. The moment he heard that malicious voice, a wave of deep-seated trauma instantly rushed back. The arrogant elder marched forward like he owned the entire world, making Evelyn tremble with deep, primal fear. The toxic old man demanded to know how a filthy rat dared to mingle with high nobility. Evelyn's loyal ally stood up to defend her, shouting that even a legendary dragon has no right to treat people like trash. Evelyn stopped Aaron before she did something she would regret. Confronting one of the clan's highest rulers was suicide, so she desperately tried to suppress her explosive rage and terror. But her trembling, wine-soaked face gave her away. Aaron had never seen his fearless captain this terrified before. She wondered what dark past could exist between the captain and the elder. Looming over them, the elder reminded Evelyn of his command to never show her face again. Suddenly, his malicious gaze caught a metallic glint beneath her decorative scarf. Without a second thought, he seized her prosthetic arm and violently ripped it to shreds. Cruelly, he crushed the precious gift that the young lord had specially created for her. He threw the broken metal aside like garbage, sneering that it was just a toy on a useless piece of meat. To him, broken garbage belonged beneath his boots, completely crushed into the dirt. He gave her one final warning to crawl away before he tore her apart limb from limb. And trust me, watching her flee like a scared child filled the sick elder with pure joy. He laughed, mocking that her foul stench was finally fading away. All right, you and I are about to see just how corrupt this family is. When Aaron threatens to report this injustice, the old man just laughs, telling her to go right ahead. She is about to learn the hard way what the ruthless law of survival really means in this family. Meanwhile, Evelyn runs like her life depends on it. Her dark past is catching up to her, and she hates herself for thinking she could ever just have a normal life with her friends. She worked so incredibly hard to bury the painful trauma from back when she was completely helpless. But one single look from that monster shattered everything. That man, the great elder dragon, used to beat her half to death just for calling him dad. Back then, she was just an innocent kid who had no idea why she deserved such pain. Deep down, she is still that same terrified, broken little girl. Nothing has changed. Blinded by her tears, Evelyn runs so fast she does not even notice the massive figure standing directly in her path. The demon dragon himself stops, completely confused to see her sprinting away from the party in tears. Seeing a friendly face is finally enough to make her completely break down. Back at the party, Theo and the crew are still drinking and laughing, totally clueless about the disrespect Evelyn just faced. But get ready, because everything is about to change. The entire party instantly goes dead silent as a horrific, agonizing scream echoes through the hall. Next comes the sickening crunch of breaking bones, mixed with a grown man whimpering in terror at the commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry, Julius Ragnar. The legendary demon dragon heard every single detail from Evelyn, and now he is out for blood. He tosses the broken arm aside, making the elder dragon scramble back as his heavy security team rushes in. Julius already made it clear to the old bastard, "Whatever pain you cause, Evelyn, I will return to you tenfold." Clutching his arm, the old man screams that this is treason against the family name, labeling Julius a dangerous monster who needs to be locked up immediately. But the demon dragon does not even flinch as armed guards surround him from every single angle. With the powerful law council stepping in, can even the legendary commander survive this kind of pressure? They coldly accuse him of assaulting a high-ranking counselor, warning him that he is looking at serious prison time. They ask him to surrender quietly, but let us be real, Julius is not about to play nice with these fools. Staring directly into his terrifying, murderous eyes, the head of the guard feels a wave of pure terror wash over him. Julius calmly recites the sacred oath sworn on the sword during the Autumn Covenant. 4 years ago, he made these useless elders sign an agreement. They swore under penalty of death that Evelyn would be left completely alone. And if they are going to break that promise, well, then all bets are officially off. I know what you are thinking, what about our main character? Well, Theo pushes through the crowd to see this massive clash unfold. This showdown never happened in his past life. His actions have changed too much. All he knows is that Evelyn was born as the illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar. That pathetic excuse of a man obsessed over pure blood, yet he could not even control himself when it came to women. To him, Evelyn is a living mistake who ruins his reputation. He saw her as a massive stain and wanted her hidden away forever. He wanted to throw her out on the streets. But Julius saw her massive potential, saved her, and brought her into the cavalry, ruining the old man's cruel plans. She grew into an absolute beast of a fighter, rapidly rising to become a top leader. But when she became a famous young captain, her father panicked, terrified his secret affairs would finally be exposed to the world. So, without a second thought, he tried to assassinate his own daughter, framing it as an accident. He missed her heart, but sliced her entire left arm off. She survived by a miracle, but losing her arm meant she could no longer control her flying beast in battle. She was forced into a sudden, tragic retirement. After that, she spent her days hiding in the training halls, completely abandoned. That is, until she met Theo, who put her back on the path to glory. In a way, this entire brutal confrontation is only happening because Theo went back in time and changed the future. If that is true, then he has to fix this himself. But stopping a bloodthirsty demon dragon is going to be almost impossible at this point. Desperate, Wolfgang begs the other nobles for help, crying about how Julius has zero respect for an elder who has protected the family for decades. He even accuses Julius of abusing his high-ranking power to bully and threaten his own family, calling it outright treason. But hearing this old snake play the victim only makes Julius even more furious. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see how Theo stops this massacre. You and I are jumping right into a massive family feud, where our main character basically tells these two to stop ruining a peaceful birthday party. Julius actually listens and backs down out of pure respect, while Wolfgang just looks incredibly annoyed that his bait did not work at all. With two top family members ready to rip each other to shreds, Theo suggests solving this conflict using an ancient, traditional Ragnar custom. Why slaughter each other in the middle of a birthday dance floor when they can settle things through a formal, legal dual trial? Naturally, Wolfgang shuts that down immediately. He claims to be the victim here, arguing there is absolutely no reason for a trial when he has done nothing wrong. But Theo stays completely calm, pressuring the old guy to just agree so they can prevent this scene from getting any bigger. He spots the absolute ruler of the Daffodil Palace arriving, and she looks completely furious that these idiots are ruining her daughter's special day. Every single step she takes drops the temperature, literally freezing the floor beneath her. Neil Ragnar, famously known as the Ice Dragon, is definitely not someone you want to mess with. Wolfgang tries playing his usual victim card, but she immediately tells him to shut his mouth. She has zero interest in hearing excuses or dealing with their pathetic, childish arguments. Now pay attention here, she demands they follow Theo's plan, giving them one final warning before she completely loses her remaining patience. The surrounding nobles begin whispering quietly. They all assume Wolfgang and his retired elders will easily win this, considering they used to be high-ranking inspectors. Wolfgang is thinking the exact same thing, fully confident his elite group can destroy whoever Julius decides to put up. The trial rules are simple. The two main rivals fight in the last round, while their selected champions must battle it out in the first two matches. Glancing over, Julius only has a one-armed fighter and an outcast kid backing him up in his corner. At this rate, he will not even have to fight. His team is guaranteed to sweep them 2-0. Pretending to be reluctant, Wolfgang finally agrees to a straight sword duel to determine who is truly in the right. As the entire crowd empties out of the banquet hall to witness the trial, everyone is placing bets on who will win. Meanwhile, Thoril watches the chaos unfold with a smug grin, calmly sipping his wine. Honestly, you and I both know nobody expected his little brother to step up like this. With that demon dragon's legendary short temper, things were about to get ugly. If Theo had not intervened, the old man would have used his crooked political influence to completely destroy Julius. He would have been completely ruined. But in that crucial split second, the young prodigy found a perfect way to defuse the bomb while keeping both sides happy with the terms. Thoril can already tell that the upcoming fight is going to be incredibly entertaining. The crowd gathers outside the palace, taking their seats around a snow-covered arena. Now, under the direct supervision of the Law Council, this dual trial officially begins. To keep it completely fair, all mana use is strictly banned. Everything happening here is bound by absolute law. Both sides must take a sacred oath that any future revenge, no matter who wins, will be heavily penalized. Holding a grudge is illegal. Julius and Wolfgang lock eyes, officially agreeing to these terms. Now that the rules are set, the first two fighters are called to step forward. To everyone's absolute shock, the rising star Theo Ragnar confidently steps up and draws his sword, standing tall under the bright moonlight. His friends know he is an absolute beast, but they are still incredibly worried. Their opponent is definitely no pushover. Remington instantly recognizes the enemy, identifying him as the Elder Dragon's top aide, Gale Sword Beta. Even among the elite inspectors, this guy is considered one of the absolute best in pure swordplay. Right before the match, Wolfgang whispers a sickening command to his fighter, giving him the green light to go straight for a lethal blow without holding back. Beta is naturally hesitant to murder a young candidate in line to become the family successor, but the old bastard promises that the rules will cover up any unfortunate accidents inside the ring. And even if he cannot manage to take the kid's life completely, Wolfgang still wants an arm as a souvenir. While the enemy corner is busy plotting their murder, Theo stands on his side of the arena, completely calm. Julius has cooled down by now, but he is feeling incredibly guilty for dragging such a talented kid into his mess. He actually apologized earlier for his reckless temper, repeatedly asking our main character if they are truly making the right choice. But with complete confidence, Theo just tells him to trust the process. So trust me, you and I are about to watch him settle some old scores while taking all the glory for himself. Let's dive right into this brutal match as the referee finally blows the whistle. Beta starts off cautious, taking a rock-solid defensive stance. But Theo? He does the exact opposite, launching into an incredibly aggressive, high-speed charge. Seeing the kid rush in, Beta meets him head-on. Their very first clash looks completely even. No magic allowed here, just pure, raw physical power. Sparks fly as the brutal impact blows them both backward. The second their feet touch the ground, they instantly burst forward again. What follows is a blur of strikes, so fast your eyes can barely track them. For the crowd, all they can see are brilliant flashes of steel colliding. Beta might have a funny name, but the guy is a serious swordsman, matching Theo blow for blow. In fact, the dragon ally is shocked he cannot find a single gap to exploit. They are only testing each other, but seeing a rookie pressure a seasoned veteran is unbelievable. Now watch closely, because experience pays off here, and Beta is about to use the battlefield terrain against him. He kicks up a massive cloud of dust, completely blinding the young lord. That single moment of distraction is all he needs. Beta smugly smiles, relying on his years of real battle experience. To show some mercy to the young heir, he aims to end this quickly and painlessly. A swift decapitation should do it. But as the blade swings toward his neck, Theo dodges with a mocking grin. He knew the older man would underestimate him, so he left an opening on purpose, and the fool walked right into it. Now Beta is wide open for a counterattack. Sensing danger, Beta pushes his body to the limit to dodge just in time, but notices something very strange. For some reason, the young lord suddenly halts his lethal swing. Why would this rising star pull back on a guaranteed kill? Normally, Theo would have ended the fight right then and there. Unfortunately, those dark voices inside his head start screaming again, urging him to murder everyone who ever mocked or abandoned him. His mind fills with thoughts of absolute slaughter, blinding him with a sudden, overwhelming urge for violence. Beta spots this weird behavior but hesitates to rush back in. Having already been fooled once, he worries this is just another trap. If so, he is insulted that a kid would look down on him like this. After all, a veteran fighter never falls for the same trick twice. You saw that coming, right? Beta charges in to finish it, but Theo effortlessly blocks the strike with his blade. Shouting out loud, Theo commands the voices inside his head to shut up using sheer, unyielding willpower. If they want blood, he will deliver it without their annoying chatter. Suddenly, his movements accelerate to an insane level. He unleashes a barrage of chaotic, devastating slashes that slice off one of Beta's arms. Down an arm and panicking, Beta fights through the agony, trying desperately to keep the rest of his limbs. With his last arm, he tries to force his way out of the corner. But Theo makes it look easy, blasting the fool straight out of the ring. The nearby crowd would have been crushed as collateral damage if the ice dragon had not conjured a shield to protect the nobles. Feeling the incredible impact of the blow, she silently praises the boy's monstrous talent. Without using any magic at all, he shattered the entire stage with one strike. Meanwhile, poor Beta lies bleeding in a crater, completely knocked out. His clothes are in shreds. The guy got absolutely destroyed. The referee takes one look at the bloody mess and calls the match. For this first round, Theo Ragnar is the undisputed champion. As the crowd roars with excitement, Theo desperately tries to suppress his rising bloodlust. Luckily, he snaps out of that dark haze just in time. Still, the sheer rage he felt today was on a whole other level. It is a bizarre sensation, almost as if some massive force is guiding him toward his destiny. He only unlocked this incredible power by giving in to that sensation, but surrendering himself to past grudges is definitely a dangerous path to walk. The risk is real, but if he masters this dark force, it will massively boost his fighting potential. Honestly, he could double his combat power with a simple flip of a switch. Once they clear the rubble and fix the arena, the second round begins, and both warriors are called to step up. And trust me, you and I are about to see absolute chaos, because Theo just demanded consecutive battles. Alright, you and I are diving back in as the referee accepts Theo to fight in round 2. Honestly, Wolfgang is absolutely losing his mind over this arrogant move. So he unleashes his absolute ace, the legendary Sword of Mystics and former Dragon Gate Swordmaster, Paige Grayson. The Lanka siblings are losing their minds, completely hyped to see an old guy wielding a massive sword without using any mana. Right next to them, Remington is sweating bullets, but the Hyper siblings just tell him to chill out. The Silver Lion points out that unlike before, where they sent a mid-tier inspector just for show, Paige Grayson is a famous, high-level elder. Anyone with half a brain can see that Wolfgang's side wants to end Lord Theo right here and now. Knowing the danger, it is impossible to see Theo losing with how crazy his last battle went. But as soon as the referee blows the whistle to start round 2, Theo calmly raises his hand. Instead of wasting energy clashing swords with another powerful old warrior, he literally waves a white flag and forfeits. The entire arena is stunned, especially Old Man Page. Theo, playing dumb, explains a low-ranking inspector like him could never stand a chance against a great elder. He basically says he knows his place. Old Man Page is furious, absolutely hating being denied a real, honorable showdown. Even the referee is completely lost for words as he awkwardly announces the winner of the second round. But the crowd loves the brilliant move. He completely neutralized a dangerous wildcard without spending any energy. Now pay attention here, because the plaintiff and defendant actually have to face off in the final round. Wolfgang was so obsessed with killing his rival that he got completely blindsided by a simple, clever trick. Now he is forced to fight with a shattered arm. In her entire life, Evelyn has never seen her trash dad this panicked. As Theo walks back, she immediately apologizes for dragging him into her family drama yet again. But he just smiles like a true partner, reassuring her. His kindness instantly reminds Evelyn of the few bright spots in her life. Back then, Julius Ragnar was just a rookie when he happily welcomed her into the elite cavalry squad. He was truly the first to see her hidden potential. Even after she lost her arm, Julius stayed by her side, pushing her to make a comeback. Then she met Theo, the charismatic young lord who completely changed her dead-end life. She swore to be his sword, giving her a brand new purpose. Lord Theo gave her the courage to fight for her deepest wishes. Her past was full of pain, but now she has people who truly care about her. How could she stay trapped in the dark past when these incredible people have so much faith in her? So, let's see how this plays out. Before Julius can even step up as the final fighter, Evelyn speaks up. She is done playing the victim. It is time to take back her own destiny, even with only one good arm. For this decisive final round, the Law Council referee calls both the plaintiff and defendant into the center ring. Even wearing a sling for his broken arm, Wolfgang Ragnar still looks terrifying as he steps into the arena. Deep down, he is still cursing that clever brat for ruining his prestige and leaving him with nothing to save. He has already accepted the reality that Julius will likely end his life right here, but he is determined to take an arm first. The dude seriously loves chopping off limbs. After a quick talk with the judge, the defense's request to switch fighters is granted. Wearing a sleek dress with blade in hand, the one-armed captain steps forward with absolute confidence. But when he sees his crippled, outcast daughter enter, Wolfgang starts laughing hysterically. He asks if she came to beg for her life again, but his pathetic trash talk does not bother her at all. Evelyn draws her rapier, keeping her focus locked entirely on her disgusting target. She only needs to say a single word to drive him absolutely insane. This scumbag hates being called father. The crowd goes wild, hearing her say that forbidden word. Nobody knew about the blood connection between the Elder Dragon and Evelyn Nareville. They had all heard rumors about a secret child, but they never really paid attention to gossip. Desperate and panicking, Wolfgang tries to scream that she is just a crazy girl telling lies. If she knew she could get under his skin this easily, she would have done it years ago. She ruthlessly starts exposing all the horrible abuse she suffered because of this absolute piece of trash. She details how he nearly beat her to death when she was just a little girl, and how he even tried to assassinate her when she climbed the ranks of the white-armored dragon cavalry, all just to protect his own fake image. Losing it, Wolfgang finally snaps. He yells that he has every right to clean up his past. And just like that, we watch this garbage human completely bait himself into a full confession. Alright, you and I can see the crowd feeling for Evelyn and hating this old scumbag. Seriously, who expected this arrogant elder, who constantly obsesses over pure bloodlines, to actually be guilty of leaving bastards everywhere? Those who knew about Wolfgang's filthy secrets kept their mouths shut. They had warned him this reckoning would come if he got sloppy. Now, the old bastard knew his reputation was completely ruined. Meanwhile, Julius and Theo just stood on the sidelines, enjoying the absolute drama. The demon dragon wanted to fight this last battle to spare Evelyn the pain, but the young lord insisted she handle her own business. The moment the whistle blew, Evelyn charged with a relentless, aggressive attack. With her missing arm and Wolfgang's busted limb, the clash was surprisingly even. Because she was used to fighting with a handicap, Evelyn controlled the pace while the old geezer focused entirely on defense. Once she knew the moment was perfect, she unleashed her brand new weapon. As a seasoned war veteran, Julius instantly sensed the shift in her posture and the air itself. She was channeling the Wind Thunder God technique, Dohart. Now, watch closely, her sheer technique literally kicks up a storm, which the old heads vaguely recognize as the legendary Windstorm Sword. Everyone thought this was a dead, lost art. How on earth did Evelyn learn to unleash and control such an epic style? This Wind Thunder God technique is absolutely proving its legendary reputation right now. Positioned right in the middle, she moves like the eye of a hurricane, effortlessly deflecting Wolfgang's blade while constantly pushing him backward. It is incredibly rare to witness someone so young going blow for blow against a premier master like Wolfgang. Theo watched with absolute joy because the rules of this dual trial ban magic, letting pure swordsmanship take center stage. With raw magic completely taken out of the equation, a refined, masterclass sword style can truly dominate. After all, Wolfgang is a total fraud who relied entirely on his high-tier bloodline. Without that crutch, his actual sword skills are mediocre at best. Suffocated by Evelyn's brutal offense, the old dragon used raw, ugly strength to force his way out. Even if he is a complete scumbag, he still held a spot as one of the clan's top fighters for decades. He swings his blade like a wild caveman, finding a tiny gap and rushing Evelyn with massive, crushing power. Getting past her initial attack brought back his smug confidence, and he started trash-talking again, swearing to beat her until she begs for mercy and finally comes to her senses. But Evelyn is completely done listening to his garbage. She has the power to strike back now. And trust me, if this old bastard wants a test of raw strength, she is going to happily destroy him. Back when she was a child, her abusive father was her entire world, and she feared him above all else. But now she has amazing allies standing right beside her, people she can trust with her life, who believe in her completely. Those old, pathetic fears are gone. She is no longer that helpless little girl begging for a toxic parent's love. She is a powerhouse in complete control of her own destiny. She finally possesses the power to slice down the absolute monster who ruined her life. The abused, pathetic child from her past is officially a warrior capable of slaughtering the beast who shares her own blood. The spectating nobles are deeply moved by Evelyn Nareville's sheer determination during this incredibly satisfying beatdown. The fight is over, and she is officially declared the champion of the dual trial. She secured her sweet revenge by completely taking one of that bastard's arms. Even after losing fair and square, Wolfgang refuses to accept reality. He tries to attack her again with everything he has, but sudden ice magic instantly locks him down. Fortunately, Lady Neil, the ice dragon, intervened before he could do anything. She rips into him for bringing shame to the legacy of the 9 dragons and completely overstepping. When the referee yells her name, the truth finally hits Evelyn. By the official laws of the duel trial, she is declared not guilty. Stepping back to her corner, she feels an immense, heavy burden lifted from her shoulders. Evelyn Narville is finally, truly free. Julius and Theo welcome their teammate back with immense pride. Now, she can grow without that crushing fear holding her back. She credits this massive victory entirely to her lord and the cavalry captain. Over in the opposite corner, Wolfgang's underlings scramble into the ring to drag their defeated boss out for medical aid. When they pick up his sword, he hates seeing his own pathetic failure reflected on the metal. He shoves his men aside, snatches the blade, and storms menacingly toward Evelyn's side. Wolfgang screams her name in absolute fury, cursing her like a madman while swinging his sword completely out of control. It is painfully obvious this literal piece of trash wants to chop her down right here. This time, Julius steps in before he can even get close. The demon dragon grabs him with his single remaining hand and forces him to sit down like a child. And that is where we leave it, with Julius staring down this old trash, asking if he wants to lose his remaining arm too. What do you and I think? Will this idiot actually walk away now? If you and I thought things were tense, the demon dragon was ready to make them far worse. The arena was a powder keg, and things would have gotten incredibly bloody if an urgent message hadn't stopped them. A messenger rushed in with terrifying news the Trovan family had officially launched their invasion. Everyone had to return to their battle stations. Julius clicked his tongue, cursing the absolutely terrible timing. He desperately wanted to unleash some real pain, but duty came first. Turning his back took every ounce of his willpower. Rallying his inner circle, he declared they were officially at war, putting the white armored cavalry on the front lines. But Wolfgang, acting like a complete idiot, just couldn't take a hint and kept whining that the duel wasn't over. Absolutely nobody was listening to his pathetic whining, forcing the ice dragon to threaten him with some cold violence just to shut him up. She delivered a chilling final warning, bring shame to the 9 dragons again, and her ice blades would turn him into a human pincushion. He desperately tried to argue, pulling rank, claiming his status made him untouchable. But watch closely, as Lady Neal points out the brutal truth. His own council had completely turned their backs, washing their hands of Wolfgang and his incredibly pathetic actions. They refused to back a sore loser who ruined a sacred duel by throwing a childish temper tantrum. By the night's end, the pathetic elder had lost his arm, his loyal council, and every ounce of respect from the Ragnar clan. Seeing him utterly ruined gave Julius a sweet taste of justice. Watching this greedy old fool lose absolutely everything was the perfect, satisfying end to his misery. But while Ragnar's elite were busy playing political mind games, Ed Trovan was making moves like a true mastermind. His invasion forces had already seized the central plateau, and now they were rapidly closing in on Castle Harmon. Word arrived that the entire Ragnar military, including the private armies of the 6 pillars, was marching straight toward the central plateau. Ed Trovan couldn't help but laugh. Those foolish old dragons were walking straight into his trap. It was finally time to make those fools realize this entire war was just the starting phase of a much grander plan. With their attention completely divided, Trovan was free to seize the real prize. Every piece was set for his brutal takeover. Meanwhile, over in the Bacchus family territory, things were suspiciously quiet. One of the 6 pillars had completely fallen apart after the guild disaster. You and I both know how fast rumors spread, and the castle guards were whispering some juicy gossip. Ever since taking the throne, Lord Navin had done absolutely nothing but lock his doors and drink himself blind. With chaos brewing everywhere, the locals seriously questioned if this pathetic drunk even deserved to lead their house. A veteran guard pointed out that with their leaders hiding away, this entire territory was drowning in massive debt. A leader is completely powerless when even his most loyal, multi-generational knights pack up and abandon the house. Honestly, it makes sense that the new lord drowned his sorrows in alcohol. At least he had the freedom to do that. Lately, the local guards had received some backup sent straight from the Ragnar clan. They were supposed to fix the massive labor shortage, but turned out to be absolute freeloaders. Just like the Lord, they spent all day getting wasted. And guess who was leading these useless reinforcements? It was Sybil Drea, alongside Ayad Nuran and a bunch of Theo's loyal fanboys. They were officially assigned to the Night Watch, but every single night ended with them passed out cold on the pavement. This deployment was basically the main family's way of telling them to get lost. Listening to all this miserable gossip, one of the wall guards smirked with a little too much satisfaction. The moment darkness fell, he slipped past the gates and reported straight to a mysterious figure. He eagerly explained that internal morale had completely hit rock bottom. Their secret operation was basically guaranteed to be an effortless success. Dozens of hooded figures emerged from the deep shadows, ready to strike the Bacchus territory. They had heard enough. It was go time. Given the pathetic state of this ruined household, they could easily wrap up their mission in record time. Sure enough, Captain Sybil, who should have been guarding the wall, was sound asleep with a bottle. A hooded figure silently snuck right up to him. Spinning his blade, the assassin cursed the sleeping drunk for neglecting his guard duty. Aiming straight for Sybil's head, he plunged the blade down with lethal precision. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, Julius was hearing an outrageous proposal. Theo had just demanded to invoke his special rights as an intermediate inspector, but the captain instantly shut down such a ridiculous idea. During war, military operations always take priority, but trust me, you and I are about to watch Theo change the entire game with his reply. You and I are jumping right into the moment. Julius stands utterly shocked, skimming through those top-secret documents. Theo explains that Troven's primary invasion points, specifically Castle Harmon and the Central Highlands, are just clever distractions. He is absolutely certain the real target is the floating archipelago and the vulnerable Bacchus territory. With detailed intelligence reports backing up this claim, Julius can see that Theo's logic is flawless. Looking at how the Black Skull behaved during the hostage crisis, they are definitely working hand in hand with the Troven family. Theo notes that the Black Skull started as a pirate league on the floating archipelago, where all the Empire's gold used to flow. And that perfectly explains where the Troven clan got their massive war chest. Because of where the archipelago sits, it is only a matter of time before it threatens the Ragnar territory directly. So Theo suggests they immediately prioritize reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory. But even if his math is perfect, most Troven troops are already concentrated in the Highlands and Castle Harmon. They have enough men for a massive war, and our side has already deployed forces to meet them. The clan has 0 extra troops, but they cannot just leave these critical spots defenseless. Pay attention here. Theo asks for independent command to reinforce Bacchus's territory and investigate that archipelago. In doing so, they can expose the Troven family's financial lifeline. With a few elite troops and some time, he is confident he can turn the tide of this war. Julius is amazed by the kid's brilliant plan. Since this war affects everyone, how could he possibly say no to something so bold? They have to use every option, but Julius still warns Theo not to push too far. As the young lord leaves, the demon dragon is left wondering how this kid pieced everything together. He somehow obtained incredibly classified information. He could have easily shared this secret info with an intelligence master like Black Dragon, yet he chose to tell his captain instead, which means Theo wants to keep things quiet so he can move freely without any interference. Julius can tell that the kid only asked for permission as a formal courtesy. You and I both know Julius was completely right. Theo had already launched his plan before entering HQ. Theo already stationed his troops in the Bacchus territory, and tonight, their drunken act is over as they hunt down invaders. Captain Sybil drops the drunk act entirely, completely destroying a hooded invader by surprise. As a bottle of booze flies through the air and spills, the dying assassin smells nothing but sweet orange juice. Sybil is wide awake and completely sober. In fact, he doesn't even drink. After playing the drunk fool for days, he can finally unleash his sword and fight without holding back. Without a sneak attack, a Troven spy is no match for a warrior trained by Lord Theo. Sybil's squad easily wipes out the vanguard. Next up is lighting the beacon, though none of them expected their first real mission to involve killing elite Troven spies. They could never have pictured this during the blooming ceremony. But as Sybil struggles to light the signal, the sneaky assassin he just stabbed leaps up, having played dead on the cold ground. Sybil's squad is caught completely off guard, but luckily, a shadow appears from nowhere to clean-cut the killer's head off. It is Navin himself. Naturally, he scolds the young soldiers for letting their guard down like idiots. If any of them got hurt, how could he ever face Lord Theo again? Knowing he screwed up, Sybil stands at attention and salutes the head of the Bacchus family, though Navin tells him to just relax. But if they actually want to rest, they have to take care of their lord's orders first. Smiling, Sybil gets back to lighting the beacon. Navin actually likes having these young recruits around. They fit his vibe perfectly. Once the castle walls light up, crossbowmen line the ramparts, ready for the next wave of attackers. Navin watches the battlefield from the highest tower, with everything playing out exactly as his lord predicted. The enemy will crawl out tonight. How did Theo predict the Troven clan's exact strategy so flawlessly? The kid is honestly built different. As the fire exposes the Troven rats, Sybil yells the order to defend the castle at all costs. As those hooded killers scale the high stone walls, a hail of arrows rains down on them. It is a total bloodbath, and trust me, when Theo finally arrives on his Viper Wyvern, things are about to get wild. He is just in time to see his crew in action, pushing his mount forward with pure excitement. You and I are ready to see some familiar faces again. As sunrise hits Bacchus castle, the ground outside the walls is covered in dead Troven operatives. Just like Lord Theo ordered, the mission to protect this land is officially complete. Sybil was seriously proud of his hard work. Theo knows the kid can be loud, but this report is on another level. That is what happens when you get an adrenaline rush from wiping out a whole battalion. And honestly, defending Bacchus territory this well deserves some serious praise. One tiny compliment literally brings Sybil to tears, making his comrades incredibly jealous of their emotional captain. Navin definitely did not expect Theo to show up in person, but it is a welcome surprise since Theo did not have to step in. With the backup squad on hand, the whole mission went smoother than Navin ever expected. Theo rounds up his entire fan club and drafts them into the Kamalea Palace Guard, thrilled to see them leveling up so fast. They even managed to completely impress Navin, who originally did not expect much from a bunch of mid-tier inspectors with basically zero field experience. But they absolutely clutched up when it mattered. Their skills might be a bit unpolished, but they are loyal and trustworthy. Hearing Navin talk them up like this makes Theo feel like a proud older brother. Since Navin likes Sybil and his crew so much, Theo suggests they take over the Baku's family's empty Knight Order. If the legendary Ghost Sword Navin trains them into a real Knight Order, Sybil and the boys will truly thrive. Navin actually likes the idea. It has been a long time since he felt this kind of excitement. Theo is just glad his crew found a solid place to stick together while helping his ultimate plans. With his business here finished, Lord Theo says his goodbyes. He got exactly what he came for, so it is time to head to his next stop. Now, he is heading straight to the floating archipelago for an investigation. Nan figured he would be used to his master's crazy stunts by now, but Theo still catches him off guard. Now pay attention here, this island is notoriously hostile to outsiders, but Theo always has a way in. After a few days of easy sailing, he reaches the port city of Dion, throwing on a hood to blend in before heading straight to a pub. Of course, trouble finds him instantly, as some brute twice his size intentionally rams right into him at the door. This massive guy gets totally aggressive, but Theo stays calm, dishing out a smooth insult before instantly smashing a heavy glass of booze right over the idiot's head. The entire tavern immediately goes wild, cheering and begging to see some real blood spilled. Judging by how the bartenders do not even blink while this brawl plays out at the front door, chaos is basically an everyday thing around here. But right past the loud hallway, behind a heavy door, lies a surprisingly clean office. The boss running this place is currently listening to an urgent report from his assistant. Lately, they are being forced to constantly send massive shipments of gunpowder and steel to the Trovans. This cargo is supposedly the rental fee for their own dragon-slaying sword. The Spinola family's next head, Antonio Spinola, is absolutely furious about it. The Trovans frame this like a request, but we both know it is a total threat. They literally stole their legendary dragon-slaying sword, and now they are renting it back to them for priceless resources. Antonio does not even want to look at the paperwork, but when it comes down to it, they have no choice. Without that dragon-slaying blade, the floating islands will literally sink. If they still had it, they wouldn't be dealing with these greedy overlords. He is struggling with the dark realization that there might be absolutely no hope left for his home. Just then, the noisy sounds of that massive tavern brawl start leaking right through his office door. Already angry about being extorted, Antonio kicks the door open to shut down the noise, yelling that if they want to drink, they should do it quietly. Beneath his hood, Theo just smirks. The exact guy he came to see has finally stepped out. All it took was a little noise to lure him out, and Antonio is going to be incredibly useful for Theo's next move. After getting dragged down to the basement liquor storage for wrecking the place upstairs, Theo directly states his goal to reach the floating islands, offering to sign up on Antonio's crew as a hired sword. He points out that vicious sea monsters are attacking the trade route, meaning they could use some extra muscle. He already proved his skills in the bar fight, and he knows the Spinola family is desperate for capable fighters right now. It is a win-win situation. Antonio admits there is some truth to his words since they are actively hiring crew. But trust me, you and I can see why he refuses to trust him. His armor is way too clean. Not a single scratch or dent can be found. Alright, you and I are about to see him cause chaos in a pub just to get onto a ship heading for the archipelago, but the captain, Antonio, hates wildcards. Theo chuckled. Honestly, he would have been disappointed if Antonio had not seen right through his sloppy act. But now that he knows this captain is no fool, they can finally get down to real business. Sliding a gold coin across the table, Theo mentions the Black Skull, the armed resistance fighting to liberate the floating archipelago. He traveled to this port city specifically to strike a deal with the resistance leader, Antonio Spagnola himself, who feels instantly threatened by how much this kid knows. But the how is not important right now. What truly matters is exactly what Theo knows. For instance, he knows that Antonio is losing sleep over the missing dragon-slaying sword. The second Theo mentions the blade, Antonio snaps, accusing him of being a Trovan spy. Theo just chuckles, coolly telling the businessman to keep his composure. Antonio checks his temper and reins in his hostility. When his guards rush over at the commotion, Antonio quickly waves them away. That is when Theo drops the ultimate bomb. He actually has the dragon-slaying sword. Antonio calls him ridiculous, believing the Trovan forces have it locked away. But pay attention, Theo is about to expose a major flaw in that logic. The Trovans probably just claimed they possessed the legendary weapon. There is zero hard evidence they have it, After all, they never once showed the sword they are supposedly holding for ransom. Antonio realizes his desperation for the archipelago might have completely clouded his judgment. With absolutely nothing left to lose, he decides to hear this mysterious stranger out. So, Antonio cools his temper and listens as Theo dives into the ancient myths of the floating archipelago, starting with the legendary hero, Kriemhild. This classic tale is incredibly close to Antonio's heart. He even keeps the storybook locked inside his drawer. Legend says Kriemhild drove his powerful sword straight into the skull of a colossal sea dragon ravaging the oceans, sealing the monster deep beneath the waves. It sounds like a basic fairy tale, but Theo knows it is actual history. Common folk believe these islands float due to strange wind currents, but that is a complete lie. The dragon Kriemhild sealed is actually alive deep underground, releasing massive mana currents that generate the updrafts keeping the islands airborne. And the dragon-slaying sword is the key device maintaining that seal. It is the crucial anchor that stabilizes the mana. Ever since the Trovan stole the blade, those currents have grown highly chaotic. If that relic is not returned to its proper place, a massive catastrophe will strike the archipelago. Every single island will crash into the sea. The lives of Antonio's people are directly on the line. Failure is not an option. If Theo truly holds the dragon-slaying sword, Antonio is willing to give him absolutely anything in exchange for it. However, simply giving the weapon back will not solve their problems. I know what you are thinking, but the Trovans would just steal it again and Theo is not giving up his power. Since the kid wants to talk business, Antonio formally opens negotiations, offering any sum of gold from the wealthy Spagnola family. Luckily, Theo has already designed a perfect plan to secure the sword and rescue the islands simultaneously. All he needs right now is a simple ride to those mystical islands. Desperate for a solution, Antonio finally agrees, welcoming Theo aboard his vessel bound for the archipelago. Of course, he did not miss the chance to cultivate his aura on the boat. Leaving the port of Dion, they had smooth sailing. From a distance, the archipelago resembles a normal port city. In truth, these massive floating islands form a proud merchant federation with rich histories. They were so unique that the emperor formally recognized their autonomy. In Theo's previous life, the Great War ruined everything when the archipelago fell to the Trovan forces. Its rich history was completely erased, leaving it as a mere factory for war supplies. By the end of the Great War, the entire archipelago sank and vanished forever. To protect both the Ragnar clan and these innocent islanders, Theo is determined to kick those invaders out once and for all. Though he was promised his homeland would be saved, Antonio still cannot bring himself to fully trust Theo. The boy's strategy just sounds completely insane. He is especially skeptical about the ridiculous idea of moving an entire landmass, but Theo confidently reassures the nervous merchant that it is totally possible. After all, the giant sea dragon sealed beneath the islands is actually another guardian of a legendary ancient relic. Before setting sail, Theo consulted his mystical guardians regarding the legendary dragon-slaying sword. They confirmed it is indeed an ancient dragon relic, leaving him even more confused as to why the Ragnar bloodline violently rejects it. Trust me, you and I need to see how he survives its painful rejection. Alright, you and I are diving into a mystery where this lesser Drake realized the legendary Blade's guardian completely abandoned its post and escaped. Actually, there is a precedent. Mr. Griffin over here tried and failed that exact same stunt. Curious, Theo asked if they could escape their relics by paying the price. They insisted that surviving such an escape was only possible because of who did it. It is definitely not something a regular guardian can pull off. That sea dragon possesses enough power to keep an entire archipelago floating on residual mana alone. That is when the wild idea to tame the beast hit Theo. If he succeeds, he will have the power to move the islands himself. Theoretically, he was not wrong, but doing this requires resealing that massive sea dragon first. It might have lost a ton of power after escaping, but it remains one of the strongest guardians alive. Griffin mocked him, claiming Theo had no way to reach the deep ocean floor, but he was dead wrong. Now, pay attention here, because Theo already mapped out everything, from reaching the seafloor to resealing the beast. He told Antonio that the key to this crazy mission is the giant statue on the island. It holds a hidden power that even the local natives know nothing about. Even after seeing the legendary sword, Antonio remains unconvinced. Honestly, you cannot blame the guy for doubting our main character here. The survival of his home and people hangs in the balance. Either way, they will find out soon enough. Right on cue, Theo's system pings him with a new subquest to return Belong to its rightful place. He has to track down the location, dominate the Guardian, and prove he is its true master. At nightfall, they dock at the port. Under Antonio's command, the elite Black Skull revolutionaries assemble in the shadows. Their mission is simple: escort Theo to the Kriemhild statue, then back off completely and let him work his magic. As it turns out, every major family head has already been bought off by Trovan. With security tight around the statue, they must use a secret infiltration route to enter the floating archipelago. The Black Skull rebels growl with deep resolve. Antonio wishes Theo luck while scanning the ranks of his troops. Theo immediately notices someone out of place. Meanwhile, the massive statue is heavily guarded on all sides. Those corrupt nobles clearly spared no expense when securing this ancient historical site. But the guards have no clue that the Black Skull agents are already surrounding them. Following his guides through a hidden tunnel, Theo reaches his destination in a flash. With a nearby waterfall masking their sounds, they can move freely. Theo pulls the dragon-slaying sword from his pocket dimension, immediately feeling its hostile, electrifying rejection. He thanks the Black Skull operatives for escorting him this far, but he will handle the rest alone. Watching him pull a legendary weapon from thin air leaves the rebels completely stunned. Theo notices that the sword's backlash gets stronger as he approaches the monument. To get this over with, he just needs to scale the winding stone sea dragon. Using his incredible agility and footwork, he scales the stone figure without breaking a sweat. And honestly, you and I can probably understand why the rebels still cannot believe this legendary weapon belongs to a total stranger. Those fighting for the revolution finally feel a spark of hope for their floating home. But the traitor among them has seen enough, suddenly striking down his own allies without mercy. Turns out, the resistance is crawling with spies. With Balong in sight, they drop the act and make their move. Meanwhile, Theo finally makes it to the very peak of the statue's head, where Kriemhild's sculpture rests. The sword's backlash reaches its peak, leaving Theo completely clueless about his next move. Hoping for a miracle, he mimics the hero's pose and stabs the blade into the giant head. Unfortunately, absolutely nothing happens. Zero reaction. While chugging a potion to heal his burned hand, Theo searches for clues in his system messages. Right then, the enemy spies appear to ambush him. It is a deadly sneak attack, but Theo is far too sharp to fall for it. The spy is completely stunned. He thought this would be a quick, easy job, but looking around, his target is nowhere to be seen. That brief distraction earns him a vicious kick to the gut. He is furious that a single mistake left him injured and compromised. The bald spy struggles to stand his ground while dealing with internal injuries. His men protect Gray as he warns them not to engage. Trust me, you and I know someone is about to get one shot. All right, you and I are diving in just as a loud, shattering sound alerts the guards outside. When they look up, they absolutely cannot believe their eyes. The ancient statue of Kriemhild is violently crumbling into pieces right before them. Further away from the chaos, Antonio and his elite team wait anxiously for any updates. It has been quite a while since the infiltration squad departed. Suddenly, a wounded, exhausted agent rushes back through the secret escape tunnel. She gasps out the terrifying news: Gray and his brothers suddenly attacked, slaughtering everyone. Antonio instantly realizes he made a massive mistake. The Trovan servants had already infiltrated his rank, right under his nose. High up on the Sea Dragon statue, Theo is busy holding off the traitors to their mission. He does not feel threatened, but they are annoyingly dragging things out. Worse, Gray and his crew are surprisingly skilled in actual combat. Even when they see an opening, they refuse to attack. It is totally obvious they are just stalling. He figures they have already seized the nearby 3rd District and are currently waiting on heavy reinforcements to arrive. Since they refuse to take the bait, Theo has no choice but to go on the offensive. He strikes relentlessly, sending massive stone blocks flying off the colossal statue. Now, watch closely, because this is where everything shifts. His wild strikes reveal an ancient metal box beneath the stone. Seeing the hollow slot for a blade, Gray commands his brothers to stop Theo at all costs. The young lord blames himself for overcomplicating this entire mission for absolutely no reason. Since the subquest clearly states that Balmung must return to its original resting place, he simply has to follow where the sword leads. The hollow slot of that ancient box lies right before him. He just needs to slide the tip in. Gray throws himself at Theo, desperately trying to stop the inevitable, but he is too slow, and Theo is too fast. He plunges the sword home, and a blinding light instantly floods the entire area. The massive shockwave blasts outwards, easily repelling those pathetic Trovan dogs. Theo endures the blade's rejection and the heavy impact, keeping his grip tight on Balm's hilt. That is when the loud, shattering sound alerts the useless guards. Looking up at the massive monument they were supposed to protect, they see it completely breaking apart. They never could have imagined they would witness the epic collapse of the Colossus tonight. The brutal fall knocks Theo unconscious, inexplicably transporting him to an entirely unfamiliar place. I know what you're thinking, is he dead? Well, he wakes up with a massive headache, but that pain means he's still alive. Taking in his brand new surroundings, he quickly realizes he must have been teleported directly inside the relic dungeon. Vast, towering greenery surrounds him on all sides, looking wildly different from any other dungeon he has ever seen. While he tries to gather his bearings and scan the area, a tiny voice suddenly speaks up right beside him. It turns out all 4 of his powerful guardians have manifested in their adorable chibi forms. Fairy Dragon explains they used Theo's mana as a medium, because his actual magical reserves are still too low. They can barely keep up these tiny forms. She adds that this place is thick with overwhelming longing and pity for a certain human. Theo instantly thinks of Kriemhild, but his guardians cannot say for sure if that is correct. They can only sense the lingering thoughts left behind. But judging by the clues, the legendary hero is definitely connected to this. Since the Guardian abandoned this zone, they should be able to take their time exploring and investigating. Big mistake. Without Theo even realizing it, a skeletal archer has already locked onto him as its target. The moment the arrow is unleashed, it triggers a massive, ear-splitting explosion. Hearing the blast, Theo's reflexes kick in as the sharp tip closes in. With godlike instincts, he dodges and grabs the flying arrow right out of midair. It looks like his guardian's information has some serious, dangerous holes in it. This place is definitely not abandoned like they assumed. And that skeleton archer? Only the beginning. Dozens of skeletal monsters emerge, absolutely hostile to the only living human here. They see Theo as an intruder who needs to be immediately wiped out of existence. The undead residents of this strange world are chanting Kriemhild's name with absolute respect and awe. Little Griffin suggests the original guardians spawned these monsters purely to protect this place for their hero, Kriemhild. More deadly arrows rain down, nearly turning the poor little birdie into a pincushion. Theo easily swats away the incoming threat, redirecting the arrow to completely shatter a skeleton swordsman's skull. Individually, these skeletons are not a threat, but their endless numbers are going to get extremely annoying. Wiping them out all at once would make clearing this easy, but you and I know it is never that simple. Trust me. You and I are about to see that these aren't your typical skeletons, but relentless, undying soldiers. They are legendary dragon fangs. Theo just smirks, draws his sword, and welcomes the challenge. Leaping straight into the treetops, he baits the entire skeleton army to chase him. But after burning crucial stamina trying to smash these regenerating monsters, he decides it's time to retreat. Seeing him struggle, the little griffin chimes in with some sassy advice, reminding Theo that this legendary Kriemhild guy was just a mortal human. If he can just force that guy to hand over dungeon ownership, this whole nightmare would be cleared instantly. Theo immediately snaps at the useless idea. If that guy is somehow still breathing after eons, he's definitely not a normal human anymore. The little griffin sulks, totally regretting giving pro tips to a complete idiot. But just as he's racking his brain for a way out, a sudden system message flashes. He clamps the annoying bird's beak shut to focus. The screen reveals that this dungeon is actually the final gift Leviathan left for the hero Kriemhild. Watch closely, he must snatch this legendary gift back from its landlord. Reading the details, Theo grudgingly admits his annoying pet might actually have a point. Luckily, those creepy skeletons aren't fast enough to catch him, even with their teamwork. Swinging from vines to stay mobile, he wonders how he's supposed to steal dungeon ownership from a dead guy. To calculate his next move, he instantly activates his hatchling synchronization skill. His vision expands, allowing him to process his surroundings at superhuman speeds. If his gut is right, there's still one vital piece of information he needs to conquer this place. With his enhanced senses, he spots a single dragon fang keeping its distance. This one has a completely different energy than the standard skeleton trash. As the main mob of skeletons charges forward, he catches that specific one turning tail to flee. Now he knows exactly who he needs to hunt down. Unleashing insane speed, he easily closes the distance on the weird skeleton. He triggers his ultimate high-speed move, the lightning dragon flash, crossing the gap instantly. Sparking black lightning forms an inescapable cage right around the fleeing target, leaving it trapped. The cage triggers a massive electric explosion, vaporizing everything in its path. That lightning needle attack is insanely fast and absolutely devastating. Defeating the rogue skeleton triggers another system alert. He has to collect 206 pieces of Kriemhild's bones, and he only has one. I know what you're thinking, that's a crazy number. But at least we have a clear goal now. This rogue skeleton dropped Kriemhild's third cervical bone. With a solid plan in mind, Theo just has to dig up a dead hero's skeleton, and he'll escape in no time. Meanwhile, in the real world, a fleet docks at the floating archipelago during a violent storm. Dock workers rush to help as a single mysterious man steps off the main vessel. He mutters that the heavy fog will make his dark mission much easier. The workers boarding the ship freeze in absolute horror. The wooden deck is completely drenched in fresh blood. The entire crew was brutally slaughtered. The man is furious that his worthless spies failed to secure the dragon-slaying sword from the Black Skull group. Honestly, it doesn't even matter that those weaklings failed, or who has the weapon now, because the entire floating archipelago is already under Troven's absolute control. Actually, the 9th Lord of Troven has arrived to finish this job personally. Deep in the rainy night, the helpless citizens are suddenly jolted awake by massive, terrifying explosions ripping through their home. They watch in horror as the legendary merchant guild that protected them for centuries finally collapses. Meanwhile, inside the relic dungeon, Theo has finally finished his bone hunting grind, successfully gathering all 206 of Kriemhild's remains. The system asks if he wants to witness the hero's engraved memories. As everything fades, he wonders what this legendary warrior was truly like. Suddenly, his mind gets pulled directly into a memory of Kriemhildt's past. Back then, a young kid would regularly explore the island, excited to hang out with their friend, Levi. She would trek across the tropical island to bring food to a massive cavern where the Dragon Slayer sword lay forgotten. The kid happily taps on Belong, trying to wake Levi up. Resting inside the ancient sword is its mythical guardian, the Leviathan. Levi for short, and man, was he a haughty beast. He constantly lectures the kid, insisting on being called by his grand title, Leviathan, keeper of the primordial dragon relic. Not even the mighty Ragnars dared call him that. But hey, you and I know this kid is special. Alright, you and I are diving into a story where an ancient guardian gives up on his grand title because a stubborn kid just calls him Levi. Honestly, he just accepted she would never show him proper respect. Seriously, talking to this silly kid just gave him headaches. So to save energy, he would shrink into a miniature form just to share bread with the cheerful girl. They hung out until sunset while she endlessly yapped about her daily life. Levi got used to her constant rambling, but honestly, he only sat and listened to get his hands on that bread. But as time passed, he actually found comfort in her wild, animated stories every single day. He watched her grow up as the years flew by, listening to every single tale she had to tell. Trapped inside that massive Dragon Slayer sword, her daily visits were the only thing keeping him sane. He tried to act cold and aloof, but let us be real, Levi was just a total tsundere. The moment he heard footsteps entering his quiet cave, he secretly got excited to hear whatever crazy story she brought him next. But his excitement shattered when the metallic scent of fresh blood hit the air. Mortally wounded, she had used every last bit of energy to crawl to her only friend for help. Watch closely, her brutal attacker was right behind her. She wept, sobbing that mysterious soldiers had raided her village and were slaughtering everyone in sight. Before she could reach Levi, a soldier grabbed her by the hair and brutally stabbed her. He twisted the blade deeper, looking down on her like she was nothing but a worthless savage. They were carrying out the cruel orders of the Empire's emperor. To them, this massacre was mercy for a backwater island. And since she was right there, the soldier decided to have some sick, twisted fun with her. As he towered over the dying girl with a sick grin, Levi's rage finally exploded. The ancient relic guardian snapped, completely breaking free from his spiritual restraints. Blinded by pure wrath, he shattered the very cave he lived in for centuries. Meanwhile, the Empire's lapdogs had completely overrun Kriemhildt's peaceful village. They threatened to burn every villager alive if they did not cooperate. This brutal slaughter would have succeeded if a colossal beast had not soared in seeking absolute vengeance. Levi roared, unleashing a devastating blast that instantly vaporized every soldier nearby. But wait, standing right on top of the giant dragon's head was someone else. Incredibly, Kriemhildt survived her brutal encounter with that disgusting imperial trash. That day, she unlocked the legendary strength to lift the massive Dragon Slayer sword. You and I both know what these desperate cowards did next. They aimed all their bows to snipe the girl off his head. But it was useless. They were no match for a literal god of destruction. As the imperial soldiers fell like flies, powerful barrier magic shielded the innocent villagers. By the time the dust settled, the entire imperial army was annihilated, leaving their home in smoking ruins. Kriemhildt wept, desperately apologizing to Levi for pulling the sacred blade. She truly believed she ruined everything by not waiting for the actual chosen hero to claim it. But Levi comforted her, whispering that everything was perfect. Casting a protective shield around her, he gently lowered the young savior right before her cheering people. The crowd chanted her name, hailing her as the hero who saved them from the Empire's bottomless greed. Levi knew he had abandoned his ancient, sacred duty, yet he felt completely at peace. For the first time in his endless life, he chose his own path, ignoring the will of the primordial dragon. To keep her bright smile safe, he would gladly defy his own creator. Meanwhile, word of the Grand Army's defeat by a wild girl riding a sea dragon reached some very dark and dangerous ears. The emperor refused to tolerate such a humiliating defeat, sending his elite royal guards to conquer the island immediately. Against all odds, the royal guards pulled off the impossible, severely wounding and binding the great sea dragon. But of course, they had to play incredibly dirty to do it. They held the innocent villagers hostage, promising to execute them all if Levi didn't stop fighting back. The royal commanders cornered Kriemhildt, demanding she reveal the secret to slaying the beast, while Levi begged her to just save herself and confess. After all, he is an immortal guardian. To him, death is just a very long sleep. The lingering magic inside the Dragon Slayer sword could force him back into hibernation. To save his precious friend and her people, Levi was ready to sacrifice everything. Compared to his long life, their brief time together was incredibly short. Yet, he had never felt closer to anyone. Crying, Kriemhildt climbed onto her best friend's head and raised the sword Balong. Using his water magic to control her trembling limbs, Levi forced the sobbing hero to strike him down. And that's where we leave them with a dying dragon urging his friend to never feel guilty for saving her people. Alright, you and I are about to witness a heartbreaking goodbye. It was the last time he could ever help her, ending their happiest years in the absolute worst way possible. This majestic sea dragon actually sacrificed his own life to protect the hero and her people from the Empire. The royal guards just stood by, watching the beast fall without lifting a single finger. The sick bastard running this twisted operation was literally laughing his head off at the tragic sight. But his laughter died instantly as a massive storm erupted overhead. In one final, glorious act of defiance, Levi summoned an epic tidal wave to swallow the entire army. The soldiers screamed, desperately begging for mercy as they drowned. Yet, the raging waters parted around the villagers, completely sparing them from the cold grip of death. The very land beneath them was torn from the ocean floor, rising to the surface. Finally, Theo understood exactly how this massive floating archipelago was created. So, as it turns out, Kriemhild was never the glorious hero from the legends. She was just a victim of tragic cruelty, a lonely girl who found a true friend in a legendary relic guardian. As the vision lingered, Kriemhild's phantom approached Theo, naming him the very savior Levi had been waiting for all along. Even as a ghost, Kriemhild carried the heavy guilt of stopping Levi from completing his holy mission. But now, she can finally set things right. Giving up her hold on the Dragon Slayer sword, she offers the legendary relic to Theo. She only hoped he could make that stubborn beast happy. Taking the blade with deep gratitude, he comforts her soul, saying Levi was already happy just by having her. Hearing this sincere truth finally brings her peace. Back in reality, those useless guards quickly surrounded the shattered ruins of the giant colossus, scrambling to check the damage and prevent another collapse. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appears right at the peak of the rubble. The heavy storm clouds finally part, letting golden sunlight pierce through the gloom. Spotting the legendary blade in his hand, the guards are instantly reminded of Kriemhild herself. To them, this was a divine sign that their savior had arrived. Meanwhile, now pay attention here, because the wealthy elites ruling this floating island are gathering in secret. Troven's ninth dragon, Noi, is thrilled to see these corrupt leeches panic so quickly. One of the elder leaders snaps that they cannot afford to relax when their master plan is falling apart. To the rest of the world, the dragon-slaying sword was locked away safely by the Troven clan. Yet here is some random outsider, wielding that very blade. Thanks to him, the entire population is rallying behind a new hero, calling him Kriemhild Reborn. If this keeps up, all power over the three major shipping clans will go to this outsider. They definitely didn't expect this when they allied with the Troven family. After all, they handed over Balmung themselves just to keep their greedy pockets lined, but Noi completely shrugs off their whining as a minor annoyance. Honestly, just listening to their panic is irritating him. One brave mogul actually dares challenge Noi directly. He's furious that some Troven messenger is disrespecting their shipping clans. Big mistake. Noi casually raises his hand, vaporizing the fool into a horrific mist of blood. Trust me, these greedy pigs had it coming. But to Noi, neither they nor the helpless civilians matter at all. He sees them as mere bugs to crush whenever he wants. Frankly, Noi is utterly disgusted by these corporate parasites. They are nothing but traitors who happily sold out their own country for profit. If they had just followed orders properly, this mess wouldn't exist. With their grip on this sinking island slipping, they're starting to panic. One mogul bravely calls out Noi's hypocrisy, reminding him how much the traitorous Troven clan actually needs their resources. The terrifying ninth dragon gets right in his face, threatening the old man just for speaking the truth. Noi keeps his instructions dead simple. Shut up and obey. If they want to live, they must retrieve that dragon-slaying sword. With absolute respect, one of Noi's soldiers asks if leaving such a critical task to these useless, greedy merchant clans is truly a wise move. Noi would love nothing more than to handle this himself, but his current situation forces him to stay put. He just got word that one of Ragnar's most dangerous dragons, the hegemony dragon, is heading straight for this archipelago. Stopping that monster is his main focus. Meanwhile, outside, the entire population has gathered to catch a glimpse of their legendary new savior. The crowd chants Kriemhild's name with wild devotion, mirroring the praise of their ancient ancestors. Theo knew Kriemhild was basically worshipped as a god, but he never expected this terrifying level of fanaticism. And that's where we leave it because you and I know the tragic truth. She was never a god or a hero. Alright, you and I are about to witness the story of a kind girl thrown into a brutal destiny, where the legendary dragon-slaying sword can only be wielded by a true Ragnar. Suddenly, an angry voice shouted a desperate plea from the crowd. Everyone knows those Troven scoundrels caused their homeland to slowly sink. To make matters worse, the people are completely trapped and forbidden from escaping. Now, all they want is for the hero to return and save their floating islands. Deciding to play along with their misunderstanding to build some hype, Theo raised the legendary blade high and addressed the crowd. He swore a solemn oath to protect their home, His sword would bring them salvation. Slipping away from the rowdy streets, Theo was greeted by a rather unique figure. Backed by a group of priestesses, this graceful man introduced himself as Marty, the high priest of Kriemhildt's temple. From this day forward, they would serve Theo with absolute loyalty. Guided by Marty, Theo made his way toward the sanctuary. A massive crowd trailed behind them, stopping only at the bridge that led to the sacred ground. Marty dismissed the followers, continuing with Theo alone. As they walked the sacred halls, Marty explained that Theo's arrival was long prophesied. For generations, their family had maintained this temple just to prepare for this exact day. Marty then revealed a necklace worn by the legendary Kriemhild hundreds of years ago. The system immediately flagged it as a powerful enchanted accessory and a dimensional key. Now pay attention, because this key was crucial to reach the sea dragon sleeping deep below. But seeing how this elegant priest treated him like a legendary savior, Theo decided to confess his lie. Surprisingly, Marty smiled and assured him that he already knew Lord Theo Ragnar's true identity. That completely caught Theo off guard. The priest calmly explained that he knew Belong was actually an ancient primordial dragon relic. He knew all along that such a powerful artifact could only be awakened by a true member of the Ragnar family. Yet, despite knowing the truth, Marty insisted on calling him the reincarnation of their ancient hero, Kriemhild. As they walked, Marty explained that those who guarded this sacred sanctuary for centuries knew the hero's actual history. They understood the deep sorrow of having no other choice but to strike down a dear friend. Because Theo was chosen by their tragic savior, the temple welcomed him with the highest honor and respect. Reaching the end of the sacred halls, they stood before a massive staircase descending into the depths of the floating islands. Marty told him to drop the necklace into the abyss to trigger the gateway to the sea dragon. Wearing the relic would let him breathe and move freely beneath the waves. As the elegant priest placed all his faith in him, the young Ragnar Lord promised to succeed. Meanwhile, let's look outside where desperate citizens huddled together, praying for a savior. They begged for Kriemhildt's protection and the safety of their floating home, but their prayers were brutally interrupted by armed invaders. Soldiers from the three clans had arrived, ruthlessly ordering the crowd to disperse. They loudly announced that their investigation proved the man claiming to be their savior was actually a dangerous terrorist. This coalition of three clans was hell-bent on framing this supposed terrorist for stealing the legendary Dragonslayer sword. As they ordered the crowd to clear out, Umberto Spagnola, head of the shipping clan, smiled, confident his ruthless plan would work. Antonio might share a name with that worthless trash, but the two of them were completely different. Sure, Umberto knew his reputation would take a hit, but his very life was on the line if he didn't retrieve the blade. Forget about prestige and honor. The terrified leader absolutely did not want to die at the hands of that heartless noble. If he had to slaughter everyone present to save his own skin, so be it. He ordered his execution squad to butcher anyone who refused to run. While a bloodbath erupted above, Theo cautiously continued his descent into the dark depths. After what felt like an eternity, cold water splashed against his boot. He had finally reached the very bottom. This quiet, eerie cavern had to be the exact chamber where the gateway would unlock. He pulled out Kriemhildt's necklace and tossed it into the water, creating a small ripple. Instantly, that gentle wave erupted into a massive, bubbling whirlpool of raw, magical energy. Reacting to the necklace key, the rushing water rapidly formed a swirling portal right before his eyes. Without a single second of hesitation, he plunged directly into the depths, letting the current carry him into the unknown. In an instant, he was floating at the bottom of a vast ocean, surrounded by bizarre, glowing deep-sea creatures. But deep in the shadows, a hungry beast was watching. Clutched onto Balong, Theo surveyed the area, knowing the Guardian was close. He just didn't know which path to choose. Unfortunately, finding his target wasn't going to be easy this time. Theo sensed thick, killing intent locking onto him. He was now prey to something massive. And trust me, you and I are going to be just as shocked as Theo when he— Alright, let's watch how they all stared at him like the last slice of pizza. An army of sea serpents circled around him, cutting off every escape route. But Theo Ragnar just smiled. Sure, they look terrifying in their home turf, but these overgrown eels have absolutely nothing on our main character. Meanwhile, back on the surface, the Spagnola Patriarch is officially dropping the hammer to eliminate anyone standing in his way. The crowd bands together in self-defense. They try reasoning with the armed guards, but their pleas fall on totally deaf ears. The chaos only halts when the pretty boy priest, Marty, steps in with a loud, commanding shout. He is furious that these idiots are accusing the temple and the civilians of terrorism with zero actual proof. Marty firmly declares that the man he escorted is clearly the legendary reincarnation of Kriemhild. He swears this truth on the sacred honor of all the temple priests who came before him. Honestly, the ones who should be explaining themselves are the three clans and their hired goons. Now, pay attention here. Marty exposes the shameless Spagnola Patriarch for bringing Troivan mercenaries into a sacred sanctuary. Hearing that the same scoundrels who stole the dragon-slaying sword are back to cause trouble, the crowd boils with rage. This fury escalates a simple standoff into an all-out brawl. Their boiling anger is completely justified. The devout believers immediately form a human shield, putting their lives on the line to protect their hero. Umberto arrogantly thinks he can bulldoze right through this crowd without breaking a sweat. But he severely underestimated their faith. Even his own men try to tell him to stop this madness, urging him to fall back and plan a smarter move. Because his local troops flat out refuse to draw weapons against their own fellow citizens, Umberto simply leaves the bloody job to the Troivan mercenaries mixed into their ranks. These heartless goons have zero issues slaughtering innocent people as long as the paycheck clears. Vicious and lightning fast, they are a literal death squad. A horrific massacre is unfolding right outside the holy sanctuary. Even Umberto's closest advisors try their best to convince the senile old fool to back off. A bloodbath like this will only fuel public hatred, completely ruining their family's reputation. The cold-blooded patriarch snaps back that he is doing what must be done. Reputation means nothing when you are 6 feet under. Once this floating archipelago becomes nothing but a Troivan slop factory, the three clans must adapt and assume the role of perfect hunting dogs. Regular soldiers who thought they were just capturing a terrorist watch in absolute horror as their own allies butcher innocent civilians. Bloodthirsty Troivan mercenaries leap straight into the crowd, slaughtering everyone to their dark heart's content. Let's pause for a second. Marty knows he must stand firm and fight alongside these citizens. Beside him, the brave citizens refuse to back down even 1 inch, staring straight into the face of certain death. They desperately want to fight this tyranny, but it is hard to stay brave when a sharp spear is flying toward your chest. Fortunately, the heroic son, Antonio Spagnola, arrives just in time to shut down his crazy father's absolute madness. Backed by his elite rebel force, the Black Skull, they immediately start taking down the brutal Troivan mercenaries. Stunned that his own son would crash this bloodbath, Umberto throws a massive tantrum like a spoiled child. A calm Antonio slowly walks toward his father, effortlessly parrying enemy attacks left and right. Umberto simply cannot wrap his mind around why his son would give up his high position as successor just to protect these people. Antonio is absolutely furious. He is deeply disgusted that his pathetic father sold their country to villains and slaughtered innocent citizens for scraps of Troivan favor. Fueled by righteous rage and a desperate need to correct his family's sins, Antonio orders his Black Skull soldiers to slaughter every last one of those Troivan dogs while keeping civilians safe. His roaring war cry instantly boosts their morale, but they are still massively outmatched and outnumbered in every possible way. If this brutal battle drags on any longer, they simply will not be able to survive. Their only remaining hope is currently trapped deep underwater, completely surrounded by starving sea serpents. To be fair, even Theo Ragnar is slightly concerned about the massive number of monsters sizing him up. He intentionally leaves himself wide open, but the giant beasts show zero aggression. It is almost like they are simply observing him with interest. He figures the overwhelming Leviathan aura emanating from the legendary dragon-slaying sword is keeping these beasts completely calm. Following his gut instinct, he slowly reaches his hand out toward the massive serpent, gently stroking its snout. And trust me, that is when the system confirms these beasts recognize him as their true master. You and I are about to see something wild, because who knew his wyvern taming skill would actually work on underwater dragons? This feels exactly like when he tamed Umbra. Their emotions flowed straight into his dragon heart, forging a deep connection. By channeling these sea serpents, Theo tapped directly into what the Leviathan felt as it sank into the dark abyss. He sensed a mix of curiosity, fear, and sheer awe. Levy clearly went through a lot down here. These massive sea serpents were first drawn by the Leviathan's power, eventually claiming this whole area as their own territory. So it makes perfect sense why they showed up to look at Theo, since he carries the exact same aura as their legendary guardian. Now that he can speak to these sea serpents, he finally understands what is really going on in this strange, pitch-black place. And because of that, Theo is confident he has what it takes to fix this entire mess. He climbed onto one of the sea serpents, and the whole army guided their new master forward. But as they descended, the ocean currents became incredibly violent. Trying to swim through this alone would be impossible, especially with the wild, swirling currents caused by warped magical energy. To make sure he did not miss a single thing in the pitch black, he activated hatchling synchronization. As they reached the deepest point, the crazy currents suddenly faded away. Now pay attention here, because Theo finally spots one of the strongest relic guardians alive, the massive Leviathan, sleeping at the very bottom of the sea. Even while fast asleep, its massive size and crushing magical pressure are just unreal. Unlike the pure energy of the other guardians, the Leviathan's mana feels totally off. This has to be the problem the sea serpents warned him about. Griffin pops out of hiding, completely disgusted by the rotten state of his fellow guardian. The fairy dragon is normally polite, but she completely agrees with the Griffin on this one. She figured Theo already knew what was wrong, since his soul carries the same aura. And she was right. The Leviathan is suffering from a massive wave of demonic corruption. The great beast has completely succumbed to this endless demonic corruption. With the Guardian poisoned, violent underground currents are sending massive, destructive waves crashing onto the island coasts. Meanwhile, inside a temple hidden on one of the islands, a sinister meeting is underway. Noel, the ninth vassal of Trovan, walks in to confront his ally about the raging war between two massive factions. Even though they are technically enemies, his partner Barian just smiles playfully, saying they have plenty of secrets to discuss. It has been quite a while since Noel and this buff, shoeless wanderer last met up to talk business. Seeing that annoying smirk, Noel gets instantly irritated. He does not have time for stupid small talk. Let us pause here, they only teamed up out of necessity, with Barian supposed to grab the northern lands while Trovan fought Ragnar. In exchange, taking over the islands was supposed to stay quiet, and this muscular guy claims he never breaks his promises. But looking at Noel's furious face, he can guess that something went seriously wrong. The ninth vassal is right at his breaking point, convinced that Barian is just playing dumb. That annoying outsider, Theo Ragnar, somehow reached the islands to ruin their plans. There is no way a royal rival like Barian missed a major threat showing up. Dropping a heavy threat, Noel demands that he starts speaking the absolute truth. To prove he is not playing games, the ninth vassal unleashes a massive wave of pure bloodlust right at him. Since this annoying heir wants to keep playing dumb, Noel decides to end their little alliance right now. Meanwhile, deep underwater, Theo is staring at the horrific state of the Leviathan. This legendary, unbeatable guardian is heavily infected with deadly demonic sea poison. Its giant body is right on the edge of being completely consumed by this vile toxin. Looking at its wild, rabid state, its mind is likely completely gone. Theo does not have proof yet, but he is willing to bet those Trovan scumbags are behind this poisoning. The fairy dragon points out that once the dragon sword is drawn and unsealed, the Leviathan should have woken up to defend the islands. She is mostly wondering how regular mortals even manage to infect a legendary relic guardian with such a lethal demonic poison. Only some forbidden evil spell could do this. Either way, the Leviathan is seconds away from going completely wild. With its mind totally corrupted by dark energy, it is about to unleash absolute devastation. Luckily, Theo has not been spotted yet. The smartest move right now is to back off and make a real plan, but our main character has a much simpler plan in mind. Drawing his sword, Belmong, he charges straight ahead. Trust me, you and I cannot miss whether this crazy gamble actually pays off. Alright, you and I are diving right into the action as he activates hatchling synchronization to pinpoint where the poison started spreading. Thanks to his crazy perception, he spots it right on top of the Guardian's head. That nasty toxic sludge had already completely invaded underneath, hijacking its brain. If he can just destroy the root of the Guardian's pain, maybe they can salvage this mess and stop the spread. Bomb's tip thrusts toward the crystallized source of sickness with deadly force. But centimeters away from making contact, some invisible barrier completely blocks his strike. It blasts Theo backward, tossing him out of range like a rag doll. This shockwave shows absolutely zero mercy, slamming our chosen hero straight into the rocky ocean floor. Talk about a bad move. Whoever set up this trap installed a powerful defense ward to keep the corruption spreading no matter what. On the bright side, he definitely located the weak point. The bad news? That massive dragon just noticed him, right after Theo almost got crushed by the ward's defense. And trying to tank a full-on Leviathan rage quit is definitely not a smart move. The beast thrashes along the ocean floor, whipping up a violent underwater storm. Now that they have poked the bear, running away is totally off the table. All Theo can do is take another massive gamble and aim straight for the forehead. He cannot fail this time. It is a simple plan, but way easier said than done. Seriously, this beast is like a raid boss. Watch closely as he desperately racks his brain to survive this absolute disaster. But the furious monster doesn't give him a second to think. The Leviathan opens its jaws, gathering terrifying power in its mouth, before unleashing a blast of energy capable of wiping entire cities off the map. Theo uses every ounce of strength just to barely dodge the explosion. But as he feels the true scale of this guardian's power, a wild idea hits him. First, he leaps backward to buy some space while the angry Leviathan chases. Luckily, an unexpected ally swims in right on cue to assist his tactical retreat. One of his tamed sea serpents must have sensed the chaos and rushed in to help. Even though Theo can breathe underwater, moving around down here still feels incredibly slow and restricted. But with this underwater mount, everything changes. Instantly boosting his speed, he orders the serpent to charge right back toward the deep wound on the Leviathan's forehead. The closer they get, the thicker that dark demonic miasma feels. The moment they enter striking range, Theo leaps off his mount. It is time to put his hard-earned Griffin battle lessons to the test. His eyes shift to dark crimson as his features grow more draconic. Theo maxes out his stats with the help of his guardians. He activates Griffin's pressure ability to weaken stronger foes, plus Fairy's buff to boost his immunity against the demonic miasma. Then comes Flame Eater's attack boost to counter dark energy, and a lesser Drake's fear aura. After all, a Guardian relic can only be suppressed by another relic's power. In the absolute strongest form he can muster, Theo unleashes the devastating dragon's 5 talons. The supercharged strike pierces right through the protective ward, reaching the crystal. Theo presses down with all his might, putting everything on the line in this single, final slash. With the barrier finally shattered, there is nothing left to stop him from crushing the source. Theo refuses to back down until he is absolutely sure the job is done. A massive explosion echoes through the ocean depths, shaking the water. It drained his entire energy tank, but Theo did exactly what Kriemhild would have done. Now that the source of the demonic poison is completely shattered, Levi's own power finally kicks in, cleansing the toxins from his body. Moments later, the massive guardian opens his eyes with newfound life and clarity. Now, let's pause here, because as Levi recovers, he actually thinks he's looking at an old friend from his past. Staring at the legendary dragon-slaying sword, Levi sees the glowing image of Kriemhild standing right there. Theo quickly snaps him back to reality, introducing himself as the chosen hero destined to inherit the Guardian's power. He came all this way just to deliver the late hero's final words. As Levi listens, a flood of memories about Kriemhild washes over him, both beautiful and painful. Accepting the truth, the ancient beast quietly mourns his dear friend's sacrifice. Knowing her spirit stayed behind just for him, Griffin suddenly interrupts the sad moment, urging the sea dragon to return to his relic immediately. Fairy chimes in as well, trying to prove that Theo is the real deal, the savior they must pledge their power to. But even though Levi wanted nothing more than this, doing the right thing is physically impossible now. He already defied the ancient dragon's will by leaving his vessel on his own. The very second he abandoned his relic, his title as a guardian was gone forever. Plus, though Theo saved his mind, his body is permanently ruined by the taint. Trust me, this story is only getting crazier. Alright. You and I are about to witness an epic choice as Levi's physical form begins to fade. Before completely vanishing, the dragon wants to entrust Theo Ragnar with all his remaining energy. But he warns the Chosen One that this process will bring unimaginable, agonizing pain. Few could survive such an intense ordeal, yet Theo accepts without a single second of hesitation. I mean, who would turn down raw dragon power? This absolute confidence was exactly what the sea dragon wanted to see. Levi only asks one thing: that Theo uses this colossal strength to defend the people Kriemhild wanted to protect. Since that was already his plan, Theo swears a solemn oath on the legendary hero's sword. With that, the sea dragon offers his final, deepest thanks to the Chosen One. Slowly, Levi's massive body dissolves into a glowing sphere of raw, magical energy and pure life force. Thanks to Theo's clutch intervention, he can finally rejoin his long-lost friend. But the moment Levi's body dissolves, the ocean currents keeping the floating archipelago afloat begin to fail. If this keeps up, the entire island is going to sink straight to the bottom. There is no time to waste. Theo must absorb the Leviathan's final gift immediately. He dives straight into the heart of the vortex where the sea dragon's crystallized power is waiting, grabbing onto the gift and holding on as if his life depends on it. Watch closely here. Once he absorbs this, Theo actually plans to move the entire floating island by himself. His confidence is off the charts. But despite saving Levi from that nasty demonic poison, he gets an immediate reality check the second he tries to absorb the remnants. The sheer magnitude of the incoming energy literally begins tearing Theo's flesh apart. He had been way too cocky. His guardians warned him that the Leviathan was on a completely different level, but he never expected pressure this terrifyingly intense. The colossal vortex of power completely swallows his tiny frame. At this rate, there's no way he can take it all in. His physical vessel will shatter before he can even contain a fraction of it. But suddenly, Levi's booming voice echoes in his mind, telling him to use the sword. He immediately unsheathes Balmung, using the legendary sword to channel the chaotic flow instead of brute-forcing it. Thanks to the deep connection between the sea dragon and this relic, the destructive strain on Theo's body is instantly neutralized, making the massive vortex of power much easier to control. Theo stands his ground and absorbs every single drop, earning a rare, begrudging compliment from his griffin for actually using his brain. Fairy agrees, channeling the massive surge of force straight through the dragon-slaying blade. The brutal strain on his body dramatically fades. It seems that even in death, the Leviathan is still guiding him at the final second. After what feels like an absolute eternity, Theo finally secures the sea dragon's power for good. Let that sink in. He can feel the absolute power of the Leviathan itself coursing directly through his veins. All that excruciating pain and struggle was totally worth it, but Fairy immediately ruins the moment by warning him that he can't relax just yet. If he wants to steer the sinking archipelago to safety, this is his only window, while he still has absolute control over the sea dragon's full power. Heeding her warning, Theo unleashes his voice and commands the entire ocean to obey his absolute will. He easily tames the raging, violent currents, forcing them to hoist the massive continent into the air. and he already knows exactly where it belongs. No other place in the world could possibly be more perfect than his chosen destination. The floating archipelago must return to the northeastern region of Ragnar, the very place where it once rested. With the ultimate power of a dragon god at his command, he makes the ocean his absolute servant. Meanwhile, right outside the Hero Temple, the chaotic war between the Three Clan Alliance and Black Skull is still raging on. The intense clash only stops when massive, towering tidal waves suddenly crash into the battlefield. Trapped in the terrifying crossfire, the citizens pray to their savior, terrified that their ancient homeland is about to sink into the deep abyss. Regardless of which faction they represent, every single soul on the island is gripped by the exact same terror. But then, a sharp-eyed soldier notices something impossible. The coast isn't sinking. It's actually sailing forward. Propelled by those massive, raging waves, the entire continent is slowly migrating away from the coordinates it occupied for centuries. The mountains, the cities, and every living soul are being carried straight toward the northeastern region. As the massive land shifts, the ruined, dusty temple housing Noil and Barian begins to collapse all around them. Feeling the sudden tremor beneath his boots, the confused ninth vassal realizes the truth. The powerful outsider has finally successfully claimed the legendary dragon-slaying blade. But Barian just wears a sly, wicked grin, casually apologizing for having to cut their little meeting short. Since there is zero time to waste, Noil refuses to let him go, absolutely furious at Barian's blatant lack of loyalty. The heir casually explains that even he couldn't have anticipated the crazy moves of Theo Ragnar. Even so, their master plan is reaching its climax. He even views Theo's mastery of the legendary sword as a highly convenient turn of events. With Balmung unlocked, you and I know their next move. They just have to kill him and reclaim the blade. Trust me, you and I are about to watch Barian use Noil to take out a rival without getting his own hands dirty. The homeless muscle guy ignores Noil's constant whining, telling him to get to work instead of wasting time. Besides, this is highly profitable for the Trovans. On the front lines, Antonio Spinola immediately realizes Theo is moving the island. That young punk actually pulls it off and keeps his word. He orders his men to stop fighting now that the threat of the archipelago sinking is finally over. With everyone safe, there is no reason to shed more blood. But his merciful order is instantly taken advantage of. An enemy blade strikes from behind, aiming straight for the Black Skull leader's head. Luckily, the successor of the hero arrives just in time to save Antonio yet again. And as for the coward trying to assassinate the man ending the war, Theo has absolutely zero mercy for him. He slices that bastard clean in half with his powerful new sword. The faithful rejoice as Kriemhild returns to protect them after sealing the sea dragon and saving their sacred home. Antonio quickly asks if the crisis is over, and if his home and people are finally safe. When Theo confirms it, a massive weight lifts off Antonio's shoulders. He deeply thanks his savior before asking for one more favor. Now watch closely here. Theo does not even wait. He already knows what Antonio wants. Scanning the battlefield, he sees the bodies of innocent civilians and heavily wounded survivors scattered everywhere. It is brutally clear what kind of slaughter happened in this sacred place. The Black Skull and the citizens risked everything to protect their home and hero. Now, Theo is going to pay them back. The moment the three-clan army sees him approaching, they seriously consider throwing their weapons down in pure terror. But their master, Umberto Spinola, only sees the legendary dragon-slaying sword practically walking right into his greedy hands. He commands his hesitant men to seize the ultimate prize. Terrified of their leader, the soldiers charge directly at Theo. But before their weapons can strike him, an absolute monster steps back onto the battlefield, suffocating the area with an overwhelming killing intent. In the short time he was away, his useless pawns made a total mess of things. I know what you are thinking, but a real monster just joined the fray. Theo screams at everyone, friend and foe alike, to hit the dirt. Instantly, a single devastating slash sweeps across the bridge. The victims of this horrifying strike never even see it coming. Time itself seems to stand completely still. First, the heavy stone banisters of the bridge are sliced clean off at their base. Then, the scalps of every soldier who ignored Theo's warning fly off. At least they keep half their brains. The blood-soaked field turns an even darker shade of crimson. In one split second, the entire three-clan coalition is wiped out. The survivors behind Theo only live because they trusted his warning and ducked. Nobles and soldiers alike are butchered like sheep. The killer is none other than Noil, the ninth vassal of Trovan. He curses those pathetic pirate worms for failing to kill a single kid and letting things spiral out of control. Among the dead is Umberto Spagnola, whose head is sliced clean open like the rest. At least he kept his mustache. Antonio hated his father, but seeing his old man's corpse still fills him with absolute dread. Theo has to snap him back to reality. The Black Skull leader must pull himself together to evacuate the civilians. This floating archipelago needs him to rebuild. Pushing his complex emotions aside for now, Antonio springs into action. As everyone retreats safely inside the temple, Theo stands his ground to face this monstrous killer. Noel's hatred for the Ragnars flares up. He wants to slaughter the insolent brat, interfering with Trovin's grand plans. He is dying to shred the young lord so badly that even his own father wouldn't recognize his mutilated corpse. With every step, Noel's bloodthirsty aura fills the air. Theo grits his teeth. If an opponent this strong shows up, there is a high chance Trovin deployed one of their elite noble servitors. From what he knows, these modified human warriors were engineered specifically to counter the 9 dragons of Ragnar. During the Great War, their power rivaled or even surpassed the legendary dragons. Theo had no idea they were already fully developed this early in history. While processing the terrifying reality of this man's existence, Theo barely dodges a deadly long-range strike. And trust me, you and I are about to see this masked killer force his hand. Noel unleashes superhuman speed, appearing directly above Theo's head before the young lord can even react. Alright, you and I are about to watch a literal bioweapon designed to hunt dragons tear through anything in its way. And speed was not the only issue. Noel's raw power was far beyond anything Theo had ever faced alone. Even in this state, the young lord could feel it. He did not stand a chance against a noble servitor. After carefully watching his opponent's reactions, Noel finally closed the distance between them. Theo barely raised his dragon-slaying sword Balmung to block the crushing blow, only to get blasted backward. The impact from that single probe was pure agony, but Noel was actually shocked. Theo survived such power at his current level. The elite servitor immediately credited this shocking defense to the dragon-slaying power of Balmung. Refusing to let up, Noel pushed forward relentlessly, not giving Theo even a second to breathe. Troivin's research made it clear that no one with dragon blood in their veins should be able to hold Balmung. Theo shattered that belief. But Noel did not care. After a barrage of brutal attacks, he paused and told Theo to surrender before things got worse. Now, pay attention to this clash because Theo throws lightning-infused blades right through the dust, only for Noel to easily catch them in midair and kill their momentum completely. He laughed at Theo for relying on cheap tricks, but those blades were just a cover to close the gap. Sadly, Noel predicted his sudden sneak attack and scoffed. Their eyes briefly locked, sending massive alarm bells ringing inside Theo's mind. Before he could swing Balmung to strike his enemy's side, Noel's heavy blade smashed him down. The noble servitor finally understood why Lord Ed Troivin warned them about this kid's potential. Of all the descendants in the family, Ed kept his eyes on Theo and ordered his servitors to do the same. If they ever crossed paths with Theo Ragnar, they were under strict orders to eliminate the boy once and for all. Noel was determined to execute those orders right here on these floating islands. He unleashed a massive circular slash that cleared a wide area, but Theo had already vanished from sight. By now, Noel was absolutely certain that the young lord would become a massive wildcard in this war. Crimson blood dripped from the tip of his blade. That last wide strike had definitely sliced Theo. Right now, Theo is clutching his deep wound to stop the bleeding while desperately trying to trigger his fairy dragon buff. Okay, I know what you're thinking. His guardians need more time, but Theo flat out refuses to back down against this beast. According to the system, he has to wait another 2 minutes and 15 seconds for Balmung to stabilize. If he can just survive that long, he can tap into Leviathan's insane power once again. But Noel was not about to give him any room to stall. Staring at the water's reflection, he saw the deadly servitor tracking him from above. This ancient, peaceful port had stood untouched for hundreds of years, but that peace was about to end. And with one single strike from Noel, the entire port was reduced to rubble. The blast left Theo with even deeper wounds, but his quick instincts kept him alive. He kept his eyes locked on the sky for the next strike. Noel brought down total devastation, aiming straight for his head. Theo bent his body completely backward, barely dodging a slash that sliced right through the solid buildings behind him. Scanning his surroundings in a flash, Theo dove right into the collapsing building, grabbed a wooden chair, and hurled it at Noel as a cheap distraction. He immediately used the moment to leap back and put some distance between them. The brief delay gave Theo just enough time to use the collapsing structure to his advantage. Hidden behind the falling debris, he focused a massive wave of mana straight into Balmung. He let loose a brilliant, blinding sword beam that shredded through everything in its path with zero mercy. He prayed that this massive blast would bury Noel under the wreckage, but he was dead wrong. The servitor stood tall, completely untouched by the ultimate attack, his own blade pulsing with a sinister crimson glow. Suddenly, Noel completely vanished from the tiny patch of ground that survived Theo's blast. He completely bypassed the young lord's senses, appearing directly overhead with a storm of lethal, destructive sword strikes. Theo struggled desperately just to block this relentless storm of deadly strikes. If his concentration slipped for even a fraction of a second, he would end up sliced cleanly in two. His guard could barely absorb the sheer kinetic force, sending him skipping across the water like a flat stone. The moment he crashed into the sea, Noel was already diving after him with terrifying accuracy. We leave it here as Noel rains down endless energy blades. Alright, you and I are watching a storm of razor-sharp aura blades completely cover the sea with no escape. By now, the entire harbor is completely obliterated, filled with floating debris, and our young lord has totally vanished. Just seconds after the barrage stops, Theo suddenly bursts back onto the surface without a single scratch on him. Somehow, he dodged those deadly energy slashes beneath the waves. But evading that insane onslaught took absolutely everything he had. He is running on empty now, but those desperate moves bought him nearly 2 minutes. The system alert shows Balmong will finally stabilize in exactly 17 seconds. But Noil is getting seriously annoyed by this constant dodging. Deciding to end this battle right now, the deadly servitor begins channeling a massive, terrifying wave of energy straight into his heavy blade. Theo cannot afford to lose here. He just needs to stall for a few more seconds to unlock his true power. The only desperate plan he can cook up is using his legendary sword, Balmong, as bait. Knowing Noil was sent here specifically to steal the sword, Theo chucks Balmong away with all his strength, forcing this Troven hound to play fetch. But before the servitor can even touch the dragon-slaying weapon, Theo commands his newly contracted sea serpents to snatch it. Noil is absolutely furious at this cheap, childish trick, while Theo just smirks with a smug, mocking grin. Right behind Theo, a whole pack of massive sea serpents rises up, ready to fight to the death for their new master. Now pay attention, because the concentrated power of the ocean begins swirling in their jaws, completely shocking Noil. The servitor is vastly superior in raw power, yet this brat keeps pulling wild tricks just to survive a bit longer. Suddenly, the sea serpents unleash a massive combined blast. Alone, it would not scratch an elite like Noil, but together, it packs a serious punch. This forced the powerful servitor to block the combined onslaught with everything he has. It is insulting that this kid thinks a few oversized fish can actually stop him from finishing his mission. With one colossal swing of his sword, he completely obliterates the serpent's attack. But while Theo was running away earlier, he is now charging straight in, completely ignoring his own defense. Noil cannot figure out what the young lord is plotting, but he gladly welcomes the clash, unleashing his terrifying aura and daring Theo to bring it on. And get this right, mid-clash, Theo's countdown hits 0, completely stabilizing the dragon-slaying sword, Balmong. Time briefly freezes as the majestic Leviathan speaks directly into his mind. The great beast thanks the chosen warrior, offering the last of his divine power to keep Theo safe. For the absolute first time in this entire battle, Noil feels true terror. Our young lord has finally unlocked the devastating hidden skill, Niblong, within the blade. Instinctively activating the power, Niblong manifests as a colossal water dragon, perfectly mirroring the furious Leviathan. This legendary dragon construct violently tears right through Noil and his weapon, crushing them with immense deep-sea pressure. It slams Noil backwards, launching him far out over the open ocean. Theo's plan actually worked. He successfully stalled for time and secured an incredibly lethal new weapon for his arsenal. Niblong is a pure force of nature. That strike, powered by the Guardian's sheer will, absolutely shreds Noil, shattering his bones and leaving him mortally wounded as he sinks helplessly to the dark ocean floor. Theo touches down on the ruined harbor, or what little remains of it, gripping Balmong tightly in his hand. But as an engineered super soldier, Noil is shockingly tough. Even after taking that devastating blow, he clings to life and desperately swims upward against the crushing whirlpool. Breaking the surface for a breath of air, he sneers, mocking Theo for failing to finish him with his ultimate attack. The servitor's mask is completely shattered, revealing a horrific body twisted by the brutal side effects of illegal human experimentation. Luckily, Theo is far too smart to think one strike would put down a mutated freak permanently. Ugly as he looks, Noil is still an elite servitor who can rival the legendary 9 dragons, and those guys are famous for being impossible to kill. Even so, Theo knows his freshly unlocked power can easily shatter any artificial experiments. Using the vast ocean as a weapon, he shapes Niblong into a colossal, watery hand looming right behind Noil. If he cannot break this monster's modified body, he will just bury him at the bottom of the world. Noil feels the immense pressure crushing him from every side, locking him in place as the giant hand closes. To guarantee Noil cannot struggle, Theo draws enough energy to manipulate the waters of the entire archipelago. With an epic roar, he commands the massive ocean to swallow this elite servitor, dragging him down into the deep abyss. Unable to break free from the violent, crushing whirlpools, Noil finally realizes that he is completely doomed. An insane vortex with massive gravity drags him down into the dark, endless void below. Once Noil is buried in the abyss, Theo's body gives out as his wounds flare up, and he collapses backward. Trust me, you and I are going to want to see if he survives this. Let us jump back in as our main character barely breathes, finally delivering on his pact with the Leviathan. If that massive dragon demands one more ridiculous task, he seriously might not survive the day. After taking down one of Troven's 9 elite servants, Theo catches his breath and manually steers a whole archipelago to safety. Watching from the deck, his seasoned navigator, Antonio Spagnola, plots their course. Cruising at just 2 knots, docking should be completely safe. Yet, just days ago, when the young master announced his plan to literally relocate a floating archipelago, Antonio thought the kid had completely lost his mind. Honestly, even while watching it happen, it still feels like a fever dream. Several confused survivors asked why he went to all this insane trouble when old legends claimed sealing the dragon would be far easier. Theo understood their point, but leaving this land floating in the open sea meant another attack was inevitable. He reminded the crowd that lasting security always demands sacrifice. Power-hungry vultures like the Trovans will never stop hunting his legendary blade, so securing the archipelago's foundation was the only real option. From this moment on, these massive islands will permanently rest in the calm northeastern bay of Ragnar territory. With solid ground, they can finally rebuild their lives. And since their home is no longer drifting aimlessly, they will probably need a brand new name for this sanctuary. Watch closely right here as Antonio is hit with overwhelming guilt. Watching Theo fight for his people, he bows low to beg for mercy. Antonio confesses that his own shadow group orchestrated the hostage plot against the Ceres Merchant Guild. Their elite squad, the Black Skull Dragon Cavalry, took a devastating beating during that clash. Though the ruthless Trovans forced their hand, Antonio holds himself fully accountable for the disaster. Theo calmly places a hand on the man's shoulder, agreeing that actions must always have consequences. Antonio is fully prepared to lose his head for this. But instead of ordering an execution, Theo offers him a massive promotion. He wants Antonio to lead the newly formed Northern Maritime Alliance, especially since the Ragnars recently wiped out the Ceres Merchant Guild. Because of that, the entire northern region is completely missing a major trading hub. Theo knows their new alliance is the absolute perfect choice to claim that lucrative trade sector. Before the humble navigator can argue he does not deserve this power, Theo asks the surrounding citizens for their thoughts. The local high priest steps up first, praising Antonio's true character, and several villagers quickly join in. Within seconds, every single survivor raises their hand to enthusiastically back the former rebel. You and I both know he earned this. He risked everything, and Theo fully predicted this outcome. Despite his past mistakes, Antonio is the perfect wartime commander to funnel wealth and trade directly into the Ragnar territory. In return, Theo promises that House Ragnar will guarantee their freedom and protect them from any threat. He seals this solemn vow under his family's legendary name. Once again, Antonio is completely overwhelmed by the pure mercy of this young lord. Swearing absolute loyalty on behalf of his new fleet, Antonio shakes the master's hand, cementing an alliance that will change the face of the North forever. Just as the crowd begins celebrating this historical new era, the ground suddenly starts to shake violently. They have officially arrived. The drifting landmass smoothly locks into place right alongside the mainland. But while the survivors celebrate their safe harbor, deep in the dark ocean, a storm is brewing. Because Theo is too distant to maintain his crushing whirlpool, the monstrous servant Noel barely manages to survive. The beaten beast drifts onto a desolate shore, dragging his shattered body up just to gasp for breath. His body is broken and his lungs are full of salt water, but nothing hurts more than his completely shattered ego. He wants nothing more than to rip that Ragnar brat apart and feast on his bones. But his furious screaming is cut short by a cold voice mocking their claim of matching dragon power. His shadowy partner, the terrifying tyrant dragon, looks down on his pathetic state with absolute disgust. The desperate beast insists their plan is still alive, pleading with Barian for just a little assistance. But the giant had clearly overestimated this fool, who was still completely blind to his master's true goals. You see, Barian always planned to take this entire land for himself, merely playing with his Trovan puppet. Trust me, we are about to see a massive war as Barian plans to frame this theft as reclaiming stolen territory. You and I are jumping right into a mess where he hoped to kill that brat, but totally overestimated Noel. This mutated worm could not even handle a single dragon brat. Threatened and offended by the tyrant dragon's harsh words, Noel raised his arm as it twisted hideously from the inside. He declared the era of the 9 dragons over, swearing the 9 noble servitors would finally rule. Noel's skin ripped apart, replaced by a massive, terrifying blade made entirely of raw bone and flesh. But the tyrant dragon made him regret that move instantly. With one single punch, Barian blasted the servitor's upper body into a bloody red mist. He scoffed. These fools always want to talk their way through a battle instead of actually squaring up. The old geezers and the 9 dragons might have grown soft, but Barian is a completely different beast. By his guess, even the old man or that annoying lizard might struggle against these modified freaks. The tyrant dragon's main takeaway from this mess was his new obsession with Theo Ragnar. Meanwhile, in the icy north, Trovan troops are tearing apart the Ragnar camps in brutal skirmishes. With Edtrone leading the charge, these battles were basically over before they even began. No matter how loudly the surviving Ragnar soldiers cursed these vile, backstabbing traitors, they were already beaten and bound. Lord Ed had zero patience for anyone screaming about the pride of Ragnar. He slit their throats to quiet them down, cold-bloodedly chopping off their heads without even blinking once. Pay attention here, he was sick of hearing the same final words over and over. During the bloody executions, a messenger arrived with terrible news about their failed operation in the floating archipelago. Even worse, they had completely lost contact with Noyle. Suddenly, another noble servitor appeared out of nowhere, bowing to apologize for their massive failure. Wearing a metal plague doctor mask, this servitor recognized that losing their massive distribution hub could easily change the entire tide of the war. As the #1 Trovan servitor, Ain, wanted to fix this massive blunder immediately, but was shocked when his master ordered them to abandon the archipelago. After all, they had already taken over its massive capital. It would be a heavy financial blow, but they could not lose sight of their ultimate goal. So Ed Trovan ordered all remaining forces to gather in the center to make the war look real. Even though it was just a distraction for the Ragnar bastards, he reminded his servant of their one true objective. You and I both know everything they do is to resurrect the Mad Dragon Emperor, but let's shift back to the archipelago. The new Northern Maritime Alliance can now use the rails left behind by Sarah's Merchant Guild, though the Southern Guild has stayed completely silent. Antonio sits in his office, drowning in a massive pile of paperwork when Theo walks in, instantly noticing the new leader's stressed expression. Luckily, Ragnar's supply lines are safe. Transporting goods is much easier now without having to deal with the chaotic sea. To be completely honest, Antonio is terrified of Ragnar's massive influence. While he is thankful his people were saved from Trovan, he knows absolutely nothing in this world comes for free. With just a flick of Theo's finger, they could easily end up enslaved again under a brand new master. Antonio hesitates to mention this to Theo, but he honestly wonders if they were much safer back in the middle of the ocean. The young lord completely understands. After all, a true leader must always watch out for any hostile takeovers. But Theo sees things differently, believing the floating archipelago was actually at its weakest point when isolated by the sea. Sure, isolation kept enemies away, but it also completely ruined their ability to defend themselves in an actual war. The recent Trovan invasion proved they cannot solve their defense issues by just begging other nations for help. Even if this new location is risky, a country must have its own way to survive. It is actually a great sign that Antonio is worried about this. Theo has some epic ideas to ease his fears, starting with the white-armored dragon cavalry. That legendary unit rides flying wyverns, and the archipelago just happens to be surrounded by very similar beasts. Antonio instantly realized that Theo was talking about the wild sea serpents, but those beasts are known to swarm and crush everything. They have been nothing but an absolute nightmare and a constant emergency. Speaking of the devil, sea serpents are spotted right at the docks, sending civilians fleeing in panic while the warriors prepare for a fight. Before Antonio could even spin in his chair, Theo calms him down, and trust me, you and I are about to watch him welcome those serpents with open arms. Trust me, you would be skeptical too. Antonio only knew these beasts as destructive sea thugs his entire life. Theo promised he would teach the locals of the archipelago how to tame these majestic creatures. Just like the legendary white-armored dragon cavalry, they could form their own unstoppable troop of dragon riders. To the citizens, riding and fighting on dragons only happened in fairy tales, which Theo found oddly perfect. Their legendary hero, Kriemhild, was famous for riding and fighting alongside a massive sea serpent. They could easily name them the Kriemhild Knight Order, especially since one serpent already took a liking to Antonio. While Theo enjoyed watching the villagers interact with these massive sea beasts, a messenger arrived to announce a waiting guest. Inside a dark harbor warehouse, Theo found a mysterious woman rifling through private documents. She found it utterly ridiculous that this young lord achieved so much in just a few days. Black Snow operative Cleve felt a massive headache coming on. Supposedly, only elite agents holding the Null Snow rank were ever privy to this top-secret archipelago mission. She revealed her team was already investigating the floating distribution hub, the main cash cow of the Trovans. They clearly knew losing this place would ruin the war effort, yet they did absolutely nothing about it. Before he could ask anything else, another man burst inside, demanding to see Theo Ragnar. It was none other than Barry. Now pay attention here, the 9 dragon lords hyped him up. But looking at this boy wonder in person, all he sees is a pretty boy. But Theo instantly recognized this man as Dante Roll, the infamous tyrant dragon. Theo offered a polite salute, and Dante quickly told him to stand at ease. It seemed Cleve was expecting him, and the tyrant dragon offered a half-hearted apology for his delay. Cleve sharply reprimanded Lord Dante for letting things get this bad without notifying the Black Snow organization. Theo realized that both Black Snow and the tyrant dragon were partners in this highly classified operation. Cleve openly blamed Dante for putting them in a tight spot, and he absolutely hated her attitude. Instantly, he unleashed a crushing, suffocating aura, completely paralyzing both Theo and Cleve where they stood. Without even lifting a single finger, he forced both of them straight to their knees. The sheer pressure shattered the warehouse windows. Theo knew this monster was strong, but this power was just absurd. You and I both see why in his past life, Ragnar failed to liberate this floating archipelago. He might look like a muscular, homeless bum, but his overbearing presence was the real deal. After putting them through borderline mental torture, he suddenly pulled back his aura and laughed aloud. He claimed he was just nearby and missed his window, alleging he was watching the Trovan camp the whole time. To Dante, the Great Nine Dragons didn't need to waste time chasing minor targets. He wanted to let the threat grow before crushing it completely, but then this Ragnar kid solved the issue first. He slapped Theo on the back, nearly knocking the breath out of the young lord. The tyrant dragon might act relaxed and play it off as a joke, but he is genuinely irritated. Dante Rowe is elite, even among the Nine Dragons, driven entirely by his endless hunger for supreme power. He only aligned with Ragnar to feed that greed, exploiting every ounce of authority to gain absolute control. In Theo's past life, Dante held immense financial wealth. Now it makes sense. He must have stolen this archipelago. This beast is definitely one of the trickiest dragon lords, meaning Theo has to play along for now. Acting quickly, Theo played the humble soldier and apologized for stepping on the tyrant dragon's toes. Dante roared with laughter, slapping him away and saying no harm was done. In this first encounter with the sixth heir candidate, Dante was actually quite impressed with Theo's calm attitude. Offering his hand, he gave Theo his official stamp of approval as the newest candidate. Dealing with this eccentric musclehead left Theo completely baffled about his true motives, though he shook hands politely anyway. Dante loved the boy's humility. Interrupting them, Cleve stepped forward to deliver Theo's brand new orders. Since the archipelago is secure, all active troops must immediately redeploy straight to the central front line. Dante grinned, agreeing that the kid needed to get his hands dirty on the front lines to protect their home. Before leaving, we both know Dante must settle one last thing. All right. You and I are jumping right in as the tyrant dragon demands to know if Robert sent Clevey to grill him about that scouting mission. Pure hatred dripped from his voice as he spat out the name of Black Snow's leader, that damn Robert Ragnar. Suffocating under his sheer, crushing aura, Clevey could only nod and confirm. Dante had a message for that black rascal if Robert wanted answers so badly. The bastard should have dragged his own self down here. Meanwhile, Theo did not hesitate, immediately joining his allies in the brutal northern war against Trovan. Right now, the fierce main battle is tearing through the heights of the Blade Mountain Range. Steel clashed against steel on the ground, while devastating explosions shook the skies above. Saddled on his loyal companion, Umbra, Theo put on his white-armored dragon cavalry gear and dove straight into the fray. He tore through the air, absolutely wrecking the Trovan front lines. Alongside his comrades, he sliced through enemy heads without showing a single shred of mercy. High above, Captain Evelyn Naravel directed the attack while keeping a close eye on the active fear debuffs. The second she spotted an opening, the entire white-armored dragon cavalry unit swooped down right behind her. Watch closely, because a completely different troop was observing this carnage from afar. Thoril Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, grinned as he watched the aerial units clean house so easily. His vice commander immediately scolded him for making their own men and mounts feel inferior. Thoril just laughed it off, claiming he was only teasing. Slowly sliding his helmet on, he assured his second-in-command that his boys were far too strong to feel insecure. Besides, they were miles better than those glorified birds flying up in the clouds. But the playful Thoril vanished the moment his helmet locked in place. He gathered his army's attention and delivered one simple command: obliterate everything in their path. Only by completely destroying today's enemies can they march forward into a much brighter tomorrow. Led by the sharpest, most lethal point of the Empire, the Black Iron Cavalry charged forward with zero regard for human life. Lord Thoril instantly showed what he could do in an all-out war. With every single sweep of his spear, Trovan soldiers fell by the dozens. The battle maniac was literally smiling as he claimed their heads. The deadly combination of Ragnar's air and ground forces meant today's battle was over in a flash. They successfully pushed the front lines, and by nightfall, massive pyres were burning as celebrations echoed through the temporary camps. Thoril personally paid a visit to his little brother's tent to offer some praise, which Theo accepted with humble respect. You and I can clearly see their uncanny resemblance, and Thoril even insists that Theo calls him Big Brother. He even invited his little brother out for drinks later. Theo and his crew stood at respectful attention as the commander left the tent. The moment that Battlefield Monster finally walked out, Theo was immediately hit with non-stop teasing from Selford for acting so cozy with the legendary Black Iron Cavalry commander. His senior tried to force him to spill the beans about the islands. Thankfully, Aaron stepped in and delivered a brutal smack to Selford's head. Senior Aaron had way more sympathy for Theo. The young lord literally just arrived on the battlefield today. They should at least give him a moment to catch his breath. Theo then asked Aaron how the war was actually going. Since he was only recently deployed, he knew very little. Aaron explained things were going well, but some details were heavily bothering her. They were constantly pushing closer to the Trovan base, yet those traitors were showing absolutely zero signs of movement. It was almost like they were waiting for something. Right now, everyone must be sharing that exact same unsettling thought. The military strategists probably saw Troven's defensive counterattacks as a setup for a massive trap. But thanks to memories from his past life, Theo knew something they did not. He saw right through their assumptions. Troven's real objective was to capture the White Tower ruins, where a primordial dragon relic lay sleeping. All this spilled blood was just a massive distraction. Speaking of spilling blood, a lone warrior is currently slipping through the dark night, silently putting down unsuspecting Troven soldiers inside their own camp. Staring up at the stars, he wished he would finally cross paths with one of the 9 servitors. He was getting sick of slaughtering weaklings day after day. Working with a deadly woman, he wiped out an entire military platoon like it was absolutely nothing. This was standard business for Ragnar candidates 3 and 4, Anio and Gishar. Anio immediately called her brother out on his blatant lies. She knew better than anyone that this battle-mad idiot actually loved picking on defenseless soldiers. Just then, a very familiar face walked in to back her up. It was the tyrant dragon, Dante Rowe. Dante quickly scolded the reckless Gishar for swinging his sword around so mindlessly. And trust me, you and I can see that the tyrant dragon is not happy with these reckless habits. Stick with me, we are kicking things off with Gishar calling Dante master, complaining that someone stole his archipelago work credit. But the tyrant did not even care. To him, losing that credit was just the ticket price for a much bigger show. He warned Gishar that a new powerhouse would soon rise. Gishar immediately assumed his master was talking about Thoril. Anio, however, was sharp enough to realize their master was actually referring to heir number 6. This fresh meat got Gishar hyped. He figured that with a tyrant dragon backing them, nobody could ever surpass their squad. But when Dante suggested Theo Ragnar might be the chosen one, the mood shifted. Both Gishar and Anio went dead silent. Their master coldly told them to get ready for the coming days. The moment an opening appears, they must crush Theo Ragnar completely. Rewind to a few hours before the battle. Theo was in a carriage, heading straight toward the northern front lines. The fairy dragon was explaining that the White Tower holds the ancient primordial dragon relic. And get this, that tower was their very first target. Luckily, these ancient guardians can easily sense each other's presence. But he warned Theo that the White Tower's guardian holds the absolute largest chunk of the primordial dragon's shattered power. His other guardians agreed, saying that not all relics are created equal. Each relic has a unique purpose and power. Some got blessed with massive strength, which means they carry way bigger responsibilities. And the guardian at the White Tower is the ultimate example of that. Now, watch closely because that top-tier relic is trapped deep in Troven territory. Who knows what evil things they are planning? Theo already saw what they did to the Leviathan. Those snakes know how to poison guardians to steal the primordial dragon power. They had to reach that tower before the Troven forces could lay their filthy hands on the strongest relic in existence. Cut back to the present day. Theo marched right toward the demon dragon's war tent. He asked to go solo to scout the Rocky Mountains, where enemy troops were weirdly clustering up. Since he could not reveal his real secrets, Julius Ragnar instantly shut his plan down. The commander could not let a top-tier fighter abandon the front lines for a vague, solo mission. Heir candidate or not, Theo could not just walk away from his duties on a whim. Theo tried to argue he would make up for it, looking completely stressed. Seeing this, Julius could not help but chuckle. He was just teasing the kid. Theo had proven over and over that he was completely reliable. The commander agreed to cover for him, telling him to go without any worries. Besides, the white-armored dragon cavalry will not fall apart just because one soldier takes a break. But he had to bring back results. Theo thanked him for the massive trust and swore he would not fail. Now, let's watch Theo mount Umbra and sneak right into the heart of the enemy-controlled White Tower. Those guard camps would spot him instantly if he flew closer, so he used the massive mountains as cover to land. He was still totally amazed by how well Umbra could blend into the dark night sky. That wild mix of evil shadow, dragon, and viper blood was honestly the perfect stealth cheat code. Thanks to Umbra, they bypassed the outer defenses. But from here on out, Theo had to move alone. He sent Umbra back to camp, then leaped down the steep, jagged cliffs with flawless, silent ninja moves. Geared up in stealth armor, and completely erasing his presence, he quietly scoped out the base of the tower. Unsurprisingly, the security down there was absolutely ironclad. Even though Theo was keeping his distance, the hyper-alert guards patrolling nearby seemed to sense a strange disturbance. One tense soldier decided to investigate the exact boulder Theo was hiding behind, slowly drawing his sword as he approached. But when he finally rounded the corner to strike, there was absolutely nothing there. Sighing, the guard sheathed his blade and completely lowered his defense. Oh, what a massive mistake. His partner, who was waiting just a few feet away, had already been silently knocked unconscious by Theo. The guard tried to yell and sound the alarm, but Theo instantly slammed him into the dirt, too. Meanwhile, miles away, Ed Troven was staring at a creepy blob of flesh sitting on a blood-soaked altar. A creepy hermit priest crept up from behind, laughing like a maniac at the dark altar. And trust me, we are in for a wild ride because they are using forbidden magic to revive the Mad Dragon Emperor. Deep inside a grotesque blob of flesh, a strange figure curls up in a tight fetal position, slowly absorbing corrupted power as the mass pulses like an exposed organ. Alright, we can already see Ed is not loving this priest's casual attitude, especially any talk of the Mad Dragon Emperor being dethroned, because to him, there is only ever one true Ragnar Master. Whoever sits on that throne right now is just a cheap fake, and soon, the true emperor will reclaim his crown. Ed Trovan and his loyalists are merely servants to the real rulers, and this holy demon priest had better keep that in mind. Right now, the dark resurrection ritual he ordered is almost complete, but to pull their mighty master back from the underworld, they still need the ultimate vessel, a true Ragnar body overflowing with primordial dragon power, and Ed has no doubts about securing that final piece. Instead, his real headache is seizing the White Tower, since reports show the energy locked inside is completely off the charts. They keep pumping Shadow Demon toxin into it, but the tower's natural defenses are pushing back way too hard. Even with the Holy Demon High Priest pushing his limits just to survive, capturing the tower on schedule seems practically impossible. Pay attention here, because Ed absolutely hated that progress report. Absolutely furious over the delay. He flares his deadly aura and forces his own messenger to faceplant into the dirt, proving he will stop at nothing for his Emperor's return. He just needs that primordial dragon power to finish the ritual, and he refuses to take no for an answer. Ed Trovan commands his followers to break every rule and use any brutal method required to get it done. Terrified of being executed right there, the messenger begs for forgiveness and swears to make the impossible happen. Escaping with just a bloody nose instead of a missing head is a massive win. But suddenly, another soldier rushes in with an urgent message. "Report, sir. An intruder has successfully breached the White Tower camp. The spy knocked out one of our guards and stole his armor." When the patrol found their naked comrade knocked out, they sounded the alarms and immediately locked down the entire perimeter. In the shadows, an observer watches the panic play out, eventually spotting a masked soldier seamlessly blending in with the search party. Peering through his long-range scope, Gishar is shocked to see the new candidate sneaking deep behind enemy lines. He realizes Theo only killed when absolutely necessary to pull off this flawless infiltration. These clean tactics scream of the Black Snow Group, making Gishar wonder if the kid was a secret assassin in a past life. You and I both know this guy is unhinged, and now he wants a piece of the action. Anio snaps at him to stop drooling and keep tracking, reminding him they cannot afford another massive failure like with Thoril. He promises to behave, but his twisted grin says otherwise. Learning that an intruder slipped past their tight security sends Ed into an absolute rage, because this simply should not be possible. Almost nobody knows the real goal here, especially since this entire war is just a massive distraction for the Ragnar clan. His gut tells him there is only one person alive capable of ruining his perfect plan like this. Time after time, Theo Ragnar has been a massive, irritating pain in his neck. But before pure rage completely blinds him, Ed forces himself to cool down and think logically. The terrified soldier suggests doubling the guards to hunt the spy down immediately, but Ed has a far more devious strategy in mind. They are shifting tactics immediately, as he orders a complete fallback from the camp, leaving only a skeleton crew behind. It is an incredibly bizarre order, to say the least. Pulling back only increases the risk of losing the primordial dragon power to this intruder, but that is exactly what Ed is hoping for. He is absolutely certain the intruder is none other than that annoying Theo Ragnar. Judging by how fast the kid is growing, he will definitely clear the White Tower and claim that power all on his own. With a wave of his hand, Ed calls upon his elite, highly trusted force of noble servitors. If conquering the tower themselves is too hard, they can just do what they do best and steal it from him. To guarantee total success, he hands the job to his number 1, A, alongside a plague doctor and a giant wielding a heavy warhammer. His number 2, Switty Nazi Dammy Mommy, and number 3, Dre, complete this terrifying squad. Just do not let her touch you. The very second they confirm the young Ragnar has secured the primordial dragon power, they are to kill him and take it. And trust me, they are going to execute this hunt at all costs. Alright, you and I are heading back to the camp, where clueless guards are still searching for our intruder with torches. Since their numbers dwindled after the retreat, the captain splits his remaining men into 2 squads. One heads for the tower, while the other covers the south side. Just as planned, Theo blends right in with the White Tower search team. These fools do not even question his mask. Honestly, Theo finds it pretty suspicious that infiltrating them was this incredibly easy. Sure, it makes his job a breeze, but a nagging doubt keeps bouncing around his head. These elite soldiers did not even use a password to verify his identity, and the heavy reinforcements he expected never actually showed up. In fact, compared to his first scout run, the security has actually gotten way worse. It is almost as if someone is deliberately baiting him straight inside that tower. The moment he reaches the tower entrance, his system alerts him to the nearby presence of an ancient primordial dragon relic. Even if this is an obvious trap, it does not matter to Theo. He touches the ancient walls, feeling the tower's draconic energy instantly resonate with his own blood. Even if he gets locked inside, he is determined to claim the dragon's power before Ed Trovan can get his hands on it. Now pay attention, he drops his torch and steps right into the gate that the tower willingly opens for him. With that, the trial finally begins. Meanwhile, right outside the tower, the mysterious hunters stalking him make their move. Even though their master warned them about the legendary White Tower, Gishar never expected to stumble upon a real primordial dragon relic out here. Now, it makes perfect sense why that tyrant dragon has been clashing with the Trovans. Gishar lets out a maniacal laugh watching the Chosen One slide inside so easily. Anio admits that being the Chosen One sounds cool, but titles mean absolutely nothing when you are backed into a corner. On their way over, the twins snatch up Theo's discarded uniform. They can use this to cause trouble. Still, the easy setup feels like bait. But honestly, trap or not, it does not matter. Their job now is to retreat and set the trap before the Chosen One returns. But Gishar flat out refuses to leave. He wants to wait right here for Theo to exit. To Anio's annoyance, this battle maniac is just dying to see the face their golden boy makes when he falls to a Ragnar blade. Inside the White Tower, the blinding flash slowly fades away. Theo shields his eyes as they adjust to the sudden brilliance. He blinks to find himself inside a colossal temple of pure white marble, lined with endless pillars and mysterious hidden chambers. Aware of the hidden dangers lurking in this place, Theo instantly draws his brilliant white moonlight blade. Since this guardian inherited the largest piece of the Dragon Lord's power, he expects to face a truly terrifying beast. Right on cue, a dark, draconic silhouette with glowing crimson eyes steps out from one of the doors. Theo tightens his grip on the hilt, ready to unleash his full power at a moment's notice. But check this out, when the guardian finally steps into the light, he is just a tiny lizard with adorable, beady eyes. Shedding dramatic tears, the tiny guardian whines about sketchy intruders trying to poison him with some nasty demon shadow toxin. Fighting them off was apparently super annoying. Theo seriously wonders if he is being punked right now. Completely lost for words, he just stares at this complaining little lizard and wonders if he walked into the wrong tower. He actually summons his own beast companions to verify if this is the terrifying entity they feared. His fairy dragon begs him not to judge by looks. His griffin jokingly snaps back that Theo cannot talk when he looks like a handsome flower boy, instead of some epic legendary hero. But seeing his mighty beasts actually shaking in fear, Theo calms down slightly. The pint-sized guardian apologizes for the distraction and formally introduces himself. He is Keratosicus Curado, for short the loyal servant of the great primordial dragon and the true heir to his master's magic. He has guarded the legendary gate of the Pantheon for ages. Naturally, Theo has absolutely no clue what this Pantheon even is. Curado casually explains that it is the realm where gods live, and those dragon relics are merely small shards of their creator's power. Long ago, the ancient master of all guardians shouldered countless sacred duties, and guarding the portal connecting the mortal realm to the gods was his ultimate task. The one who inherited that duty is none other than little Curado, the most loyal servant who keeps their master's raw cosmic strength alive. Theo only knows about gods from dusty old history books, so hearing that these celestial beings actually exist blows his mind. He tries to press Curado for more answers, but the goofy lizard just stares back at him with a totally blank grin. And that's where we leave it. He just spaces out, slowly repeating his massive name, Keratosicus. Let's dive back in as Theo repeats his words, finally waking up this bizarre little critter. He is one weird creature. Seriously, every single guardian Theo meets is totally bizarre. He asks Keratosicus if God actually exists, and Curado cheerfully confirms it. In fact, our main character is already pretty familiar with them. They have been sending him secret messages this whole time. Every single level up, every brutal trial he conquered, and every epic reward he has received up until now, and every blue system notification he ever got were actually direct messages from God. Meanwhile, high up in the Central Highlands, the powerful Ragnar executives gather for an incredibly tense war meeting. The Black Dragon takes charge, skipping all the polite small talk. Everyone here, including Robert Ragnar, knows exactly what is at stake. 7 of the legendary 9 dragons are present for this summit. Since Trovan's 9 servitors appeared, this war has dragged on way longer than they ever expected. That is why the 9 dragons must join the front lines. The Black Dragon makes it clear they need to analyze the situation right now. He is ready for questions and ideas, but before Robert can even speak, the Tyrant Dragon interrupts. He claims he has much bigger fish to fry than just fighting on the front lines. Watch closely here. With a wave of his hand, he summons a disciple. Anio Ragnar steps inside the tent. She offers a quick apology for the sudden intrusion, claiming she has an incredibly urgent matter to report. Anio pulls out a white armored dragon cavalry uniform, presenting it to the council. She claims she witnessed Theo Ragnar betraying their family, holding up the empty uniform as concrete proof. Right on cue, the greedy elder dragon jumps at the chance to slander the young heir candidate, declaring that tossing away a Ragnar uniform is pure treason. But the other dragons are much more cautious. This accusation puts the demon dragon in a seriously tough spot. He is desperately trying to figure out what Theo was actually planning when he discarded his armor. But while the leaders argue over his fate, our main character is busy having a total existential crisis. If he is hearing Kurado correctly, that blue system screen guiding him this whole time was literally God talking to him. The tiny guardian just shrugs his shoulders and confirms it without a single doubt. Theo wonders if every chosen one sees these system screens, but Kurado insists he is a very special case. But as the little guy tries to explain why, a deafening, high-pitched static blasts inside Theo's head, nearly making him collapse. I know what you're thinking, but Kurado just scratches his head. The gods are actively blocking Theo from hearing the truth. Theo pushes for more answers, but Kurado's cute smile turns surprisingly dark. He has been waiting to fulfill his true purpose for a very long time. Suddenly, a massive stone gate rises in front of Theo. The guardian warns him that if he wants the ultimate truth, he has to earn it. His sacred duty is to unleash the brutal trial of the Pantheon upon the chosen warrior. Theo has absolutely no idea what this Pantheon trial even means, let alone what kind of danger lies ahead. Kurado explains that this test will force him to search the deepest corners of his soul and unlock his true potential. Stepping through will let him explore his past lives within his own subconscious mind. And trust me, that inner mind is highly dangerous. It is a completely different world within, one that normal humans can never reach. Fail this trial, or lose yourself in your own mind, and your brain completely shuts down. You will be trapped inside your own head forever. But if he survives, he will finally be worthy of seeing the ultimate truth and meeting the gods face to face. By now, Kurado's cute act is totally gone. The tower has 12 tiers in total, and that is all the info he gets. Now, it is entirely up to Theo whether he dares to take on this impossible challenge. The divine system prompt asks if he wants to enter the first tier of the Pantheon trial. Theo grips his sword, steeling his resolve. He needs answers. Without a second thought, he taps yes on the screen and steps forward into the unknown. The secrets of this entire universe lie behind Kurado's massive door. A million questions are racing through our hero's mind. Will another catastrophic war break out in this current lifetime? Why of all people was he the one chosen by the gods? He shoves the massive door open with absolute conviction, allowing himself to be swallowed by a blinding, mysterious light. Entering the first tier of the Pantheon, he is immediately transported into a highly bizarre, alien dimension. It looks like a ruined Colosseum floating in the endless void of space. As Kurado's door fades away, Theo scans the area. You and I can see he is definitely not in the tower anymore. Alright, you and I are diving into a crazy trial where Theo has to suppress his consciousness to open the gate, and immediately, he feels something bubbling under his feet. A strange black goo starts sizzling and spreading, slowly taking shape right in front of him. Within seconds, the dark sludge rises up, molding into a creepy, faceless humanoid figure. The system notes that this initial trial is all about testing his consciousness. This blank figure doesn't seem too threatening after everything Kurado said to scare him, but that careless thought vanishes when the liquid blob suddenly lunges forward to attack. It hurls a painfully familiar throwing blade straight at his skull. Theo barely dodges as the sharp edge nicks his cheek, forcing him to snap into a combat stance. Yeah, this thing is definitely hostile. His eyes widen as the black liquid fully resolves. Turns out, the gatekeeper standing before his subconscious is actually an exact copy of himself. This clone is an entity called I, and the system wants Theo to destroy him. In every single way, this entity is Theo's ultimate mirror image. The chosen youth and his dark duplicate just stand there, silently locking eyes. At first, Theo feels deeply unnerved by the sheer idea of fighting himself. But pay attention here, because facing an opponent whose every move you know inside and out might actually turn out to be a massive advantage for us. It makes sense in theory, but when his copy suddenly goes all out, unleashing a massive, thunderous aura, Theo immediately regrets his confidence. Moving with perfect precision, the duplicate charges his blades with Thunder Dragon breathing, using Thunder Stab with pure lethal intent. Theo has never had to defend against his own signature moves before. He quickly reads the trajectory, using his white moonlight blade to deflect most of the deadly barrage while dodging whatever he cannot easily block. By the time he recovers, the young lord is pushed to the absolute edge of the arena with zero room to move. Before he can even regain his footing, another wave of Thunder Stab-infused blades rips through the air with terrifying force. Theo is not about to get completely wrecked by the exact same attack twice. This time, he is fully ready. The instant those weapons get close, he unleashes a devastating quintuple dragon claw, tearing up the stone ground and shattering the incoming blades. The The sheer impact of his counter completely shatters the crumbling floating stage. Theo lets out a sigh of relief. His clone's speed is dangerously intense, forcing a tense laugh from him as he stares back. He hoped his massive Dragon Claw attack would cover both defense and offense, but that was just wishful thinking. But if this copy truly mirrors him, Theo suddenly realizes just how much stronger he has actually grown recently. With absolute fluid grace, the clone shifts his stance to strike again. Gripping a replica of the white moonlight blade, his blank eyes lock onto Theo. This time, the copycat is the one unleashing a massive, supercharged quintuple dragon claw. Theo counters with a swift dragon flash to block the five-way strike. It is a collision of perfectly matched powers. These opening clashes absolutely devastate the arena, but when the dust and wild energy clear, Theo is shocked to find his clone gone. You feel that tension too, right? The replica literally gets the jump on him, striking right from his blind spot. It is only when the copycat primes another deadly quintuple dragon claw that Theo finally realizes the threat above him. The copycat brilliantly links two massive attacks together, releasing their combined, overwhelming power. The impact feels like a literal dragon's wrath. 10 deadly claws crash down on him, forcing him to improvise a dense... In the end, he relies on his insane speed to slip away from certain death. Even so, he takes some heavy damage, leaving his clothes completely shredded as he rushes back at his blank-faced double. Their swords collide. With equal strength, neither of them gives an inch. Theo plays the aggressor, sending sparks flying with every strike. But whatever he throws, his clone answers with a perfect counter. This is the ultimate mirror match. Nobody has the upper hand, nobody slips up, and they are just absolutely destroying the arena. The cloned white moonlight blade is insanely durable, packing just as much power as his own sword. Theo realizes just how terrifying of a foe he really is. Their sword paths and tiniest habits are freakishly identical. The clone dodges every strike with total ease, acting as if he knows exactly what Theo will do next. He even shuts down the young lord's ultimate techniques by countering with those exact same moves. Theo works tirelessly to figure out how to beat himself, but by all metrics, this fight has the potential to drag on forever. While Theo is rapidly draining his energy with every single clash, this copycat seems to have endless stamina. Knowing he cannot win a war of attrition, stick with me to see if Theo's sudden realization blows this wide open. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as Theo dodges lightning bolts, desperate to beat his evil clone. The clone gives him zero breathing room, which makes sense since Theo knows his own relentless fighting style all too well. And since this fake bastard has a literally infinite supply of mana, it keeps spamming massive spell after massive spell, quickly turning this legendary coliseum into a smoking, ruined disaster zone. Rather than competing with that unfair advantage, Theo switches gears to launch quick, sneaky counterattacks. For the first time in this clash, he catches the copycat off guard with a bizarrely timed sword throw. The clone freezes for a split second in pure confusion, but recovers instantly, slapping the blade aside with ease. Theo realizes that to win, he has to do something that would totally throw himself off. Throwing away his primary sword fits perfectly. That tiny window of distraction is all he needs to strike, wielding his dragon-slaying sword. Nobody would expect anyone to throw away a rare weapon, not even his clone. He actually learned this move in his past life. With his opponent completely open and vulnerable, Theo drives the legendary blade straight into the dark clone's chest. The copycat's body immediately begins to dissolve, the dark ooze unable to hold its form after a fatal strike. Theo admits it was one hell of a fight against his former self. The system registers his win, clearing the first trial. As the gross black slime melts away, a massive new door of Curado rises slowly from the stone floor. The system asks if he wants to start the second-tier trial of the Pantheon, prompting a confident grin. Theo is not the type of guy to leave things half-finished. He immediately pushes the heavy door open to face the next challenge. Meanwhile, back in the Central Highlands, an elder dragon is passionately shouting about charging Theo with treason. The demon dragon immediately questions her bold claims. She is claiming that Theo abandoned his squad to join the Trovan forces, which is an incredibly serious accusation. She swears she witnessed everything herself, claiming the young lord willingly walked straight into enemy territory. She presents his uniform as solid proof of his betrayal, but having known Theo since his cadet days, the sword dragon absolutely refuses to believe this nonsense. She sends a telepathic message to Julius demanding answers, but the cocky demon dragon brags that he is the only one in on the plan. He absolutely loves rubbing it in her face that the kid trusts him way more than her. Still, even Julius did not expect things to get this incredibly messy. The last time they spoke, he simply told the boy not to return empty-handed. Flash of a confident grin, and the kid promised he would deliver. But before setting off, watch closely as Theo telepathically sends his commander a secret, warning message. Theo warned him that candidates number 3 and 4, Gishar and Anio Ragnar, have been stalking him for days. In fact, they are hiding right outside the camp, keeping a close eye on his every single move. Julius is shocked to hear that the infamous, power-hungry twins are actively targeting Theo for some reason. According to the young lord, those two have been sniffing around ever since he left the archipelago for the front lines. He knows they are desperately trying to disqualify him from the race. But Theo already has a counterplay, planning to use their stalking to expose his competitor's weaknesses instead. To make this scheme work, Julius has to play along and act on their lies. Hearing Anio hurl these heavy accusations makes Julius realize exactly what the boy is plotting. Theo is an insolent brat, but you and I know the commander loves drama. Since the kid thinks he can play with the big leagues, Julius decides to play along. To everyone's absolute shock, the demon dragon completely agrees with Anio's wild accusations. Anio instantly thanks him for trusting her, but the tyrant dragon is highly suspicious of the commander's easy surrender. The black dragon knows something is off when Julius suddenly takes charge, suggesting they assemble a pursuit unit to catch the traitor. Robert's intelligence confirms Theo fled right after talking to Julius, which heavily suggests this entire situation is a staged act. Catching on to Julius's real game, the black dragon decides to play along and see how it unfolds. He officially brands Theo a traitor, willingly accepting Anio's weak evidence just to move the plot forward. He pledges his own elite faction to hunt the boy down. This whole mess is spiraling, and Theo is pulling the strings, making the powerful dragons dance to his beat. Meanwhile, you and I get to watch our traitor face trials beyond imagination. Let's jump in as Theo enters the second tier of the Pantheon, totally blind to what awaits him. He definitely never expected to wake up inside the Burning Rose Palace from his past life. This second tier trial was just like the last, dragging his subconscious straight back into his traumatic past. Theo's eyes narrowed at a painfully familiar, grating voice. The very trash who murdered him stood there, calling him the Ragnar idiot. The system wanted him to conquer the deep trauma that had haunted his mind for ages. But instead of losing his mind, Theo just smirked. Whoever designed this second-tier trial made a huge mistake. These fools did not trigger his trauma. They only triggered his absolute bloodlust. To Theo, this trial was nothing but a joke. These guys used to haunt his nightmares, but not today. Axion cursed at his mocking grin, convinced they could cut Theo down in an instant. Before they could even react, Theo dashed behind them like lightning. With absolute ease, he swung his blade and sliced the first fool in half. He already killed his corrupt mentor once. Doing it again was barely an inconvenience. Theo even took a second to look badass, standing shirtless while drenched in his enemy's blood. It was less about the kill and more about seeing the guy suffer. Just like that, the second-tier trauma boss was easily cleared. He unlocked the next floor. As he pushed open the third door to climb higher, Curato watched Theo through his tiny, all-seeing eye. Pay attention to this little guardian. He's genuinely curious to see how high this kid can go. He also knew of another massive entity waiting for Theo to climb the god of causality. Theo proceeded to absolutely speedrun the next few floors, starting with the third-tier persona fight. The fourth trial ended with him crushing his shadow self, while the fifth was a battle against the collective unconscious. He dominated that one as well. His rise was unstoppable. On the 10th tier, he conquered his primitive, instinctual side, his raw id. He was a bit battered from his rapid climb, but it was no big deal. Actually, the higher he climbed, the faster he was clearing these insane challenges. The only floor that actually gave him a real fight was the first one against that copycat. Pushing the 10th door to enter the 11th tier, he dared Keratosicus to make things harder. The tiny guardian smiled at his arrogant call-out, promising him that the real test was just beginning. The 11th floor dragged him straight into the Cave of Origin, a place that mirrors the birthing process. He had to climb against the literal flow of life. Unlike before, he wasn't thrown into a nest of bloodthirsty beasts. The entire challenge was simply walking through this eerie tunnel. The vibe in here was totally different from any level he had cleared before. The system warned that reaching the source required returning to the pre-birth void. As he walked backward through existence, his 5 senses would slowly fade away. We're looking at a crazy challenge, one that Theo never saw coming. Halfway through the cave, his sense of smell completely died out. He could no longer catch any scent. Taking another step, the damp, fishy stench coming from the shallow puddle waters below him just vanished. Just a few steps later, his hearing went completely mute, leaving him in a world of absolute silence. The decay of his senses steadily continued as he pressed on. Losing his touch meant 4 out of 5 were gone. The absolute final blow was his vision. Everything went pitch black, hiding the world entirely from his sight. To make things worse, with his senses blocked, his mana flow got cut off. This disconnection caught him completely off guard. He felt like a formless soul drifting in a massive, endless void. Surviving this pitch-black cave seemed like an impossible task. But honestly, this wasn't the first time he had experienced something like this. It felt just like when his father's heart sword sliced him in half. Maybe he could break through this terrifying void the exact same way. He called out to Griffin, Fairy Dragon, Desert Worm, and Lesser Drake for help, but got nothing but silence as he drifted deeper into the darkness. Before long, even his formless spirit began to break apart, dissolving into the empty dark. His consciousness, the only real thing left, was starting to fracture and fade at a terrifying speed. With his guardians gone, you and I are left wondering what Theo can do except dig deep into his soul. While he fought to keep his mind from fading completely, his guardians were worried sick watching his physical body. Even the usually arrogant Griffin showed real worry. Alright, you and I are heading into the Cave of Origin as Curato stops the other guardians from calling their catatonic master. He patiently explains that Theo's senses and mana are totally blocked right now, meaning they can't reach him no matter how loud they yell. Every living being relies on senses to perceive space and time. But when those are stripped away, one truth becomes painfully clear. In the endless void, the only real thing left is the absolute terror of being completely abandoned by your own world. For any human stepping into this cave, the self and the world are one and the same. At this rate, Theo's mind will be completely erased, leaving him in a state that is basically no different from death. Curato honestly expected more from this kid, especially since he reached the 11th tier so fast. But in the end, he's just another disappointment. But just as Curato prepares to abandon the lifeless boy, Theo's mouth begins to twitch, repeatedly muttering a single, chilling word kill. An outside power suddenly takes over his empty shell, restarting Theo's body with a dark, sinister intent. A massive, bloodthirsty aura explodes from the boy as he violently demands to feed on everyone's blood. Even Curato is stunned. Theo rises from the cold floor, his body contorted in a posture that resembles a wild beast. Fairy realizes their master is losing his mind. The Mad Dragon Emperor's lingering ego, planted by the Ragnar Patriarch, has completely seized control of Theo. Watch closely, because given this cave's terrifying rules, this was inevitable. Instead of feeling afraid, Curato is absolutely fascinated by how this kid is using pure madness to piece his shattering mind back together. Deep inside the dark void, the final scraps of Theo's sanity are being tempted by the Mad Dragon Emperor. If he wants help surviving this trial, he must steal, violate, and ruin everything, and destroy the world in the Emperor's name. All Theo has to do is take his hand and offer everything to the monster inside him. But instead of taking the easy way out, Theo's sheer willpower completely crushes the evil force, trying to bait him into slaughter. With a cocky smirk, he utterly obliterates the Mad Dragon Emperor's desperate attempt at control. The ancient monster feels completely cheated, especially since Theo only woke up by using the power he lent him. No matter how loudly the Emperor screams and protests, Theo ruthlessly scrapes the parasite out of his mind. He even does the honorable thing, returning all that dark dragon energy to the old beast before completely crushing him. He mockingly tells the demon to think of that tiny bit of help as a sweet gift from grandfather to grandson. The Mad Dragon Emperor laughs maniacally at his defiant grandson, warning Theo that he will never forget this massive betrayal. Theo successfully conquers the void. His senses and mana flood back, and his very soul undergoes a massive, powerful evolution. With his sanity restored, the 11th tier of the Pantheon is officially cleared. Now, you and I both know offending an ancient dragon emperor is bound to bite him in the ass later, but that's a problem for another day. Suddenly, the worried voices of his guardians snap him back to reality. All his cute little relic guardians are thrilled to see him awake, instantly swarming him and tackling him to the ground. The Desert Worm and Lesser Drake are pretty honest about how relieved they are, while Griffin and Fairy Dragon pretend they weren't worried at all. But as Theo fights them off, the door to the next trial suddenly glows behind him. All he needs to do now is follow that radiant light and walk out of the cave. Knowing he is finally safe, Theo sits down and basks in the warm, refreshing glow. Once he gets ready, he steps into the 12th tier of the Pantheon trial, only to wake up inside a completely strange body. He slides out of a soft bed, his feet hitting the cold wood floor, noticing plushies that look exactly like his guardians. Theo doesn't recognize a single thing in this room, yet it feels strangely familiar despite him never being here. He spots a mirror nearby and quickly walks over to investigate. Staring back at him is the face of the man from his bizarre dreams. He has no idea why this stranger keeps appearing. Before he can even process what is happening, an absolutely blinding headache strikes him right in the skull. After a few moments of pure agony, the system clears him to begin the 12th trial. He also gets a notification that he has successfully conquered the White Tower, a relic of the primordial dragon. His reward is entry to the 13th and final floor, the Pantheon itself. 1 second, he is in that strange room, and the next, he is staring at endless stars drifting through the vast, empty cosmic void. Subconsciously, he walks up an invisible staircase, heading straight toward a massive, ornate gateway where the Pantheon of Gods awaits. His mind gate gets a huge upgrade, but before we can see what's past that mysterious gateway, things take a wild turn. You and I are starting in deep space, where a flirtatious voice suddenly caught his attention. Ladbrok was waiting for Theo. The beautiful avatar of the ancient dragon, his sworn partner, was looking absolutely stunning. Her twins were healthy as always. Theo asked how she reached this void when she was supposed to be trapped in her nest. She explained that her physical body had not actually left her lair. What Theo was looking at right now was just a manifestation of her residual thoughts. Since Theo expanded his mind gate, she can wander outside as a projection, using the young lord as her conduit. This massive system update deepened his connection with Ladbrok, letting them talk anytime and anywhere. Upgrading his mind gate definitely boosted his rank, but she never expected him to reach the peak of the Pantheon this quickly. She, of all people, knew exactly how hard Theo worked to reach these insane heights. He humbly claimed his achievement was nothing special, since he was just doing his duty as Ladbrok's devoted partner. She was impressed he could sweet-talk her so easily, showing the same boldness as the day they first met. Ladbrok touched the gate of the Pantheon with a heavy look, certain that Sigurd was waiting beyond this plane. But instead of opening with a warm light, the massive gate rumbled violently at her touch. The same dark sludge Theo faced in the first tier began oozing from the cracks. It happened incredibly fast. Ladbrok barely managed to jump back and summon a shield, shouting at the young Ragnar to stay close to her. Now pay attention, because in seconds, that black sludge forms a creature completely beyond human comprehension. With its countless piercing eyes, the nameless sovereign has arrived, grunting out words of pure rage and injustice. It ranted about how it was unfairly tormented, vowing to destroy everything in existence as Theo's internal danger alarms screamed. There is absolutely nothing more dangerous than this beast, but something here feels way off. According to Ladbrok, this multi-eyed horror is one of the outer gods, but there is no time to explain that lore right now. She needs to focus entirely on keeping Theo alive, and they have to get out of here immediately. Suddenly, an intense light exploded, illuminating the dark void. To Ladbrok's absolute shock, the projection of that outer god was instantly blasted away and vaporized. Let's pause for a second. That blinding light did not harm Theo or his companion. Instead, a powerful man stepped through the 13th gate, greeting Ladbrok after eons of being tragically separated. Recognizing his voice, Ladbrok stared up at the man she could never forget, with a chiseled body and a face that looked exactly like an older version of Theo. The legendary Sigurd Ragnar had finally revealed himself, while our young lord stayed back to safely watch how this unfolds. Sigurd was the legendary ancestor of the entire Ragnar clan, yet he looked like a top model rather than an old man. Meanwhile, the vaporized outer god began rebuilding itself from its surviving atoms. This time, the beast was far more aggressive, desperate to tear Sigurd apart and kill him once again. The nameless sovereign lashed out with its newly formed, deadly tendrils. Sigurd Ragnar remained perfectly calm and delivered a downward hand chop that looked both incredibly slow and lightning fast. Regardless of speed, that strike packed enough raw power to cleanly slice the grotesque outer god in half. The nameless sovereign shrieked as Sigurd's strike made it nearly impossible for the beast to regenerate. Completely ignoring the crippled outer god floating right above them, Sigurd warmly addressed Theo in a welcoming tone. At that moment, more figures stepped out of the gate, each one radiating a godlike presence. Sigurd could tell that the boy had countless questions, promising to answer whatever he possibly could. Taking up his ancestor's offer, Theo felt compelled to ask about the sickly man from his final trial, the one who once appeared in his dreams. Sigurd simply answered that since Theo is a regressor, that mysterious man might be connected, meaning he probably regressed as well. Theo desperately wanted more details to unravel the deep mysteries surrounding his life. Unfortunately, there is only so much Sigurd is allowed to share right now. Instead of wasting more words on a mortal, the ancestor summoned countless brilliant swords of light, each capable of wiping out a continent. Sigurd immediately sent those glowing blades plunging straight into the core of the nameless sovereign trapped inside the gate. The ancient ancestor was truly sorry he could not provide more answers to Theo's endless questions. But someday, when Theo gains entry to the Pantheon, you and I will finally uncover those answers alongside him. Alright, let's jump right in. As Sigurd heads back, Ladbrok screams, refusing to let him abandon her again. She tries to chase her former contractor, but another godlike entity blocks her path. Ladbrok instantly recognizes this unfathomable being as the god of causality. Avoiding her gaze, Sigurd deeply apologizes for abandoning Ladbrok for a second time in thousands of years. She simply cannot enter the Pantheon yet. With Sigurd turning his back on Theo and Ladbrok, the massive gate slowly begins to shut. She screams his name, but Sigurd has no time. Before the gate fully closes, the god of causality stares directly at Theo. Those sharp, calculating eyes seem to pierce right through his soul. Left behind with zero answers, both Theo and Ladbrok are completely unsatisfied. At least he finally completed scenario quest number 7. Ladbrok warns him those monsters beyond the gate are outer gods. Just like the nameless sovereign, Sigurd and the other deities are holding them off for now, but Theo must face them later. The world's rules simply do not apply to these beasts. Even so, they relentlessly try to crush their fragile world. Ladbrok's sole advice to the young lord is to grow stronger. He must do whatever it takes to protect the world he loves. Pay attention here, because the system suddenly hands him a massive bonus reward for witnessing the Pantheon. He can now wield Nirvana as the official owner of the strongest dragon relic, the White Tower. Alongside Nirvana, he unlocks an insane new ability called Dragonization. Uncharacteristically, the system wishes him a great journey, calling Theo the bearer of causality's blessing. After surviving 13 crazy tears, he teleports back to the White Tower, where Curado happily waits. Curado chuckles watching Theo test his new power. Theo has no idea his body is already changing. Sturdy dragon scales spread like living armor across his skin. His hands morph into massive dragon claws, and fierce horns sprout from his forehead. Dragonization is fully active. Feeling the massive shift in his body, Theo stretches to test out his new form. Curado explains that gathering all these dragon relics has unlocked something huge. His latent dragon blood is far stronger now. Theo immediately notices a massive boost to his stamina and physical power. It feels like being completely reborn, but the real shocker is the change in his magic. Now, I know what you're thinking. Cultivating mana here is natural, and toggling the form is incredibly easy. He has total control. Next, Theo wants to test his second reward, Nirvana. This power is pure Nirvana. Upon activating this brand new skill, his mental domain expands to a terrifying degree. He has never even heard of a skill that can strengthen someone's mindscape like this. It is incredibly strange. Using it feels like holding the entire room in his hand. His control is still shaky, so he needs practice. Plus, he must be careful when choosing when to unleash Nirvana. Every Ragnar child has heard legends of their great ancestor, Sigurd, ascending. Theo just saw absolute proof that those wild stories are real. Now, Sigurd's cryptic words echo in his mind. The legendary ancestor heavily implied that to learn the dark secrets of this world, Theo must quickly ascend to become a god himself. But the sudden presence of the god of causality completely threw him off. In his eyes, it seems the Ragnar clan does not just rule the north, but protects their world from outer cataclysms. Curado confirms he is absolutely right. It is the Ragnar duty to defend the world, even making the ultimate sacrifice. This means the Chosen One must use their Ragnar blood to ascend as a deity, fighting those outer gods alongside the god of causality. Taking his shot, Theo asks if all these grand legends are connected to the strange foreign world from his 12th tier trial. The tiny guardian admits he was highly fascinated by that 12th trial, but he honestly does not know the answer. It is entirely up to Theo to solve that mystery on his own. Despite witnessing godlike scenes on the 13th tier, his mind keeps drifting back to that strange foreign world. Now that the trial is finished, Curado eagerly pushes our hero to leave the tower. Before booting him out, Curado warns of an uninvited guest outside. Trust me, you don't want to miss what's next. Let's jump right in, Theo smirked as his bait worked exactly as planned. After all, it is polite to greet your guests. Cracking his knuckles, Theo was instantly transported back to the physical world. The White Tower's entrance suddenly exploded with light, depositing Theo right at its base. Cold snow pelted his bare skin, but he didn't care in the slightest. Besides, he didn't need to look for his guest. Gishar was the one who eagerly approached him in the open field, complaining like a complete lunatic that little brothers should never keep their elders waiting. In Gishar's mind, a weakling like Theo should always be the one waiting on him, holding bizarre double-headed scythes in an aggressive stance. Gishar's deadly intent was completely obvious. He kept spitting out the words "little bro," hoping it would provoke the Chosen One. Instead of getting angry, Theo politely bowed, apologizing to his big brother Gishar for being late. Gishar kept playing the edgy tough guy, bragging that only a select few are even worthy of seeing his face. Truth is, Theo wouldn't have recognized him if he hadn't met Gishar once in his past life. He caught a glimpse of this total freak at a friendly sparring match for powerful heir candidates. Back then, Theo was working undercover as a spy, and the eyes of everyone in the arena were glued to the center stage. That day proved that not all heir candidates are built the same, which only made Gishar more excited to crush a rising talent. But during his spar with Axion, he didn't even need a sword to utterly humiliate his younger brother. Overpowering Axion Ragnar barehanded was an insane feat back then, but history is taking a completely different path this time around. Theo kept up his carefree smile, casually making small talk with Gishar. He even caught the psycho off guard by thanking him for traveling all this way just to rescue him. Gishar was completely stunned, bursting into maniacal laughter at how incredibly naive Theo seemed to be. Unlike that annoying Thorkel, this newbie clearly doesn't know how the real world works. Now watch closely here. The moment his laughter stops, Gishar suddenly vanishes in a flash. His speed and weapon control were absolutely lethal. As the blade inched closer to Theo's neck, his true intent was obvious. He was here to eliminate the competition. Theo casually raised his white blade to block the strike, completely dropping his innocent act. He casually asked Gishar if they really fell for the fake trail he left for the twins, estimating that the Troyban forces would storm the tower any second. Those desperate dogs would be foaming at the mouth to capture the White Tower's true conqueror. Theo knew ahead of time that escaping that massive army alone would be practically impossible. So, he manipulated the twins by leaving his uniform behind, knowing they would eagerly try to rat him out to form a pursuit squad. Gishar had suspected that uniform was too easy to find. Even though his sister fell for it, he felt proven right. Theo kept effortlessly parrying every single blow, sending bright sparks flying into the snowy air. Getting frustrated, the maniac poured more power into his next swing, pushing his little brother back quite a bit. Before Theo could even regain his footing, Gishar lunged forward, chasing him down like a vicious hunting dog. Gishar heard out Theo's clever plan, but he absolutely refused to lower his lethal weapons. If he can take Theo's head before the Troybans arrive, the result is the same. Now, you and I both know words were never going to get through this nutjob's thick skull. As far as he knew, Thorkel was the only normal heir candidate in the entire line of succession. In their world, strength rules, and each candidate carries an absolute conviction. As a potential successor, that exact same rule applied to Theo. Stopping his defense, he aggressively swung his blade right back at his big brother. But before his blade could land, a third challenger wielding a massive warhammer crashed the party. One swing of that giant weapon triggered a shockwave like a violent earthquake. Unsurprisingly, both Theo and Gishar reacted instantly, leaping back to escape the devastating impact zone. Even the maniac Gishar knew it was time to stop fighting his brother, as Zai clicked his tongue in annoyance. He really wanted to crush both of them in a single strike. Theo braced himself, the real monsters had finally arrived. Speaking through her mask, Dry praised Theo for immediately raising his guard the moment they landed on the battlefield. She figured the young lord already realized they had been intentionally stalling their grand entrance. Still, it hurt her pride that the Ragnars thought 2 green kids could handle 2 of Troyban's 9 elite servitors. As the elite servitors numbered 2 and 3, you and I know they were expecting a much bigger challenge. Trust me. From where they're standing, they basically just hit the ultimate jackpot. 2 heir candidates basically dropped right into their laps, but against servitors trained to kill dragons, Theo and Gishar are at a massive disadvantage on paper. Plus, Dre even muttered something about turning both of them into sacrificial lambs. Zai immediately snapped at his loudmouth partner, telling her to watch her tongue in front of the boys, but she saw no point in staying quiet when they were going to die anyway. If that giant blockhead actually wanted Dre to shut her mouth, then he should have landed his surprise attack sooner so they could finish up. The servitors kept bickering and trading insults, acting like the Ragnar brothers were barely even a threat. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but Theo had to admit their raw magical power was absolutely overwhelming. Lucky for him, these guys did not know the first thing about teamwork. Theo was actively searching for any opening when Dre suddenly lunged straight at him with her razor-sharp claws bared. Now, pay attention here, because this woman's speed is absolutely terrifying as she carves up Theo's body in seconds like raw meat. Fortunately, he reacted fast enough to keep those nasty slashes incredibly shallow. He counted 30 distinct strikes during that split-second lapse. Worse yet, he felt that final swing nearly take his head off, packing a much more lethal amount of force. Dre actually seemed impressed that he managed to survive her brutal opening move. She was absolutely trying to decapitate him with that final swing, suddenly remembering that Theo was the kid who defeated No on the archipelago. Dre complained that such a pathetic failure should have never been sent on this crucial mission. If she had been put in charge, things would have ended very differently. Hearing her call that terrifying servitor a failure bruised Theo's ego just a little. No was the first opponent to truly push him in ages, and Dre could tell her words were getting under the handsome young lord's skin. She loved getting him all hot and bothered since she found him so attractive, with the sadistic beauty promising to keep his handsome face completely intact. Instead of backing down or defending, Theo met her head-on with raw aggression. Just a short distance away, Gishar Ragnar manifested identical shadow clones of himself and charged straight ahead. The moment he closed in, his real body in the shadows unleashed a synchronized assault, striking from every angle with flying shadow swords. Too bad for the maniac, because Dre was far too quick to get hit by his flashy surprise. She effortlessly leaped out of harm's way, mockingly trying to goad the psycho into attacking his own brother instead. I know what you're thinking, but they share blood, so Gishar must care for him a tiny bit. Glaring with pure murderous intent, the edgy psycho warned her to shut up and stop stealing his target. But Dre didn't take his threat seriously at all. She wasn't exactly interested in a love triangle, wanting nothing more than some private quality time with her precious Theo. She didn't care about any other brat, trying to make him back off before closing the distance to slash away again. Her speed was completely inhuman, making it incredibly difficult for Gishar to even track her with his eyes. To make matters worse, number 2 finally joined the fray, slamming Gishar from behind with his massive hammer. Dre was nearly caught in that reckless strike, but leaped clear of the hammer's path, immediately switching her target the moment she landed. Friendly fire is officially active. Leaping onto the brute's shoulder, she dragged her claws across his neck, warning him to stop messing around or die first, though Twee claimed he was only trying to be efficient. After all, whoever claims the kill first gets to take home the prize. Dre absolutely despised her partner, but could only hurl insults at him for now, leaving Theo completely baffled as he watched these servitors bicker and threaten one another. Their toxic dynamic actually reminded him of a certain older brother who tried to murder him just minutes prior. Fortunately, Gishar's boiling rage had shifted away from Theo and directly onto the servitors. He immediately unleashed a deadly range technique from the Shadow Sword slaying arts, the 1,000 ink daggers. Gishar had pure murder in his eyes as he claimed the giant brute, while Dre mockingly warned her partner to watch out for the angry Ragnar kid. She happily returned the favor, keeping that massive muscle-bound meathead pinned down to make him an easy target. Once Gishar closed the distance to unleash his 1,000 ink daggers, Dre playfully leaped away, leaving Z to face the deadly onslaught alone. She was practically giggling with delight now that she could finally fight the handsome young lord all by herself again. Now, they could finally pick up right where they left off and let their blades do the talking. Theo quickly adjusted his stance, fully accounting for Dre's insane speed as he raised his sword to block her incoming direct strike. He successfully deflected both claws, but as you and I can see, high-speed combat is infinitely more challenging than any simple contest of raw strength. Trust me, in this fight, one mistake means instant death. He would be minced meat, especially since this woman is easily faster than Navin. Even at blinding speed, her strikes are dead on target for his vitals. But Theo has a plan so risky it just might work. He deliberately baits her by exposing a vital spot. Just like he planned, Dre instinctively lunges, overextending her stance completely. With his target exactly where he wants her, Theo grips his sword and lets his mana explode. He fuses two of his ultimate skills, Dragon's Claw and Dark Thunder, boosting their destructive range and power exponentially. Sadly, this lethal barrage is just a fraction too slow to land a clean hit. Still, she gets nicked by the secondary effect of his Dark Thunder. Now she realizes Theo can channel lightning through his blade. Her evasion was perfect, but the paralyzing static is already spreading through her veins. Now watch closely here, because Dre is about to realize his real plan. The kid actually destroyed the battlefield to slow her down. It looks like a desperate gamble, but honestly, it is a brilliant play. Too bad for him, this broken ground is not going to do much to slow down her insane velocity. Flat ground or jagged rocks, it makes no difference to her godlike agility. Dre uses the shattered boulders as launching pads, changing her angles of attack and making her movements completely impossible to predict. Watching from the sidelines, the third servitor on this mission gives her performance a passing grade. She might be an unfinished test subject, but she still commands 30% of the Black Dragon's power. Ain furiously scribbles down notes, analyzing this life-or-death battle like it is a routine science experiment. Meanwhile, the number one servitor is genuinely shocked that Theo managed to halt and counter Dre even for a split second. He keeps his eyes glued to the action as the young lord prepares another shocker. Ian knows things are about to get wild. Right now, Dre is just building momentum, trying to bait Theo with obvious openings, aiming to catch him in the exact same trap he set earlier. But our young lord is too patient. He remains hidden in the rising dust storm while she keeps mocking him to face her. Dre complains that she absolutely detests slow men. So, like a true gentleman, Theo summons his massive spectral dragon, Niblong, to tear her head off. With zero footing, Dre still twists her body through the air to dodge. But as the dust settles, she looks at the young lord and freezes. Their master warned them this could happen. This kid can actually unleash dragonization. He tried to catch her midair, and honestly, you and I have to respect the attempt even if it failed. Seeing his wild draconic form, Dre actually starts to blush. In this beastly state, Theo has absolutely no trouble matching her ridiculous velocity. As she dials up her pace, Dre playfully teases Theo about conducting shady dragon experiments. Just like the other servitors, she confesses she prefers this monstrous look over his boring human self. He is totally her type now. Theo smirked, warning her that the real party is just starting. He coats his blade in an immense amount of dark thunder. Together with his explosive speed, Dre is left completely cornered. Theo unleashes a relentless barrage of slashes, forcing the swift servitor to take the full impact of his fury. His reptilian eyes lock onto his target as his face twists into a mocking grin. For the first time in their duel, he actually draws blood from Dre. Meanwhile, Ain scales a nearby cliff to get a better view. He is thoroughly impressed with young Theo's battle prowess, especially since this is his first time witnessing dragonization. The boy went from struggling to trace her movements to completely overwhelming her. Ain realizes that right now, Theo is far stronger than any of the 9 servitors. They are dancing on the edge of a blade here, but Ain loves a beautiful disaster. Having tasted blood, Theo presses his advantage relentlessly, inflicting wound after deep wound on Dre. Dre finally stops joking around. fully aware that another moment of hesitation means death. To prevent further damage, she decides to finish the young lord with a single, massive blow. If her earlier strikes were mere scratches, this next attack is a total warhead. Ain mutters quietly to himself from his vantage point high above. Theo Ragnar has completely blown his expectations out of the water. Over on Zwire's battlefield, Gishar is proving exactly why he is a prime heir candidate. He is matching the raw, muscle-headed brute using absolute, refined skill. On top of that, he is gladly risking his own body with a crazy smile plastered on his face. But Ain is not worried about Zwire at all. He just picked the wrong opponent to fight up close, and we are left watching Zwire track Gishar's next move. What a wild cliffhanger. Alright, you and I are about to see this maniac slash down while Zai dodges with insane speed. His warhammer is raised, completely ready to crush some weak Ragnar bones. Z kept his monstrous speed hidden until the ideal moment to dodge, exposing Gishar's overconfidence. This arrogant heir made the fatal mistake of judging a book by its cover. Just because Zai is massive doesn't mean he's slow. Backing up that insane speed is his monstrous strength. A single, devastating strike literally alters the terrain of the battlefield. The creator pulls out his notebook to record his deep disappointment. Zai was modeled after the legendary demon dragon, yet he's only operating at 20% right now. Still, this live deployment gives him plenty of ideas to upgrade his deadly servitors. The researcher is pleased, but Gishar is not done yet. He's still standing, though he secretly admits he was way too cocky earlier. The pure damage this beast can unleash at any moment is way beyond his wild imagination. According to the latest intel, the Ragnars knew these servitors were deadly replicas built to go toe-to-toe with the 9 legendary dragons. Gishar refuses to accept a world where he's not even strong enough to defeat a mere knockoff. But realizing that this might actually be his reality forces him to swallow his massive pride. If his raw power isn't cutting it, he'll have to play every hidden card in his deck. First, he leaps into the air and unleashes a barrage of sword energy from his shadow sword slaying Art, the Ink Orchid. Zai just stands his ground, easily spinning his warhammer to deflect the weak onslaught. He makes that giant weapon of his look as light as a feather. He only stops once. Gishar seemingly halts his attack. Calling the young heir pathetic, he dares the boy to dig deep and actually show him a fight. Gishar isn't worried. Pay attention here, because the real attack is starting. Following that initial distraction, he summons ink chains that burst from his body, anchored by dark, shadowy blades that plunge deep into the solid earth. This complex trap locking Z in place is a special move from Gishar's shadow sword slaying arts, the cosmic web. It honestly looks like the massive brute is struggling to break free from these dark chains. Yet, Z finds it hilarious that this kid expects some weak, inky web to hold him. Shedding his pride, Gishar readily admits this single spell won't keep the monster locked down forever. But that is completely fine. Restraining Zai wasn't even his main goal. Gishar simply uses the tight chains as platforms to stay airborne. Z is totally done with these annoying little tricks. He easily shatters the cosmic web with a simple, brutal flex of his massive muscles. But that is exactly when the trap's second phase triggers. The shattered chains set off a massive explosion, burying Zai under tons of heavy rubble. Meanwhile, over on the other side, Theo is doing incredibly well. Once he adjusts to fighting in his dragonized form, he easily dominates the incredibly fast servitor. With her arms gone, tying her up is easy. Let's pause here because Theo actually decides to spare her. He wants to return to his commander with a prize. A living servitor prisoner will make a perfect gift. Drea's dark heart actually skips a beat. She's totally smitten by his fierce side, even if he is being incredibly brutal. Theo glances across the battlefield, wondering how his older brother is holding up. Before he can even finish his thought, Z is already exploding out of the annoying rubble pile. Gishar dives out of nowhere with a perfectly aimed aerial strike, but Z's sharp instincts immediately detect the threat. Refusing to let the big guy breathe, Gishar instantly rushes him, triggering an intense, rapid-fire melee clash. Shockingly, Gishar manages to land some solid, heavy blows on the Titan's massive body, but he still clicks his tongue. He threw everything into that combo, yet barely scratched the surface of Z's absurdly tough defense. Seeing his brother struggle in a bad matchup, Theo steps in to turn this into an unfair 2-against-1 showdown. Wielding Belong in one hand and the white moonlight blade in the other, Dragonized Theo is a straight-up cheat code. He flashes his brother a smirk and offers a helping hand, making Gishar curse in pure embarrassment at the cocky kid. Watching Theo unleash Dragonization completely shatters any doubts he had about his brother being the chosen heir. He proudly warns his little brother that their personal duel is only paused until this servitor is completely finished. Theo gladly accepts with a confident smile, knowing they need to deal with these traitorous monsters together first. Gishar warns Theo not to get careless, claiming his arrogance is going to get him killed. He warns him that Z is on a completely different level than the female servitor Theo just wrecked. Theo completely agrees. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Iron Cavalry, Thorkel Ragnar rallies his men under their sacred laws, and trust me, you won't want to miss what's next. You and I are diving into a major Manhwa family feud where the cavalry hunts Theo Ragnar for treason, even if his brother knows he would never betray them. To betray them would reject the patriarch himself. And if Theo resists his arrest, Ragnar martial law authorizes his execution on the spot. The legendary Black Iron Cavalry rolled out in full force. When word of Theo's alleged betrayal hit his white-armored dragon cavalry comrades, they instantly turned to Evelyn for actual answers. Commander Julius silenced the chaos, ordering an immediate march, while Captain Evelyn desperately argued against hunting down one of their very own. The demon dragon stepped in, assuring her their unit did not care about political games. They only needed to trust their squad like always, and Evelyn quickly soared into the skies right behind the commander. Watching the wyverns take flight, the tyrant dragon felt deeply unsettled and incredibly annoyed. Leading those beasts was a man crazy enough to shatter an ancient dragon's arm just to protect a single subordinate. Julius Ragnar would never accept a discarded uniform as proof of treason, much less hunt down his family's ultimate golden boy. It was painfully obvious those absolute pests were up to something. Now, pay attention here, the furious tyrant dragon crushed a cliffside to dust, while Theo and Gishar were forced into an awkward team-up. Gishar warned his little brother to stay alert, because this giant was on a totally different level than their previous opponent. Theo tried to suggest a plan, but his stubborn brother completely refused to listen, absolutely hating any orders. He'd even kill Theo after taking down this noble servitor alone, forcing Theo to respect a candidate's pride and step back. Refocusing on the battle, Gishar charged his massive power before lunging right into action. He reappeared with his dark assassination technique fully unleashed, surrounding the giant enemy, Zai, with lethal floating daggers. The sharp blades exploded on impact, yet the powerful servitor stood firm, swatting each projectile away effortlessly. As the smoke cleared, Zui went on the offensive, moving with unbelievable speed despite his gigantic size. It was like fighting a prime athlete, where taking that massive hammerhead on meant an instant death sentence. Gishar's defenses were reaching their limit. Pure blocking wouldn't secure a victory, so he carefully watched for any slight opening. Adding insult to injury, the mocking enemy began talking absolute trash about their legendary Gale Dragon. Respecting his brother's wishes, Theo chilled on the sidelines, though this intense duel was dragging on far too long. I know what you're thinking, but while they fight, the plague doctor, Ain, suddenly appears right in front of the captive prisoner. She was absolutely geeking out over how perfect Theo's chain and dagger weapon mechanism was. Theo had never felt such dark, alien mana. Ain pointed out that 30% of a dragon's power wasn't enough. You see, this project modifies humans into horrific monsters that can actually rival the 9 dragons of Ragnar. Subjects were numbered by power level, with Dre, the third subject, holding 30% of that dragon's power. Theo called all this 30% power talk pathetic, instantly triggering the masked woman. In response, Ain brutally stabbed a giant syringe into her neck, while the poor subject begged for mercy, promising she would fight. It was entirely futile, as the dark substance horribly deformed her entire body. Moments later, she exploded in a shower of gore from mana backflow, a horrific sight Theo had actually witnessed before. Ain calmly explained that the syringe contained exactly 40% of the Black Dragon's power. In truth, they had perfected powers rivaling the original dragon, but their only bottleneck was finding a strong enough vessel to survive it. And of course, Theo Ragnar would make the perfect vessel for her twisted experiments. She promised to make him stronger than the patriarch himself, right before the nearby battle interrupted them. To everyone's surprise, Gishar had completely dismantled his opponent's outer armor during the clash. The crazy candidate was feeling himself, but Ain calmly stepped in, ordering her fallen puppet to finish this. Despite the brutal beatdown, the second servitor rose back to his feet like a mindless zombie. As Gishar let his guard down, Zu's aura spiked and skewered him, though their original plan was seizing Theo's ancient dragon power. Still, she would happily take a lesser succession candidate as her prize for now before retreating. Theo stood completely stunned by how fast everything had escalated. Sensing incoming intruders, Ain melted into the shadows, reminding him that her lucrative offer still stands. The very first person to locate the missing Theo was Big Brother Thorl. He nearly interrupted Ain's emergency escape teleportation, but his spear was just a second too late. Thorl's charge absolutely wrecks the terrain, and trust me, you're going to want to see how he shuts Theo down next. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the chaos where Thorl officially arrests Theo for treason just before the Black Iron Cavalry surrounds him. Right on cue, Commander Julius and his white-armored dragon cavalry pull up to back him. With 2 massive succession rivals staring each other down, the air gets instantly heavy. Things get even worse when the tyrant dragon and Anio Ragnar arrive, with Anio realizing her brother is completely missing. She immediately figures those pesky 9 servitors must have stepped in and ruined everything. Worst case scenario, her brother Gishar got taken. But the tyrant dragon does not care about his student. He is just thrilled to have an excuse to crush that annoying Theo Ragnar. Tyrant Dragon Dante Roll swaggers onto the field, loudly demanding that during a literal war, treason means immediate execution. Theo wants to explain what actually happened, but he has way more urgent things to worry about. When the tyrant tries to grab the young lord, Commander Demon quickly steps in to defend his talented protege. Julius refuses to let anyone push his kid around on weak evidence, especially with a dead servitor corpse right there. The tyrant keeps whining like a stubborn child, so Commander Julius firmly plants his foot. Pay attention here, anyone pushing this nonsense gets dealt with the ancient dragon style. Dante is always ready to fight Julius. Just as they are about to throw absolute hands, Theo breaks the tension. He announces that Gishar was defeated and captured, meaning they can still hunt down those fleeing servitors. Once the soldiers hear a succession candidate is missing, their support immediately shifts in Theo's favor. He promises to face a trial later, but saving his brother must come first. Evelyn assumes even a crazy tyrant would put his student's life over basic politics. She was wrong. He does not want to hear anything about Gishar. Honestly, he hates all this useless talking and would rather just fight it out immediately. If Theo cannot prove his innocence, Dante might execute him right here. Gearing up for a massive clash, Theo undergoes full dragonization. Right before every soldier present, he openly condemns the tyrant while keeping Gishar's rescue as the main priority, asking Dante if the family or his precious throne is more important. The young lord's power keeps rising like an unstoppable tide. Now, every single eye is on his magnificent transformation. You and I can clearly see Theo solidifying his status as the legendary ancient dragon descendant by flexing his guardians, even if Griffin hates being used. Theo found a clever way to use Nirvana to mimic a glass domain, but at his current level, he can only project the visual of a guardian. They look incredible, but they lack the real power to stop the tyrant. Theo is not actually looking for a fight. He just wants to stop the aggressor by turning public opinion to his side. Showing off this ancient dragon power and commanding guardians is the perfect play against a clan built entirely on dragon worship. The troops from both cavalry units cheer for this true descendant and his noble goal of saving their brother. With public support secured, Theo prepares to launch the rescue mission, but the tyrant easily sees through his flashy illusion. With a single punch, Dante shatters the glass domain into a million pieces, causing the fake dragon guardians to instantly melt away. The tyrant makes sure everyone hears him mock Theo and those fake little lizards. He goes on a bizarre rant about how the clan is full of pathetic losers who believe in childish fairy tales and cheap tricks. But before he can stop himself, he slips up. He literally just called his own soldiers stupid and gullible. The battlefield goes dead silent as everyone stares at the tyrant like he just lost his mind. Even the traditional elder dragon gets deeply offended by him calling dragons lizards. Theo stays quiet, letting this hot-headed fool dig his own grave. Without doing a single thing, Theo's job just got a whole lot easier. Dante Roll's real feelings are now fully exposed to the clan, and the legends he mocked might just be his downfall. Realizing his mistake, the tyrant decides to double down and push forward with even more raw aggression. He jokes that if these legends are so amazing, they can easily handle a single attack from him. Theo did not realize how insane this guy actually was. But halfway through the lethal strike, time suddenly stands still. A massive presence washes over the area, freezing everyone in place. Landing calmly, his pure aura lights up the battlefield as he asks why they are fighting each other. Trust me, you and I cannot miss what is next. Alright, you and I are watching the ultimate powerhouse Kyle Ragnar arrive, refusing to leave the front lines to these bickering kids. The moment they recognized their patriarch, every single soldier dropped to their knees in absolute respect. Julius kept his mouth shut, but Dante desperately kept crying out that he only wanted to punish a traitor. He argued that Theo was wearing the enemy's clothes, completely dragging the family's noble name through the mud. Because of that, he begged the patriarch for immediate permission to execute the boy on the spot. But Kyle's lapdog clearly forgot his place, and he's barking way too loud today. Any dog that tries to bite whoever it wants right in front of its master needs to be taught a painful lesson. And with a heavy surge of crushing pressure, Dante completely buckled. Ignoring him, Kyle demanded a direct status report, and Commander Thorol Ragnar was one of the very few who could actually speak. He quickly explained that the fourth successor, Gishar Ragnar, had been captured by Trovan. Agreeing completely with Theo, Thorol suggested assembling a pursuit squad right now instead of arguing over petty family politics. Kyle locked eyes with Thorol and coldly reminded him of one brutal, ironclad truth: their family runs solely on the law of the strong. Losers only deserve death, but despite their complicated history, Thorol refused to stand by and lose his brother. How can they talk about the clan if they just abandon their own family? Once again, the patriarch shut him down. The Ragnars do not play happy house. But even after hearing that, Theo backed up Thorol, though not out of brotherly love. If they fail to rescue Gishar, they lose much more than one heir. They lose the absolute terror and prestige of the Ragnar name. Watch closely, the Ragnars must strike a terror deeper than death into their enemies. They have to make a brutal example of anyone who dares touch a Ragnar, ensuring no one ever makes that fatal mistake again. That kind of absolute fear is the only way to never be looked down on. Dante called this clever speech pure nonsense and tried to bring up treason again, but the annoyed patriarch slapped him straight into the dirt without even lifting a hand. Kyle was honestly impressed by the kid's golden words. Theo spoke of family honor like he was already the patriarch, and since Kyle found this clever excuse highly entertaining, he decided to play along. He immediately ordered everyone to form search parties and bring Gishar back without delay. While the soldiers began moving out, Kyle told his son to stick around and have a talk with him. Thoril felt conflicted seeing their father favor Theo before leaving, while elsewhere, the top servant, A, was getting ripped apart by her boss. Ed Trovan grabbed her by the neck and threw her around, furious that neither Theo nor the relic was brought to him. I know what you're thinking, she's toast, returning with a consolation prize while blaming her failure on the main Ragnar force's arrival. But deep down, she simply wasn't ready to kill an intriguing test subject like Theo Ragnar. After venting his rage, Ed Trovan accepted his defeat, knowing the resurrection ritual is completely impossible without that ancient dragon relic. But the hired priest stepped in with a backup plan, suggesting they use the dragon sword instead. Out of all the legendary weapon relics, the dragon sword is easily elite tier. Still, the Mad Dragon Emperor needs a weapon of that caliber to fight Kyle, meaning it can't be sacrificed. To make matters even worse for Trovan, the main Ragnar army had finally launched their full assault. They are tearing through the front lines under the guise of finding their heir, even though Ed knew the patriarch would easily write off a dead successor under their brutal law of the strong. Waking up from his knockout, Gishar immediately mocked Ed Trovan. He smugly assumed his master and sister were coming to save him, but the priest warned that their hideout would be discovered any minute. Even with the demonic cult's barrier active, they were only running on borrowed time. But if they abandon the ritual site and run, their entire plan gets ruined completely. Reviving the Mad Dragon Emperor is impossible outside the frozen north, and they had barely secured this tiny border territory. If they back out now, they may never get another chance to step foot on these icy lands. Cornered, Ed made the desperate choice to offer Gishar Ragnar up as a sacrifice alongside the dragon sword, even if it was far from perfect. Realizing he was about to be sacrificed in a botched ritual, Gishar's desperate screams were instantly choked out. The cultists had to wrap up this ritual before the furious Ragnars breached their gates. It was a gruesome, bloody process, becoming a vessel for the Mad Dragon, as gross, fleshy tendrils tore massive, agonizing gashes all over his body. Underneath a blood-red sky, his living flesh was offered up to the dead. Using Ragnar blood, Ed resurrects the Emperor, altering the timeline, but trust me, you and I are more worried about Kyle's extreme version of father-son bonding. Alright, you and I are watching him rip a hole in space and time and jump right in, just to show his son what's on the other side. Talk about an extreme spot for a chat. Sensing this gap between dimensions, Ladrock's soul appears right beside Theo. What his father, Kyle Ragnar, can do with a sword. It's not even swordsmanship anymore, it's pure magic. To Ladrock, the patriarch doesn't even feel human anymore. But Kyle isn't having this telepathic crosstalk. He brought his boy out here to talk in absolute, uninterrupted privacy. This private pocket of space has no room for ancient ghosts. With a single glare, he shuts down Ladrock's Thundergate, instantly cutting her off from Theo's mind. Getting violently kicked out actually leaves Ladrock with some damage. Even Theo gets a massive headache from the shockwave. He's never truly understood his father's crazy power. Just how many steps ahead is this man? Out of nowhere, Kyle asks if Theo hates him for the neglect and the ruthless slaughter within the clan under his absolute rule. The question catches Theo off guard, but he decides to be totally honest and nods. Kyle actually respects that. His kid has the guts to tell the truth instead of offering a panicked lie. With a flick of his finger, the patriarch shows him the terrifying strength needed to hold this world together. Throughout his life, he never minded sacrificing the few for the greater good. Now look closely, he used pure ruthlessness to protect this realm, hunting down regressors like a madman. He simply exterminated the rats, bringing chaos to his world. And it turns out, most regressors are just that, rats. And the biggest rat of all? His own father, the Mad Dragon Emperor. Kyle had to execute him just so the clan could survive. His hands are stained with family blood to protect the bigger picture. In his relentless search for order, Kyle grew way too powerful. Theo suddenly notices a glowing, divine structure forming on his father's back. He last saw a halo like that in the Pantheon. What's worse, Kyle is wrapped in glowing chains of fate. The second his power surpassed mortal limits, an overwhelming calling from another world started pulling at him. He's being pulled onto a massive cosmic battlefield. But he refuses to abandon his clan, so he deliberately seals his own power to dodge the call. The more strength he unleashes, the tighter those destiny chains squeeze. That's why he uses sheer terror to govern. With enough fear, he doesn't even need a sword to keep the family in line. At this point, Kyle Ragnar is way more of a god or a monster than a mortal man. He's showing his son the heavy burden a patriarch must bear. Now, it's on Theo to break those shackles of destiny. To be honest, even Theo doesn't know if he's walking the right path. But look, using Nirvana to expand his mind, he enters a state of total focus. The void rumbles as he boldly declares that the clan, the cosmic calling, and the entire realm will be his responsibility. After all, his goal is to become a patriarch who completely surpasses his father. Kyle absolutely loves that attitude. The boy is unbelievably arrogant. He really is his father's son, after all. And with that, Kyle has one more reason to stay and resist his calling just a little bit longer. It's up to his son to prove that pride isn't just talk. Kyle will be watching him, every step of the way. This is a direct challenge to prove to the ultimate boss that Theo is a worthy heir. Meanwhile, back in the real world, Thorol and his unit search far beyond their map boundaries. It's incredibly weird that they haven't run into a single soul. He curses his own stupidity when he finally realizes what's happening a bit too late. Sensing a disturbance in the empty air, Thorol thrusts his spear forward. He immediately confirms they've been running in circles inside a massive mirage barrier created by the demonic cult. The commander tears the illusion apart, revealing the gruesome horrors hiding underneath. A grotesque altar of flesh has exploded, painting the entire headquarters in dark, corrupted blood. The Ragnars immediately search every inch of the blood-soaked ruins. Soon, the grim news is confirmed they've found the withered, lifeless, and completely drained body of Lord Gishar Ragnar. Hearing this unbelievable news, Anio pushes past everyone to reach the ruined flesh altar, threatening to kill anyone who dares to block her path. The Black Snow investigators back off, letting her mourn. Honestly, her idiot brother's death has hit Anio Ragnar incredibly hard. Gishar hasn't been dead for long, and Thorol is drowning in guilt, knowing he could have saved him if they'd arrived just a few minutes earlier. At least Julius is there to comfort him. This area is crawling with traces of demonic cult magic. A dead successor and the fading energy of a stolen relic make the grim reality obvious. And as Anio breaks down, you and I can see her master doesn't give a damn about his own disciple's death. Trust me, she will remember today. Instead of checking on his surviving student, the tyrant just stared in awe at Ed Trovin's last move. Meanwhile, Kyle and Theo had already made their exit from the private pocket dimension. A horribly familiar scent filled the air. Kyle even made a dark joke about decapitating his own father once again. Sensing a massive shift in the world, the patriarch practically begged Theo to step up and handle things. In this life, trials always arrive way ahead of schedule, no doubt about it. The Mad Dragon Emperor has been resurrected. From day one, Trovin's main objective in this entire war was bringing their former patriarch back to life. Ragnar could not verify it at first, but the horrific wreckage of the ritual altar proved the Mad Dragon was back. They had to put a permanent end to this war before Trovin could actually unleash that terrifying power. Facing an incredibly fierce and relentless assault, Trovin lost almost all its territory and was pushed to the edge. But even after a solid month of searching, they found absolutely nothing on the Mad Dragon Emperor. The 9 dragons gathered to plan their next move. Julius suspected their easy victories were just a trap. The arrogant tyrant dragon showed up late to the meeting, talking trash and picking fights like always. Freshly returned from the front lines, the aggressive tyrant claimed some dead old fossil of a dragon was nothing to worry about. His goal was simple: just slaughter every single visible enemy in front of them and move on. The results would speak for themselves, he argued. But another member of the 9 dragons called him a short-sighted fool. She explained the Mad Dragon's actual specialty is mind manipulation. If that old monster takes action, Ragnar could easily collapse from within. She even hinted that the loudmouthed tyrant might already be under his spell. Dante snapped right back, telling her to worry about her own weak daughter instead of getting in his business. The Black Dragon quickly shut down their bickering. Either way, momentum is totally on their side right now. As soon as the capital falls, Trovin is pretty much done for. Jumping on what the Black Dragon said, Dante begged everyone to give him the green light to obliterate the Trovin capital. Just 3 days before the final siege, the white-armored dragon cavalry prepped for battle. Absolutely everyone wanted this endless war to be over. Selford teased Aaron about wearing that strange dress to the victory celebration. Bad move, because Aaron's mother was the one who actually made it. Sure, it felt great to be on the winning side, but Theo simply could not shake the feeling that something was off. In his past life, this massive war was not supposed to happen for another 5 years. He probably forced the enemy to act way before they were fully prepared. Theo's direct choices had changed everything about the future he remembered. Now pay attention, because unpredictable variables always crash the party when things go too smoothly. Luckily, there is one person who might have answers. While he was deeply lost in thought, his big brother Thorol dropped by to say hello. These brothers in blood and battle discussed how incredibly bizarre their current situation felt. Thorol playfully teased his little brother for sounding like a traitor, laughing it off immediately. Come to think of it, Theo realized he had never actually thanked his brother for saving him last time. Even though their brother Gishar met a tragic end, House Ragnar will still come out on top. Commander Thorkel firmly believed that strong internal bonds would lead them to victory. His voice turned serious as he asked Theo one simple question. What kind of Ragnar does his little brother actually want? Theo honestly answered that the house he wants won't survive solely on survival of the fittest. It might sound incredibly naive, but he truly desires a future built on mutual trust rather than raw fear. Thorkel was incredibly pleased with his little brother's answer. Heading back to his unit, he advised Theo to rest up for the next 3 days. Watching him walk away, Theo realized Thorkel was exactly the same reliable guy he remembered from his past life. We both know they actually share very similar views on almost everything. Sure, they are competing for the seat of the family patriarch, but as an ally, there is nobody more dependable than him. With a little downtime on their hands, Hulkus challenged Theo to a quick spar for old time's sake. Too bad Theo had somewhere else to be. Summoning Umbra, he hopped on his companion's back to go secure the future. Meanwhile, entirely alone, Commander Thorkel spent some time reflecting on his brother's words. He felt genuinely proud to have a sibling he would absolutely hate to face as a true enemy. As he was relaxing, he noticed a random old man attempting to cross a violently rushing river. The elder suddenly slipped and was nearly swept away by the current. Luckily, Thorkel was right there to save him. The commander recommended taking a safer, much longer path across the bridge, but the old traveler seemed to be in a massive hurry to cross the river immediately. He carried medicine in his pack for a sick grandson waiting on the other side. True to his reputation for kindness, Thorkel offered to carry him on his back. Let's leave them there, with the brave commander carrying the old man across the wild river as they chatted. Let's jump in as this old geezer shares family stories, then asks the commander about his. Honestly, Thorkel never felt close to his dad. Kyle Ragnar made it clear this clan is no place to play family. That geezer's question left him feeling completely hollow. But soon, the far riverbank finally came into view. The old man invited Thorkel to dinner at his house across the river. The commander politely declined, but his host had other ideas. The vibe turned heavy as Grandpa grabbed him tightly. Thorkel completely froze in place. He showed weakness to the absolute worst person possible. The old man saw right through him, putting his deepest, hidden pains into words. Once Thorkel fell hook, line, and sinker, the Mad Dragon Emperor officially invited Thorkel to join him on the dark side. Meanwhile, Theo was soaring high near the boundary forest of the Demon Sea, north of Ragnar. His destination was Ghost Castle, a fortress hidden by a powerful barrier. Only at midnight, when the seal weakens, does the castle finally show itself. Pay attention here, because this hidden retreat belongs to the legendary former family head, Grand Matriarch Hilda Ragnar. Umbra and Theo arrived right on cue. Despite the creepy name, the entire castle grounds were kept in absolutely pristine condition. Passing through the gates, he felt genuinely excited to speak with such a mysterious woman. Hilda had shown him curiosity and goodwill during the ceremony. Surely, she would not try to kill him, right? But just in case, Theo already planned an escape route. He stepped inside and began exploring the quiet halls. Soon, the dark corridors began showing him strange visions of a woman training with brutal intensity. The images were completely intangible, clearly created by illusion magic. It was safe to assume Hilda wanted him to see this. Suddenly, those training scenes morphed into bloody war zones. Theo was standing right in the middle of a brutal battlefield. Her presence was so overwhelming that his body tensed up instantly, even though it was all just a projection. For some reason, the Grand Matriarch wanted him to witness these moments from her past life. Before he knew it, Theo stepped right into her grand throne room, where legions of loyal soldiers stood in absolute reverence. It was yet another illusion of a bygone era. This specific memory showed a timeline where she ended up dead, drowned in a sea of blood inside her own home. Witnessing such a legendary figure die so brutally felt completely unreal. But then, the vision looped back to her training. Seeing all these overlapping memories made Theo finally understand the cryptic words she said during their very first meeting. Back then, Hilda instantly realized he was a regressor. She admitted she was one too, though her own cycles had finally reached their limit. Whenever a regressor dies, they simply wake up at a specific point in the past. These phantom illusions put her progression on repeat. In one of her past runs, she seized total power by decapitating all her enemies and displaying their heads on spikes around the castle. Hilda was absolutely unstoppable back then. But you and I both know love complicates things. Her only defeat came from her own lover, who stabbed her through the throne for her sins. To him, she had become a monster he could not stand to look at. Yet, she felt no regret, only pure rage. She hated herself for having such an obvious blind spot. With her final breath, she swore to return and destroy him with absolute terror. If he refused to look at her, then she would make him regret it. What followed was basically a horror movie of her slaughtering everyone. She died over and over, but her body count grew with every single loop. Eventually, the endless violence and death just blurred together. Theo realized that despite looping so many times, Hilda could never escape her tragic fate. It was impossible to tell what drove her insane first. Does reliving your life over and over eventually destroy your sanity? If so, was Theo destined to end up just like her? Right as his anxiety started spiraling, the real Hilda suddenly stepped out from the shadows. The illusions faded instantly, leaving Theo standing inside the actual, physical throne room. She playfully asked if he enjoyed her little magic show. Keeping his manners, Theo bowed deeply and formally greeted the legendary Lady Hilda. They had not spoken since the ceremony. She was definitely the kind of person you could never afford to let your guard down around. Hilda told him to relax, pointing out that they already shared some incredibly massive secrets anyway. With a simple snap, she warped reality and completely reshaped the room. The massive, dusty throne room transformed into a cozy dining hall for them to eat and talk. To his shock, a very familiar figure escorted Theo. The legendary Ascendant Dragon was standing right there. He had heard whispers of this before, but this was absolute confirmation. So what do you and I take from this? The rumors were true. She really does keep the Ascendant Dragon as her loyal servant. Alright, you and I are starting off with an absolute powerhouse personally serving Theo steak and wine, while Hilda notes his hesitation. She assures Theo that the Ascendant Dragon can be trusted, having kept him by her side through countless lifetimes. Unfortunately, she has already hit the hard limit of her regressions, with no actual way of knowing how many cycles she has left. For her, it just boils down to a gut feeling, an abstract intuition that tells her how many lives she has banked away, though she definitely does not know about Theo's system interface. Unlike her, his system gives him precise data. Shifting gears, Theo asks about his father, the Patriarch, recalling his recent talk where Kyle showed off his godlike, ascendant state. Hilda's mood instantly sours at the mention of ascension, asking if this young kid has already laid eyes on the divine pantheon. She refuses to believe a rookie on his very first regression cycle could have made it this far. The Ascendant Dragon quickly tries to calm her down, which actually works, even though she looks ready to tear Theo to pieces. She admits she gets a bit too touchy when it comes to ascension. Hilda confirms that Kyle Ragnar is using brute force to suppress the call of the Pantheon, just to linger in the mortal realm. He won't vanish immediately, but if he keeps meddling in mortal affairs, those cosmic chains will tighten. Watch closely here, because the call of the Pantheon cannot be refused, leaving the Patriarch to sit back like an idiot while his kids slaughter each other. Hilda holds absolutely nothing back, practically daring the Patriarch to execute his own grandmother before he departs this mortal plane. Theo is relieved to get a second opinion on his father's ascension. Now it finally makes sense why Kyle Ragnar went into seclusion before the Great War in his past life. Still, Theo did not come all this way just for old news. He is completely done with the appetizer. He wants the main course. And since Hilda knows how regressors think, she is not surprised at all. You see, Theo managed to dig up some intel on Hilda during his days with Black Snow. Hilda was worshipped like a deity thanks to her parchments, prophetic future records offered to those who pledged deep loyalty or riches, basically divine foresight on a scroll. With countless lifetimes under her belt, the terrifying accuracy of her parchments makes total sense. She must have gathered crucial information across an endless loop of cycles. As the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor looms, Theo desperately needs one of these parchments, though Hilda claims she creates them by literally burning away her own lifespans. Today, she is offering details on the future magical empress, Cassandra. Now I know what you are thinking. This elite information is not going to come cheap, even with a fellow regressor discount. To get his hands on this future prophecy, Theo just has to become her disciple and share every detail of his regression, but he instantly cuts her off with a hard no, leaving her visibly irritated. She is not used to being turned down, but Theo explains he has zero interest in getting tangled up in her political power plays. Even though she stepped down as the family matriarch decades ago, she still wants to control this era by pulling the strings of the next family leader. She only shared her past lives to build a bond as fellow regressors, but it completely backfires. It only proves to him that her obsession with control is just like the Mad Dragon Emperor's madness, making Hilda go totally cold. She realizes she was far too gentle from the start, and in this ruthless clan, might always makes right. The space around Theo warps and suffocates him, instantly dragging him deep into her pocket domain of death. One last time, Hilda gives him an ultimatum: submit and become her apprentice to survive, or face the consequences. Inside her domain, Theo is swarmed by ghostly apparitions that pin him down and slowly begin taking over. The Grand Matriarch unleashes a terrifying glass domain right away, and honestly, most warriors would have folded immediately. Hilda has never failed to claim what she wants. Even if she has to crush it to pieces first, she will own it. A rookie regressor is no exception, and according to Frel, only 1 minute has passed since the young lord got trapped inside. But inside, that equals 1 full hour of intense struggle, meaning his spirit should be completely broken by now. But instead of his spirit, the first thing to crack is her domain. With dragonization and nirvana active, Theo's willpower skyrockets, but those matronly apparitions are still incredibly clingy. No matter how many he destroys, they just keep multiplying, forcing Theo to push past his absolute limits. And trust me, he is about to shatter this domain. Alright, you and I are jumping right into the action as Theo finds a tiny opening in Hilda's deadly glass domain. Pointing right at that crack, he unleashes Umbra in his stealthiest, slithering form. The shadow beast darts straight for the exit. Talk about a close call, but he slips through just in time. Waiting outside, Hilda immediately spots the tiny shadow escaping. She already knows all about Theo's secret trump card. Frel asks if they should hunt it down, but she dismisses the runaway pet as useless garbage. Still, cracking her legendary domain is a crazy feat. Even Robert, the Black Dragon, took 3 minutes on his first try. Since the kid shattered her record, she decides to drag out his torture a bit longer. Frel quickly plays the loyal servant, but deep down, he worries his master's terrifying dark side is returning. Successor or not, Theo is still just a rookie swordsman. Hilda is taking things way too far this time. Thanks to her countless past lives, nobody actually knows how many centuries she's been alive. Frel hates watching a young genius get destroyed, but his absolute loyalty to the Grand Matriarch is unbreakable. But wait, watch closely right here, because a massive twist is about to crash through the ceiling. Exactly as expected, the newcomer smashes a giant hole right through the ceiling. It is the Black Dragon himself, Robert Ragnar. Robert glares at the glass domain, instantly remembering the painful torture he suffered there as a kid. With one light tap, he shatters the entire barrier from the outside. He clearly has zero patience for these games, especially when Theo's survival is on the line. Seconds later, the kid spits black fluid and wakes up. Umbra actually pulled it off. That brave little shadow managed to bring him the ultimate savior. Theo already knew Robert was tracking him after his meeting with the Patriarch. It wasn't exactly a well-kept secret. The Black Dragon had dropped hints of his presence multiple times before. Robert was likely sent by his father as a watcher, but he always felt more like a guardian than a spy. The young swordsman tries to play dumb, but Robert easily sees right through his act. After thanking him for the backup, Theo realizes he can probably handle the rest of the escape on his own. But Hilda won't let them walk away easily. She launches massive attacks while whining about just wanting a family dinner. Maybe her naughty grandson simply wanted to join the family dinner. Robert has zero time for her toxic games, so let's see how they plan their wild escape while Umbra gets another job. As Hilda keeps throwing her reality-shattering, explosive tantrums, Robert gives the signal to run for his life. The kid matches his insane speed, running side by side while the Black Dragon blocks the massive explosions. The moment she realizes what they're doing, she instantly closes the distance for some lethal melee combat. Robert predicts her path and shuts down the strike. Even if she can't reverse time anymore, her greed is still fully alive. To monsters like her, this entire world is just a playground to be conquered at any cost. Hilda tries her best to block Theo, but Robert does a stellar job keeping her completely busy. Seizing the perfect window, the young lord leaps right out of the haunted castle's glass frame into a massive freefall. Fortunately, Umbra is already there to catch him in midair, and just like that, Theo successfully escapes his insane great-grandmother. The moment he's gone, Hilda lowers her deadly blade. She tells Frel to clean up the wreckage before announcing that she's going to take a nap. Robert is genuinely surprised she is not chasing the kid. Hilda admits her appetite is totally ruined because her grandson hated her enough to leap out a skyscraper. Looking down at her desk, the crazy matriarch bursts out laughing. In all that chaotic madness, that cheeky little brat actually managed to steal a piece of her most priceless intel. After his daring heist, Theo heads straight for the poorest slums of the Ada Empire. In a rundown shack, a terrified girl wakes up crying from a nightmare. Her mother gently hugs her, whispering that it was only a bad dream. Even though the bad guys brutally murdered her mom in that dream, the worried mother gently asks if little Cassandra was hurt as well. She shook her head. She was tied up, forced to watch her mother's brutal death. The loving mother tucks little Cassandra back into bed, gently promising that even if these terrifying dreams somehow come true, it will never be her fault. They will always protect each other, no matter what, mother and daughter. But tonight, those bad people actually arrive. The nightmare is real. And Theo is flying there non-stop without even changing his clothes. And trust me, we're about to uncover one of the darkest royal secrets in this empire next time. Let's jump into the story of Cassandra Ia, a slum kid destined to become the Magic Empress, while the Ragnar clan serves the continent's greatest power, the Eta Empire. Long ago, the imperial family of the Eta clan knighted the continent using their hereditary gift of foresight, but over generations, those born with this special vision slowly dwindled to almost none. Maybe it was a curse for relying on that power too much. Today, the royal family is just a shadow of its past. and Cassandra is the only living person left in the Empire holding that gift. If Theo can locate and protect her now, she will definitely become his most powerful ally for the future. She has no idea who she is, and the brutal slums have not been kind to her at all. As Theo approached the house marked on his map, the sharp scent of blood caught his attention, and he slipped inside with caution. No ambush was waiting at the door. But from upstairs, he could hear a bunch of rowdy guys playing cards like they owned the place. Theo crept up to the second floor to scout, finding the entire building overrun by hooded thugs. Tied up inside a dirty sack in the corner was Princess Cassandra. Right beside her lay her mother, lifeless in a pool of blood, making Theo wonder if the royal family had already tracked them down. But the timing was completely off, so to get answers, he decided to beat them out of the scarred boss leading the gang. From behind the door, Theo charged up a lightning strike that only the scarred leader managed to sense. The boss tried to yell at his men to get ready, but they were wiped out in a single blink. Watch closely as this scarred thug charges, only to get pinned instantly by lightning daggers, begging the classic "do you know who I am" question. Instantly, the thug realizes he is looking at the young lord who belongs on the active war front. Since the guy knew so much about Theo's military movements, he was definitely working for Trovan. Even though he had no clue how things got mixed up, this eighth servant of Trovan, Oct, wanted to seize the chance to take Theo's head. He put everything into his desperate attack against the goat, but one single dagger was enough to stop him cold. You and I know Theo's been fighting interdimensional monsters lately, so watching him trash a low-level scrub is incredibly satisfying. Still, as a servant, Oct had a final trick, turning his skin bright red like second-gear Luffy to drag the young Ragnar to hell with him. Honestly, Oct did not want to die, but his plans fell apart when he tried to meet the Azure Peak squad. That squad was coming to collect Cassandra, so Theo wasn't surprised by the servants' mad dash. These servants always choose to blow themselves up when things go completely wrong. Sidetracking the predictable attack with ease, Theo sliced off the red monster's head, finishing it. The head and body hit the floor with dull thuds, before bursting into a dark, demonic explosion. Theo walked back inside to cover the mother's body, noting that Hilda's records never said Trovan wanted Cassandra. The return of the Mad Dragon Emperor has clearly thrown a massive wrench in the timeline, making Theo feel somewhat guilty for her death. Hearing him move, Cassandra softly asked if her mother was all right. She begged him to answer. But as Theo looked closer at the future Empress, he realized she was completely blind. It is a tragic irony that the girl who can see the future cannot see the present, leaving Theo hesitating to tell her the truth. But the child already knew her mother was gone, having watched this exact night play out in her dreams before. Every single thing she dreams about always comes true without fail. But tonight was different. In those dreams, the bad men always captured her. Yet in reality, a savior had actually arrived to rescue her. Maybe Big Brother Theo can truly change her fate, kickstarting the 5th scenario quest. Let's see if he protects the future Empress.